Infinite reincarnation. Am I immortal? In a dim, damp dungeon, a thin young figure crouched in a corner, a hint of bewilderment and surprise lingering in his eyes. He had such a reaction because while contemplating escape strategies, he suddenly discovered that he had acquired a system. His name was Xie Xun, not the legendary Xie Xun, nor did he have golden hair nor any peerless martial arts, and he was not a local either. That's right, he was a transmigrator, having crossed over only 7 days ago. However, when he first arrived, he was already in this dark and damp dungeon, knowing little about this world. In the dungeon there were several other commoners imprisoned with him. They were older, with no light in their eyes, their whole beings deathly still, as if they had been locked up here for a long time. Xie Xun tried to get them to talk, but these people were as if mute, uttering not a single word. However, through his observations over the past 7 days, he deduced that this was an ancient world, and that he and those around him were unfortunate souls captured by bandits and brought up the mountain. Reincarnation System, I wonder what functions it has. Can it help me fake my death and escape? Xie Xun thought to himself. System. Seeing that no bandits were patrolling the dungeon, Xie Xun hurriedly called out in his heart. Congratulations, host, for activating the Reincarnation System. Now a brief introduction to the system's functions. This system has a single function. It can help the host undergo endless reincarnation in the form of resurrection. After reincarnation, the host's age automatically reverts to the point 7 days prior. Wait, 7 days ago? That's exactly the day I transmigrated. So this system existed from the moment I arrived. It's just that it only activated now. An endless reincarnation. Doesn't that mean I'm struck off the King of Hell's list? I've become immortal. A huge surge of joy burst forth in Xie Xun's eyes. This ability was great. He no longer had to worry about dying at any moment. Finally, he had tasted the benefits of being a transmigrator. Of course, that's assuming this world has a King of Hell. He had waited bitterly for 7 days, and these 7 days were not fit for a human. Every day just one steamed bun and a bit of dirty water. If not for the chance to secretly pick wild fruits while being taken out to chop firewood, he would have starved to death long ago. However, the next moment, the system's voice dashed cold water on him. Given that the host is not a person of this world, and is not within the heavenly Tao, to prevent the host's identity from being detected by the heavenly Tao, the following rules are now modified. The host must only experience natural birth, aging, illness, and death. You must not actively seek death. Only when your lifespan ends can the reincarnation function be activated to achieve resurrection. If you violate this, you will truly die and cannot reincarnate. What the hell? Since when did being a transmigrator become a debuff? Hearing the system's voice in his ear, Xie Xun felt a bit panicked, his heart turning cold and desolate. So he was essentially an undocumented person in this world. He couldn't even die casually, as doing so would be detected by the heavenly Tao, and then he would really die. Fortunately, the next moment the system sent him comfort. After each successful reincarnation, the host will receive a Reincarnation Mark. Reincarnation Mark. What is that? Each Reincarnation Mark represents a function that can assist the host in better survival. Hey, isn't this just stacking passives? I'm familiar with this. Xie Xun's eyes lit up. He had played many games, and was very familiar with this concept. No, it might not be a passive, but an active skill. But now was not the time to think about this. According to the system, if he died now in the dungeon, would it count as natural birth, aging, illness, and death? So now I can't place all my hopes on the system, I still have to find a way to escape. Xie Xun frowned, lowered his head, and kept thinking, casually stepping on a passing cockroach. God damn it, why do I have to come to this dirty, stinking place again today? Just as Xie Xun was thinking, a cursing voice came from outside the distant dungeon door. Then a man with a bushy beard opened the dungeon door carrying a bucket as he walked in. Seeing this, Xie Xun quickly emptied his mind, and put on a look of vacant eyes and deathly stillness. The bearded bandit covered his nose, and placed the bucket on the ground. It contained half a bucket of water, with a few steamed buns soaked in it. This was the entire day's food for everyone in the dungeon. Clang! 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 The bearded bandit drew the long knife at his waist, and banged it violently against the iron bars. The loud noise awakened those lifeless, deathly still cellmates. They slowly turned their heads, looking at the few soaked steamed buns in the bucket, and gradually light returned to their eyes. Xie Xun's reaction was the same as everyone else's, showing no difference. Damn it, the bugs are coming to eat! The bearded bandit's gaze swept over everyone, then he impatiently opened the cell door and placed the bucket inside. Seeing the food so close, the other cellmates dared not approach because the bearded bandit had not yet left. Only after the cell door was closed and the bearded bandit had left the dungeon cursing did everyone rush forward. Xie Xun was the most clear-headed, and he had chosen a corner closest to the cell door. As soon as the man left, he was the first to rush forward, grabbing 2 soaked steamed buns from the bucket, then quickly dodged to the side. He faced the wall back to the others, stuffing the buns into his mouth quickly, afraid that if he ate too slowly the cellmates, who came to their senses, would snatch them away. Because he ate too quickly, even the soaked steamed buns made him choke and roll his eyes. After pounding his chest a few times, he finally recovered. When he turned around again, the wooden bucket had already tipped over. Several cellmates, who hadn't gotten any food, were lying on the ground licking the dirty water that had spilled all over. Although it was not the first time he had seen such a scene, he still felt very disgusted. Especially as many cockroaches crawled over the dirty water, it strengthened his resolve to escape. In about an hour someone should come to take people for hard labor. That place I saw last time, I wonder if I could escape from there. Xie Xun squatted in the corner silently thinking. Sure enough, less than an hour later the dungeon door opened again, and a different, taller and thinner bandit walked in. Seeing the newcomer, Xie Xun quickly adjusted his position, moving closer to the cell door. You, and you. Come out. The bandit casually pointed at a few people, all of whom were nearest to the cell door, then opened the cell door. Xie Xun and the others walked out of the cell, obediently following behind him. Ascending a stone staircase, the view suddenly opened up before him. Blinding sunlight poured down, and Xie Xun instinctively lowered his head. Woof woof woof. Sharp barks pierced his ears. Several gaunt hounds chained with iron ropes were barking furiously at them. Their reddened eyes and drooling mouths seemed to regard the men as prey. Xie Xun had no doubt that if the hounds were unleashed they would pounce on him and his cellmates, devouring them without a trace. They continued forward, encountering numerous bandits along the way. There were at least over 100 of them. Each one bore a ferocious look, brandishing steel blades, as they discussed which village was wealthy enough to plunder. Kill any man who dares resist, tie up the docile ones, and throw them into the dungeon as labor. Keep the women for our amusement. Ha ha ha. Boisterous laughter echoed through the stronghold. Xie Xun kept his head down, his expression impassive. These are troubled times, Xie Xun sighed inwardly. Soon they arrived at their destination. On the ground lay several ropes and axes. They were to chop firewood. Take your tools and go chop wood. Anyone who doesn't cut 100 caddies will be executed today. Trembling, the men grabbed their ropes and axes, and under the bandits' watch headed into the nearby woods. Axe in hand, Xie Xun feigned chopping branches, tying them with rope. He kept glancing back, watching the bandits' movements. It was now afternoon. Soon the bandit yawned and half closed his eyes, leaning against a large tree. Sensing an opportunity, Xie Xun crept forward, gradually moving out of sight. He dared not go too far as other bandits were patrolling the area. Getting caught would mean death. Memorizing the surrounding terrain without delay, Xie Xun quickly wolfed down a few wild fruits, then returned to his spot and resumed chopping wood. The bandits' earlier threat, kill anyone who didn't cut 100 caddies, was no mere bluff. He meant it. The last time they came out to chop wood, a man who had cut just over 80 caddies was executed. Near dusk, the bandit woke up groggily and led everyone back to the stronghold. All the firewood was weighed. Seeing everyone met the quota, the bandit nodded in satisfaction and returned them to the dungeon. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During these weeks, Xie Xun had been sent to chop wood 9 times, committing every path to memory. He also discovered a small cave hidden by vines beneath the hillside where they worked. No signs of human activity surrounded the cave. The bandits had likely not found it. Not far from the cave was a waterfall which plunged tens of meters into a pool below. The pool connected to a river that could lead to escape. But one question remained: was the pool deep enough? If it was too shallow, a headfirst dive would kill him instantly. Should I jump or not? Xie Xun huddled in a corner of the dungeon, pondering this question. He had become much thinner than half a month ago. A single daily meal and hard labor left him emaciated. At this rate, he would soon starve or be worked to death. Would death by starvation or exhaustion count as a natural end, and would it trigger reincarnation? Even if it did, the commotion of reincarnation might attract the bandits, who would hack him to death. That would be the real end. Better to risk it all and jump. At last Xie Xun made up his mind to act next time. Staying meant certain death, fleeing offered a chance to survive. The next afternoon the tall thin bandit came to the dungeon again, and selected Xie Xun and several others for woodcutting. Xie Xun obediently followed along, collected his tools, and returned to the familiar hillside. Work hard, anyone slacking off gets chopped. After issuing the threat, the bandit leaned against a tree and dozed off. Perfect, now's the time. Delighted, Xie Xun began to quietly move away, preparing to make his escape. What are you doing? A sudden shout came from behind. Xie Xun's heart skipped a beat, his foot froze in midair. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Damn. Found out. Head. Aye. Hearing the voice, a thought dawned on Xie Xun. He cautiously turned his head. It turned out to be another bandit rebuking the dozing one. From the latter's cowering reaction, this newcomer seemed to be higher in rank. Xie Xun breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't discovered his escape plan. But he dared not make any further moves, afraid to draw attention. Soon after the senior bandit left, the previously dozing bandit, drenched in sweat, no longer dared to slack off. He paced behind the worker's, knife in hand. Damn it, truly the unexpected happens. Fate is against me. Xie Xun sighed deeply, a trace of despair in his eyes. Before long the sky grew dark. Wait, why is it getting dark so early today? I've only cut 70-odd caddies. Xie Xun saw darkness closing in. He was as good as dead. But the next moment a torrential downpour fell, turning the world into a gray haze. Even the forest around them vanished behind curtains of rain, as if swallowed by the heavens. Heaven helps me. Turning sorrow into joy, Xie Xun dropped his firewood, grabbed his axe and rope, and dashed down the hillside. Trees blurred past, rain soaked his clothes and blurred his vision, but he did not slow down. Relying on his memorized route, Xie Xun sprinted to the cave entrance, pushed aside the vines, and crawled inside. Inside the narrow cave, Xie Xun sat down against the wall, panting. His heart pounded as if it would burst. He clutched the axe tightly, eyes fixed on the vine-covered entrance, terrified that someone would find him. The storm came and went quickly. Soon the rain stopped and the sun emerged. Sunlight seeped through the vines, brightening the cave. Looking at the patches of light, Xie Xun felt both relief and worry. He was glad he hadn't gone straight to the waterfall. He wouldn't have made it in time. But now the rain had stopped, the bandits would surely search for him. Moreover, they had hunting dogs. Even after the heavy rain, the dogs might still pick up his scent. If he was found, the consequences were unthinkable. If they did find this place, his fate would be too dire to imagine. Heaven protect me! Heaven protect me! Xie Xun stared intently at the cave entrance, his eyes bloodshot, not daring to breathe a word. He could hear the pounding of his own heartbeat, and droplets of water kept falling from his clothes. Whether remnants of the earlier rain or his own sweat, he knew not. Quick! Search! Catch that vermin! Damn it, if he escapes, he'll chop him to pieces. From outside the cave came a furious roar mingled with the terrifying barking of dogs. Xie Xun's heart lurched, his fingers gripping the woodcutter's axe turned white as he squeezed, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The barking grew clearer, closer, with each passing moment, and Xie Xun felt his heart leap into his throat. Suddenly a bark sharper than before rang out, and a dark silhouette appeared at the cave entrance, steadily drawing nearer. The terror of death surged over him, like a tide threatening to drown him. Yet faced with this, a fierce resolve inexplicably welled up within Xie Xun, and he raised his axe high, ready to strike. Even if he were to die, he would take one or two with him. He couldn't just perish in vain. But the next moment, the whimper of a puppy came from outside the cave, causing Xie Xun to pause. The big dog and the puppy barked and whimpered in turn, as if communicating. After a while the sky darkened, and the area outside the cave fell completely silent. Only then did Xie Xun feel the ache in his arms. Trembling, he lowered the axe. Just as he relaxed, the vines rustled, startling him into raising the axe again. Then a small black furry ball squeezed in, and the descending axe halted midair. The ball revealed a pair of emerald eyes, and let out a soft whimper. Xie Xun realized it was no ball of fluff, but a tiny black puppy. The little black dog kicked its legs, wriggling its round body inside, and flopped to the ground with a thud, rolling like a ball until it reached Xie Xun's feet. Was it you who just saved me? Xie Xun crouched down, carefully lifting it from the ground, and asked softly. The puppy Yip nuzzled its head against Xie Xun's cheek, and then promptly fell asleep. Gazing at the friendly little dog in his hand, Xie Xun's face broke into a smile of relief after surviving the ordeal, and he slumped to the ground, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. After resting a while longer, seeing that the sky outside was completely dark and there were no unusual sounds, Xie Xun cautiously stepped out of the cave. The vines at the entrance accidentally woke the puppy, making it yelp instinctively. "Shoo! Quiet!" Xie Xun's heart jumped, and he quickly clamped the puppy's mouth shut. The puppy blinked, then struggled to get down. Xie Xun set it down, and it trotted ahead on its short legs. The direction it took led straight to the waterfall. After a few steps, the puppy glanced back at him, as if signaling him to follow. Understanding, Xie Xun hurried after it. Man and dog advanced together, frequently hearing shouts and barking from the mountain above, keeping Xie Xun on edge. They traveled farther, the sound of water growing louder. The waterfall was near, and the bandits' voices from the mountain had faded away. Just as Xie Xun was about to head toward the waterfall, the little black dog veered onto another path, even turning back to remind him with a bark before disappearing. "Are you leaving? Then we part ways here." Xie Xun looked at the remarkably intelligent puppy that had saved his life, his heart filled with gratitude. Seeing that he hadn't followed, the puppy came back, grabbed his pant leg with its teeth, and tugged. "I know you want me to go with you, but I'm trying to escape from here, so we have to say goodbye." Xie Xun crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head as he explained. Yet the puppy refused to let go, pulling him toward the other direction. Watching this, Xie Xun recalled its intelligence, and a bold idea suddenly struck him. "You mean, if I follow you, there's a way out?" he asked uncertainly. The puppy finally released its grip, yipped, and trotted ahead with a wag. "This dog is intelligent. Maybe it really does know another path to safety." With that thought, Xie Xun quickly stepped forward to follow. The night was pitch black. They could barely see the path by the moonlight overhead. Man and dog pressed on. Along the way, Xie Xun crawled through a dog hole. Fortunately, he was now thin enough. A fortnight ago, he wouldn't have fit. He squeezed through a crevice barely half a man wide, crossed a bridge made of a fallen tree, and crept through a small cave filled with bats. Xie Xun lost track of how long he walked, until just as his strength was nearly spent, and the sky was barely lighting, the roar of water reached his ears. His spirits lifted, the will to survive summoned a fresh surge of energy, and he dashed forward. Soon he saw a waterfall plunging from dozens of meters above, its mist drenching him and washing away his fatigue. "We've made it here." Xie Xun's face lit up with surprise. He had originally planned to jump from the top, but the little black dog in his arms had led him down a path. He quickly set the puppy down, plunged his head into the water, and drank greedily. Sweet! Tears streamed down Xie Xun's face. Finally, not the foul water from the soap-steamed buns. "Right, I need to get out of here before those bandits catch up." After the initial joy, Xie Xun forced himself to stay alert and swiftly began chopping branches with his axe. He wound the cut branches around his chest and tied them tightly with rope. That way, when he drifted downstream, the buoyancy would keep his head above water, reducing the risk of drowning. After all this effort, the exhausted puppy had woken up. Everything ready, Xie Xun turned to look at the little black dog, a dilemma weighing on his mind. "Do you still want to come with me?" The puppy nodded, then struggled to cling to the branches on his chest, latching on tightly. "All right, we'll go together." Xie Xun nodded, firmly chopped down more branches, and crafted a simple life jacket for the puppy. Man and dog were tied together with a rope to ensure they wouldn't be separated in the current. The puppy curiously inspected its makeshift life jacket, occasionally pawing at it. "Here we go." Xie Xun cradled the puppy in his arms, walked to the water's edge, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped into the river. The icy water gradually rose past his knees, waist, and chest. The current swept him off his feet, and he was carried away by the flow. Fortunately, the makeshift life jacket he had crafted worked, keeping his head above water even in the rapids. With one hand, he firmly held the puppy pressed against his chest. And so man and dog drifted downstream, swiftly leaving behind the place that had trapped him for nearly a month. At dawn, a young boy was fishing in the river with a wooden spear. Suddenly, he spotted something drifting downstream atop the water, with a pitch-black creature clinging to the person. "Father, father, come quickly! There's someone here!" The boy shouted towards the riverbank. Gripping his wooden spear, he swiftly approached the figure, intercepted it, and struggled to drag it ashore. "What's wrong, Gua?" A middle-aged man rushed over to the riverbank, finding a thoroughly drenched person lying before his son. The person's eyes were tightly shut, unresponsive to any calls, clearly unconscious. The pitch-black object on his chest turned out to be a small black dog, both bound with branches just like the man. "He's drowning. Quick, carry him to the village." After checking the man's breath and confirming he was still alive, the man urged. Father and son then lifted him hurriedly and dashed towards the village. When Xie Xun awoke again, he found himself beneath an unfamiliar roof on an unfamiliar bed surrounded by strange dwellings. "Where's Little Black?" Xie Xun instinctively touched his chest only to find nothing. His heart skipped a beat. He turned his head quickly and spotted a small black dog sleeping soundly under the bed. As if sensing his awakening, the little black dog stirred. "Arf! Arf! Arf!" It looked up, saw Xie Xun was awake, and barked joyfully. It tried to jump onto the bed, but being too small and short-legged, it flipped over and landed on its back, sprawled on the ground. "Thank goodness you're safe." Xie Xun sighed in relief, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then a figure entered through the door. It was a dark-skinned youth holding a bowl of steaming white rice, shoveling it into his mouth. "You're awake." The youth's face lit up with delight upon seeing Xie Xun conscious. He hurried to the bedside, bowl in hand. "You?" Xie Xun tried to speak, but his throat was so sore that he couldn't utter a word. He raised a hand to point at his throat, trying to ask what was wrong. But moving only made things worse. His entire body ached and throbbed, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Don't talk. The doctor said you soaked in the river too long and caught a chill, so you can't speak for now. Also, you drifted for ages, and your body is covered in bruises. It must hurt a little." Xie Xun's forehead veins pulsed, his eyes bloodshot, glaring like copper bells. "A little hurt. Rest for now, it'll fetch my father. Call me if you need anything, my name's Gua." Gua said, then ran out the door, bowl in hand, shouting as he went. "Father, father, he's awake!" Xie Xun lay in bed, utterly speechless. "Do I look like I can call anyone right now?" "Arf, arf." The little black dog flipped over, stood on its hind legs, and rested its paws on the bed edge, staring at Xie Xun with blinking eyes. Xie Xun turned his head slightly and forced a smile at the dog. Soon Gua's father returned. He was a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Gua, dressed in coarse linen clothes with a few wood shavings clinging to them. "Arf." He scooped up the little black dog and sat by the bed, relieved to see Xie Xun awake. Xie Xun's eyes widened, staring at the man with intense emotion. "You're a lucky lad. If Gua hadn't been fishing in the river and spotted you and this little black coal ball would have been swept downstream." "Aye." Xie Xun opened his mouth, trying to say something, his face flushed with emotion. "All right, don't talk now. Say the thanks until you're well." The man patted Xie Xun's shoulder gently, offering a reassuring smile. "No." Xie Xun's eyes brimmed with fervor as he tried again to speak. "Call Gua if you need anything. I'm off." The man placed the little black dog back on the ground and hurried out the door. Xie Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Trembling, he looked down at his hand covered in large bruises. "You sat on my hand." "What?" A month later, Xie Xun, newly recovered from his illness, spat out a mouthful of water while drinking. Cough, cough. "Uncle Lu, you mean the bandits at Baigui Mountain were wiped out by a passing martial arts master less than 5 days after I escaped?" Xie Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. The Uncle Lu he referred to was Gua's father, Lu Chao, a carpenter in Xiaha village. Gua's full name was Lu Go, nicknamed Gua, 2 years younger than Xie Xun. As for Baigui Mountain, it was the bandit stronghold he had fled from. "That's right. I just returned from Xuanan County today. That's what I heard from the folks there." The bandit leader's head was taken to the county for a reward, and many of the rescued villagers had been properly settled by the county office. Uncle Lu wiped the water from his face unperturbed. Hearing the confirmation, Xie Xun slumped to the ground, his gaze dazed. If the bandit lair was destroyed just days after he left and all the villagers were safely rescued, then what was the point of his painstaking escape plan, drifting in the river for days, narrowly surviving against all odds? Was it just his stubborn fate? Awoo! The little black dog, now bigger, trotted over and nuzzled Xie Xun's hand. Xie Xun turned to look at the dog beside him, the haze in his eyes gradually clearing. "It means I'm lucky." He rubbed the dog's head, a sense of relief washing over him. If he hadn't escaped like that, he would never have met Little Black. A blessing in disguise, really. She wouldn't want any plans for the future. Uncle Lu sat down beside Xie Xun and asked, "First find some work to pay off the debt to the village head for the medicine, then see what else comes." Xie Xun sighed. Uncle Liu's family wasn't well off. When they rescued him from the river, the doctor's fee and medicine money were borrowed from the village head. The village head was a kind man. Upon learning it was for saving a life, he gave them the money without hesitation, not even asking for an IOU. If Xie Xun simply left, leaving Uncle Liu's family to repay the debt, his conscience wouldn't allow it. However, he had first endured nearly a month of starvation in a bandit stronghold while performing hard labor, then fled through a rain-soaked night until his clothes were drenched, catching a chill. Afterward, he spent nearly 2 days submerged in water before being rescued. Now, though he had recovered from his severe illness, his body bore heavy aftereffects, leaving him unable to perform strenuous labor. If he wished to earn money, he would have to find another way. Moreover, he needed to learn to read and write, for being illiterate would hinder his future martial arts training and lead to great disadvantages. Indeed, over the past month, he had gained a rough understanding of this world. It resembled ancient times, yet possessed extraordinary martial power. Those known as heroes could even cleave rivers with a single sword stroke or split mountains with one axe slash. Truly terrifying. It was said that only 2 martial experts had wiped out the 100 bandits on Baigui Mountain, and they were genuine masters of the martial path. Xie Xun yearned for such prowess, dreaming of one day wielding a sword to roam the world or brandishing a blade to pacify the realm. "So if you want to earn money, why not come and assist me?" Uncle Lu suggested. "Really?" Xie Xun's eyes lit up. This was a wonderful opportunity. Thus, over the next few years, Xie Xun followed Uncle Lu to learn a craft, and whenever he had time, he would sneak into the village school to listen to lessons. However, his body was too weak to carry heavy timber, so he could only make small furniture. The once round coal-black Xiaohei had grown into a handsome, sturdy black dog. Gouhua had also started a family, marrying a virtuous village girl. Xie Xun showed considerable talent, learning everything with enthusiasm, and his skills steadily improved. He gradually began taking on furniture repairs for the villagers. The items he repaired were both sturdy and durable, earning praise from the villagers, who said Uncle Lu had found an excellent apprentice. "Perhaps this is talent," Xie Xun mused, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, a grin he couldn't suppress spreading across his face. "Woof!" Xiaohei looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. What was so fascinating about the dark, overcast sky that threatened rain? "Oh, damn my clothes!" The rain poured down without warning, and Xie Xun sprang to his feet, shouting urgently. A few years later, Xie Xun became obsessed with fishing. He crafted a fishing rod with the help of an elderly villager, and often took Xiaohei to the riverbank. "Aw, this is talent!" On the first day, Xie Xun returned with a bountiful catch. The 2 fish baskets he brought were insufficient, so he borrowed 3 more from an old man nearby. Several elderly villagers were green with envy, muttering about beginner's luck and making excuses for their empty catches, which sent the village children into peals of laughter. "Aw, this is talent!" Over the next few days, Xie Xun came and went empty-handed, enduring the old man's mockery until his face turned crimson. From that day on, the village's fishing enthusiasts found joy, for the title of worst angler now belonged to Xie Xun. Sometimes, after days of catching nothing, Xiaohei would venture into the mountains to hunt, and then present his prey to Xie Xun. The fishermen all praised him as a fine dog. At the same time, Xie Xun noticed that some of his rain-soaked timber had sprouted mushrooms commonly found in the mountains. "Mushrooms are a delicacy. If I could cultivate them, I'd be rich." Xie Xun's eyes lit up, and he threw himself into research. After 2.5 years of painstaking effort, his perseverance paid off, and he finally developed a technique for growing mushrooms. Although the yield was modest and limited by seasons, it still provided an extra income, filling him with excitement. Some passing merchant caravans resting in Xiahe village discovered Xie Xun's mushrooms and saw a business opportunity. They struck a deal with him, agreeing to purchase a batch of mushrooms each year at generous prices. That night, Uncle Lu happily bought wine, and the 3 of them drank until they were thoroughly intoxicated, their lives growing ever more promising. During this time, Xiahe village also endured a severe drought lasting over half a year, which withered all the rice paddies and left the fields barren. Fortunately, the imperial court sent disaster relief grain to the village, preventing any casualties. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. Not only had Xie Xun repaid his debt to the village chief through mushroom sales, but he had also purchased a plot of land next to Uncle Li's, acquiring a small house of his own. That year Xie Xun encountered the martial experts of this world for the first time, a group of constables. They were pursuing a shadowy figure across the river outside Xiahe village, their bodies blazing like furnaces, their lightness skills extraordinary, as they walked atop branches and the water's surface. The shadowy figure was struck by an arrow from one of the constables and plunged into the river, disappearing. Worried that the figure might have accomplices, Xie Xun reluctantly paused his fishing. The following year, only after confirming that the riverbank was safe, did Xie Xun retrieve his fishing rod. He sat on a rock by the river with Xiaohe lying beside him, chewing on a freshly caught fish, while his eyes darted around, ever watchful for danger, ready to whisk his master away at a moment's notice. Got one! Suddenly Xie Xun felt a heavy tug on his fishing rod, followed by an immense pull. This must be a big fish! Help! He instantly judged the size of the catch and shouted to Xiaohe. Xiaohe dropped the fish from his mouth, grabbed the rod, and together man and dog struggled against the creature beneath the water. Seeing that even the pair couldn't hold the fish, the nearby old men rushed over to help grip the rod. But then, with a sharp crack, the fishing line, unable to withstand the strain, snapped. The group tumbled onto the river bank, lamenting the escape of such a massive fish. As they were lamenting, a golden object surfaced in the middle of the river, still attached to a broken fishhook. What is that? The crowd stared at the strange object on the water, something they had never seen before. Xiaohe, go! Unable to reach it with their tools, they all turned to the fastest swimmer among them, the large black dog. At the command, Xiaohe joyfully dashed into the river, grabbed the object in his mouth, and swam back to shore. Upon reaching the bank, he dropped it, revealing a fist-sized, soft, flesh-like golden lump. Where Xiaohe had bitten it, faint traces of blood seeped out, carrying a sweet fragrance. Xie Xun turned to look at Xiaohe, who was smacking his lips, as if eating something. Spit it out! Spit it out! Xie Xun quickly crouched down, pried open Xiaohe's mouth, and reached inside to clear his throat. Xiaohe gagged a few times but brought nothing up. Little son, this thing seems ominous. Better to throw it away, an elderly man said, stepping back instinctively. Indeed. Indeed. This thing looks utterly wrong. Better to toss it back into the river. Old Zhang is right. The crowd chimed in, with a flurry of opinions, all insisting the object was too eerie to keep. Xie Xun didn't argue. He abandoned even his fishing hook and cast the mysterious item back into the river. Everyone found the object so unsettling that they packed up and headed home early that day. After returning home with Xiaohe, Xie Xun meticulously brushed the dog's teeth with willow twigs and sternly ordered him to report any bodily abnormalities immediately. After observing Xiaohe for a year, Xie Xun was astonished to find that the dog seemed to have grown younger. Not only was he more vigorous than ever, but even his matted fur had become sleek and glossy, just like in his youth, hardly resembling a dog over 10 years old. It seemed that strange golden object had no adverse effects on him. On the contrary, it even possessed life-prolonging properties. Xie Xun had worried for so long, dreading that Xiaohe might pass away before him. He felt his body growing weaker by the day. Though not yet 30, his hair had already begun to turn gray, and his face had aged. Now standing next to Uncle Lu, an outsider might mistake them for brothers. Go Hua was frantic, dragging him to nearby Xuanan County to seek medical help, but all efforts proved futile. As his health deteriorated, Xie Xun gave up his carpentry work, focusing solely on reading and cultivating mushrooms. He also helped Go Hua look after the children, enjoying an early taste of his twilight years. 5 more years slipped by, and Xie Xun had now spent 16 years in Xiahe village. His body was at its weakest, and he sensed his end was near. It's time to leave. Gazing at the surroundings, Xie Xun sighed and began gathering his belongings. Xiaohe, do you want to stay here or come with me? After packing, Xie Xun turned to look at the still youthful Xiaohe and asked. Woof! Woof! Xiaohe stood on his hind legs, pressing against Xie Xun's thigh with unwavering determination. The meaning was clear: wherever the master goes, I follow. All right, let's go. Xie Xun grinned, picked up his cane, and with Xiaohe carrying the pack, they set off toward the village outskirts. They left in the dead of night, while all the villagers were fast asleep, unaware of Xie Xun's departure. He left most of the money he had earned over the years to Uncle Lu, with a portion set aside to thank the village chief for his generosity back then. The deed to his house was left for Go Wa. Had they not saved him from the river, he would never have had any of this. One must remember to repay kindness. Over 10 days later, in a remote cave, Xie Xun lay feebly on a bed of dry grass, like a guttering candle, with the sorrowful Xiaohei nestled on his chest. Whimper! Xiaohei whimpered, acutely aware that Xie Xun was about to leave him.
It's okay, Xiaohei. I won't die.
Xie Xun's haggard face twisted into a pained smile more bitter than tears.
Whimper!
Xiaohei's eyes remained mournful. He knew his master was only comforting him.
Don't you believe me? Your master is actually a reincarnated immortal. Let me show you. I return to youth.
Trembling, he gently placed his palm on Xiaohei's head, but his voice grew fainter until it faded completely like a candle in the wind.
Whimper!
His hand fell limply, and Xiaohei whimpered in grief, tears streaming down like broken pearls. Yet the next moment a warm, gentle golden light burst from Xie Xun's gray-haired, wrinkled, ashen-faced body. Bathed in the radiance, his form began to shrink. As he shrank, his hair rapidly darkened, his wrinkled skin became smooth again, and his complexion grew rosy. In just a few breaths he transformed from an adult into a tender pink infant. Then the infant swiftly grew, soon returning to the form of a young man, the age he had been when he first crossed over. Thump! 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 His heart, which had stopped for less than 10 seconds, suddenly resumed its powerful beating, like a war drum struck by a heavy hammer. 2 or 3 seconds later, Xie Xun's eyes snapped open, and he sat up stiffly, as if rising from the dead. Reincarnation successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Reincarnation Mark, a sturdy body. In life, how can one manage without a healthy physique? With this Reincarnation Mark, each subsequent reincarnation will double the host's physical attributes from the previous base. The system's voice echoed in Xie Xun's mind, and a surge of immense power flooded into his body, causing veins to bulge across his skin. At that moment, he felt brimming with strength, as if he could tear apart wolves with his bare hands or cleave tigers and leopards with a blade. His body felt incredibly light, free from the oppressive weight of weakness. His sight and hearing sharpened, and the chronic ailments of years vanished completely, as though he had been reborn. Amazing. Truly amazing. Xiaohei, still immersed in grief, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if frozen in time.
See, I told you I'm a reincarnated immortal.
Xie Xun snapped back to reality, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he patted the massive dog's head.
Woof! Woof! Woof!
Xiaohei finally reacted, wagging his tail furiously and licking Xie Xun's face with unrestrained joy. He didn't understand what a reincarnated immortal meant. All he knew was that his master wasn't leaving him.
All right, stop licking.
Xie Xun wiped the sticky saliva from his face and began to examine his first reincarnation mark.
Each reincarnation doubles the host's physical attributes from the previous base.
Xie Xun repeated the phrase under his breath, his eyes gradually gleaming.
1 reincarnation doubles it. 2 reincarnations double the doubled. 3 reincarnations, and it's 8 times the base. 4 times 16. 5 times.
Xie Xun counted on his fingers, growing more astounded and elated with each calculation.
This is the path to invincibility, hee hee hee.
Finally, he could no longer contain himself. He covered his face with his hand, and a chilling laugh escaped his throat, startling Xiaohei into bristling. Could his master be possessed? Should he douse him with black dog urine? Xiaohei pondered seriously, but after a moment, he abandoned the audacious idea. After all, his master was a reincarnated immortal. How could he be possessed? His laughter must have a reason. Yes, that must be it. Rumble, rumble. Along the imperial highway, several heavily laden carriages advanced in a single file, escorted by dozens of armed guards. 2 large banners fluttered atop the lead carriage. One bore the inscription Fuguei Trading House, the other Xuanxing Escort Agency.
Halt!
Suddenly the head escort, mounted on horseback at the vanguard, raised his palm and bellowed. The entire procession ground to a stop. Heads turned forward, and there, seated roadside, was a youth roasting meat over an open flame, accompanied by a glossy black hound.
Yeah!
The head escort spurred his mount forward and drew up beside the youth. The boy appeared faintly uneasy at the rider's approach. He hastily rose and tugged his sleek black dog backward a few paces. Seeing this, the escort's wariness softened slightly. He spoke.
Young sir, where do you hail from? I'm from Xiahe village. I'm bound for Sunan County seeking employment. If I've blocked your path, I'll leave at once.
Xie Xun spoke with nervous deference, then snatched up an undercooked rabbit resting beside the fire, and moved to douse the flames.
Oh, so you're also from Xiaha village. We ourselves just departed from there. There's an elder named Master Tian, who lives near the village entrance. He and I share an old acquaintance. But we heard he'd left without explanation. Do you know why? Master Tian. Who is Master Tian in our village?
This was clearly a test. Xie Xun had lived in Xiaha village for over a decade, and knew every villager by name. There was no such person as Master Tian.
Sir, you must be mistaken. No one in our village bears the surname Tian. Near the village entrance, however, live 3 families, one surnamed by one surnamed Qian and one surnamed Lu. Ah, yes, my mistake.
The escort tapped his forehead and nodded vigorously. He then asked several more questions about Xiaha village, all of which Xie Xun answered precisely. So he truly was from Xiaha village, not a bandit scout. A fellow traveler then, worthy of safe passage.
Since our paths align, why not join us? You'll have protection along the way. Truly. Many thanks, sir.
Xie Xun's face lit up with genuine delight as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Truth be told, traveling alone, with only Xiohe the Hound for company, he dared not risk the road to Sunan County unescorted. He feared encountering bandits again, and being dragged up into their mountain lair. Knowing the approximate time the caravan would pass through Xiaha village, he had deliberately waited here for days, not by chance but by design. By noon the caravan halted on the roadside to rest and regroup. After more than half an hour it resumed its journey, bound for Sunan County. Half a month later a towering imposing city wall rose before them. Weary from the long trek, the travelers instantly perked up at the sight. Sunan County was Yongning Prefecture's granary heartland, a vital strategic reserve hub. Nestled in the prefecture's central region, its origins stretched far back, even predating the founding of the Kong dynasty. A garrison of 10,000 troops stood stationed within its walls. No martial artist or rogue dared raise trouble there. To provoke chaos inside the city would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting certain death. Sunan County was also the nearest county seat to Xiaha village, where villagers routinely came to shop during festivals. Years earlier, when Xie Xun fell gravely ill, Uncle Lu and others carried him here to seek treatment from a physician. Several years ago, Xie Xun had even accompanied Gua on a medical pilgrimage here, only to learn his own physical decline was beyond cure. He then returned quietly to Xiaha village. Though nominally the closest county, the round trip from Xiaha village to Sunan still required at least 10 days. And with its heavy cargo, the caravan moved even slower, taking longer still.
Halt!
No sooner had the caravan reached the city gate than a disciplined squad of soldiers surged forward, lances gleaming, spines rigid, gazes razor sharp. These were no ordinary troops.
Sir, here is our trading house's official document. Please inspect it.
Their steward swiftly withdrew the sealed permit from his robe and handed it to the squad's commander. All merchant caravans entering or exiting Sunan County were required to pay duty, though commoners passed freely without tax. After a brief inspection, verifying both documents and cargo, the caravan paid its commercial levy and entered smoothly with no demands for bribes or extortion.
We've reached Sunan County. Farewell then. Brother, and take care.
Once inside the city gates, Xie Xun parted ways with the caravan. Watching Brother N's tall, broad-shouldered figure recede into the distance, and recalling the man's quiet kindness throughout the journey, Xie Xun sighed softly.
There truly are many good people in this world. Woof. Woof.
Xiohe nodded vigorously, wholly in agreement.
Let's go. We barely saw Sunan County last time. This visit we'll explore it properly. Woof.
Man and hound set off, merging into the bustling crowd, soon vanishing among the throng. At dusk, Xie Xun strolled down the street clutching steamed buns wrapped in lotus leaves, gripping a stick of candied hawthorn and a sesame flatbread, his mouth glistening, his expression one of pure unadulterated bliss. Beside him, Xiohe swallowed his bun whole and let out a contented belch.
Last time one meat bun cost 3 won. Now it's only 2 won. Sunan County's prices are truly fair.
Tears streamed down Xie Xun's cheeks, tears so copious they dripped from his lips.
Woof. Woof.
Xiohe nodded emphatically. He loved these prices. This time he'd eaten his fill of meat buns. Granted, the buns held scant meat, but at least they offered a trace of richness. By now the streets had emptied, vendors packed up their stalls and headed home. Xie Xun sought lodging at an inn, and recoiled at the quoted rate 10 when for a single night's stay, enough to buy 5 meat buns. His funds were meager. Though he'd earned modest savings over the years, most had been entrusted to Uncle Lu and the others. Now he carried only 3 taels of silver and 500 won, each coin weighing heavily on his heart. Yet curfew enforced strict nighttime confinement, so he swallowed his dismay and checked in. Yes, it was expensive, but infinitely preferable to sleeping rough and being hauled off by patrolling constables to rot in jail. An inn attendant led them to their room, a cramped space sparsely furnished, a table, 2 chairs, a bed, an oil lamp, and a simple tea set. That was all.
Rest well, sir. Call if you need anything,
the attendant said, then bowed out. As soon as the door clicked shut, Xie Xun snuffed the lamp and muttered under his breath,
"Stingy landlord, charging even for lamp oil."
Fortunately, moonlight spilled generously through the window, casting enough soft radiance to see by.
Little Black, today we have finally witnessed the world outside.
Woof. Xie Xun hugged Little Black, and the two of them, one person and one dog, happily munched on meat buns and pancakes for dinner.
Tomorrow we will find a martial arts school to learn that skill that lets us walk on water. Woof. Once we master it, we won't need to take a ferry to cross the river anymore. We can simply walk across the water. That scene will be absolutely spectacular. Woof woof. Also, we should learn the technique that can make our bodies as warm as a furnace. That way in winter we won't even need to light a fire, and we won't have to worry about freezing to death in the streets, hiding at home all the time. Woof woof. Most importantly, with martial arts by our side, if we encounter danger in the future, even if we can't fight back, we can still run away, right?
The man and his dog continuously envisioned their future, and when they reached an exciting point, they couldn't help but burst into happy laughter.
Hee hee. Hee hee. Shut up. It's late at night. Why is that dog barking?
Suddenly an angry shout came from next door, filled with irritation.
Sorry. Sorry.
Xie Xun and Little Black immediately closed their mouths. He patted the dog's head, signaling it to sleep. Xie Xun hugged the big black dog with one arm and held his bag with the other, lying on the bed and falling asleep. On the first day, in Xuanan County, they slept especially soundly, showing no signs of insomnia. Early the next morning, Xie Xun and Little Black were awakened by the enticing aroma outside the window. They hurried downstairs and ordered 2 bowls of scallion noodles from a street vendor, eating with great delight. The vendor stood by watching Xie Xun with curiosity, as it was his first time seeing a customer buying noodles for a dog, his eyes filled with wonder.
So delicious. Boss, bring 2 more bowls.
Soon 1 bowl of noodles was devoured, but Xie Xun was still not full, and Little Black felt the same.
All right.
The vendor beamed with joy and quickly served 2 more bowls.
By the way, boss, do you know how to get to the martial arts school in this city?
Xie Xun asked while eating.
You must be asking about the Lin Ping Martial Arts School, right? They are located in the west of the city, and their shouts during training are quite loud. You can hear them from a distance. It's not hard to find,
the vendor said with a smile.
All right, thank you, boss.
After placing the empty bowls down and paying, Xie Xun set off towards the west of the city with Little Black. In Xuanan County there are markets in the east and south, which are gathering places for merchants. The north is where the dignitaries reside, and the county government is also located there. The west of the city is filled with inns, martial arts schools, and medical clinics, and there's even a large arena specifically designated for the people of the martial world. Xuanan County understands that it is better to open up than to block. Merely prohibiting fighting within the city will only lead to trouble over time. Thus an arena was established in the west of the city where those with grievances could step onto the arena to sign a life and death contract, and the government would not interfere with their fates. In fact, you can even give a bit of money to the government before stepping onto the platform, and if you unfortunately die there, they will help retrieve your body and prepare a decent coffin for you. On either side of the arena, there was a couplet. The first line on the arena resolved life and death. The second line, grudges and enmities shall be resolved from now on. The horizontal scroll, life and death arena.
Good. Good. Kill that bastard.
As Xie Xun and Little Black just arrived in the west of the city, they heard the crowd cheering from afar. Thinking it was a martial arts school sparring, they rushed over, only to find that it was a deadly duel on the arena. Both combatants appeared to be in their early 30s. One wore a coarse cloth outfit, wielded a large knife, had had a fierce expression, and his veins bulged, his eyes blood-red with hatred, looking as if he would stop at nothing. The other, dressed in flowing robes, held a long sword exuding elegance, yet his movements were quite clumsy, his steps were unsteady, and his face flushed, being relentlessly pressured by the knife wielder. At this moment both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, with swords and knives flashing on the arena, creating a tense atmosphere that left the onlookers breathless and sweating.
Wow! Wow! This is a master!
Xie Xun exclaimed in awe while watching the fight on the arena. Little Black was anxiously pacing on the ground. There were too many people around, and it was too short to see anything. Xie Xun finally remembered Little Black by his feet, quickly picked it up, and now he could finally see.
Hey, who do you think would win, Wu Huan Dao Zhang Daolong or the Snowy Sword Sun Ningyuan? I think Snowy Sword should win. After all, he comes from a family of martial artists. Although his family has fallen on hard times, he is not someone like Zhang Daolong who can be compared. I believe Wu Huan Dao will win. Have you forgotten that 6 months ago, he single-handedly took down more than 10 mountain bandits? Indeed. Although Sun Ningyuan has a family legacy of martial arts, he lacks any combat achievements. Even the name Snowy Sword is inherited from his family. He's just a silver-plated spearhead, and I don't have high hopes for him. Exactly. And even if Sun Ningyuan dies, he deserves it.
As the two faced off on the stage, the crowd below was buzzing with discussions, most believing Sun Ningyuan would not win. Xie Xun squeezed into the crowd and overheard their conversation, gradually understanding the identities of the combatants.
By the way, is there a life-and-death grudge between them? Well, it seems you are an outsider, right?
Xie Xun asked curiously as he leaned closer to eavesdrop.
You wouldn't know this, but Zhang Daolong's wife.
An onlooker began to explain. Zhang Daolong is a bodyguard who spends most of his time on the road, rarely returning home, leaving a beautiful wife to guard an empty house. Little did he know that one day Zhang Daolong's wife encountered the Snowy Sword at an inn, and an incident occurred. A charming young gentleman and a beautiful lady guarding an empty house were like dry firewood meeting a blazing fire, and soon a story reminiscent of Pan Jinlian and Xi Minqing from Water Margin unfolded. Coincidentally, Zhang Daolong was on a mission and slayed more than 10 mountain bandits, sustaining some injuries, and returned to Xuanan County early, just in time to catch them in a friendly exchange of family heirlooms. And thus things have devolved into the situation today. Behind him people were chattering, while Sun Ningyuan on stage gradually turned red with shame. He transformed his shame into anger and launched a counterattack against the knife wielder. However, due to his lack of skill and his impatience, he exposed many flaws.
The hatred of taking a wife cannot coexist. Die for me.
Zhang Daolong shouted angrily, keenly spotting Sun Ningyuan's flaw. He completely abandoned defense, ignoring the long sword's attack, and swung his knife in a powerful strike towards his opponent. It seemed he was resolved to take them both down. As the saying goes, in a narrow path the brave win. Sun Ningyuan panicked and hurriedly raised his sword to block. But in a rushed defense, how could he withstand such a heavy strike? Clang! At the critical moment, the long sword managed to block the large knife, but it struck heavily against his shoulder. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed from his shoulder, and Sun Ningyuan immediately let out a cry, his pale face turning a deep shade of purple.
Adulterer, go to hell with that promiscuous woman!
Swish! Zhang Daolong swung his knife, and a line of blood suddenly appeared on Sun Ningyuan's neck, blood gushing forth and staining the arena red.
Good. Well killed.
No one present felt fear. On the contrary, they all applauded. Life and death had been determined, and everyone began to leave the arena.
What an imposing courtyard!
The Limping Martial Arts School was built with great grandeur. Its vermilion gates, lifelike stone lions, and towering walls all spoke volumes about the school's extraordinary strength. Within the courtyard, the synchronized shouts of martial arts practice rang out, full of vigor and stirring a sense of longing in the listener.
Young man, are you here to learn martial arts?
The two guards at the entrance, noticing Xie Xun lingering for some time, stepped forward to inquire.
Indeed, I've heard that the Limping Martial Arts School is the finest in Xuanan County, and I've long admired it.
Xie Xun quickly nodded.
Haha, young man, you've made the right choice by choosing our Limping School.
Flattered by the praise, the guard couldn't help but perform a set of punches on the spot, each movement fierce and powerful.
The master of our Limping School is a highly skilled martial artist, a first-class expert in the martial world. All our instructors are masters, and every apprentice who leaves our doors becomes a renowned hero across the land. Really?
Xie Xun's eyes lit up as he tightly grasped the guard's fist.
Of course. And our fees are quite reasonable, only 6 taels per month. Farewell.
Before the guard could finish, Xie Xun immediately let go. Without a moment's hesitation, as if he had made a firm decision, he turned and walked away, leaving the 2 guards bewildered in the wind. The limping school wasn't the only one in the west of the city. After leaving, Xie Xun sought out other martial arts schools. The tuition at the other schools ranged from a minimum of 3 taels to a maximum of 5 taels per month, almost like robbery. Indeed, the poor study letters, the rich practice martial arts. The ancients were not wrong. Patting the mere 3 taels of silver on his person, Xie Xun had no choice but to abandon the idea of enrolling in a martial arts school.
A single coin can stump a hero. First find a job, and then talk about learning martial arts when I have an income.
Walking along the road, Xie Xun's eyes constantly scanned the shopfronts, trying to spot any with hiring notices. But after several streets, he found none. Rubbing his protesting stomach, Xie Xun found a noodle stall and ordered several bowls before sitting down.
Young man, might I share this table?
Before the noodles arrived, a Taoist carrying a fortune-telling banner walked over and asked to join him.
Of course, please do, master.
Xie Xun nodded, not refusing. The Taoist before him was neatly dressed with a ruddy complexion. Though his hair was gray, his eyes were as bright and clear as a newborn's. Clearly, he was no ordinary person. Since this world had martial arts, perhaps fortune-telling was also genuine.
Boss, give me a bowl of noodles too,
the Taoist called out to the owner. While waiting, Xie Xun curiously looked at the banner in the Taoist's hand, which bore the words 3 refusals.
Are you curious about my 3 refusals, young man?
The Taoist noticed Xie Xun's gaze and smiled.
Indeed, master, I am somewhat curious. My 3 refusals are: first, I do not read for those without faith; second, I do not read for the disrespectful; third, I do not read when in a bad mood.
The Taoist stroked his beard.
Other fortune-tellers are eager to do as many readings as possible to earn money, but why do you set so many rules for yourself, master?
Xie Xun was puzzled.
It is heaven's will.
The Taoist smiled and pointed upward.
Since it's heaven's will, I won't ask further.
Seeing the Taoist unwilling to elaborate, Xie Xun knew when to stop.
Your noodles are ready, sir.
Soon the stall owner brought over all 4 bowls.
Master, if you don't mind, please take this bowl first.
Xie Xun pushed a bowl of noodles toward him.
Woof!
Little Black mimicked him, standing on its hind legs and nudging its own bowl toward the Taoist.
Ha ha, in that case, I thank the young man and the canine brother.
The Taoist laughed heartily and accepted the noodles. Soon the noodles were eaten. After paying, Xie Xun got up to leave.
Young man, wait. Since we are fated to meet today, let me give a reading for you and your canine brother. How about it?
The Taoist hurried after him.
Little Black thanked the master quickly. Woof!
Xie Xun's face lit up with joy as he quickly pulled Little Black to express thanks. Then they found a spot. The Taoist took out a tortoise shell from his robe and tossed 3 copper coins inside. Clink, clink, clink. After shaking it, the coins fell to the ground and both man and dog looked down.
How strange! How strange!
The Taoist frowned slightly, then looked at Xie Xun with a hint of confusion on his face.
There is actually someone I cannot read. What's wrong, master? This reading doesn't count. Let me try again.
The Taoist picked up the coins and cast another hexagram. After the result appeared, his frown deepened.
This shouldn't be. Everything in the world follows heaven's will, so how can it be unreadable? Master, perhaps we should. Young man, wait a moment. Let me cast one more.
The Taoist seemed determined to wrestle with the hexagrams. The coins clinked inside the tortoise shell repeatedly, but over a dozen readings yielded nothing.
Impossible. This is impossible.
The Taoist muttered to himself, staring at the shell and coins in his hands, beginning to doubt his own existence.
Master, could it be that not being able to read it is itself a form of heaven's will?
Seeing the Taoist's unstable state, Xie Xun cautiously offered. Upon hearing this, the Taoist suddenly lifted his head and let out a relieved smile.
Thank you for enlightening me, young man. I nearly fell into demonic obsession. How improper. Improper. I was just speaking offhandedly.
Xie Xun chuckled.
Since I cannot read for you, let me cast 2 readings for your canine brother.
Then the Taoist turned to Little Black. Clink, clink, clink. The hexagram appeared quickly and a look of surprise crossed the Taoist's face.
This canine brother seems to have consumed something extraordinary. Its lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary dogs, at least 80 years.
Something extraordinary. Those 6 words immediately made Xie Xun think of the golden flesh-like object he had fished out of the river outside Xiahe village. Damn, if this is true, then this Taoist truly possesses great abilities. Xie Xun's gaze toward the Taoist shifted instantly, now filled with respect. Clink, clink, clink. The second reading for Little Black fell. The Taoist examined the hexagram deep in thought.
What is it, master?
Xie Xun asked eagerly.
This canine brother has an extraordinary destiny. I heard you call him Little Black. Yes.
Xie Xun answered truthfully.
His destiny is remarkable, but this name does not match it. Young man, you should give him a new name.
The Taoist put away the tortoise shell and coins, then advised.
Thank you for the guidance, master.
Xie Xun quickly expressed his gratitude.
Our fate ends here today. I take my leave.
The Taoist picked up his banner and turned to go.
Farewell, master.
Woof.
Woof.
Xie Xun and Little Black stayed put, watching him leave. Just as they turned around, the Taoist's voice echoed in their ears again.
By the way, young man, you and your canine brother might find fortune in the east of the city.
Xie Xun spun around abruptly, but amidst the bustling crowd the Taoist was already gone.
This must be a hidden master like Hong Qigong from the stories. If such a figure can appear in a small county, how dangerous must this world be?
Xie Xun shuddered. He realized he must never underestimate anyone who seemed ordinary. If he accidentally provoked someone who looked common but was actually a hidden supreme master, a casual slap could turn him into mincemeat.
Little Black, that Taoist was a true master. We can't go around baring our teeth at everyone anymore. What if we run into another one? So from now on we must be calm and peaceful in our dealings, understand? Woof.
Little Black nodded quickly.
Besides, a master like that Taoist could even divine what you ate. Do you think he couldn't find your location? Even if he's not a master, we must never provoke him. What if he has a master who can read fortunes behind him? Whimper.
Little Black tucked its tail between its legs. This world was terrifying.
So we must be cautious. Cautious. And even more cautious. Woof.
Little Black nodded earnestly.
Good. The Taoist said there's fortune for us in the east of the city. Let's go check it out now. Tonight we'll discuss changing your name. Woof.
Man and dog walked away, gradually disappearing into the crowd.
Damn it! Damn it! Where did so many rats suddenly come from?
Inside the Taiping warehouse, a portly, richly dressed middle-aged man holding an account book paced back and forth with a worried expression. The man was named Zhou Kai, the owner of this warehouse. Meow. In the corner, a tabby cat with a belly round and swollen from overeating lay on the ground, letting out a very satisfied cry. Behind it lay a few gnawed rat heads. Then a huge rat scurried past the tabby cat and fled swiftly toward the outside. Yet the tabby cat showed no intention of giving chase, still lying on the ground.
They say cats catch mice, but you lot, once you're full you won't work, ignoring a rat running right past your eyes.
Zhou Kai, witnessing this scene, was seething with anger as he pointed at the tabby cat and lectured it. However, the cat kept its eyes tightly shut, completely ignoring him. Helpless, Zhou Kai flicked his sleeves and walked out of the warehouse, cursing under his breath. Just as he stepped out, another rat scurried past his feet, boldly running right in front of him.
Damn rat daring to toy with me!
Zhou Kai's rage flared, and he grabbed a wooden stick nearby, chasing after it directly. On the street, Xie Xun and Xiao He were searching everywhere for the so-called opportunity the Taoist had mentioned. Suddenly, a huge black rat darted out from the alley entrance ahead. That rat was enormous, with sleek, glossy fur. Its body plus tail was longer than his forearm. A true giant rat. The rat seemed frightened by something, utterly unafraid of humans or dogs charging straight toward them.
Woof!
The next moment, Xiao He lunged forward, clamped its jaws around the giant rat's head, and gave it a shake. Crack! The rat's neck snapped, leaving its hind legs twitching occasionally. Not yet dead, but close.
Damned rat!
Before Xiao He could release its grip, a furious roar came from the alley, followed by a stick swinging down at them.
Whoa!
Xie Xun's pupils contracted. He instinctively raised his arm to block the strike, then grabbed the stick and yanked it away. With the boost from the Reincarnation Mark doubling his physical strength, his power was more than doubled. Plus, this body had been doing farm work since childhood, so his base strength was no small matter. Ouch! A cry of pain rang out, and a portly figure in fine clothes appeared falling flat on the ground.
Isn't this Boss Joe? How did you fall?
A passing villager recognized the man and quickly helped him up. Trouble. Xie Xun's hand trembled as he tossed the stick aside, then slipped behind the crowd with Xiaohei trying to leave as if nothing had happened.
Stop right there!
Several angry shouts came from behind. Xie Xun covered his face with his hand. He couldn't escape after all.
You knocked Boss Joe down and think you can run. You've got some nerve, kid. Come with us to the authorities. Yeah, drag him to the yamen.
Several villagers rolled up their sleeves and charged forward angrily. Seeing trouble, Xie Xun clenched his fists and assumed a defensive stance, shielding Xiaohei behind him.
Woof woof woof.
Xiaohei was about to bare its teeth, but suddenly recalled Xie Xun's teachings, suppressing its instinct and just barking at the crowd.
Stop! Stop it!
Zhou called out from behind, holding a dead giant rat. The crowd halted and made way for him.
Boss Joe, this kid knocked you down and tried to. Misunderstanding. Fellow villagers, it's all a misunderstanding. I was chasing a rat and nearly hit this young brother with my stick. It's not his fault.
Zhou held up the rat and explained quickly.
Oh, such a big rat. So that's how it was.
The onlookers suddenly understood. Those who had rolled up their sleeves to help, realizing their mistake, blushed deeply.
I'm sorry, young brother. These folks were just trying to help, not meaning to offend you. I apologize on their behalf.
Zhou clasped his hands and bowed to Xie Xun, but the young man quickly supported him. His hands were like iron clamps, preventing Zhou from lowering himself.
Oh, such great strength!
Zhou was inwardly amazed. No wonder he had snatched the stick away.
You're too kind, Boss Joe. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared, we'll be on our way if there's nothing else.
Xie Xun turned to leave after helping him up.
Young brother, wait.
Zhou called out hurriedly.
Is there something else?
Xie Xun turned back, wondering if he wanted compensation.
Was this giant rat killed by your big black dog?
Zhou pointed at the rat on the ground.
Yes.
Xie Xun nodded, admitting it. The rat had been too fast for him to stop Xiaohei from going for the kill. Hearing the confirmation, Zhou eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaohei. Who said only cats catch mice? This dog's pretty good at it too.
Would you sell this dog, young brother?
Zhou rubbed his hands together hopefully.
Not for sale. He's my brother, absolutely not for sale.
Xie Xun's eyes turned wary as he shielded Xiaohei.
You might misunderstand, young brother. I run a grain business in town, but my warehouse is plagued by rats. Seeing your dog take down a giant rat so quickly, I wanted to buy it to control the infestation.
Zhou explained.
Not for sale. I'd never sell him.
Xie Xun was adamant. Zhou pondered for a moment, then spoke again.
How about this? I'd like to hire you and your dog as warehouse guards, with a monthly wage of 500 coppers. What do you think? 500 coppers.
The bystanders gasped, looking at Xie Xun with envy. His eyes lit up. 500 a month, 1 tael, and 2 months, 6 taels a year. A fortune.
Boss Joe, what about room and board?
Xie Xun couldn't help asking.
I'll cover that naturally. You're a generous, Boss Joe. I'd be honored to accept.
Xie Xun was overjoyed, realizing this must be the opportunity the Taoist had spoken of. Then they followed the boss to the warehouse, and Xie Xun and Xiaohei's eyes went wide.
So much grain.
Inside, grain was piled like mountains, with golden unhusked rice scattered across the floor, like a carpet of gold stirring the heart. But among the rice lay many black specks like black pearls. Yet, why would there be black pearls in a grain warehouse? Looking closer, good heavens, they were all rat droppings. In the corner, a few tabby cats with bellies bloated from overeating lay unafraid of strangers just rolling over to sleep. Red heads also popped out from the rice piles, peeking at them briefly before ducking back.
Is this a granary or a rat's nest?
The sight left Xie Xun utterly dumbfounded. After inspecting the warehouse, Xie Xun decided to let Xiaohei demonstrate his skills, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease keeping the 501. Upon sharing this idea with Zhou, the man's face split into a grin that wouldn't fade.
However, these rats have all gone into hiding. We need to drive them out first,
Xie Xun said, stroking his chin.
That's easy enough. I'll arrange it immediately.
Zhou left, and soon returned with several helpers, each carrying a gong. They first took away the well-fed civet cat to prevent it from causing trouble later.
Xiao when the rats come out, just bite them to death like before. Don't eat them this time.
Xie Xun crouched down and patted the dog's head, reminding him.
Woof. Woof.
Xiao lifted a paw and placed it on his leg as if to say,
Don't worry, master.
Then the helpers spread out across the warehouse and simultaneously struck their gongs. Clang, clang, clang. The thunderous sound of the gongs terrified the rats. Immediately over a dozen rats scurried out from the rice, scattering grains everywhere. Zhou watched in fury.
Woof!
Xiao let out a fierce bark and charged at the rats. With a swift, precise bite, he clamped down on a rat's head, then gave a sharp shake and flung it aside. The rat landed with only half a breath left, twitching on the ground. With just one bite, one shake, and one toss, a rat was instantly neutralized, far faster than any civet cat could manage. Zhou watched with unbridled joy, a smile never leaving his face. He became increasingly convinced that Xiao was a divine dog. Soon over 20 rat corpses littered the ground, each one plump and enormous. The remaining rats had grown wise. No matter how loudly the gongs rang, they refused to emerge from the rice. Xiao returned to Xie Xun's side, panting and looking up at him, as if seeking praise.
Good boy, Xiao. Well done.
Xie Xun was overjoyed and brought out a water pouch to clean the dog's mouth.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Zhou exclaimed 3 times, his eyes nearly disappearing into his smile. He stepped forward, grabbed Xie Xun's hand, and insisted on treating him and Xiao to a meal at a restaurant. Seeing the man's sincere insistence, Xie Xun didn't refuse. Soon Zhou led them to the largest restaurant in the eastern part of the city. With a grand flourish, Boss Zhou ordered an entire table of dishes, including 2 whole chickens. One was placed on the table for them, and the other was specially reserved for Xiao. The dog was so thrilled that its tail wagged like a propeller. Amidst the clinking glasses and lively conversation, the meal was a joyous affair. Xie Xun also learned from their talk about the extraordinary background of Boss Zhou. Zhou owned the Taiping Trading Company in Xuanan County, dealing in grain. He had some familial ties with the county magistrate. Because the Taiping Trading Company offered fair prices for grain, neither driving down prices in bountiful years nor inflating them during famines, it had earned a sterling reputation. This was precisely why so many commoners had rushed to help when Zhou fell earlier. In short, they had encountered a truly good person. The meal stretched into the evening. A slightly tipsy Zhou was helped away by his men, leaving one person to escort Xie Xun to his prepared lodging.
Here we are, Brother Xie. This will be your residence from now on. Thank you for guiding me, Brother Xiong. I hope you'll look out for me in the future.
The Brother Xiong Xie Xun referred to as Wang Xiong, the warehouse manager of the Taiping Trading Company. The warehouse Xie Xun had visited earlier was merely one of the many under his supervision.
It's nothing. The curfew will begin soon, Brother Xie. You should rest early.
With those words, and a key, Wang Xiong departed. After watching him leave, Xie Xun turned his gaze to the nearby warehouse. Zhou had arranged his lodging right beside it, less than 50 meters away. Unlocking the brass lock on the door, he was greeted by a small courtyard in which grew a large tree he didn't recognize. Inside there was a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a latrine. Though each space was small, it was a compact yet complete dwelling. Xie Xun tidied up a bit and used some clean water to groom Xiao's fur. Then they darted from the bedroom to the living room, touching this and peeking at that, their faces filled with curiosity. Night had fully fallen. Xie Xun lit an oil lamp in the bedroom and looked down at Xiao, who was crouched by his feet. He reached out and patted the dog's head.
Xiao, we have a home again. Woof. Woof.
Xiao panted, his tail wagging incessantly, his face beaming with happiness.
Now when we talk at night, no one will come to yell at us for being noisy. Woof. And we won't have to pay the boss for using the oil lamp. We can keep it lit as long as we want. Woof. Woof. And we'll get 500 every month. We can buy so many roast chickens. Woof.
Just thinking about the taste of roast chicken made his mouth water.
Don't worry. When I get my wages, I'll definitely buy you another roast chicken. No, two. We'll eat chicken until we're full. Woof. He with food, a place to stay, and family to keep us company. This is what a home feels like. Woof, woof, woof.
Man and dog exchanged a glance, both seeing the ease and contentment on each other's faces.
By the way, that Taoist priest said we should change your name. How about we pick a nice auspicious one? Woof.
Xiao He nodded eagerly, panting, and looking at him with anticipation.
How about Wang Kai? It means we're sure to get rich.
Xiao He immediately retracted his tongue, and the smile vanished from his face.
Alright, let's change it then. How about Fulu? It represents good fortune and wealth. The meaning is excellent. Woof!
Xiao He tilted his head slightly, not entirely satisfied with this name either.
Still no good. Then how about Xiao Tian?
Xiao He tilted his head to the other side, still showing no reaction.
Don't look down on the name Xiao Tian. It's the king of dogs, of being called the sun-swallowing deity capable of devouring even the sun in the sky.
Xie Xun explained, patting the dog's head.
Woof!
Upon hearing this, Xiao He stuck out his tongue and broke into a smile. This name was good.
From now on you shall be called Xiao Tian.
Seeing that he had finally accepted the new name, Xie Xun couldn't help but smile.
Woof!
Xiao Tian joyfully circled around Xie Xun, his tail wagging with such force it sounded like a whirring fan.
Alright, Xiao Tian, let's turn in early. Tomorrow is our first official day on the job, and we can't be late.
Xie Xun reached out and patted the dog's head.
Woof!
Man and dog squeezed together onto the bed and soon fell asleep. At daybreak they rose early and went to wait by the warehouse. Before long, Brother Zhang, the other warehouse keeper, arrived with a few meat buns and the key, unlocking the warehouse door. After a hearty breakfast, the warehouse echoed with barking as the rat-catching work officially began. After securing a legitimate job as a warehouse keeper, Xie Xun finally settled down in Xunan County. Subsequently, he began living a monotonous routine akin to that of an office worker commuting between 2 points. His daily trajectory was simply home, warehouse, home. However, Zhou Kai lived up to his reputation as a benevolent boss, granting his workers a few days off each month while still paying their wages. During these times, Xie Xun would take Xiao Tian to the streets, lingering for long moments at every stall that piqued his curiosity. He only reluctantly left when the stall owners, noticing his habit of looking without buying, began to shoo him away. After a month, Xie Xun had gained a general understanding of Xunan County, and the locations of most shops were already etched into his memory. At the end of the month, the 500 won-in wages that Zhou Kai had promised were delivered, and he also granted all the workers a day off. Elated, Xie Xun took Xiao Tian on a spending spree, buying an entire roast chicken and a roast duck in one go, eating until his mouth was slick with grease. In the courtyard, after Xie Xun and Xiao Tian had eaten their fill, they lay on the recliner. He had made himself close their eyes to bask in the sun, wearing expressions of utter contentment.
Woof woof!
Xiao Tian nudged Xie Xun with his snout, then extended a paw to pat the money pouch, staring straight at him with wide eyes. We have money now. When are we going to learn martial arts?
500 won a month. It'll take 10 months to save up for 1 month's tuition at the martial arts school. The path to learning martial arts is long and arduous.
Xie Xun rubbed the money pouch in his hand, scratched the dog's head, and couldn't help but sigh. Whimper. A flicker of disappointment passed through Xie Xun's eyes as he lay back down on his own recliner.
Wait a moment, Xiao Tian. Who said you have to go to a martial arts school to learn martial arts?
Xie Xun suddenly sat up straight, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
Woof!
Xiao Tian quickly scrambled up from the recliner and burrowed into Xie Xun's arms.
We can buy some simple basic martial arts manuals and learn step by step from them ourselves.
Xie Xun hugged the dog's head and chuckled. He remembered seeing a place that specialized in selling information about the martial world while wandering in the western part of the city earlier. There might just be basic martial arts manuals there.
Woof!
Xie Xun's eyes also lit up. His master was so smart.
Let's buy some manuals.
Xie Xun sprang up like a shot, grabbed his previous savings along with his newly issued wages, and charged towards the western part of the city with Xiao Tian. As he passed the life and death platform in the west of the city, Xie Xun couldn't help but take an extra glance. Ever since the life and death duel between Zhang Daolong and Sun Ningyuan last time, no one had stepped onto that platform again. But thinking about it, if there were mortal enmities, most were settled outside the city. Few would come into the city to hold a life and death duel in full public view. Xie Xun withdrew his gaze and continued forward. The Heroic Heroes Pavilion. This was the place Xie Xun had mentioned that sold information about the martial world. It specialized in collecting various deeds from the martial arts world, compiling them into books, and selling them to youths and maidens who yearned for the loves and hates of the Jianghu.
It was said that the owner of the Heroic Heroes Pavilion was once a renowned figure in the Jianghu, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly retired from it. This was an imposing three-story pavilion with countless young swordsmen wielding large blades and long swords entering and exiting. They were full of vigor and stepped into the building filled with anticipation for the Jianghu. A couplet hung at the entrance, its characters bold and flowing, allegedly written by the owner himself. The first line read, "The dangerous Jianghu breathes countless bloody storms." The second line read, "The strife of the martial world tempers many heroes." Xie Xun had no idea if the couplet was correctly arranged. After all, the characters were so wildly scribbled that he couldn't read a single one. He only knew what others had told him. Feeling the money on him, a vibrant energy appeared on Xie Xun's face. He strode into the Heroic Heroes Pavilion with Xiaoyan. It is said that on that day, the moon was dark and the wind high, the perfect time for a thief to showcase his skills. The thief saint, his identity a mystery known to none, was famed for never failing in his thefts, earning him the title of thief saint in the Jianghu. He silently infiltrated the prime minister's mansion, which wielded immense power over the court. Through a series of clever maneuvers, he succeeded, laden with loot. Just as he planned to use his transcendent lightness skill to vanish into the vast night under its cover. But was the dignified prime minister's mansion so easy to leave? Just as the thief saint, moving like a ghost, thought he had distanced himself from the mansion, after a few bounds he unexpectedly encountered the renowned Ouyang Jieling, known as the 100-mile flying flower. This Ouyang Jieling was a formidable figure in the Jianghu. His peerless skill of plucking flowers and leaves to wound enemies from 100 miles away struck fear into countless demonic overlords. A faint knowing smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. Unhurriedly he plucked a petal from a roadside flower and gently flicked it. That petal seemed to gain a spirit, traversing hundreds of meters to precisely strike the smug thief saint, forcefully knocking him down from midair. The Heroic Heroes Pavilion was bustling with noise. Several resident storytellers were on stage, vividly recounting legends of the martial world. The audience below was completely captivated. At the climax of the tales, countless listeners were flushed with excitement, their hearts filled with longing for the magnificent and turbulent Jianghu. The money pouches at their waists seemed to cry out in dismay, as copper coins were reluctantly spat out and thrown onto the stage, their forms gradually growing flat. Xie Xun and Xiaotian were also listening with great relish. He instinctively reached for his money pouch, hesitated in inner struggle, and finally tossed a few copper coins. The storyteller on stage was putting in so much effort that he couldn't bear to freeload. To protect his remaining money, Xie Xun suppressed his curiosity and reluctantly left the place. The Pavilion of Hidden Martial Arts. Xie Xun shifted his gaze from the plaque to the sandalwood bookshelves lined up inside. Martial arts manuals were displayed openly on the shelves, available for anyone to browse. Surprisingly, there was no concern about theft. But thinking about it, this was the Heroic Heroes Pavilion, and the manuals on the shelves were all basic ones. Those capable of stealing them wouldn't be interested, and those interested lacked the ability to steal. Young master, are you looking to select a few suitable martial arts skills to protect yourself, yet feeling lost and unable to find your goal? Suddenly, a young woman with a face that was not exquisitely beautiful but possessed an excellent demeanor appeared silently behind him. Her opening words startled him. Xie Xun instinctively stepped back 2 paces, clutching his money pouch warily. Both he and the dog widened their eyes. Being able to approach them so silently, she was definitely a master. Hey young master, please follow me. Tell me whatever manual you desire. The young woman let out a light laugh and then walked ahead of him, completely unguarded. Xie Xun followed with Xiaotian, then after a moment's thought asked, "Do you have any external hardening techniques that focus on physical defense?" Young master has excellent taste. The Jianghu is perilous. While open attacks are easy to block, hidden arrows are hard to defend against. External hardening techniques specialize in defense, most suitable for young swordsmen new to the Jianghu, to guard against ambushes from the shadows. The young woman said with a smile, then lightly leaped up to retrieve a manual from the top shelf. On its cover were 3 large characters, Iron Shirt. It is said that this Iron Shirt technique was created by a general 1,000 years ago, and is now the mainstream body forging method in the military. Having been refined over the centuries by masters of the Iron Shirt, it demands little in terms of talent, and shows results quickly. For a young gentleman just starting out in the Jianghu like yourself, it is undoubtedly an excellent body forging martial art. The young lady introduced with a beaming smile.
However, as Xie Xun reached out to take it, she dodged away.
Forgive me, young master, but the building master has decreed that all martial arts manuals must be purchased before they can be perused.
A gentleman as handsome as you surely possesses a photographic memory and extraordinary talent. If I let you preview it, the master would certainly not let me off lightly. The young lady stepped back a few paces, blinking playfully, as she explained with a pitiful tone.
May I ask if there are any more advanced body forging techniques?
Xie Xun did not press her further. After a moment of contemplation, he asked instead.
Young master, you may not know this, but the path of martial arts is akin to building a towering edifice. If you wish to erect a skyscraper and become a legendary hero etched in history, the foundation must be all the more deep and solid.
The young lattice's words were quite tactful. The implication was clear: you are a novice in the Jianghu with no martial foundation whatsoever, so do not set your sights on profound techniques yet, or you risk an unstable foundation and hidden troubles.
Then it'll take a lightness skill as well.
Xie Xun, being one to heed advice, did not persist, but instead set his sights on lightness skills. He had long coveted the constable's skill of water stride.
Please wait a moment, young master.
The young lady walked towards a distant bookshelf, and soon returned with another manual.
Fleetfoot.
Xie Xun looked at the lightness skill manual in the young lattice's hand, the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. Was it really necessary to offer such a basic lightness skill? The young lady chuckled softly before explaining.
Young master, you may not know, but although the name Fleetfoot is inelegant, it encompasses all the fundamentals of footwork, allowing for a perfect transition to other lightness skills.
If you master it completely, learning other lightness skills will be twice the result with half the effort.
I see. Thank you for telling me, miss.
A look of sudden understanding dawned on Xie Xun's face, and he patted the dog's head. See, professionals truly are different. Coming to the elite tower was indeed the right choice. However, besides a body forging technique and a lightness skill, he would at least need an internal energy technique, a fist technique, a blade technique, and so on.
Young master, I see a hint of worry on your brow. Are you considering internal energy techniques?
The young lady saw right through Xie Xun. For a spirited youth like him, utterly ignorant of martial arts, and yearning for the Jianghu, recommending a full set of basic techniques was always the right approach.
Exactly. Exactly.
Xie Xun's eyes lit up. Truly, she was a professional. From then on, the young lady completely grasped Xie Xun's thoughts, constantly pitching various basic martial arts techniques to him, occasionally throwing in a compliment or two, making his heart bloom with joy.
Young master, what do you think of this iron shirt? Bye. Young master, what about this Fleetfoot? Bye. Young master, bye. Young.
After a long while, Xie Xun walked out of the elite tower, with a silly grin on his face, clutching 3 manuals in his hands. Looking at the newly acquired manuals in his hands, his heart was filled with joy. Everyone in the elite tower was talented, spoke pleasantly, and was easy on the eyes. He absolutely loved it there. But in the next moment, a look of reluctance flashed across Xie Xun's face, as he hugged the 3 manuals tightly.
Damn it, if only I had more money, I would really buy all the manuals.
The lightness skill cost 300 when, the body forging technique 700 when, and the internal energy technique 2 taels of silver. These 3 manuals had cost him 3 taels of silver, nearly wiping out his savings.
Pain. Such pain, my money.
Xie Xun clutched his chest. In the heat of the moment during payment, he had been carried away, but now that he came to his senses, the pain of his spent money made it hard to breathe. Passers-by cast curious glances, wondering what was going on. Noticing the stare, Xie Xun quickly hid the 3 manuals, worth most of his fortune, inside his clothes, grabbed Xiao Tian, and swiftly made his escape.
Wow! That young man is fast!
The passers-by felt the wind stirred up by Xie Xun's sprint, and couldn't help but look on with envy. Back in his younger days, he too had been a famous fleet-foot runner in the surrounding villages. Bang! After rushing home, Xie Xun immediately slammed the door shut and quickly dropped the bolts. Then he slipped into the room, making sure all the windows were secured before carefully pulling the 3 manuals out from his clothes.
Iron shirt, Fleetfoot.
And
return to origin technique.
These 3 manuals were what Xie Xun had settled on after much deliberation at the counter, covering defense, escape, and stamina, ensuring he could maximize his chances of survival and escape when facing enemies. After all, the system's reincarnation only applied to death by illness or old age. If he were to be slashed by someone, he would truly be done for. He had originally wanted to buy a fist technique and a staff technique too, but unfortunately, he had no money left.
I don't have much money left, I can't squander it. I need to save it first.
Xie Xun felt his nearly empty money pouch, then looked around the room. After a moment, he found a wine jar to use as a piggy bank, stashed the money inside, and hid it under the bed.
Xiao Tian, come quick. This is an internal energy technique.
Back at the table, Xie Xun picked up the internal energy manual.
Return to origin technique.
His heart brimming with curiosity. Opening the manual, the first thing that met his eyes was a poem which read,
Heaven and Earth's primordial chi nurtures all life, the 5 grains nourish human emotions. Natural talents are hard to equalize, the absorption of primordial chi varies in weight. The world toils seeking techniques to transform primordial chi into essence. Diligent cultivation, tireless heart hoping to transcend into the celestial realm. The essence of the 5 grains holds mysteries, primordial chi flows within the human body. Techniques assist in unlocking the profound mysteries, heaven, earth, and man unite as one. All things in the world are connected by fate, primordial chi nourishment reveals divine power. If one obtains it, they should treasure it, and not betray the creation of heaven and earth.
The general meaning was that heaven and earth nourish all things with so-called primordial chi, and humans absorb this primordial chi through eating. However, due to the uneven talents of individuals, the absorption of primordial chi varies from person to person. Therefore, techniques are needed to assist in improving the absorption and utilization of primordial chi. When primordial chi accumulates to a certain extent within the body, one can manifest abilities beyond ordinary people.
The so-called accumulation of primordial chi is probably internal energy.
Xie Xun mused, stroking his chin, believing his deduction to be correct.
Woof!
Xiao Tian looked utterly bewildered, scratching at Xie Xun's leg, wondering what that long string of things was. Slap. Xie Xun slapped his forehead. Having spent so much time with Xiao Tian, he had almost forgotten that it was still a dog and couldn't read.
This is internal energy, a very powerful thing. Once I learn it, let's see if I can teach you too.
Xie Xun patted the dog's head and continued reading. What followed in the manual was the internal energy technique itself, accompanied by a few simple diagrams of the human meridian system to help explain the various acupoints mentioned in the technique.
Hey, as expected of a basic internal energy technique, the author of Return to Origin Technique was truly considerate, afraid that beginners like me wouldn't understand.
Xie Xun smirked, then focused intently, reading word by word and line by line. After finishing the entire Guiyuan art, Xie Xun rubbed his slightly sore eyes and couldn't help but marvel at the profound depth of internal cultivation techniques. Even the most basic internal art left him utterly bewildered. He recognized every single character, yet, when strung together, they eluded his comprehension. With no other choice, he set down the Guiyuan art and picked up the Swiftfoot art instead. Compared to the internal cultivation method, this lightness skill, worth only a tenth of the former, was remarkably straightforward and easy to grasp. It contained various techniques for dodging, pivoting, and explosive sprinting, along with simple yet effective exercises to strengthen the legs. Mastering these skills wouldn't allow him to walk on water, but it would greatly enhance his escape speed. The manual also indicated several acupoints on the legs that aid in explosive power, along with their precise locations and functions. Of course, these acupoints required inner force to be activated. Without it, they were merely decorative.
As expected of a basic lightness skill, the explanations are thorough.
After reading the entire manual, Xie Xun felt thoroughly satisfied. He then picked up the last one, the external hardening technique, Iron Shirt. Iron Shirt, an external martial art focusing on physical hardening, is divided into 4 stages: copper skin, iron bones, chi and blood fusion, and complete unity. Copper skin involves stimulating the skin with external force supplemented by herbal baths to gradually enhance its toughness until it becomes as resilient as cowhide. Iron bones require stretching the sinews and bones in special postures aided by medicinal wine, so that even a warhorse's charge cannot break them. Chi and blood fusion is achieved through unique breathing techniques and medicinal wine to strengthen and control the flow of chi and blood. When one can mobilize chi and blood, it will to enhance the defense of specific body parts. This stage is complete. The final stage, complete unity, means chi and blood are evenly distributed throughout the body, making it as hard as iron during exertion, impervious to ordinary blades. Beyond the training methods, the book also recorded various formulas for herbal baths and medicinal wines, all made from common market herbs at affordable prices, accessible even to ordinary families.
The name might not sound impressive, but the effects seem decent. Once mastered, I won't have to fear sneak attacks from cowards. Xie Xun was quite pleased with this as well. However, that wasn't the main point. The key issue was that since Iron Shirt is a purely external technique, practitioners often inadvertently leave lasting damage on their bodies, resulting in shorter lifespans than ordinary people. What others saw as the greatest flaw, Xie Xun considered the greatest advantage. A shorter lifespan meant he could reincarnate faster, and each reincarnation granted him a passive reincarnation mark. Hee. Thinking of this, Xie Xun couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he should practice more external hardening techniques, like Iron Shirt, in the future. All 3 manuals required relentless, persistent practice. Though they were basic, they contained profound wisdom, and Xie Xun felt content with them. Iron Shirt requires herbal baths, and Swiftfoot needs ample space. It'll start with Guiyuan art. After some thought, Xie Xun picked up the Guiyuan art again, reading it word by word in an attempt to grasp its meaning. Unconsciously, the sky had dimmed. It wasn't until he could no longer see the characters clearly that Xie Xun suddenly snapped back to reality. It's already this late. Xie Xun glanced to the side, where Xiaotian was sound asleep, at the corner of the bed, half of his dog head exposed, and a glistening string of drool hanging from his mouth, as if dreaming of something delicious. Xie Xun shook his head with a smile, and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Sniff, sniff. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air, and in his sleep Xiaotian instinctively twitched his nose, waking up abruptly seconds later. Woof! He dashed out of the room, charging toward the source of the scent. That night, after eating their fill, they returned to the room to continue studying the Guiyuan art. Over the next fortnight or so, Xie Xun delved into the manuals. Whenever he had free time, gradually conquered all the difficult points. One evening, after a hearty meal, Xiaotian sat on the floor, while Xie Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, the Guiyuan art manual resting in his lap. He had fully understood and memorized the cultivation method of the Guiyuan art. This internal technique extracted primal energy from food, making it most suitable for practice after eating. Xiaotian, don't disturb me while I'm training, Xie Xun instructed, glancing at the dog beside him. Woof! Xiaotian nodded, then trotted to the door and laid down behind it. Come on, let me see what this mysterious inner force is really like. Xie Xun closed his eyes, and following the manual's instructions began to calm his mind and sense the primal energy within his body. A quarter of an hour passed, then 2. Half an hour. His head held high, all this while gradually drooped, and soon soft snores filled the air. Whimper. Hearing the snoring behind him, Xiaotian turned around, then trotted back to the bed with his tongue lolling out. The master didn't call me to sleep. I had to come myself. Ah, my legs are numb. The next morning, a sharp gasp of pain echoed from the room. On the bed, Xie Xun struggled to lift his legs, straightening them out from their crossed position. After a long while, the numbness finally subsided, and sensation returned to his legs, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. His legs hadn't necrotized. This training is way too easy to fall asleep to. I need to find a way to stay awake. Xie Xun looked around and spotted Xiaotian sleeping soundly nearby. Hey, I've got it. That evening, Xie Xun returned from the storeroom, tied his hair to a rope, looped it over a beam, and handed an iron awl to Xiaotian, instructing him. I'm going to train now. If you see me falling asleep, remember to wake me up, got it? Woof! Xiaotian nodded, knowing exactly what to do. This time there's no way he'll fall asleep. On the bed, Xie Xun crossed his legs, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as he looked at Xiaotian standing guard, his face brimming with confidence. Once more, calm the mind, sense the primal energy. A quarter of an hour, 2, 3. Suddenly faint snoring arose in the room. Xiaotian, standing guard, jerked his head around at the sound. Seeing Xie Xun's head slowly drooping, and the rope pulling his hair taut, he happily stuck out his tongue. He promptly picked up the iron awl from the ground, angled it, and shook his head with gusto. Master, here I come. Ow, holy crap! A piercing scream erupted as Xie Xun leaped off the bed, clutching his thigh. Damn it, Xiaotian! I said wake me up, not kill me. Thank goodness. It's just a little blood. Xie Xun quickly checked the wound and breathed a sigh of relief. Whimper. Xiaotian let the awl drop to the floor, lowering his head like a child caught doing wrong. Forget it, forget it. This whole tie your hair to the beam and stab your thigh thing is too dangerous. Xie Xun patted the dog's head and sighed. What else could he do? Of course he chose to forgive him. Whimper. Xiaotian quickly nodded, happily sticking out his tongue again.
Xie Xun hurriedly untied the rope from his hair, feeling incredibly alert now.
I shouldn't fall asleep now. Time to train.
Xie Xun sighed once more, closed his eyes, and resumed his practice. The next day at the entrance of the Taiping Trading Company warehouse.
Xie Xun, what happened to you?
Brother Zhang, the keeper of the warehouse keys, noticed the dark circles under Xie Xun's eyes, and curiously leaned in to ask.
I heard a new brothel opened west of the city. You didn't. Young people need to exercise restraint.
Brother Zhang grinned and patted his shoulder, flashing a knowing look.
Where are your thoughts wandering, Brother Zhang? It's because...
Xie Xun yawned and recounted how he always dozed off while practicing his cultivation.
Nighttime is when people are naturally tired, and you're practicing in bed. How could you not fall asleep?
Brother Zhang was somewhat speechless.
Hey, race an idea, get a good night's rest tonight, and try again tomorrow at noon. If it still doesn't work, go to the apothecary and buy a refreshing sachet. That might do the trick.
Brother Zhang thought for a moment, then offered this suggestion.
Thanks, Brother Zhang. I'll try it tomorrow.
Xie Xun found the idea feasible, and silently committed it to memory. That evening he didn't practice but chose to rest early and conserve his energy. The next day, after lunch, taking advantage of a lull at the warehouse, Xie Xun asked Brother Zhang and Xiao to keep watch while he sat cross-legged to begin his training. Truth be told, Brother Zhang's advice was remarkably effective. Practicing under the sunlight kept him from dozing off, though the rustling sounds of rats in the warehouse made it hard to concentrate. Left with no choice, he went to the apothecary west of the city and bought a refreshing sachet. After hanging it by his bedside, he no longer fell asleep during evening practice, but he still couldn't grasp the essence of the vital energy within him.
This manual doesn't specify how many days it should take to learn it. Am I talented or not?
In his room, Xie Xun stared at the
Return to Origin Art
in his hands, lost in thought.
Forget it, he'll use the daytime to practice the swift leg technique, and the nighttime for the Return to Origin Art.
With this decision made, Xie Xun spent the next month brimming with energy every day. He memorized all the key points of the swift leg technique, and then, under the pretext of chasing rats in the warehouse, began practicing his lightness skill. After half a month, his swift leg technique had reached a beginner level, and his speed in dodging and moving had increased significantly. His cultivation of the Return to Origin Art also made some progress. Over the past 2 weeks, he could sense the vital energy from the food he consumed and was attempting to control it. After receiving his second month's wages, Xie Xun took the herbal bath prescription recorded in the
Iron Shirt Art
and went to the apothecary west of the city to fetch the ingredients. Although these herbs were common, the quantity required for the bath was substantial. A month's wages barely covered 2 baths, far from the once every 7 days frequency the manual demanded. Gazing at the pitch-black medicinal water in the wooden tub, Xie Xun, who had just scrubbed himself raw with coarse sand, once again deeply understood the saying, the poor study civil arts, the rich practice martial arts. Yet perhaps, thanks to the Reincarnation Mark, his doubled physical constitution allowed him to absorb the medicinal bath with exceptional efficiency. Even bathing only twice a month, he could barely keep up with the progress recorded in the manual. Days passed one after another, and before he knew it, the year had come to an end. The streets of Xuanan County were filled with a festive atmosphere. The townsfolk donned new clothes they usually saved for special occasions, and spent the money they had hoarded all year on New Year's goods they typically denied themselves. With the Taiping Trading Company's goods being both affordable and high-quality, business was exceptionally brisk these days, leaving Zhou Kai grinning from ear to ear. As New Year's Eve approached, Xie Xun, accompanied by Xiaotian, found Zhou Kai and stated his purpose.
Boss Zhou, I'd like to return to the countryside for a visit. It's Xie Xun and Xiaotian. Of course, no problem. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Zhou Kai's face was wreathed in smiles. Since Xie Xun was specifically tasked with catching rats in the warehouse, and wasn't a shop assistant, his absence for a while wouldn't matter. Not only did he agree to let Xie Xun go, but he also handed him a red envelope, a Lunar New Year's gift. Ordinarily, this red envelope would be given after the New Year's work resumed, but Zhou Kai figured Xie Xun wouldn't make it back in time, so he gave it early. Feeling the red envelope in his hand, and watching Zhou Kai bustling about the shop, Xie Xun silently wished him a long life. Back in his room, Xie Xun packed his belongings, and opened the red envelope for a look. Wow! Good heavens, there was a full tael of silver inside. No wonder it felt like a lump in his hand. Hiding the money away, Xie Xun took only a few hundred copper coins before leaving Xuanan County.
Xiutian, keep up.
As he stepped out of the city gate, he unleashed his swift leg technique and dashed swiftly towards Xia village. The area around Xuanan County had been swept clean by government troops the previous month, turning all the bandits into the county magistrate's achievements, making travel perfectly safe now.
Woof woof.
Xiaotian raced after Xie Xun, keeping pace without any difficulty, his face brimming with joy. With his sighthound lineage, he could never fully stretch his legs in the city. He hadn't run so freely in ages. Xiahe village was farther from Xuanan County than Shanghe village. It typically took 6 days to travel from the village to the county seat. But that was for an ordinary person. As for Xie Xun and Xiaotian, they reached the outskirts of the village in just over 4 days. However, he didn't enter the village, only watched quietly from outside. After all, he was considered dead now. Showing up would scare the village elders. It was New Year's Eve, and Xiahe village was decked out with lanterns and colorful banners. The little ones in the village, all dressed in beautiful new clothes, ran wild through the streets surrounded by a pack of dogs. A few kids ran too fast and accidentally bumped into a village goose. The goose immediately spread its wings and chased them all over the village, making the little one shriek in fright. The village elders brandished sticks at the goose, but it was more of a gesture, just shooing it away. Everyone watched the energetic youngsters with unceasing smiles, and the entire Xiahe village was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Seeing the lively scene in the village, a smile involuntarily spread across Xie Xun's face. Beside him, Xiaotian panted, looked up at Xie Xun, then nuzzled against him with his head.
Come on, let's go see how Gua and the others are doing.
Xie Xun patted the dog's head, then circled around the villagers' line of sight, and spotted Gua preparing the New Year's Eve dinner at home. He also noticed that the wall separating their 2 houses had been breached to create a door connecting the 2 homes into one big courtyard. Uncle Lu sat in the main hall, with a smile, watching his grandchildren bustle about preparing for the new year. But when his gaze inadvertently swept past the room Xie Xun used to live in, a trace of sorrow and longing flickered across his face. Then Xie Xun moved to another spot and gazed at the old village chief's house in the distance. He saw the elderly man lying in a rocking chair in the yard, surrounded by 2 half-grown kids, for generations under one roof, a picture of harmony. All afternoon, he quietly wandered around the village's perimeter, watching the villagers of Xiahe from afar. Seeing that they were all well, he felt relieved. As night fell, every family gathered to eat the New Year's Eve dinner, with bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter rising now and then. Outside the village, Xie Xun and Xiaotian sat under a large tree on the hillside, taking turns biting into flatbreads and occasionally sipping some wine, their faces lit up with smiles, as if infected by the village's festive mood. The moon gradually rose, and when it reached the center of the night sky, firecrackers ignited in front of the village chief's house. The crackling sounds echoed through the village, driving away the ferocious New Year beast. Boom! As the last firecracker exploded, Xie Xun rose from under the tree and bowed deeply towards Xiahe village. Xiaotian imitated him, standing on his hind legs and folding his front paws together to bow a few times toward the village.
Let's see who's faster.
Before Xiaotian could lower his paws, Xie Xun suddenly shouted and dashed off.
Woof woof.
Xiaotian quickly snapped out of it and gave chase. Inside the village, Gua, who was in the yard, suddenly looked up at the large tree on the hillside outside, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes.
Strange, why does it feel like someone familiar passed by?
Xie Xun and Xiaotian ran for over 10 li in one breath, arriving at a nearby mountain god temple. The temple was utterly dilapidated, its 2 main doors long gone, the surrounding walls riddled with cracks, one wall half collapsed, and a gaping hole in the roof overhead. When the mountain wind blew, the cold air howled straight through the entire temple, making the inside hardly different from the outside. Fortunately, the floor was paved with stone slabs, making it a cleaner place to sleep than the open ground. Bright moonlight streamed through the hole in the roof, illuminating the statue of the mountain god within the temple. This mountain god was not human-shaped, but a large sphere covered in ravines. It was not a deity that was worshipped, but the Tai Sui of the mountains. However, the villagers of Xiahe village had never seen the true form of the Tai Sui. It was all just passed down by word of mouth. Who knew if such a thing truly existed in this world?
Hey, you're no match for me, Xiaotian. I win.
Outside the temple, Xie Xun hugged the firewood he had just gathered, looking at Xiaotian, who carried a branch in its mouth, his face brimming with the joy of victory.
Woof!
Xiao Yan entered the temple, dropped the branch, and then gazed at Xie Xun with admiration. Indeed, the master was formidable. Running on 2 legs was faster than his 4. Piling up the branches and dry wood, adding some leaves, Xie Xun took out a fire striker and lit them. He then moved some items to shield the fire, ensuring the wind outside wouldn't extinguish the flames. The firelight gradually brightened, and its warmth slowly dispelled the cold from both man and dog.
Sleep now, Xiao Yan. Tomorrow we return to Xuanan County. Wine.
Xiao Tian burrowed into Xie Xun's arms, looking up at him. Leaving so soon?
Seeing that everyone is fine is enough. We shouldn't disturb them lest we scare Uncle Lu and send him to an early grave.
Wine. Xiao Tian nodded, seemingly understanding. Xie Xun patted its head, then held it close, leaning against the pillar behind him, and slowly drifted off to sleep. After an unknown time, feeling the growing cold around him, Xie Xun frowned. After a moment, he could no longer endure, and opened his eyes. The fire before him was about to die out, its glow already dim. He quickly grabbed the remaining branches from the ground and threw them in, and the flame slowly revived.
I need to relieve myself.
Glancing at Xiaotian still sound asleep beside him, Xie Xun tiptoed up and went behind the temple to a sheltered spot to answer nature's call. Soon he returned with a relieved expression, sat back down by the pillar, closed his eyes, and continued to rest.
Help! Help!
Yet before Xie Xun could fall asleep again, faint cries came from outside the temple. The voice was clear, like a woman's, filled with panic, as if she had encountered danger.
Xiao Yan! Xiao Yan!
Xie Xun quickly patted the dog's head beside him.
Woof!
Forcibly awakened, Xiao Yan looked at him in confusion. What was happening? Was it dawn?
Shoo! Listen!
Xie Xun grabbed Xie Xun's muzzle and pointed toward the main entrance.
Help! Is anyone there to save me?
The voice grew clearer, indicating the woman calling for help was approaching the temple. Xie Xun's eyes widened, its mind instantly alert. It had heard it too.
Don't make a sound. Take our things and wait behind the temple. I'll check from the roof.
Xie Xun released Xie Xun's muzzle and quietly slipped away. Xiao Yan quickly grabbed the bundle from the ground, glanced toward the entrance, and then slipped away too. The temple wasn't very high, and Xie Xun reached the roof, with little effort, holding a wooden stick he had picked up from the floor. He cautiously peeked out, looking toward the direction of the distant voice. In the nearby woods, a blurry figure was staggering toward him. As the maiden drew nearer, aided by the bright moonlight, Xie Xun could make out her appearance. She appeared to be a young girl of 17 or 18, with a slender frame and delicate features, but her hair was disheveled, her clothes somewhat thin, and marked with many tears. She cried for help, occasionally glancing behind her, her manner panicked. She looked as if she had fled in haste after being robbed by bandits. Seeming to spot the firelight in the temple, joy lit up her face, and she hurriedly ran toward it.
Help! Please, hero in the temple, save me. I was returning to my hometown for a visit when I encountered mountain bandits on the way. Please!
Perhaps too excited, before she could even enter the temple, she tripped and fell to the ground, letting out a piercing cry. On the roof, Xie Xun tightened his grip on the wooden stick, staring coldly at the girl on the ground. Something was wrong. Completely wrong. A lone young girl in the dead of winter claiming to be robbed by bandits, yet the distant woods remained utterly silent. This was clearly suspicious. Xie Xun glanced at the wooden stick in his hand, then at the distance between the roof and the ground, and quickly made a decision.
Hero in the temple. Please!
The girl had just pitifully scrambled to her feet, when before she could finish, a dark shadow fell from above. A dull thud rang out, and a sharp pain shot through her head. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Having succeeded, Xie Xun quickly stepped back, poked the girl with a wooden stick, and confirmed she was out cold. Only then did he drag her over to the fire.
Xiao Yan!
He threw the stick into the fire and called out toward the door. Woof woof. A dog's head poked out from behind the half-collapsed wall, its mouth still holding his bundle.
Let's run!
Xie Xun dashed over, grabbed his bundle, and sprinted off in the direction of Xuanan County. In their haste to flee, they didn't notice the faint wisps of smoke rising from the girl's forehead. They ran over 20 li in one breath, not stopping until the sky was faintly light, finding a sheltered spot.
Woof!
Xiao Yan pawed at Xie Xun, puzzled as to why he had knocked out that woman.
Do you think it's normal for a woman looking disheveled but with her makeup perfectly intact to come to this godforsaken place in the dead of night? Woof.
Xie Xun's eyes widened. No way it remembered it had done its business.
This woman is likely up to no good, probably trying to set us up for a robbery with bandits. The woods are pitch black at night, and with a strong wind it's the perfect place to hide people. Woof.
Xianxia was still confused. Why had he dragged her into the temple and placed her by the fire?
I said it's likely, not certain. There's still a chance she's genuine. If she's genuine, there must be someone protecting her, or her frail body wouldn't have escaped. By pulling her to the fire, she won't freeze to death. When her protectors arrive, they'll take her away. This way, we minimize the risk of incurring enmity for no reason and avoid being tracked down by some fortune-telling master hired by her people.
After hearing his explanation, Xianxia understood, its eyes filled with admiration for Xie Xun. Truly the master, meticulous in every detail, absolutely brilliant. Xie Xun basked in Xie Xun's adoring gaze, his heart swelling with joy, the corners of his mouth curling uncontrollably.
In
the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned mountain temple, the young girl who had been lying unconscious on the ground slowly regained consciousness. She looked at the dying fire before her, then at her surroundings, and immediately understood what had happened. She reached up to touch the top of her head, where a sharp burning sensation throbbed, as if she had been scalded by boiling water. When she withdrew her hand, she saw faint wisps of green smoke rising from her palm, accompanied by the stench of urine.
Fine. So it was the urine of a pure young virgin boy. No wonder it could knock me unconscious. Very well.
A boundless fury ignited within the girl's heart. Veins bulged across her face, and her eyes turned a bloody red. The next moment, she grabbed her own hair. With a tearing sound, she ripped off her entire scalp along with her hair and flung it into the fire. Boom! The dying flames instantly transformed into eerie green ghost fire, then erupted violently, leaping to half a man's height and casting an ominous glow throughout the mountain temple. The girl was illuminated by the firelight, her bleached skull exposed to the air, appearing utterly terrifying. Seconds later, the flames gradually returned to their normal color before extinguishing completely. A cold wind swept up the dark red embers, but within the pitch-black mountain temple, the girl was already gone. Over the following days, Xie Xun and Xianxia encountered no further mishaps. On the fourth day, they safely returned to Xuanan County. The county town was peaceful and harmonious, with smiles on the faces of all passers-by. In the distance, the clamor of gongs and drums could be heard. It was said that the county magistrate, to welcome the new spring, had specially hired a lion dance troupe to parade through the town for 3 days. No sooner had the 3-day parade ended than the owner of Xianxia Tower also put up money and made arrangements for the lion dance troupe to continue parading for another 3 days. Xie Xun and Xianxia returned home, hid their money, hastily changed into new clothes, and rushed off to join the excitement of the lion dance.
Bravo! Wonderful!
On ordinary days, common folk rarely got to witness such spectacle. Upon hearing that the lion dance would continue for 3 more days, they swarmed around the 2 lions, forming an impenetrable crowd as thunderous applause erupted. Xie Xun, arriving late, stood at the very back of the crowd. Like everyone around him, he craned his neck, his face brimming with curiosity. Though the distance was considerable, his tall stature allowed him to catch glimpses of the performance.
Woof woof!
Xianxia anxiously pawed at Xie Xun's pants, desperate to see the lion dance too.
Come on, up you go!
Xie Xun looked down at him, then chuckled. He grabbed Xianxia and lifted him up high.
Woof woof!
Xianxia wagged his tail joyfully. Time to fly.
Daddy? I want to be lifted up high like the big doggy too.
A nearby child stared wide-eyed at Xianxia, lifted high in the air, filled with envy. He cried and tugged at his father's clothes.
All right, our little girl will get it too.
The man looked at his daughter, a blissful smile spreading across his face. He scooped her up and set her on his shoulders.
Yay, big doggy, I'm as tall as you now.
The little girl shouted happily, then reached out to pet Xianxia. Woof! Xianxia didn't dodge. He just looked at the little girl beside him, letting her stroke him, his tongue lolling out in a joyful grin. But soon he shut his mouth. It was cold, and sticking his tongue out was freezing. Day by day passed, and the 3-day parade quickly drew to a close. Yet the lion dance was not over. After a day's interval, the wealthy merchant Zhou Kai also paid for the troupe to continue their parade through the entire town for another 3 days. It was as if the town's big shots had conspired together, passing the baton like a game of hot potato, keeping the lion dance going all the way until the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month. And on that day, the lions finally got a rest, for the performance was replaced by a dragon dance. It wasn't Xie Xun's first Lantern Festival, but it was his first time celebrating it in town. The grandeur was simply beyond comparison with Xiahe village. The usual curfew was lifted for these days. Countless citizens flooded the streets. Exquisite lanterns filled the town, like countless stars, dazzling and overwhelming their eyes. The lights illuminated the entire town of Xuanan, making it as bright as day, a city that never slept. Street vendors lined up in a long dragon along the roads, their wares sold out, and smiles never left their faces. The lantern riddle gathering at the county office entrance was a lively affair. Many of the riddles were personally written by the county magistrate, and solving them came with gifts, igniting the townspeople's enthusiasm. Xie Xun, with Xiaotian in tow, barely squeezed his way into the riddle gathering. Staring at the riddles inscribed on wooden plaques hanging before him, he felt his head spin.
Truly, it's when you use your knowledge that you regret not studying more. One look at these riddles and my brain is fried.
He sifted through the riddles. After failing several attempts, he finally got lucky and guessed one correctly by sheer chance. Elated, Xie Xun followed a yeoman runner into the county office with his winning plaque and received the prize, a pair of pig ears.
Let's go, Xiaotian. Time to spend.
Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Xie Xun swaggered off with his pig ears. On the bustling street, as he pondered whether to grab some snacks, a familiar voice called out from behind.
Hey brother Xie Xun, you're here for the Lantern Festival too.
Xie Xun turned around and saw it was Brother Zhang from the typing warehouse.
Oh, Brother Zhang. How did you know I guessed the magistrate's riddle and won a pair of pig ears?
He immediately raised the pig ears high, deliberately speaking loudly. The smile on Brother Zhang's face instantly froze. Who the hell asked you that?
Oh my, incredible. A true scholar, able to guess the magistrate's riddle.
Passers-by cast admiring glances at him, every single one giving him a thumbs up. Xiaotian pressed close to Xie Xun's leg, wagging his tail so hard it seemed about to break, as if he deserved credit for those pig ears too. After nearly being praised to the heavens by the crowd, Xie Xun, grinning from ear to ear and blushing, slipped away with his pig ears. On the way, many acquaintances greeted Xie Xun, and he responded with a smile. Then he accidentally revealed the pig ears in his hand, casually letting slip that he had won them by solving the magistrate's riddle. Compliments erupted all around. Xie Xun was overjoyed, and by the time he got home late that night, his face was sore from smiling. As for Xiaotian, he felt like his tail was sore from wagging too. On the 16th day of the first month, the festive atmosphere in town gradually faded, and the citizens' lives returned to normal. Early that morning, Xie Xun arrived at the warehouse full of cheer, coincidentally running into Brother Zhang, who had just come over.
Oh, isn't this our great scholar Xie, the one who guessed the magistrate's riddle and won a pair of pig ears?
Brother Zhang shouted with exaggerated drama, his voice startlingly loud. The smile on Xie Xun's face instantly froze. He lowered his head, frantically searching for a crack in the ground, embarrassment written all over his face. If he hadn't been wearing shoes, he would have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of that ground for sure.
I've done it! Finally, I've done it! He!
In early March at noon, a cry of sheer delight erupted from Xie Xun's room, followed by a somewhat eerie low chuckle. Inside the room, the meat bun in Xie Xun's mouth tumbled to the floor as Xie Xun hoisted the dog up, tossing it repeatedly into the air. When it finally landed back on the ground, Xiaotian felt its steps falter, the floor seeming to sway beneath its paws. Staggering, it picked up the fallen meat bun from the floor, then wobbled back to the bedside, determined to gnaw on its prize even while dizzy. Meanwhile, Xie Xun, now calm, carefully sensed the faint flowing warmth within his dantian. Half a year. It had been half a year since he began cultivating the Guiyuan art, and finally, he had cultivated a thread of inner strength. Compared to the Guiyuan art, the progress of the iron shirt was also excruciatingly slow, yet, at least, he could feel his skin gradually toughening. The Guiyuan art, however, showed no sign of advancement at all. During that time, he doubted himself countless times, nearly giving up, but he persevered. Truly, persistence pays off. He had finally succeeded.
I wonder how this inner strength will enhance my abilities,
Xie Xun murmured to himself. Though burning with curiosity, he refrained from immediate experimentation. The inner strength in his dantian was newly born, fragile as an infant. Xie Xun feared that reckless tampering might snuff it out, leading him to weep in regret.
No rush. I've endured half a year, I can wait another half. Once the inner strength grows abundant and stabilizes, I'll test its enhancement on myself.
Xie Xun's gaze hardened with resolve. Having finally glimpsed hope, he now brimmed with passion for the future. Seasons turned, the granary's rice was emptied 5 times, and refilled 5 times. Xie Xun's face now bore a beard and his features had shed their youthfulness. In the blink of an eye 5 years had passed. Throughout these years, he had tirelessly cultivated the Guiyuan art iron shirt and swift legs with unwavering diligence. Over the years, the inner strength in his dantian had grown substantial, its quality far surpassing its nascent state. For years ago, Xie Xun had tried channeling inner strength to enhance himself, discovering that it boosted his power, speed, and reflexes to varying degrees. The enhancement to his strength was the most pronounced, roughly doubling it. Speed increased by more than half, and activating acupoints in his legs allowed for temporary bursts. Xie Xun couldn't quantify the reflex boost, but he knew that without inner strength, he could dodge 2 of 3 rats lunging at him simultaneously. With inner strength, he could evade all 3. As for 4 rats, he wasn't sure, as such an event had never occurred. Yet the boost came at a steep cost. With his 5 years of cultivation, he could sprint at full power for only 3/4 of an hour, less than half an hour. Fortunately, his iron shirt had progressed to the bronze skin stage, rendering his hide as tough as cowhide. He had tried slashing his arm with a cleaver, it hurt, but drew no blood, only a slight scrape. Now he was working on the iron bones chapter of the iron shirt, but progress was slow due to insufficient medicated wine for training. This wasn't because the herbs were too costly, but because no ready-made wine was available in Xianxia County. He had to brew it himself. The medicated wine for iron shirt required a minimum aging of 4 years to fully extract the herb's efficacy.
I say, Xie Xun, you're no longer young. Have you truly no thought of marriage? That Zhang girl seems quite suitable.
At noon that day, Xie Xun and Brother Zhang squatted on the ground eating lunch. Brother Zhang glanced at his profile and couldn't help but speak.
Brother Zhang, you know my heart has no room for another.
Xie Xun shook his head with a smile, though sorrow lurked in his eyes.
Sigh.
Brother Zhang opened his mouth to say more, but only sighed and continued eating. Over the years, not only Brother Zhang, but also Zhou Kai had urged him to marry and have children, yet Xie Xun had no such desire. Seeing his stubbornness, Zhou Kai even brought a famed matchmaker from the county. Annoyed by their well-meaning persistence, Xie Xun invented a tale of a childhood sweetheart, a love of deep affection tragically cut short by a sudden calamity.
My heart is already filled by her, leaving no room for anyone else. I vow never to marry.
As he spoke, Xie Xun tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming from his eyes, his face etched with boundless longing and grief. Moved by his devotion, the townsfolk dubbed him the faithful lover. Countless maidens wept at his tale, lamenting they hadn't met him sooner to claim a place in his heart. Upon learning of his nickname, Xie Xun's lips twitched. Faithful lover it was, still better than his former moniker, the pig-ear scholar.
By the way, the supervisor came by yesterday. He said the trading company's mushrooms have sold out and asked about the new batch.
Brother Zhang mentioned as they ate.
Almost ready, another day or 2 for harvest,
Xie Xun replied. Over the years, his training had consumed no small amount of money, not just the medicated wine for iron shirt, but also the extra food needed for the Guiyuan art. Now he ate at least 4 meals a day. Though the herbs for the wine weren't pricey, the wine itself was costly. His monthly wage of 500 coins was far from sufficient. Thus, he returned to an old trade, growing mushrooms in his yard and supplying them to Taiping Trading Company, earning several extra taels of silver each year.
Good.
Brother Zhang nodded.
Sooner. Sooner.
As dusk fell and the sun slanted westward, urgent shouts rang out in the distance. Xie Xun turned toward the voice and saw a familiar face. It was a young man of about 20 with a plump, kindly visage, carrying a faint scent of medicinal herbs.
Brother Lu, why aren't you at the clinic? What brings you here in such a rush?
Xie Xun rose to greet him. Brother Lu, named Lu Fu, was an apprentice at Quaning Clinic in the west of town, responsible for dispensing medicine. Over the years, Xie Xun had bought his medicated wine herbs from Quaning Clinic, becoming familiar with the doctors and apprentices there.
I knew you'd be here sooner.
Lu Fu panted heavily, clearly bearing urgent news.
Here, have some water. Tell me slowly,
Xie Xun said, handing him a gourd of water.
Master sent me to find you. You must come with me, bringing Xiaotian and the others.
After drinking, Lu Fu caught his breath and stated his purpose. What? Dr. N is looking for me. Dr. N is one of the few female doctors at the Quan and Medical Hall, and is highly respected in the city for her exceptional medical skills. The reason Lu Fu was able to apprentice under Dr. N aside from his own talent was due to one very important factor. That is because Dr. N is his second aunt. Why would Dr. N be looking for Xie Xun, who knows nothing about medicine? To be precise, the master is not looking for Sun, but for Xiaotian and the others. Could it be that the wild dogs in the city bit Dr. N? We need to find that wild dog. Ah no. This matter is quite complicated. Sun, you should call Xiaotian and the others first, and we can discuss it on the way. Lu Fu waved his hand in a hurry, his eyes frequently glancing towards the warehouse, showing his urgency. All right. Xie Xun nodded, then turned and called out towards the warehouse. Xiaotian. Xiao Di. Xiao Yu. Woof woof woof. A chorus of barks erupted as three similarly sized, completely black dogs joyfully dashed out from the warehouse. They all jumped on Xie Xun, panting and looking up at him, their tails wagging incessantly. Besides Xiaotian, the other two black dogs were raised by Xie Xun 2 years ago. The bigger one is named Xiao Di, and the smaller one Xiao Yu. The reason for raising 2 more dogs was considering the lifespan of Xiaotian. By having 2 similar black dogs, he could protect Xiaotian. When one dog grows old and dies, he could claim it was Xiaotian, and then raise a new puppy, thus avoiding any exposure. You 3 follow me, and don't run around on the way, understood? Xie Xun patted their heads, speaking to the 3 dogs. Woof woof. The barking trio understood and barked in response. Sun, hurry up. After seeing Xiaotian and the others, Lu Fu finally smiled and eagerly dashed away. Xie Xun quickly followed the 3 big blacks, while the passers-by looked at the peculiar group with curiosity. On the way, Lu Fu explained to Xie Xun the reason for coming here. This afternoon, a man named Huang Guo from the south of the city hurriedly ran to the medical hall, found my master, and cried out for her to come treat his wife, who had fallen into a coma. Upon hearing that someone was gravely ill, my master wasted no time and called me, taking the medicine box to Huang Guo's home in the south of the city. We met Huang Guo's wife, and her symptoms were quite strange. Her complexion was rosy, and her pulse showed no issues, yet she remained unconscious. My master couldn't identify the cause of the illness, so she proceeded to inquire about the symptoms' origin. According to Huang Guo, his wife had been complaining of a heavy back for the past few days, and in the last 2 days she had been experiencing severe back pain and excessive sleepiness, and today she had yet to wake up. He then lifted his wife's clothing to discover a fist-sized sore on her back, prompting him to rush to the medical hall to find my master. Since the patient was a woman, my master set us outside and stayed inside alone. Just when we thought we would have to wait a long time, my master emerged from the room with a grave expression, instructing me to quickly find you and emphasized that I must bring along Xiaotian and the others. So you don't know what happened? After hearing this, Xie Xun couldn't help but feel speechless. Yes. Lu Fu replied, looking quite nonchalant. By the way, what kind of person is Huang Guo? Xie Xun thought for a moment and asked. I'm not too sure either, but when we went to his home earlier, the neighbors seemed indifferent to Huang Guo's family situation, instead appearing to take pleasure in their misfortune. Lu Fu recalled a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Taking pleasure in misfortune. We've arrived. Just as Xie Xun was filled with confusion, Lu Fu finally came to a stop. Not far ahead, Xie Xun saw a large crowd gathered at a household, whispering among themselves. Make way. Make way. As night fell, the world was plunged into darkness. The villagers who had gathered around Huang Guo's house all returned home, for the city had a curfew at night, and those who failed to return would be arrested and thrown into jail. Dr. and Huang Guo and the dog Xiaotian were all inside the house, leaving only Xie Xun and Lu Fu in the courtyard. Slap. Slap slap.
That's not right, brother Sun. Why don't the mosquitoes bite you but keep coming after me?
In the yard, Lu Fu kept slapping himself, and tiny blossoms of blood bloomed on his palm.
Who says mosquitoes don't bite me?
Xie Xun extended his arm, where 2 mosquitoes were perched, repeatedly straightening their proboscises in an attempt to pierce the skin beneath. Yet each time they stabbed their proboscis has been on impact, utterly unable to breach his defense, let alone draw his blood.
So the iron shirt technique has this effect.
Lu Fu was dumbfounded by the sight. Glancing at the welts rising on his own body, he felt a surge of envy.
All right, Xiutian, begin.
Dr. An's voice came from inside the house, and the next moment a rapid succession of barks erupted.
Woof, 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 woof.
Xie Xun and Lu Fu couldn't help but peer curiously into the house, trying to discern any movement from the flickering firelight shadows. Yet all they saw were 3 dog heads bouncing up and down. Suddenly a piercing scream drowned out the barking, startling the two in the yard. Had something gone wrong? Just as they were about to rush inside, Huanghua stumbled out of the house, his face deathly pale, as if terrified by something.
What's happening inside? How is my master?
Lu Fu hurried over to ask. Seeing Huanghua unresponsive, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and dashed toward the house. But as he reached the doorway, Dr. An emerged, and the two nearly collided.
Are you all right, master?
Lu Fu asked anxiously.
To be a doctor, you must remain calm no matter what happens. Once your mind is agitated, diagnoses become prone to error, and that can cost lives.
Dr. An tapped Lu Fu on the forehead, then admonished him.
Ouch. I know I was wrong, master.
Lu Fu covered his forehead and quickly bowed in apology.
Woof. Woof.
Xiaoqian led his 2 underlings back to Xie Xun's side, encircling him like 3 bodyguards as they sat down. Seeing they were unharmed, Xie Xun patted each dog on the head and took out the jerky he always carried to feed them.
Your wife's illness is temporarily stable. Take this prescription. Go get the medicine tomorrow, take it for 3 consecutive days, and let her get plenty of sunlight. She will recover naturally.
Dr. An approached Huanghua and handed him a freshly written prescription.
Thank you, Dr. An. Thank you, Dr. An.
Huanghua quickly took the prescription, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Xie. It's late now. Let my apprentice and me escort you home.
Dr. An came before Xie Xun and spoke apologetically.
But the curfew is in effect. Would it be a problem to go out now?
Xie Xun glanced at the empty streets, feeling troubled. He had no desire to be arrested by the constables and thrown into the county jail.
Brother Sun, you may not know this, but a few years ago my master cured the magistrate's wife of a strange illness. The magistrate was so pleased that he gave my master a special token. With this token, we can go out even during curfew, allowing us to treat emergency cases.
Seeing Xie Xun's expression, Lu Fu understood his concern and explained.
Dr. An is indeed a master of medicine. In that case, I am in your debt.
Xie Xun nodded and cupped his hands in salute. Then the group of 3 people and 3 dogs left Huanghua's house and walked along the deserted street. Along the way, Xie Xun kept glancing at Dr. An, burning with curiosity about what illness had afflicted Huanghua's wife, yet unsure how to broach the subject.
Master, what exactly was wrong with Huanghua's wife?
Lu Fu, holding a lantern, asked from the side. Xie Xun looked at Lu Fu and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Lu Fu met his gaze, raised an eyebrow, and shot him a knowing look. Little did they know their subtle gestures did not escape Dr. An's notice. Yet he did not call them out, only speaking calmly.
A heart ailment. A heart ailment. Ah. Would you 2 care to hear a story?
Dr. An slowed his pace, then turned to ask them.
Woof. Woof.
Before they could answer, Xiaoqian and his companions barked first, their large eyes brimming with curiosity.
Huh?
Dr. An smiled softly, recalled a memory, and began his tale.
About 40 years ago, a young man came from the countryside to Xuanan County and settled in Sanhua Lane in the southern part of the city.
Sanhua Lane. Xie Xun and Lu Fu exchanged glances as if understanding something. The alley they were currently walking through was called Sanhua Lane.
The young man possessed exceptional skill in pastry making. He quickly gained fame in the city and earned a considerable sum. Not only did he buy the house he lived in, but he also got married in the city. However, his wife was physically frail. She suffered several miscarriages. After years of treatment at our clinic, she finally managed to give birth to a son. The couple cherished this hard-won son, dearly spoiling him from a young age, granting his every wish. Even after they had a second son, their affection for the eldest never waned. But as the saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. Unsurprisingly, their eldest son was ruined by indulgence. He often caroused with the local thugs. Even after marrying, he frequented brothels, eventually contracting that disease. Desperate to survive, he secretly sold the family house, scraped together the money, and sought out my master. It took years of treatment before he was cured. When the couple learned of this, they were furious. The eldest son, facing his first reprimand, felt aggrieved. From then on, they severed ties and rarely interacted. At that time, the eldest and second sons had not yet divided the family property. 7 years ago, the mother inexplicably fell ill with a strange disease and eventually died. Grief-stricken, the father accidentally broke his leg in a fall. Less than 2 months later, egged on by his wife, the eldest son demanded a division of the family property. Claiming his son was the eldest grandson, he insisted on taking 70%, threatening to abandon the old man otherwise. How could there be such an unfilial wretch in this world? He's nothing but an animal.
Lu Fu clenched his fists and cursed involuntarily. Dr. N glanced at his apprentice and continued.
The old man was incandescent with rage. He drove the eldest son out of the house, but the fury left him bedridden. Only the second son attended to him. For the past 7 years, the eldest son never once visited his father. The brothers ceased all contact. This story is nearly common knowledge in San Juan Lane. And that eldest son, his name is Huanghua. It is indeed him. No wonder the neighbors looked so gleeful earlier.
Lu Fu and Xie Xun nodded in unison.
But physician, and what does this have to do with Lady Huang's illness?
Xie Xun remained puzzled.
The root of his wife's ailment lies in her heart, for she constantly dreams of her deceased mother demanding repayment of a debt. Coupled with the festering sore on her back, the combination of these two afflictions caused her to fall into a coma.
Physician and explained.
But master, I still don't understand. If the heart sickness is related to Lady Huang's mother, why did we need Xiaotian and the others to treat it?
Lu Fu remained confused. Physician and glanced at Xie Xun, who also wore a perplexed expression, and continued her explanation.
Because the black dog the Huang family raised died a month ago. Lady Huang firmly believed that black dogs could ward off evil spirits, and since her nightmares began after its death, her heart sickness became linked to the dog. By having Xiaotian and the others bark loudly, while I administered acupuncture to wake the patient, I merely made her believe that the evil spirits in her dreams had been scared away by the black dogs. With the aid of medicine, the illness naturally dissipates. So that's it.
Lu Fu and Xie Xun exclaimed in sudden realization.
Physician and master's medical skills are truly extraordinary to devise such an unconventional method of treatment.
They spoke in unison. However, they were unaware that physician and had not revealed everything. For instance, the sore on the patient's back bore the likeness of a human face. And she recognized that face.
Stop your flattery. If this one person comes to the clinic seeking treatment again, Fu, remember to tell him I am not here.
Physician and looked up and tapped Lu Fu on the forehead once more before instructing him.
Ouch. But why, master?
Lu Fu rubbed his forehead, staring at his master in bewilderment. Wasn't a physician supposed to have a benevolent heart? Why would they turn away a patient?
Since the root of Lady Huang's heart sickness lies with the old lady, it indicates that she never fulfilled her filial duties. In fact, it's highly likely the old lady's death is connected to her. Otherwise, why would she fear her mother-in-law visiting her in dreams after death?
Xie Xun explained the reasoning on Physician An's behalf.
Correct.
Physician An nodded, then stopped walking, her expression turning serious as she looked at her disciple.
A physician must indeed maintain a kind heart. But kindness without discernment is not kindness, it is an accomplice to evil. Refusing to treat the wicked is a way to warn others against committing evil. That is true benevolence. This time you were unaware, and I do not blame you. But I hope there will be no next time. Do you understand? Disciple understands.
Lu Fu nodded solemnly. Seeing her disciple's response, Physician An nodded in satisfaction. The group continued towards the eastern part of the city, encountering several patrols of yamen runners along the way, all of whom let them pass upon seeing Physician An's token. Before long, Xie Xun arrived home. After watching Physician An and the others depart into the distance, he closed his gate. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the warehouse, Brother Zhang pulled Xie Xun aside, curiously inquiring about the previous day's events. Xie Xun did not conceal anything and recounted what he knew.
This Huang is utterly unfilial.
After hearing the full story, Brother Zhang spat on the ground and cursed.
Brother Sun.
At noon, Lu Fu arrived at the eastern part of the city once more. However, this time, he came not to seek help but to express gratitude for the previous day's assistance with a jar of wine.
Brother Lu, what's this?
Xie Xun pointed at the wine jar in his hand and asked.
This is a batch of tiger bone wine my master brewed herself over many years. It's excellent for strengthening muscles and bones. Master knew you were practicing the iron shirt technique, so she specifically asked me to bring this to you.
Lu Fu said with a smile.
Haha, please convey my heartfelt thanks to Physician In.
Xie Xun's heart filled with joy as he carefully took the tiger bone wine, afraid of dropping it.
I'll take my leave then.
Having delivered the gift, Lu Fu did not linger, as there were duties to attend to at the clinic.
Brother Lu, let me see you out.
After instructing Xiaoqian to guard the wine jar, Xie Xun quickly followed and escorted him to the western part of the city. That evening after work, Xie Xun carried the tiger bone wine home and eagerly uncorked it. Instantly a rich aroma of wine filled the room, making Xiaoqian and the other dogs drool. Xie Xun could not resist taking a small sip and immediately felt a surge of comfort throughout his body. Even his bones felt warm.
Such potent medicinal effects.
His eyes lit up. Unwilling to waste the medicinal energy, he began practicing the iron shirt technique without even taking time to eat. He was delighted, but the dog Xiaoqian included suffered terribly, their stomachs growling with hunger. When Xie Xun finally finished absorbing the medicinal energy and came to his senses, he found 6 gleaming, resentful eyes staring at him.
Ahaha, chicken soup is here.
Feeling guilty under their gaze, Xie Xun immediately slaughtered a rooster from the yard and stewed it as compensation. To satisfy his own large appetite, while reducing his food expenses, Xie Xun also raised quite a few chickens in the yard. Days passed one by one. After the incident of curing the heart sickness with dog bark, Xie Xun's life gradually returned to tranquility. Every day, he went to work, practiced his martial arts, and cultivated mushrooms. To earn more money, he also took up his old carpentry skills, repairing furniture for the neighbors to make some extra cash. Another half a year passed. Xie Xun heard that Huang from the southern part of the city was searching everywhere to buy a black dog, presumably because his conscience was bothering him and his illness had relapsed. During this time, Huang somehow learned of Xie Xun's residence and came to his door begging for a dog. Probably having failed to get help from Quan in clinic, he wanted to replicate the earlier treatment himself. Huang waited near his house in advance, but Xie Xun's keen nose detected him, first allowing Xie Xun to evade him. He had no desire to have any dealings with such a person. After several failed attempts, the desperate Huang finally left, and Xie Xun was able to return home from the inn. The mere thought of the money he had spent staying at the inn pained Xie Xun immensely. He had held no fondness for Huang before, and now his dislike had grown even stronger. Less than half a month later, a fatal incident occurred at the Huang residence. His wife's back was torn to shreds, and she died in her bed. Huang was arrested as the murderer. His eldest son, following his father's example, never once visited him in prison during that time. The neighbors witnessing this exclaimed, "Heaven has eyes. Retribution finally catches up with evil." The master said, "By the river time flows, like this unrelenting day and night. Time is like those illicit lovers, imperceptible in its passing, yet, when discovered it flees with astonishing speed." In the blink of an eye 6 years had swiftly passed, and Xie Xun's martial arts had greatly advanced. With ample medicinal wine to assist him, his iron cloth technique progressed rapidly, and he could distinctly feel the strength of his bones continuously improving. The most evident change was that despite his height remaining unchanged and only slight increases in physique, his weight had directly increased by about 20 pounds, with both the density and strength of his bones being remarkably solid. As long as he could withstand the impact of a warhorse without his bones fracturing, he would have successfully mastered the iron bones. Unfortunately, there were no warhorses in Xuanan County for him to test himself against, so he had no way of knowing whether he had achieved the standard of the iron bones. The return to origin technique had also significantly improved. Due to sufficient nutrition and quality food, the increase in his internal power over these 6 years equaled twice the results of the previous 5 years. The flying legs, as a foundational light skill, had been fully assimilated by him, and the previously blocked acupoints in his legs had all been unblocked by his internal power over these years. A few days ago, an official notice was posted announcing a bounty for a band of robbers who had appeared in Xuanan County committing heinous acts and having already killed over 10 people, calling upon martial artists to join forces to eradicate them.
Although the reward was generous, it had nothing to do with Xie Xun, as he had no plans to leave the city recently. Coincidentally, this day Xie Xun was off work and didn't need to guard the warehouse. Thus he planned to visit Xianxia Tower to buy a better light skill manual and perhaps also a fist technique. Xiao Yue, you two watch the house, don't let those chickens escape. It'll bring you back some good food. Woof woof. Upon hearing about good food, the two of them immediately displayed joyful expressions, their tails wagging happily. After taking the money, Xie Xun set out with Xiao Tian heading westward toward the city. On the way, he looked left and right searching for food to bring back for the other two dogs. But as he passed by a coffin shop, he suddenly recognized several familiar faces. Is that Dogwa? Although Dogwa had aged considerably, he would sneak back to check on the village every year, so he naturally recognized Xie Xun. Inside the coffin shop, Dogwa was accompanied by several villagers, all with sorrowful expressions, as they selected coffins. Xie Xun watched from a distance, his heart sinking. It seemed that something had happened in Xiahe village. But he had only returned to the village 2 or 3 months ago, and there had been no abnormalities then. Who could it be that had met with misfortune? After a while, Dogwa and the staff of the coffin shop worked together to lift a red coffin and placed it on the donkey cart outside. Then they departed with the cart. Watching Dogwa's silhouette disappear down the street, Xie Xun, feeling anxious, entered the coffin shop. Welcome, sir. What would you like to choose? The shop assistant, noticing another customer had arrived, hurried over. I'll take a look first, Xie Xun replied in a low voice, then began to browse the shop. This shop not only displayed 4 coffins of different colors, but also offered various paper offerings, mostly intricately crafted gold and silver treasures. The assistant followed Xie Xun closely, not daring to disturb him. People who came here were usually those who had experienced bereavement, their spirits low. Speaking too much would only lead to more mistakes, so silence was best. By the way, before I entered, I saw someone buying a red coffin. Is there any significance to the color of the coffin? After finishing his tour, Xie Xun feigned confusion and asked. Black is for sudden deaths, yellow is for common folk, and white coffins are for those who die young. A red coffin signifies a joyous end, and a golden coffin is for the wealthy and honored. The assistant recited this phrase skillfully, and then explained those guests earlier were from the nearby Xiahe village. That gentleman's father felt he was nearing his end a few days ago. This is an intuition only those at the end of their life possess, which is why they bought a red coffin. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Xie Xun's mind suddenly went blank, as if his heart had become hollow, as if he had lost something. He left the coffin shop in a daze, while the assistant observed his reaction, pondering whether he had said something wrong. By the time the assistant regained his senses, Xie Xun had already vanished. Returning home, he entrusted Xiao Di and Xiao Yu to Brother Zhang for a few days, and asked him to inform Boss Zhou of his absence. Xiao Di and Xiao Yu had already entered their senior years, their health far from what it used to be, and they could no longer accompany him back to the village. Brother Zhang sensed something was off, and quickly inquired what had happened. Xie Xun merely mentioned there was a matter in the village that required his return without elaborating on the specifics. After packing a few items, he returned to the coffin shop to buy some paper offerings of gold and silver jewelry, and then hurriedly set off. His pace was swift, and within half a day, he caught up with Dogwa and the others. However, he did not approach them, but instead trailed quietly from a distance. Perhaps due to his anxiety, Dogwa and the others traveled day and night, reaching Xiahe village in just 3 days, experiencing no mishaps along the way. At this moment, everything in Xiahe village was calm except for Lu Shu's family. Hanging white cloth, the familiar house was arranged as a mourning hall with a red coffin placed on a stool. Many villagers came to pay their respects. Xie Xun stood on the hillside outside the village, watching as people entered and exited. Inside the mourning hall, cries echoed, and Xiao Tian looked up at Xie Xun. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the sorrow in the other's eyes. Their lives had been saved by Lu Shu's family, and for over a decade Xie Xun and Xiao Tian had regarded Lu Shu and his family as their own kin. Now that a family member had passed away, how could they not feel heartbroken? In the following days, Dogwa arranged Lu Shu's funeral simply, and then buried him in an open area outside the village. As night fell, the villagers had gone to bed early, and the graveyard outside the village was deserted. A human and a dog, 2 dark silhouettes, arrived at this place. Xie Xun took out the paper offerings he had brought and dug a small hole in front of Lu Shu's grave, using a fire starter to ignite them.
As the flames flickered, Xie Xun looked at the tombstone before him and respectfully bowed 3 times. Woo-woo. Xiao Tian sniffled softly, wondering why, despite being alive, Lu Shu had already passed away. As the fire gradually extinguished, Xie Xun filled the hole back and erasing all traces of his visit. Let's go, Xiao Tian, it's time for us to return. He reached out to pat Xiao Tian's head and spoke softly. Xiao Tian nodded. The human and dog stood up and walked towards the nearby woods, their figures slowly merging into the darkness. Don't be sad, Xiao Tian. If Lu Shu has a spirit in heaven, he would definitely not want to see us grieving. Woof. Besides, Lu Shu passed away naturally, which is something many people could only wish for. We should be happy for him. Woof. Xiao Tian nodded as if agreeing. It recalled how at the Quanan Medical Hall, it had seen many people die of illness, and they had cried out tragically before their passing. Thinking of this, it suddenly felt less sorrowful. Let's find a place to rest and head back to Xuanan County at dawn. After calming Xie Xun's emotions, Xie Xun looked up at the stars overhead and oriented himself. Then he led Xiaotian toward a cave he remembered. He hadn't visited the abandoned mountain temple since that encounter with the woman wary of encountering bandits. Xie Xun carried no torch. Accustomed to night travel, he had grown adept at seeing in the dark.
Xiutian, down. Stay quiet.
Suddenly he spotted a flicker of firelight ahead and quickly crouched down with Xiaotian.
There's fire ahead, probably someone. Could be friend or foe. Well, sneak around without alerting them.
Xie Xun whispered close to Xie Xun's ear. On the road, safety comes first. Xiaotian instantly retracted its tongue and patted his hand with its paw, signaling understanding. The pair stealthily moved toward the other side undetected.
Damn it, Lao, how did you lead us? Didn't you say there was a village around here? Why is it all god-forsaken woods?
Inside the cave, a burly man wielding a steel blade tore into a rabbit leg and bellowed at a slender mustachioed man beside him.
Calm down, big brother. Calm down. I haven't been back in nearly 10 years, but Xiaha village should be nearby. It's pitch black tonight, and nothing's visible. Once it's light tomorrow, we'll definitely find it.
Lao quickly explained, with an apologetic smile, fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, clearly terrified of his elder brother.
You'd better find it, or else.
The boss tossed the rabbit bone to the ground.
Rest assured, big brother, tomorrow night we'll be drinking, feasting, and enjoying women in Xiaha village.
Lao chuckled.
Second brother's right, drinking, feasting, and enjoying women.
The others in the cave joined in, with lecherous laughter, a fire kindling in their loins. Outside the cave, Xie Xun and Xiaotian, who had been about to deter, halted upon hearing the voices. Xie Xun clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He had only wanted to avoid trouble and return safely to Xuanan County. But he never expected the group in the cave was plotting against Xiaha village. Thinking of Uncle Lu, who had just been laid to rest, of Dog was family, and the other villagers, who had always looked after him, he couldn't just walk away now. Xie Xun glanced at Xiaotian and saw the same fury in its eyes.
Easy, Xiaotian. They want runoff. Let's first figure out their numbers before deciding on a plan.
A dangerous glint flickered in Xie Xun's cold eyes. They crept close to the cave, using the dense foliage and night's cover to count the men inside. 1, 2, 3. 7. 7 men in total, all armed with steel blades, definitely bandits. Among them 2 were particularly burly, and seemed the most formidable. The other 5 were scrawnier. Judging by their tones and glances, the 2 large men and a gaunt mustachioed fellow formed the core of the gang. Having assessed their numbers and basic info, Xie Xun silently retreated to Xie Xun's side. Xiaotian looked up at him, waiting patiently for a plan. The distant firelight reflected in Xie Xun's eyes as a sudden idea struck him.
Got it. Xiaotian, go back to the village and fetch the powder the hunter uses against wild boars from his yard. Don't alert anyone.
He patted Xie Xun's head.
Woof.
Xiaotian placed its paw on his knee, worry in its eyes.
Don't worry, I'm not trying to get rid of you. I swear I won't rush into a fight before you get back.
Though Xie Xun was curious to test the results of his 8 years of martial training, he wasn't about to risk his life in an on-ever-7 brawl. He'd think twice about fighting 2, let alone 7. Team battles were too dangerous. He'd opt for an Ida-based match. Reassured by Xie Xun's promise, Xiaotian raced towards Xiaha village. It had once been the leader of the village dog pack, and though 9 years had passed,
and many of its old companions were gone. It still greeted other dogs on each return to assert its alpha status. That was why their many visits had gone unnoticed. The village's biological alarm system considered them friendly, so no barks alerted anyone. Soon Xie Xun returned with an oilpaper packet in its mouth. Taking the packet and confirming it was the right item, a dangerous cold smile spread across Xie Xun's face. A tiny bit can knock out a wild boar. Even if they've all trained in martial arts, I doubt they can withstand a whole packet. He had seen its potency. The village hunter once smeared a dab on a spear tip, pricked a boar's hind leg, and the beast collapsed within 2 minutes. Clutching the powder, he sneaked to the upwind side of the cave. After testing the wind direction, with a few leaves, he signaled Xie Xun to stay behind him. He opened the packet, and used a leaf as a scoop, sprinkling the powder into the air little by little. It dispersed instantly, and drifted toward the cave on the breeze. By then, the bandits had finished their game, and were settling into sleep. The cave was small, so only 3 slept inside. The other 4 were outside, one on watch, 3 resting near the entrance. Suddenly the lookout stifled a yawn, his eyelids growing heavy, as an overwhelming drowsiness assaulted his will. So sleepy. The boss won't notice if I nap for a bit. He glanced cautiously into the cave, then closed his eyes, his breathing evening out. Those by the entrance were even deeper asleep, collapsed on the ground without a clue. But Xie Xun didn't rush, and he crept closer, and continued sprinkling the powder. After all, those men were doomed anyway. No need to worry about lethal doses. Thud. Moments later the lookout toppled face first onto the ground, and still didn't wake. After a long while, having used 2/3 of the powder, and confirmed that even throwing stones at them drew no reaction, Xie Xun cautiously approached the cave. Stealthily approaching the cave entrance, Xie Xun confiscated all the steel blades from the 4 men outside. Worried that the previous wind wouldn't reach inside the cave, he decided to sprinkle the remaining 1/3 of the medicinal powder into the cave. By the faint moonlight outside the cave, Xie Xun could barely make out their faces. They matched exactly the faces on the wanted posters from Xuanan County a few days ago. But he remembered the wanted poster mentioned 11 people. Why were there only 7 here? Could it be they had a falling out over loot and killed each other? Or did they encounter some martial artist and escaped after leaving a few behind? Xie Xun couldn't help but speculate. After waiting a while, and confirming there was no movement inside the cave, he picked up the steel blade, looked at the bodies lying all over the ground, and took a deep breath. He raised the steel blade high, channeled the inner energy from his dantian into his arms, and swung it heavily at the necks of those on the ground. With a soft thud boosted by his doubled physical strength and inner energy, a head rolled away. Its eyes were tightly shut as if it had departed without any pain. Smelling the blood in the air, Xie Xun calmed himself, and then swung the blade at the necks of the remaining bandits one by one. He then entered the cave, and soon 3 more heads lay on the ground, the floor stained with blood. Xie Xun left the cave, his blade dripping blood, and called for Xie Xun, who was on watch in the distance. Go find some branches and dry wood around here. Woof! Xie Xun acknowledged and dashed into the darkness. Xie Xun didn't idle either. He moved all the corpses into the cave. He searched their belongings and found a few bags containing clothes, silver, and many bottles and jars. The bottles and jars held unknown substances. Some were powders, some pastes, and some liquids. Could these be homemade poisons? At the thought, Xie Xun immediately threw away all the bottles and jars, afraid that even a moment's delay might poison him. He took the silver from the bags and tossed the rest back into the cave. These men had little silver, only 7 taels, and over 200 copper coins. But there were also 2 golden-laid jade bracelets that looked valuable, likely stolen from somewhere. He didn't take the bracelets, though. Who knew what powerful connections the owner might have? If some master divined that the bracelets were with him and mistook him for a thief, they might hunt him down and kill him with one strike. Though he wasn't bound by fate, Xie Xun could be tracked. Money was important, but one needed to live to spend it. Reluctantly pocketing the silver, he threw the bracelets away. Then, using the steel blade as a shovel, he dug up the blood-soaked soil and tossed it all into the cave, planning to burn it later. Soon he and Xie Xun filled the cave with branches and stuffed the gaps with dry leaves. He lit the dry leaves with a tinder, and the fire spread rapidly, illuminating the entire cave. It looked like someone was firing pottery. Xie Xun pulled Xie Xun far away, and the fire burned until midnight before slowly dying out. Then, they cleared out all the ashes
and dirt filling the holes they had dug. Now no matter who came they would only see that a great fire had raged in the cave with no sign that anyone had died.
"We're done," shouted Xian. "Let's run."
With that the man and his dog quickly fled. They ran over 10 li through the night, and washed the blood off in a river. Without waiting for their clothes to dry they set off again, heading straight for Xianxia County.
Which damned soul stole my hunting powder?
At dawn in Xiahe village a roar erupted from the hunter's home. The hunter, eyes bloodshot, rushed out, his fists clenched and trembling, practically fuming with rage. The villagers, awakened by the commotion, hurried to the hunter's house to ask what happened. Upon learning the truth, they all volunteered to search the village. But after searching most of the day, no one found the missing powder.
"Bastard! Absolute bastard! Half a gene! A full half gene of powder stolen clean, not a speck left."
The hunter collapsed on the ground, his heart aching beyond breath. 2 or 3 days later Xie Xun returned safely to Xianxia County without any mishap along the way. As he entered the city gate, he instinctively glanced at the wanted poster on the notice board. Suddenly it felt as if a giant hand had clenched his heart, squeezing the breath from him. Because the poster stated that the gang of bandits, dead or alive, would fetch 30 taels of silver upon capture or killing. Xie Xun staggered back 2 steps, nearly bumping into a passerby.
"Woof! Woof!"
Xiaoqian quickly stood on its hind legs and pressed its front paws against Xie Xun's lower back, preventing him from falling.
30 taels! 30 taels!
He clutched his chest, murmuring incessantly, his eyes growing vacant. That was a full 30 taels. A fortune he would need 5 years of hard labor without eating or drinking to save. And he had missed it.
30 taels! Welcome back, Xie Xun. Where have you been? Hey, the lovesick fool.
An acquaintance passed by and greeted him, but Xie Xun seemed to have lost his soul, not even reacting to his nickname. He just walked straight ahead, muttering something about 30-something.
"Xiao. Oh, what's wrong with your master?"
The passerby asked Xiaotian, though obviously couldn't tell which of the 3 dogs it was.
"Woof! Woof!"
Xiaotian stood up and gestured, but seeing its master walking away, it stopped and hurried after him. The passerby stood frozen, his eyes full of confusion. Who the hell could tell what those gestures meant?
30 taels. Huh?
At the warehouse door, Brother Zhang had just returned Xiaodi and Xiaoya to Xie Xun in perfect condition when he heard him muttering,
30 taels. Dude, I was looking after your dogs and you're asking me for 30 taels. 30 taels. What were these mushrooms grown with gold dust?
The next day at noon, 2 workers sent by Zhou Kai came to collect the mushrooms. When settling the payment, they heard Xie Xun murmuring,
30 taels.
Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and the mushrooms in their hands suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain.
30 taels. 30 taels.
Xie Xun chanted it while eating, while practicing, while in the outhouse, and even in his sleep. For 2 or 3 days everyone around knew that Xie Xun had been traumatized and kept muttering,
30 taels.
It had become an obsession in his heart. Worried about his master's mental state, Xiaoyan sprinted to Quanin Medical Hall in the west of the city and brought doctor in to treat Xie Xun. After understanding Xie Xun's symptoms, doctor in smiled slightly and had Lu Fu borrow 30 taels from Zhou Kai, placing the silver in Xie Xun's hands. In that instant, Xie Xun's vacant eyes gradually regained focus.
Ugh, this medicine is so vile, bitter and foul.
In the kitchen, Xie Xun set down the bowl, his brows, eyes, and nose all scrunched together, as if he were wearing a mask of agony.
But at least this is the last dose. It's finally over.
Gazing at the dregs in the pot, Xie Xun shuddered with lingering dread before hastily discarding them. These were the medicines left by doctor. And unbearably bitter. After 3 consecutive days of this concoction, he had completely stopped dwelling on the 30 taels of silver.
I still have another day to rest tomorrow. I'll head to Xie Pavilion to get a new lightness skill. Also,
after rinsing his mouth, Xie Xun laid down on the bed, stroking the 3 dog heads beside him, while pondering the tasks for the morrow. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse, casting silvery light upon the earth, and turning the river that wound past the village into a shimmering ribbon of silver. The mountains were still and windless, yet within a cave far from Xiahe village an eerie whirlwind arose. Fallen leaves coalesced into a tornado several meters high, with vague shifting human silhouettes at its core. Before long the figures within the vortex solidified. With a thunderous blast the whirlwind dispersed, scattering a cascade of leaves across the ground. Where the tornado had stood, a half-human, half-spider monster now appeared. No, it was not a hybrid but a headless strongman with over a dozen legs standing there in bewilderment. On each of its knees grew a human face, eyes tightly shut, expression serene, as if in slumber. And in its arms it cradled a head, its face twisted with boundless anguish and fury. Suddenly the head in its arms opened, its eyes shooting forth twin tongues of fire that illuminated the surrounding trees. Also caught in the light were two figures, one wearing an ox head mask, the other a horse face mask. The one with the horse face mask held a compass above which floated an eerie green flame. Several threads extended from the flame connecting to the compass needle. The needle pointed directly at the spider monster before them. The horse face masked figure pinched out the green flame and stowed the compass away.
And what do we have here? Just the lingering resentment of a few burnt children coalesced into a fiend ghost.
As the words fiend ghost fell, every eye on the spider monster snapped open, unleashing torrents of flame from its pupils that engulfed its entire form.
Ah!
The spider monster let out a piercing shriek, then swung its blazing fists at the two figures.
Since it's a fiend ghost, let's kill it. Xie Mountain Mist.
The horse-face masked figure produced several yellow talismans from nowhere, tossing them outward with a sharp cry. In an instant thick fog enveloped the surrounding forest. The mist surged from all directions, instantly suppressing the raging flames on the spider monster.
Clang!
A crisp blade cry rang out, as the spider monster's seemingly fearsome punch halted eerily just before striking the horse-face masked figure. The ox-head masked figure, who had stood beside his companion, had vanished, only to reappear behind the spider monster gripping a blood-red greatsword. The next moment, a crimson fissure split across the monster's body, spewing blood-colored flames that consumed it entirely.
Ah!
A harrowing scream erupted through the woods, and then the flames vanished, leaving no trace of the colossal spider monster.
Your speed slowed.
The horse-face masked figure reached into the surrounding mist, retrieving the talismans he had cast. Hungry, the ox-head masked figure's blade retreated like an ebbing tide of blood. He sheathed it, slowly turning to fix a hollow gaze on his companion.
All right. Hey, race the last flatbread. Xianxia County is just ahead. We'll eat in town tomorrow.
The horse-face masked figure sighed in resignation, pulling out a bitten flatbread from his robes and tossing it over.
No lying.
The ox-head masked figure caught the bread, swiftly stowing it in his pack.
I swear by Luofu Mountain I want to see you. Fine, I'll trust you one more time.
The next morning Xianxia County bustled with excitement, as if the new year had come early. At the city gate stood a row of guards led by the county magistrate himself. He fidgeted with his robes, ensuring no flaw, as if awaiting some grand figure. Many townsfolk gathered around, clueless about the event but drawn by sheer curiosity.
Hey, what's going on? Even the magistrates come to greet them in person. Could it be someone from the imperial court?
Someone in the crowd asked.
I was about to ask you. How would I know?
The person questioned shrugged in equal confusion.
My brother-in-law is a constable in the Yamen. Word is the famed Blade Dao duo have come to our town.
Our magistrate greatly admires these chivalrous heroes, who serve the realm, so it's only natural he'd greet them at the gate. Wait, if they're the duo, why only Blade Dao?
Clearly you rarely visit Xie Pavilion. Blade Dao doesn't just mean sword art, it covers both blade and Dao magic. Legend has it that back then. They're here,
someone shouted, and the crowd craned their necks, eager to glimpse the newcomers. Two figures approached the city gate, one lean, one burly. The lean man, around 40, wore a simple Taoist robe, held a horsetail whisk, and bore a gentle smile. The burly man, about 30, bore a striking resemblance to the Taoist, with a large blade strapped to his back, exuding an intimidating aura.
These two must be the Blade Dao duo.
Xie Xun, mingling in the crowd, confirmed their identities at a glance. The magistrate hurried forward, beaming, and exchanged words with the pair. Soon the Blade Dao duo wore smiles as well. Then, chatting amiably with the magistrate, they entered the city. Suddenly the burly man halted abruptly as he passed Xie Xun. As the crowd wondered, he turned to fix his gaze on Xie Xun. Xie Xun, feeling as though a man-eating tiger was staring him down, felt his hair stand on end. Those around him shared a similar sensation. Together with Xie Xun, everyone retreated 2 steps, creating an eerie hollow space. As the crowd moved, the burly man's gaze followed. Then everyone realized that the terrifying stare was not directed at them, but at Xie Xun. Thus they continued to step back, leaving Xie Xun isolated in a vacuum of space.
May I ask if there's something you need?
Xie Xun shielded Xiaotian behind him, every muscle taut. The burly man said nothing but crouched down to look at Xie Xun's feet. As the saying goes, moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, but excessive exercise attracts the same. Though Xie Xun didn't work out, the man looked like a bodybuilding champion.
Could it be?
Cold sweat dripped down Xie Xun's forehead. Woof woof. Xiaotian, though frightened, bravely rushed forward to stand before its master.
Good, Xiaotian will give you extra treats when we get back.
Xie Xun was moved to tears.
Sorry everyone. My brother here is not good with words. He's loved black dogs since childhood. He just wanted to see this friend's dog.
A nearby Taoist, noticing his companion was missing, spotted the commotion and rushed over to explain to the crowd. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier scene had been truly terrifying.
Ahaha, so that's it.
Xie Xun gave an awkward laugh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead.
What a fine dog.
The Taoist reached out to pat Xie Xun's head, then turned to Xie Xun.
My apologies, brother. Brother Dao just startled you. This poor Taoist offers his apologies on his behalf.
The Taoist clasped his hands towards Xie Xun.
It's nothing.
This made Xie Xun nervous, and he quickly waved it off.
A small token of apology, please accept it, brother.
The Taoist then took out a money pouch and handed it over. The onlookers cast envious glances at Xie Xun.
No, this is too.
Before Xie Xun could finish, the Taoist interrupted.
It's just 30 taels, nothing.
Damn 30 taels.
Then he'll gratefully accept.
Before the Taoist could finish, Xie Xun snatched the pouch with lightning speed. The pouch was heavy in his hand. Truly worthy of a chivalrous hero, generous in spending. In the past, watching TV dramas, he thought such heroes were reckless with money. But now, he just wished for more of these reckless heroes.
Brother, you're quite a character.
Seeing Xie Xun's instant change in demeanor, and the pouch already in his hand, the Taoist silently withdrew his own.
Excellent. Truly worthy of a chivalrous hero. The dual blades of sword and Dao indeed embody chivalry and patriotism, serving the people.
Thunderous applause erupted, making the duo look a bit flustered. The Taoist quickly pulled Daoju, still crouching, to look at the dog, to join the county magistrate waiting in the distance. Seeing the generous heroes leave, the crowd followed. After all, with such open-handed spending, who knew if they might suddenly be moved to scatter money along the way? Thus everyone left the city gate, leaving only Xie Xun. He opened the pouch to find 30 taels of silver, nothing else. A grin slowly spread across Xie Xun's face. An unexpected windfall. Who wouldn't be delighted?
Let's go, Xiaotian. This 30 taels is thanks to you. Well, by martial arts manuals, then some good food.
He patted Xie Xun's head, his mood soaring.
Woof woof. All right, roast duck. 4 of them, 1 for Yumi, Xiaoti, and Xiaoya each.
Xie Xun waved his hand, grandly agreeing without hesitation. Instead of joining the crowd at the north of the city, he dashed toward the Xianxia Tower in the west. Soon man and dog arrived at the Xianxia Tower.
Speaking of the dual blades of sword and Dao, they are top-tier chivalrous heroes in the martial world. Remember when the southern barbarians invaded with 1,000,000 venomous insects blotting out the sun? Our Khan dynasty's defenders and soldiers fell in droves, and even the martial artists who came to help were powerless. Just then Daoju alone carved through the barbarian army with his blade, and Daoju summoned heavenly might with his sword to slay the Gu King controlling the insects.
The storyteller on stage, seizing the moment, recounted the legendary feats of the dual blades. Perhaps because of these heroes, the Xianxia Tower was unusually quiet today. The storytelling platform, usually packed, now held only a few elderly and children. After all, with living heroes to see, no one came to hear tales of fictional ones. Xie Xun familiarized himself with the Kanwu Pavilion and found the girl who had once sold him martial arts. But 11 years had passed. The once graceful young maiden had become a gentle, knowing matron. Half an hour later, Xie Xun slipped out of the Xianxia Tower with a cloth bundle, his face alight with the thrill of acquiring a treasure. He looked like a thief sneaking out of the tower. Carefully scanning his surroundings, he clutched the bundle in one arm and Xiaotian in the other, running like a cat burglar. With his newfound inner energy and lightness, skills, Xie Xun's speed could no longer keep up. With a whoosh, man and dog vanished down the street. Creak, the courtyard door swung open, and Xie Xun slipped in with Xiaotian, who had 4 roast ducks hanging from him. A head poked out from behind the door, and after ensuring no one was watching, the door was quickly shut and bolted.
Woof woof. Xiao Xun barked in the living room, then turned to drop the ducks. Woof woof woof. From the bedroom, Xie and Xiaoya ran out, tongues lolling, wagging their tails as they nuzzled Xiao Xun. Xiao Xun shared the ducks with them, then looked up at Xie Xun. You all eat first, I'll study the new martial arts. Xie Xun patted each dog's head, then took his duck and the manual into his room. He opened the precious bundle to reveal 3 martial arts manuals: the lightness skill, swallow stepping art, the fist technique, bi-directions fist, and the sword manual, formation breaking sword art. Swallow step art, a basic light body technique in the martial world, allows practitioners to achieve a body as light as a swallow. Most importantly, this technique requires minimal inner energy to activate and consumes very little during use, enabling prolonged endurance, perfect for long-distance travel. 5 directions fist remains a fundamental fist technique, unremarkable, emphasizing steady and solid strikes. Formation break sword art is said to have been conceived by a highly skilled general on the battlefield, later refined by generations to become an essential sword technique for elite troops. This sword art's hallmark is its extremely low entry barrier, learnable even without any foundation. While its floor is low, its ceiling is high, ranging from a chaotic swing that gets one killed by enemy blades to effortlessly taking an enemy general's head amidst thousands of troops. Of course, with advantages come drawbacks. The flaw is that the sword moves are few and all aimed at killing. Once the blade is drawn, there is no room for mercy. It's either your life or theirs. And this is precisely why Xie Xun chose this sword art. When facing an enemy, flee if possible, but when escape is impossible, one must risk death to survive. Xie Xun set down the other 2 manuals and eagerly picked up Formation break sword art. Opening it, what met his eyes was a poem. 100 years of battle conceived this sword chapter, iron bones clashing against a blood-red sky. Sword moves are concise yet deadly, easy to learn, but hard to master. Amidst 1,000 troops, seizing the enemy's head is as easy as picking a pocket. This art is not for private feuds, but to defend the homeland and protect the people. A flash of sword light sends enemy souls flying. Life or death choices leave no hesitation. The will to charge into battle embraces life and death. One general's glory rests on 10,000 bones. Iron blood and loyal heart illuminate history. Formation break sword art spreads through the army. With this art I vow to guard the rivers and mountains, to protect the borders and homeland. Reading this poem, Xie Xun felt a surge of killing intent spreading before him, as if he stood on a battlefield of corpses and blood with a peaceful homeland behind him. A boundless heroism arose in his heart. In short, it was utterly thrilling. Then he flipped through the subsequent pages, which mostly recorded various basic sword techniques. Not only were there strikes like chop, thrust, stab, lift, flick, block, wipe, pierce, raise, twist, and sweep, but also basic moves like chopping sword, hanging sword, lifting sword, cloud sword, and framing sword, each illustrated for easy understanding by beginners. After bypassing these basics, Xie Xun finally saw the sword moves of formation break sword art. This art had few moves, only 5 in total. First, sword survival, aimed at staying alive on the battlefield and seeking opportunities to strike. Second, sword slay, the enemy, focused on finding weaknesses in the enemy's armor or defenses to kill swiftly. Third, sword charge, formation, a desperate life or death move when surrounded by enemies. Fourth, sword break, the array designed to pierce through enemy lines and take the general's head amidst thousands, like a war god descending. Fifth, sword command, the army intended to use one sword to control others' weapons, like a general commanding troops, capable of interfering with and manipulating the enemy's arms. By the heavens, 1,000 swords returning to the source. Upon seeing this last sword, Xie Xun's jaw dropped, his heart already anticipating its power. However, according to the young woman promoting at the heroic tower, no one in the martial world had mastered the 5th sword in nearly a century, as it required comprehending the battle intent. Though unsure what battle intent was, it didn't dampen Xie Xun's enthusiasm. No matter how talented others were, they only lived one life, while he had reincarnated countless times. Of course, that was assuming he didn't die prematurely. As Xie Xun eagerly began practicing his new martial arts at the top floor of the most renowned tavern in the northern part of the city. In a luxurious room, the twin masters of the sword and blade sat facing each other, the table laden with various delicacies. The county magistrate sat nearby, his smile never fading, as he inquired about the latest gossip in the martial world. The advisor listened quietly, occasionally refilling the wine for the 2 heroes and the magistrate. Why did you spare that dog earlier, not only cleansing its resentment, but also giving that man silver? I don't believe you didn't see the resentment on that dog. At least 3 lives must have been taken under its jaws for such heavy resentment to accumulate.
The Blade Master, drinking and eating in silence, moved his lips slightly, his inner energy carrying his voice to the Sword Master's ears.
You overthink it. Of course, I saw the resentment. Not only did I see it, but I also noticed the resentment vaguely forming the shape of a rat.
The Sword Master continued conversing with the magistrate, but while drinking, he used inner energy to answer the Blade Master's question.
A rat. Could you have misseen it? When have I ever misseen anything? Could a rat demon have died at the mouth of that black dog? But that shouldn't be. It was just an ordinary black dog without such strength. Its owner showed traces of martial training, but his skill was weak and bore no resentment, proving he hadn't acted. No, in my view, it's because too many rats died at the black dog's mouth, gradually accumulating the resentment. I don't believe it. That dog isn't old. Unless it started catching rats at birth, it couldn't have killed so many. Something's off here. Why not ask and find out?
The Sword Master gave a faint enigmatic smile, then set down his wine cup and directly asked the magistrate.
Your Honor, do you happen to know the young man with the big black dog this morning? I venture to ask, is he?
The magistrate felt a surge of surprise. Could that man have some extraordinary status in the martial world? Was he a hidden demon in the city?
Your Honor, overthink it. My brother here has always loved black dogs. I thought to ask his identity, and perhaps visit to see if I could get a couple of puppies.
The Sword Master smiled, using the Blade Master as a shield.
I see.
The magistrate glanced at the Blade Master, who nodded silently, and realized he had been overthinking.
Advisor.
He then looked up at the advisor standing nearby. As for Xie Xun, the magistrate naturally didn't know him. After all, he was the county magistrate, busy with countless affairs daily. How could he know everyone in the city? The advisor's eyes widened. You're asking me? How would I know? I accompany you, Your Honor, in handling countless affairs daily. Where would I find the time to know some Xie Xun?
Please wait a moment, both heroes will be right back.
The advisor quickly set down his wine pot and hurried out of the room. Before long, the advisor brought in a guard with a long sword at his waist.
Your Honor, the man with the black dog this morning is named Xie Xun. His black dog is called Xie Xun, and it has been guarding the granary of Taiping merchant firm in the eastern part of the city for over a decade. He now lives near that granary.
The guard cupped his hands to the group and spoke.
Oh, if it's a granary, there must be many rats.
The Sword Master glanced subtly at the Blade Master and said casually,
Master, your foresight is divine. Back then, the granary was plagued by rats. Even the cats brought in to catch them died. Zhou Kai, the owner of Taiping merchant firm, then hired Xie Xun to use his black dog to eliminate the rats, and for a decade the granary has had no rat outbreaks.
A look of shock crossed the guard's face, and he honestly recounted what he knew.
Thank you, young brother, for telling us.
The Sword Master bowed in thanks and handed the guard a piece of silver.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master.
The guard, overjoyed at the money, repeatedly thanked him and left the room. After understanding the situation, the Blade Master said no more and quietly ate the dishes on the table. Inside the room, after finishing reading the entire ambush sword art, Xie Xun was about to practice when he suddenly realized he didn't have a sword at home.
Looks like he'll have to buy a sword.
He quickly devoured the nearly cooled roast duck on the table and then headed to the living room. The 3 brothers, surnamed Xiao, now sated, were huddled together, lying on the ground like a large black carpet. In the distance, a dozen roosters and hens strolled leisurely, occasionally scratching the soil for insects.
Hey, Xiao Tian has changed his ways. He's not chasing the chickens after eating.
Seeing this scene, Xie Xun felt a bit unaccustomed. For the past 2 years, Xiao Tian would chase the chickens all over the house, after eating, sometimes accidentally killing a few, forcing Xie Xun to eat them.
Xiao, forget it, let him sleep.
Xie Xun initially wanted to call Xiao Tian to go buy a sword, but seeing him sleeping so soundly, he abandoned the idea. Yet the moment the door creaked open, Xiao Tian snapped awake in his sleep and dashed to his feet, wagging his tongue and looking at him expectantly.
All right, let's go together.
Xie Xun smiled helplessly, patted the dog's head, and said,
Woof.
Xiao Tian happily stuck out his tongue, his tail wagging incessantly. Not long after, the man and his dog arrived at the weapon shop in the west of the city, which sold common martial arts weapons, like swords, spears, and halberds. After all, the Jianghu was rife with conflict, and divine weapons weren't for everyone, so weapons broke easily. When they arrived, several customers were already browsing inside.
This hero has an imposing presence, clearly a dragon among men. Our shop's weapons are of top quality, specially prepared for a chivalrous figure like you. What weapon does the hero need?
A shop assistant hurried over, showering him with flattery before looking at him expectantly. To make a sale, he was willing to call him hero against his conscience.
Do you have a sword that's sturdy and not easy to break?
Xie Xun asked. With the buff of doubled physical attributes, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists, and a common sword might not withstand his handling.
Of course, this way, hero.
The assistant quickly led him to a weapon rack nearby where all kinds of swords of varying lengths were displayed.
These are our finest swords, each forged by a master craftsman over 14 days. They are not only incredibly sharp, but also tough and resistant to breaking.
But the price is a bit. Heh.
The assistant rubbed his hands together, sneaking a glance at Xie Xun's reaction.
How much can a sword cost? As long as the quality is good, money is no issue.
Xie Xun patted the money pouch at his waist. He had just come into 30 taels this morning, so he could afford to be bold. It is a bit pricey, but I guarantee it's a top-notch sword. Just 5,000 won.
Seeing how confident he sounded, the assistant was overjoyed and held up 5 fingers. 5,000 won, or 5 taels of silver.
I suddenly remembered I forgot to feed the chickens at home.
Xie Xun's confidence evaporated instantly, and he turned to leave with Xiao Tian as resolute as if he had made a firm decision without a moment's hesitation. A flicker of confusion appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes. He remembered they had just fed the chickens before he fell asleep, so why did his master say they hadn't? If he had just arrived in Xuanan County, Xie Xun might have gritted his teeth and bought one. But having lived there for over a decade, he knew the price as well. This unscrupulous merchant was only trying to cheat newcomers to the Jianghu. The assistant's 5 fingers froze in midair, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
"TCH, just say you're broke,"
he muttered, then dashed off to greet another customer who had just arrived. Clang, clang, clang. Xie Xun took several twists and turns to a secluded alley in the west of the city where rhythmic hammering sounds came from a blacksmith shop, oddly melodious. Xie Xun approached with Xiao Tian. The blacksmith was a burly man seemingly in his 40s or 50s with bronze-colored skin. Just standing there forging, he exuded a pressure like facing a fierce beast. Before Xie Xun could speak, the blacksmith glanced up at them and said,
"Short sword 1,500 won, long sword 2,000 won, saber 2,500 won. Custom work costs 100 to 500 won, materials extra."
His breath remained steady as he spoke, undisturbed by the hammering.
"I'll take a look first,"
Xie Xun said.
"Help yourself,"
the blacksmith replied without looking up. Xie Xun went to the side and tested a few long swords, finding them all too light for him. After browsing the shop, he found a very unusual sword in a corner piled with weapons. Its blade was thick and wide, nearly the size of his palm. At first glance, it didn't look like a sword at all, more like a straight-bladed saber, but it was indeed double-edged. The surface was covered in rust, suggesting it had been untouched for a long time. He gave it a light swing and found it quite comfortable.
"This sword was ordered by a customer years ago. He said he'd pick it up in half a month, but never showed for years, probably dead. If you want it, he'll let it go for 2,600 won."
The burly blacksmith turned around, looking at the great sword in Xie Xun's hand.
"How much to polish it?"
Xie Xun tapped the blade with his finger, watching rust flakes fall, and asked.
100 won will do. I'll reforge it. Pay the labor first and come back in 2 days. I guarantee it'll look like new."
The blacksmith examined it and said after a moment's thought,
"Deal."
Xie Xun nodded and paid a deposit of 100 won. Then he went to Quanan Medical Hall to buy some medicinal herbs for soaking in wine needed for the qi and blood fusion stage of practicing the Iron Shirt. These medicinal wines had to be prepared years in advance to ensure there was wine ready for the next stage once the Iron Bone stage was complete. 2 days later, Xie Xun returned to the West City blacksmith shop and received the polished great sword. The blacksmith hadn't deceived him. The finished sword looked as good as new. He lightly struck a stone on the ground, and it split in 2, leaving the blade unscathed.
"Excellent sword."
Xie Xun was thoroughly satisfied and then ordered a matching scabbard. Soon after, Xie Xun arrived at the blacksmith's workshop to collect his custom sword sheath, and he named this sword Reincarnation. In the following days, Xie Xun practiced Iron Cloth Shirt every morning, the formation sword technique in the afternoon, and the return to origin technique at night. During breaks at the warehouse, he would squeeze in some training for the 5 directions fist and the step on swallow technique, leading a very fulfilling life. However, one time while practicing the step on swallow technique outside the city, Xie Xun saw the blacksmith, the one who sold his reincarnation sword, sitting alone at the famous farewell pavilion outside the city, drinking quietly. Yet he did not go to join the commotion, but instead chose another place to practice his lightness skill. From that day on, he occasionally noticed the blacksmith drinking alone at the farewell pavilion, looking rather lonely. Xie Xun was fine, although he was also alone. He had Xiao Tian, Xiao Di, and Xiao Yu accompanying him, so he did not feel lonely. However, good times did not last long. 5 years later, both Xiao Di and Xiao Yu passed away on the same day. They were not like Xiao Tian, just ordinary black dogs, and living up to 13 years was already considered old for dogs. Before they died, the two of them even tried to sneak away from home in the middle of the night, intending to leave quietly, but were discovered by Xiao Tian. That day, Xie Xun dug a large pit in the courtyard and buried them together, placing 2 of their favorite roasted chickens and ducks beside them. The chickens in the yard were trembling, all huddled in a corner, tightly closing their mouths and not daring to make a sound. Looking at the small mound of earth, Xiao Tian burrowed into Xie Xun's arms, whimpering sadly. His 2 little brothers were gone. Xie Xun gently comforted Xiao Tian, reminiscing about how Xiao Di and Xiao Yu looked when they first arrived.
"Sigh, how do I adapt to such things?"
He couldn't help but sigh, looking at the whimpering Xiao Tian in his arms, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. He could continuously reincarnate, but Xiao Tian could only live for over 80 years, and now it was already 37, with just over half of its time left.
Death is merely another form of homecoming. They will live better in the heavens, just like Uncle Lu, with endless roasted chickens and ducks to eat, and when bored they can look down at us. So cheer up, Xiao Tian. You wouldn't want Xiao Di and Xiao Yu to see you looking unhappy, would you? Woof.
Xiao Tian looked up at him. Really?
When have I ever lied to you?
Xie Xun said earnestly.
Woof.
Xiao Tian thought for a moment. It indeed seemed that the master had never lied to him, and suddenly he smiled widely.
Let's go buy some wine, and also go to the farewell pavilion outside the city to send them off.
Xie Xun opened his hand, revealing 2 tufts of fur which he had cut from Xiao Di and Xiao Yu's tails.
Woof.
Xiao Tian nodded, and then the 2 of them took money and went out, buying several jars of good wine in the city before arriving at the farewell pavilion outside the city. Today's farewell pavilion was empty. Xie Xun entered the pavilion and opened his palm, watching the tufts of dog fur being carried away by the wind.
Go, having been trapped in Sun County for a lifetime, after death follow this wind to see the vast world.
Looking at the dog fur that vanished in the wind, Xie Xun said silently.
Woof, woof, woof.
Xiao Tian also barked loudly, seemingly wishing them a safe journey.
To drink.
Xie Xun opened a jar of wine and then tilted his head to take several gulps.
Ah, good wine.
After putting down the wine jar, he shouted, perhaps due to the wine entering his eyes turned red.
Woo woo woof woof.
Xiao Tian pawed at Xie Xun's pants, and seeing he was unresponsive, it anxiously stood up.
Do you want to drink?
Xie Xun looked down at it.
Woo woo.
Xiao Tian nodded.
No way, you can't drink wine. Dogs die from drinking this wine. Do you want to leave me too?
Xie Xun looked seriously at Xiao Tian, firmly, not allowing it to touch the wine.
Woo woo.
Xiao Tian quickly shook its head, constantly rubbing against his leg. It certainly did not want to leave its master.
It's the first time I've seen someone drinking alone with a dog.
Suddenly a voice came from afar.
Who?
Xie Xun turned his head to look, and then he saw a familiar figure carrying wine. It was the blacksmith.
It's you, Master Blacksmith.
After seeing who it was, Xie Xun took his wine jar and willingly made room for the blacksmith to join him in drinking. The blacksmith never told anyone his name, but because he was a blacksmith, the neighbors all called him Master Blacksmith, and Xie Xun followed suit. The blacksmith had originally planned to find another place to drink today, but was taken aback when he saw someone make room for him. Having roamed the world for so many years, he had seen many fights over a bowl of wine or a seat, but it was the first time he saw someone willingly offer a position while drinking quietly.
Why are you not practicing lightness skill today? Do you have something on your mind?
The blacksmith came to the pavilion, placed his wine on the table, and then asked,
Here, drink my homemade pear blossom wine.
Seeing that Xie Xun did not respond, the blacksmith did not ask further, but handed him a jar of wine.
Thanks.
Xie Xun took the wine and the two of them began to drink quietly.
My dog, which has accompanied me for 13 years, has passed away. Only after finishing a jar of wine did Xie Xun answer the earlier question.
Drink up, getting drunk will solve 1,000 sorrows. The blacksmith shook his head slightly, as if speaking to Xie Xun, and also as if speaking to himself. Then the two of them picked up another jar of wine and continued to drink. Soon the 4 jars of wine that Xie Xun brought and the 2 jars brought by the blacksmith were all consumed, the scent of alcohol rising, yet neither of them showed any signs of drunkenness. After all, Xie Xun had been drinking medicinal wine for over 10 years. His tolerance for alcohol had long been developed.
Good alcohol tolerance.
The two exchanged glances and then praised each other.
Today was a happy drink, so call me brother next time we drink.
The blacksmith patted the empty wine jars on the table, smiling as he spoke.
All right, if Master Blacksmith invites, Xie Xun will definitely accompany you.
After the two made their pact, Xie Xun left with Xiao. Upon returning home, Xie Xun set down the roasted duck he had just bought in the street and tore off a duck leg to give to Xiao. Looking at Xiao, who was eating with great delight, and then glancing at the small mound in the yard, he reached out to place his hand on its back.
From today on, I will use my internal energy to nourish your body for an hour each day, hoping you can live a little longer.
Xie Xun did not know if the internal energy cultivated from other internal skill methods could truly nourish the body. However, the internal energy he cultivated from the return to origin technique was absorbed and transformed from the vital energy in food, which was highly beneficial for both humans and dogs.
Woof!
Xiao nodded. It did not understand what internal energy was, only knowing that its master would not harm it, and it would always accompany its master. Thus, from that day forward, Xie Xun not only practiced martial arts daily, but also developed the habit of nourishing Xiaotian's body. Half a year later, when the blacksmith learned of this matter while drinking with him, he was momentarily stunned but did not say much. Time flowed like a river, and 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xie Xun was well aware that he was no prodigy in martial arts, so over these 15 years, he refrained from learning new techniques, focusing solely on mastering the martial skills he already possessed. After decades of relentless cultivation of the Guiyuan art, the inner energy within his Dantian had grown formidable. With 31 years of accumulated power, even the most basic inner energy technique could not be underestimated. Over the years, several deadly duels had erupted on the life and death platform in the western part of the city. Xie Xun often went to watch, absorbing combat experience. Yet he never isolated himself in his training. Since 12 years ago, when Master Tai pointed out that his Iron Shard technique had surpassed the recorded standards of the Iron Bone stage, he frequently brought wine to the Limping Martial Arts School in the west of the city to seek advice and spar. The two enthusiastic recruiters from back then had long since left, rumored to have ventured into the martial world after achieving mastery. His purpose in visiting the Limping Martial Arts School was not only to gain practical experience, but also to train for the next stage of the Iron Shard technique, the fusion of qi and blood. This stage required continuous physical impact to sense the flow of one's own qi and blood, allowing better mobilization of qi and blood to enhance defense. The master of the Limping Martial Arts School, aiming to sharpen his own disciples, did not refuse Xie Xun's request. However, during sparring sessions, the school gates were closed, and the outcomes were kept secret from outsiders. In the early years, Xie Xun would always leave the school with a bruised and swollen face, yet a radiant smile adorned his features. Later, whenever he drank with Master Tai, the latter would offer guidance on his training, helping him accelerate his control over his qi and blood. Master Tai himself was a skilled martial artist, but he never spoke of his past, and Xie Xun never asked. With a sparring partner, not only did the school's disciples improve rapidly, but Xie Xun's martial arts also advanced steadily. He had learned the first 3 sword techniques of the Xianxia sword art, but aside from survival, the other 2, slay the enemy and break the formation, remained at the beginner level. Since these were merely friendly spars, not life or death battles, progress was slow. However, his 5-direction fist and swallow step had reached a level of perfection, fully matching his inner energy cultivation. In recent years, he left the school without visible injuries. Instead, the wails of the disciples and the reprimands of the instructors echoed within. Consequently, his sparring opponents progressed from disciples to instructors, and soon the cries of pain came from both instructors and disciples alike. As for why the disciples also cried, it was because their instructors were displeased, and so their disciples could not be happy either.
Outside the city, Xie Xun carried 4 jars of wine, while Xiaotian held a food box in its mouth filled with various appetizers. In the nearby farewell pavilion stood a robust man with bronze skin, Master Tai from the blacksmith shop in the western city. Compared to 15 years ago, his appearance had hardly changed, as if he were immune to aging. Xie Xun knew this was due to his profound martial arts prowess, allowing him to maintain his peak form. Master Tai fine pear blossom wine. Xie Xun raised a wine jar as a greeting, then tossed it over. Without turning, Master Tai caught it steadily, opened the seal, and took a sniff. Not bad, 10 years aged. He took a hearty gulp, his face beaming with delight. He had few pleasures in life, just forging iron and drinking wine. Of course, I brewed this myself for 10 years. Xie Xun entered the pavilion, took the food box from Xiaotian, and laid out the appetizers. Naturally, he did not forget Xie Xun's exclusive roasted chicken. 15 years, and I never expected your dog to master inner energy. Master Tai turned to glance at Xiaotian, his face filled with wonder. Xiaotian has been clever since it was young, nothing surprising. Xie Xun grinned and patted the dog's head. For 15 years, he had never stopped using his inner energy to nourish Xie Xun's body. At first, the effect was subtle. Xiaotian simply became more resistant to cold. After several years of nurturing, residual inner energy began to appear within its body. Xie Xun observed for a few more years, and found that this residue caused no harm, so he let it be. Last year during the Dragon Boat Festival, Xie Xun's appetite suddenly surged, eating twice as much as before. Xie Xun had a vague suspicion. At the beginning of this year, he confirmed that Xiaotian had figured out its own energy circulation route, successfully cultivated inner energy, and truly become a martial arts dog. Your iron shirt technique is becoming more and more deviant. Master Tai shifted his gaze from Xiaotian, examined Xie Xun for a moment, and shook his head. No help for it. I've been figuring it out from the manual alone without a teacher. Deviant or not, it's fine. Xie Xun was unconcerned. What Master Tai meant by deviant was that Xie Xun had overcultivated the iron bone stage of the iron shirt technique. As the saying goes, hide marrow in bones, hide blood in marrow, which resulted in an exceedingly high qi and blood capacity. Perhaps the Reincarnation Mark's effect of doubling physical attributes also played a part. Even the most untalented person would complete the qi-blood fusion stage in 7 or 8 years. But here he was 12 years in, and still no end in sight. Though he was now 50, the age when martial artists typically see a decline in qi and blood. Unless one had achieved great mastery in body refinement, locking qi and blood at this stage was impossible. Yet Xie Xun felt no decline, his qi and blood continued to grow steadily. He was no master of body refinement, unable to lock his qi and blood. The growth was simply due to his exceptionally solid foundation. Moreover, he did not look 50, he appeared to be in his mid-30s at most. Judging by your qi and blood, you won't show age until at least 60. Sensing the vitality within Xie Xun, Master Tai made his assessment. I won't live that long. The hidden injuries from iron shirt cultivation are becoming hard to suppress. Given your condition, I reckon you'll outlive me. Xie Xun shook his head, lifted the wine jar, and took a long gulp. No practitioner of iron shirt lived long. Those who trained in external martial arts always accumulated hidden injuries, shortening their lifespans. It was precisely this side effect that had led Xie Xun to choose external martial arts in the first place. You've thought too much. I can only live for another 2 years at most. Master Tai raked through his hair. Amidst the many dark strands, a single white hair stood out conspicuously. Looking at that single white hair, Xie Xun suddenly understood something and fell silent. This is because the last line recorded in the Iron Claw shirt states, "Those who master the horizontal training will lock their own vital energy and blood. If the vital energy and blood remain intact, the body will not decay. If they disperse, death will come in 5 years. This is due to the fact that the stage that horizontal practitioners must go through is to strengthen and seal their own vital energy and blood. The effect of their cultivation is akin to erecting a dam within their body that intercepts the flow of vital energy. However, once this dam begins to collapse, it becomes irretrievable." Although Master Tai has never disclosed his martial skills, the two of them had sparred before, and knew that they both practiced horizontal techniques, with Master Tai's realm being even more profound. The deeper the cultivation, the more vigorous the vital energy, and the longer it can be locked. Likewise, when the collapse of the dam of vital energy occurs, it will be increasingly fierce beyond the capacity of human strength to withstand. Woof!
Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Xiao Tian put down the chicken leg in his mouth, looking at the two with confusion. Master Tai looked at Xiao Tian, rarely showing a smile, then squatted down to pat the dog's head.
Do not be sad, for me having lived for 97 years in this life is enough.
He appeared quite open-minded, not becoming pessimistic because of his impending death. 97 years. Xie Xun felt a slight shock in his heart. It seemed Master Tai's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined.
Come, drink.
Master Tai raised the wine jar and looked at him.
Drink.
Xie Xun suddenly smiled, realizing he had been overly sentimental, and raised his jar to clink it with Master Tai's.
Refreshing.
Master Tai exclaimed loudly, then set down the wine jar and looked at Xie Xun's palm.
Seeing the calluses on your hand, you must have practiced swordsmanship quite a bit with sword technique. The ambush sword technique from Xie Tower.
Xie Xun nodded.
The ambush sword technique is indeed good. How many forms have you mastered? Survival, slaying enemies, and ambush. 20 years progress is slow, but considering you've been exploring it alone, it's quite understandable.
Master Tai was not surprised, merely stating this.
The ambush sword technique differs from other sword techniques. Practicing it alone, even with high talent, one cannot achieve great success. Come to my blacksmith shop in the future. Even if I am dying, doing something will not be a waste of my martial arts. Master Tai. By the way, remember to bring the wine. I won't teach without wine. Rest assured the pear blossom brew is more than enough. Let's go.
Master Tai waved his hand and left with a jar of wine.
Let's go too, Xiao Tian. Woof.
One man and one dog also carried the wine jar and left. In the following month, Xie Xun often brought pear blossom brew to the blacksmith shop in the west of the city to find Master Tai, and under his guidance, he began practicing swordsmanship.
The determination of ambush entails either death or survival. To master the ambush sword technique, one must hold a belief of fighting, as if one is cornered. Otherwise, even if you practice for 2 lifetimes, you will never succeed.
Master Tai told him this right from the start, then lifted a black iron rod thicker than his arm and smashed it down directly. Startled, Xie Xun hurriedly dodged, but he simply could not escape. With a single strike, Xie Xun was embedded in the ground, the reincarnation sword in his hand bent, and his entire body was in turmoil.
Change your sword. Treat me as an enemy you must kill and come again.
Master Tai gave him little time to rest. As soon as he saw him get up from the ground, he tossed another sword over.
Come again.
Taking the sword, Xie Xun took a deep breath, initiated his sword technique to attack, and was knocked away once more. After several months, Xie Xun could gradually forget past friendships and treat Master Tai as an enemy to attack. Master Tai was a master of horizontal training. Although the dam of his vital energy was beginning to collapse, his defense had not weakened much, and ordinary weapons could not injure him at all, allowing Xie Xun to act with confidence. Although each training session left him feeling quite uncomfortable from the shock to his vital energy, his swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already mastered the techniques of slaying enemies and ambush. In addition, the integration stage of the iron cloth shirt's vital energy had also progressed. With each shock to his vital energy, it enhanced his control over his own vital energy. Over these days, Master Tai's strength continuously refreshed his understanding. Even when he exerted all his effort, he still could not injure Master Tai in the slightest. He could hardly imagine how strong Master Tai was at his peak. On this day, Xie Xun returned as usual after practicing swordsmanship in the west of the city. However, just as he returned home and had not yet entered the door, he saw a young man in his early 20s rushing towards him in a panic.
Not good. Not good, Uncle Xie. Is that you, Xiao Liuzi? Why are you in such a hurry?
Xie Xun turned to look and immediately recognized who was coming. Xiao Liuzi was the grandson of Brother Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Lu, and he worked as a clerk in the Taiping Guild. Since Brother Zhang passed away a few years ago, Xiao Liuzi had been assigned to the granary as a guard. Originally, Xiao Liuzi should have called him Grandfather Xie, but due to his appearance being somewhat deceptive, at 30-something he had been called Uncle all along.
Uncle, it's not good. I heard today that the new shopkeeper wants to dismiss you and reclaim your house.
Xiao Liuzi rushed to Xie Xun's side, panting.
New shopkeeper? What about shopkeeper Zhou?
Xie Xun frowned slightly. The big boss Zhou Kai had already retreated behind the scenes a few years ago, and his son took over as the shopkeeper. As for himself, it was said that he had moved to Yongning Prefecture's capital to enjoy life. But he had not heard any news of a change in shopkeepers. He had merely gone out to find Master Tai to practice swordsmanship, How had the Taiping Guild seemingly undergone a change?
Shopkeeper Zhou has not returned since the beginning of the year when he went to the prefecture, nor has there been any word.
The new shopkeeper was elected by the shop's people. Many of shopkeeper Zhou's staff were dismissed and replaced with his people. It is said that Zhang Lu, why are you not guarding the granary but here?
Xiao Liuzi had not finished speaking when a voice of reprimand came from a distance.
Turning to look, they saw dozens of people marching toward them. The leader among them had a very round appearance, somewhat like a stout doll that had come to life and grown legs.
Uncle Xie, that's the new shopkeeper of the guild.
Xiao Liuzi quickly hid behind Xie Xun, pointing at the round man and speaking softly.
You go first.
Xie Xun turned back and said to Xiao Liuzi,
What about you, Uncle Xie? Don't worry about me.
Xie Xun twisted his neck before Brother Zhang left. He had entrusted him to take care of Xiao Liuzi, and he would naturally keep his word.
Take care, Uncle Xie.
Xiao Liuzi nodded, then quickly bolted away.
You little brat, you think you can run?
Among the people brought by the new shopkeeper, someone brandished a stick and tried to chase after him. However, the next moment his eyes suddenly blurred, and Xie Xun appeared before him like a ghost.
Ah!
Startled, the man instantly fell to the ground, dropping the stick in his hand. Instinctively, he wanted to pick up the stick, but upon turning his head, he saw a large black dog running off with his stick. The black dog dropped the stick at the feet of the man in front, then squatted on the ground like a statue, its expression somewhat fierce, seemingly ready to leap up and bite him at any moment.
I wonder if you all have any business here with me.
Without paying attention to the man on the ground, Xie Xun looked at the dozens of people before him and asked in a calm tone. His face was exceedingly calm, showing no sign of fear. Though the man did not see it clearly, the others standing in the distance witnessed everything with unmistakable clarity. Xie Xun appeared to be merely walking, yet his speed surpassed that of a hare. In the blink of an eye, he had intercepted their man. Upon witnessing this, the new steward silently retreated into the crowd behind him. Only after standing behind the two subordinates before him did he feel a modicum of security.
Xie Xun,
he spoke slowly, his tone laced with uncertainty. Though he had never met Xie Xun, he had heard others say the man had worked at the trading company for over 30 years. Yet the person before him appeared to be merely in his 30s. He had heard that certain martial arts could make one appear youthful. It seemed the rumors of Xie Xun practicing martial arts were true. In that moment, the new steward felt a surge of relief, grateful for his caution in bringing dozens of men before arriving. He refused to believe that no matter how formidable one's martial prowess, 2 fists could overcome 4 hands, let alone dozens of hands.
It is I. Are you the new steward?
Xie Xun nodded, then appraised the other men before surveying the rest. A few bore traces of martial training, but none seemed to have practiced for more than a decade. With a single glance, Xie Xun had formed a rough judgment of their capabilities.
My surname is Xia. Some say you neglected your duties while guarding the warehouse, often disappearing without cause. Do you admit to this?
Steward Xia shouted from behind his men.
I admit it. Even if you didn't, I have evidence here. What?
Steward Xia had not anticipated such a direct confession, and his prepared rhetoric was instantly stifled.
Then do you accept your dismissal as warehouse keeper of Taiping Trading Company? I accept.
Steward Xia glanced at his men, never imagining Xie Xun would be so compliant.
Ahem.
He cleared his throat, pushed aside the 2 men before him, and once again stood at the front of the crowd.
This house was originally provided by Boss Zhou for the keeper's lodging. Since you are no longer the keeper. Stop right there. I purchased this house 6 years ago, and the deed is in my possession. If you doubt me, ask Steward Zhou. Is this true?
Steward Xia turned to ask his subordinate.
He doesn't appear to be lying,
the man whispered in reply.
Ahem, very well. Let's go.
Steward Xia turned to leave.
Steward, you forgot about Zhang Lu, who ran off earlier.
The man who had been frightened into falling earlier hastily spoke, his eyes filled with malice.
Ah, yes. Zhang Lu neglected his duties. Dismiss him as well.
Steward Xia nodded, then spoke.
Whom did you say you wished to dismiss?
Suddenly an icy voice reached his ears, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Turning his head to the side, he saw a hand resting on his shoulder, and in the corner of his eye half of Xie Xun's face. His gaze was now frigid. He cared not for his own dismissal, but Xiao Luer had only come to inform him out of concern. To see him dismissed for that, this he could not accept. Brother Zhang had looked after him for years, and he remembered every bit of that kindness.
If he stood idly by while the man's descendant was bullied, would he not be an ingrate? Moreover, Steward Xia was merely a usurper. The right to dismiss anyone belonged solely to Steward Zhou. Steward Xia felt his throat go dry, words formed in his mouth, but refused to emerge.
Xie Xun, how dare you? Release the steward at once.
Someone immediately shouted. The surrounding men instantly encircled Xie Xun, all their staffs aimed at him. Several among them wore expressions of great urgency, likely the steward's confidants.
A mere usurper, nothing but a self-proclaimed steward.
Xie Xun's voice grew colder. Then, hoisting the steward in his grasp, he hurled him directly at the man who had shouted.
Quick! Catch him,
Before the man could finish, he felt a heavy blow to his stomach, his face instantly turning the color of a pig's liver.
Ouch!
On the other side, several men were struck by Steward Xia, who tumbled about like a possessed roly-poly toy, collapsing into a heap. They felt as if they had been rammed by a frenzied wild boar, the pain nearly making them roll their eyes back.
Kill him! All of you, kill him!
Steward Xia scrambled into a corner, clutching his aching chest, and pointed viciously at Xie Xun, who was surrounded. Behind him, several staffs came crashing down. Xie Xun did not dodge, his back suddenly swelled as if inflated. Thump, thump, thump. The men felt as though their staffs had struck an iron plate, the impact numbing their hands. Qi protecting the body, flesh like metal, the stage where iron shirt merges qi and blood. To defeat a master of external cultivation, one must either overcome them with brute force or pierce them with a sharp weapon. Unfortunately, these men possessed neither strength nor sharp weapons. Xie Xun stepped back, a crooked smile on his lips. He swept his large hand, gathering all the wooden staffs, and yanked hard. The men crashed heavily to the ground. As they tried to rise, they were trampled by their own comrades, plunging the scene into chaos.
Woof! Woof! Woof!
Xiao Tian paced anxiously outside the fray. Several men had set their sights on him, their staffs swinging down repeatedly, but he dodged each one. Mindful of the command not to bite recklessly, Xiao Tian charged and slammed into a man's chest. In an instant, the man's vision went dark, as if he saw his great-grandmother beckoning him.
A fight! There's a fight here!
Outside the alley, passing townsfolk heard the commotion and curiously looked up. Seeing dozens of people ganging up on one man and a dog, they immediately began shouting through the streets.
Xie
Xun keenly detected the noise at the alley's entrance, and a thought struck him. Gripping a staff he had seized from someone, he viciously struck the buttocks of a man beside him.
Ah! Ouch! Oh dear!
Suddenly he began to wail loudly, his voice thunderous, drowning out the cries of the thug he had just struck. Then with a backhanded swing he lashed the thighs of two other men. They clutched their legs, unable to stand from the pain. Their screams barely escaped before they were buried by Xie Xun's own lamentations.
It hurts! Stop hitting me! Woof! Woof! Woof!
Hearing Xie Xun's cries of agony, Xiao Tian went berserk, opening his mouth to bite down on a man's calf. But a wooden staff suddenly thrust forward, blocking his jaws. He looked up and saw his master signaling him with his eyes. In that instant, Xiao Tian understood.
Stop! I surrender! Someone's going to die. I know I was wrong. Don't hurt my dog. Please don't hurt my dog. Help! Murder!
The more people fell around him, the more vigorously Xie Xun howled. It was a sound that would sadden any who heard it, and bring tears to any listener.
How? How?
Xiao Tian also scurried about, his cries utterly pitiful. Anyone unaware would think a heinous act of canine cruelty was unfolding. The man and his dog deliberately hid behind the crowd. More and more townsfolk gathered at the alley's entrance, yet they could never see the pair, only the spectacle of many bullying the few.
Move! Get out of the way!
Suddenly several angry shouts erupted from behind the crowd, as a squad of constables swiftly pushed through and charged into the alley. Xie Xun instantly realized it was time to stop. He tossed aside his club, curled up on the ground clutching Xiuqian, and continued wailing as the blows rained down on him. But his cries grew weaker and weaker.
Stop! Everyone stop!
With a clang, the constables drew their swords and surrounded the 7 or 8 men still standing. Seeing the gleaming blades beside them, the remaining few snapped back to their senses. They hastily dropped their clubs and fell to their knees with a thud. Shopkeeper Xia, huddled by the wall, turned deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn, in the heat of the moment, had forgotten that private brawls were forbidden in Xuanan County.
Ouch! On the ground, Xie Xun held Xiao tightly, his moans barely audible.
It's a frame-up, officer. Xie Xun struck first. Look how many of us he's already beaten down.
Shopkeeper Xia snapped out of his daze, scrambled to the lead constable's side, and tearfully accused Xie Xun. As he clutched the constable's pants, a banknote slipped into the officer's sleeve. Feeling the slip of paper, the constable surveyed the scene of groaning bodies, and was already 70% convinced.
Officer, don't listen to his lies. The neighbors all saw dozens of them bullying one man. That's right. We saw them swinging their clubs like madmen. Those on the ground were probably hit by their own people. Exactly. He even warned us not to meddle or we'd get beaten too.
The onlookers at the alley entrance chimed in. The constable's resolve wavered.
You're slandering me.
Shopkeeper Xia's eyes bulged as he burst into a tirade.
Shut your mouth,
the lead constable snapped.
Uncle Xie, are you all right?
At that moment, Xiaolu rushed over from the alley, kneeling beside Xie Xun in concern. These constables were the ones had summoned from the county office, but had been slow to arrive. When Xie Xun didn't respond, Xiaolu tried to turn him over. But the moment his hand touched Xie Xun's shoulder, Xie Xun flinched as if stung.
Don't hit me! No more!
His torn sleeve slipped, revealing an arm mottled with bruises. Then, as Xie Xun turned, his face was swollen and twisted, his eyes filled with sheer terror. What a pitiful sight! Xiaotian, now free, shed silent tears, whimpering as it nestled against its master. This scene stirred compassion in everyone present. For a body-tempering practitioner who could control most of his blood and she faking bruises was as easy as eating or drinking. The real challenge wasn't creating the bruises, but making them look authentic. Luckily, Xie Xun had sparred with many martial arts apprentices before, often ending up with a battered face and bruised body. He remembered exactly where each bruise should be, how large, how deep in color, and how thick the pooled blood beneath. Even the best physician in town, after examining him, would have to say these were fresh wounds from a beating. Seeing him like this, Shopkeeper Xia and the few who hadn't been knocked down stared in disbelief. Dude, weren't you just a god of war taking on a dozen without a scratch? How are you now a pitiful wreck covered in wounds?
Outrageous. You beat him to this state and still claim he started it, that he took down dozens of you. Do you take us for blind fools?
The lead constable kicked Shopkeeper Xia aside, drew his blade, and thundered with righteous fury.
Well said.
The crowd at the alley cheered.
You two carry him to Quanan Medical Hall for treatment. The rest of you take everyone back to await the magistrate's wise judgment.
With the order, the constables moved swiftly, and soon everyone was taken away.
Good.
The onlookers erupted in applause, again giving the lead constable thumbs-ups.
Rest assured, our magistrate is discerning. He will deliver a just verdict, never letting a villain escape nor wronging an innocent.
The lead constable clasped his hands and bowed toward the county office to the north, shouting loudly.
Good. Having officers and a magistrate like you in Xuanan County is our blessing. Indeed. Indeed.
This speech earned him more praise from the crowd. The lead constable could barely suppress his grin. If these words reached the magistrate's ears, he'd surely be promoted, get a raise, marry a beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Soon at Quanan Medical Hall.
Dr. Lu, come quick. Xie Xun from the east side has been severely beaten.
A flustered apprentice found Lu Fu preparing medicine in the backyard and rushed to tell him.
What? You say Brother Sun has been hurt?
Lu Fu shot to his feet, incredulous.
Quick! Fetch my medical kit. Where is he? He was just brought here by the constables. What? By constables?
Lu Fu dropped his herbs and hurried to the front hall. There he saw Xie Xun on a stretcher covered in bruises. Xiao Tian lay sorrowfully in his arms, tears streaming down.
Brother Sun, Dr. Lu is here. Make way.
Seeing Lu Fu, the crowd parted to let him examine Xie Xun. 20 years had passed, and Lu Fu had become a renowned physician at Quanan Medical Hall, his skill rivaling the late Dr. Ans. Though still somewhat impatient, he was beloved by the people and ranked among the best doctors in the clinic. After taking Xie Xun's pulse, Lu Fu's anxious expression slowly turned puzzled. He then examined the bruises on Xie Xun's body. The injuries did not appear to be fake, yet his pulse seemed healthier than most people's. After inquiring about the incident from the two constables, Lu Fu instantly understood what had happened. He then gave the constables some compensation, and had Xie Xun carried to a room in the back courtyard.
Brother Sun, there's no one else in this room. You can stop pretending,
Lu Fu said helplessly, as he sat by the bedside.
Brother Lu, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I can't fool you.
Xie Xun, who had been unconscious the entire way, immediately opened his eyes, and sat up from the bed. The sorrow on Xie Xun's face vanished as well, and the dog happily licked Lu Fu while rubbing against him.
I knew it! With your skills, Brother Sun, how could you have been beaten like this? It was indeed an act.
Lu Fu picked up a pastry from the table, crouched down to feed it to Xie Xun, and stroked the dog's head as he spoke.
There's no helping it. After all, we're within the city, and besides
Xie Xun sighed helplessly, then recounted the entire sequence of events.
So that's how it is.
After listening to Xie Xun's story, Lu Fu nodded gently. He had heard of that manager Xia, who was promoted by Zhou Kai 10 years ago, to become the chief steward of Taiping Trading Company. He never expected that with manager Zhou absent for so long, the man would harbor treacherous intentions, and proclaim himself the manager, apparently aiming to seize control of the entire company. After figuring out the connections, Lu Fu said,
Don't worry, Brother Sun, I know what to do. Fighting within the city is a serious offense.
With that, he walked to the door, glanced back at Xie Xun, who had lain back down to feign unconsciousness, then pushed the door open and stepped out. Lu Fu then went to the side room, where the two constables were drinking tea.
Dr. Lu, how is Xie Xun?
The two constables quickly stood up to ask. Lu Fu picked up a sheet of paper, began writing his diagnosis, and said,
He has over 100 bruises from beatings, and a heavy blow to the head. I expect he won't wake for several days. Fortunately, Brother Sun has practiced martial arts for years, and has a sturdy constitution. Otherwise, he might not have lasted until you two brought him here.
After finishing the diagnosis, and affixing his seal, Lu Fu handed the medical report to them. He then took out some silver, and pressed it into the constable's hands.
Dr. Lu, this isn't right.
The two immediately stood up, sternly refusing.
My brother's recovery is all thanks to your timely arrival. This is merely a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it,
Lu Fu said with heartfelt sincerity. The two constables exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of reluctance, yet, somehow, the silver accidentally slipped into their own money pouches.
Please stay, Dr. Lu. We will surely present this report to the magistrate and ensure justice for Brother Xie.
Soon after, the two constables exited the clinic and declared with righteous indignation. Then, flicking their sleeves, they headed back to the Yamen to report. That afternoon, rumors spread throughout Xiunan County about manager Xia's usurpation of Taiping Trading Company. Given Zhou Kai's long-standing reputation for benevolence in Xiunan County, countless citizens were outraged, their fury palpable. Inside the prison, manager Xia knew nothing of this, only puzzled as to why his usually infallible method of bribery had failed this time. 3 days later, the county court convened, and manager Xia and his entire group were escorted to the hall. Because Xie Xun was too severely injured to attend, Lu Fu from the clinic and several witnesses from the crowd represented him. With irrefutable evidence, including witness testimonies and Lu Fu's diagnosis, manager Xia and his men were not only imprisoned for engaging in a private brawl within the city, but also ordered to pay Xie Xun a substantial sum for medical expenses. After the trial, manager Xia and his group cried out in injustice, while the onlookers outside hailed the magistrate as a paragon of justice. The magistrate was overjoyed. Having been in office for less than 2 years, he was already being called a clear sky by the locals. Promotion was now within reach. The captain who had led the investigation was also promoted to chief constable, thanks to the magistrate's delight. Inside Taiping Trading Company, those whom manager Xia had previously squeezed out on various pretexts were also overjoyed. The villain and his cronies had all been thrown into prison. The townsfolk were equally delighted, having preserved the property of the benevolent Zhou. In this turn of events, everyone benefited. The only ones who suffered complete loss were manager Xia and his underlings in prison. However, with Taiping Trading Company leaderless, another steward was elected to temporarily serve as manager. Taiping Trading Company had 2 stewards, one managed the shops, and the other managed the warehouse. The one now promoted was the warehouse steward. Unlike manager Xia, the acting manager did not purge dissidents, but instead reinstated those who had been unjustly dismissed. He even brought precious medicinal herbs to Quan in clinic, reassuring Xie Xun to recover peacefully, promising that his position as warehouse guard would remain and his wages would continue during his convalescence. Over half a month later, Xie Xun, now recovered from his severe injuries, brought wine to the blacksmith shop in the west of the city.
I thought you'd acted on impulse, and was considering whether to break you out of jail. I never expected you'd pull this trick.
Master Tai lay on the rocking chair. Xie Xun had personally crafted, cradling a jar of wine in his arms as he spoke. Master Tai's hair had now turned completely white, and wrinkles had begun to appear on his face. In just over half a year, he seemed to have aged 10 years.
It's like a turtle standing on its head. I just made use of the situation,
Xie Xun said, lying back on another rocking chair.
Woof!
From the third rocking chair, Xianxia abruptly lifted its head and looked around. Where was this turtle standing on its head?
A turtle standing on its head.
Master Tai had never heard this expression before and looked puzzled.
It means there's a rule in place. Since there's a regulation, it can be exploited,
Xie Xun explained.
I never realized you had such a sense of humor.
Master Tai shook his head with a smile, looked down at the wine jar in his arms, and suddenly said,
I'm leaving. What? But there's still over a year left.
Xie Xun shot upright.
Don't misunderstand. I just mean I'm leaving Xuanan County,
Master Tai said with some exasperation.
Oh, I see.
Xie Xun relaxed and lay back down to rock.
You often speak of fallen leaves returning to their roots. After all these years, I've come to realize I'd rather die in my hometown. By the way, where is your hometown, Master Tai? Xie Xun, what do you think good and evil truly are?
Master Tai didn't answer his question, but asked instead.
Good and evil.
Hearing these words, Xie Xun fell silent. Master Tai didn't rush him, quietly drinking his wine as he waited for him to ponder.
I believe good and evil cannot be simply defined. It depends on one's perspective. Oh, go on.
Master Tai sat up, suddenly intrigued.
Take the southern barbarian invasion in which the twin blades of the Tao participated, for instance. The southern lands are mountainous, rife with miasma, and survival is harsh. Thus, they have always sought to wage war outward to expand their territory and secure a better living environment. So when the twin blades of the Tao breached the barbarian army and slew the Gu King who could control venomous insects, they were seen as irredeemable villains in the eyes of the barbarians. But from the perspective of the Kong dynasty, the barbarians were the invaders. The twin blades of the Tao stepped forward and drove them back, making them great benefactors. Therefore, the premise of good and evil depends on one's standpoint. When the standpoint is unclear, the so-called boundary between good and evil naturally becomes blurred. In my view, what is called morality, benevolence, wisdom, propriety, righteousness, and integrity all expound on the good and evil of a standpoint.
Xie Xun voiced his opinion.
This is the first time I've heard such a discourse. Quite interesting,
Master Tai said after a moment of stunned silence, coming back to his senses.
But I am the barbarian you speak of. I am the villain.
Suddenly his tone shifted. Though his voice remained calm, the air around them seemed to congeal in that instant, the world between heaven and earth filled with murderous intent.
Right now my standpoint is that of your friend and half a disciple. So in my eyes, you are a benefactor.
Xie Xun showed no sign of panic. He took a sip of wine and spoke calmly.
Ha ha ha.
Master Tai burst into laughter instantly. The overwhelming killing intent dissipated like smoke, and he appeared overjoyed.
15 years, and I was right about you.
He patted Xie Xun on the shoulder, then got up and went into the room. After a while, he emerged carrying a long sword and a bamboo tube, tossing both items to Xie Xun and Xianxia. Xie Xun reached out to catch the long sword, but his expression suddenly changed. The sword in his hand felt extraordinarily heavy, and caught off guard, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Xianxia leaped high, catching the bamboo tube in his mouth, then wagged his tail as he came to Xie Xun's side. Clang! Xie Xun drew the sword from its scabbard. The blade was pure white, and the spine was carved with exquisite patterns resembling an unbroken mountain range. Though the sword was the length and size of a normal longsword, it weighed even more than his previous greatsword Samsara.
This is...
Xie Xun looked at Master Tai and asked.
The material for this sword I picked up in the mountains when I left back then. It is not only incredibly heavy, but also exceptionally tough, rivaling even the legendary meteoric iron. Unfortunately, when I found it, I had already achieved great success in my external martial arts for years. I no longer needed external objects, my fists were my best weapons. I treasured it for decades, thinking it would go into the coffin with me. But you Xie Xun are to my liking. So I forged it into a sword and give it to you. I hope you won't let it be wasted. Rest assured, Master Tai. I will make good use of it.
Xie Xun nodded solemnly.
In the other bamboo tube is the cultivation method I learned. My sect has long been destroyed, and I am the only one left. My master and the sect leader could not bear to see our lineage severed. I trust your judgment. After you learn it, find someone else to pass this method down properly.
Master Tai spoke slowly, as if delivering his final words.
I will.
Xie Xun took the bamboo tube from Xiao and nodded solemnly in promise.
All right, go now. After today, don't come looking for me again.
Master Tai waved his hand, dismissing them. Xie Xun watched Master Tai's retreating back as he walked into the room, then cupped his hands in farewell. He patted the dog's head, and man and dog walked out the door. A loud bang came from behind as the door closed. When he looked back, there was only the shut door and no sign of Master Tai.
Master Tai, what is this sword called?
Before closing the courtyard gate, Xie Xun looked at the long sword in his hand and asked. He waited a long time, but no sound came from the room. Xie Xun understood immediately. He closed the gate and walked eastward without looking back. From that day on, Xie Xun never returned to that blacksmith shop. However, he later heard from others that the blacksmith shop was sold just a few days after he left. It seemed Master Tai needed travel money to return to his hometown. Under the twilight, Xie Xun stood beneath a large tree in his yard, gazing at the long sword gifted by Master Tai. He had already tested the sword. It was not only extremely heavy, but also sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. A single swing could even cleave through a tree as thick as a man's waist. It was undoubtedly a divine weapon. But that one swing cost him a lot of money, because the falling tree smashed a corner of the farewell pavilion, and a guard on the city wall happened to witness it. Now, he was troubled, wondering what to name the sword. After racking his brain for a long time without a satisfying idea, he set his gaze on Xie Xun, who was chasing chickens. He then drafted Xiaoyan into service.
Tell me, what should this sword be called?
Xie Xun put his arm around the dog's neck and asked with eager anticipation.
Woof!
Xie Xun's eyes held a glint of intelligence. Are you sure you want to ask me?
It's fine, just say any name.
Xie Xun patted the dog's head, offering encouragement.
Woof woof woof.
Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, then barked.
Master Tai. Right. Since it was a gift from Master Tai, why not just call it Master Tai?
A look of joy spread across Xie Xun's face. He slapped his thigh, decisively settling on the name.
Woof woof woof.
Xiaoyan leaped up abruptly, barking loudly in protest at Xie Xun. Can't you slap your own thigh next time? It hurts. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed by swiftly. The Taiping Trading Company was doing well, and the vanished shopkeeper Zhou had returned safely 4 years ago. Later it was said that he had encountered bandits on the road. His horse was startled and carried him to another prefecture, where he was lost for over half a year before finding his way back. After shopkeeper Zhou returned, he heard about Xie Xun and shopkeeper Sha's affair, and came to visit with a large pile of gifts. He also promised that Xie Xun no longer needed to guard the warehouse, but would still receive his wages. Xie Xun did not refuse and gladly accepted. Thus, for 4 years, he devoted himself entirely to martial arts training, never stepping out of his home. Gradually, the people around him forgot about him. Only when recounting the crisis at the trading company years ago would they remember an old employee who had been beaten up. As for Zhang Lu, out of guilt, he would occasionally visit with delicious food. Otherwise, Xie Xun would truly have been like an empty nester. Seeing that little Six was a decent person, Xie Xun would occasionally teach him boxing and let him drink some medicinal wine to strengthen his physique. Over these 5 years, his martial arts progress had been slow. His iron shirt skill remained stuck at the stage of chi and blood fusion, the pinnacle always out of reach. Since Master Tai left, and there was no one to spar with, his assault formation sword technique had stagnated. It hadn't regressed only because he never stopped practicing. However, Xiaoyan, watching him practice swordplay every day, had picked up a bit of it. Sometimes the dog's tail would swing with the same force as a sword strike. When Xie Xun noticed this, he enthusiastically began practicing swordplay with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also enjoyed it. With the ever-increasing inner energy within him, his tail technique was indeed somewhat intimidating. His 5 directions fist was progressing steadily. Now the masters at Lin Ping's martial arts school could no longer defeat him in this technique. The greatest improvement was in his swallow step technique. He had now touched the threshold of being as light as a swallow, and could use tree branches for leverage to perform qigong. But he still couldn't stand on a thin branch without it breaking. On this day, Xie Xun and Xianxia were tidying up the house, taking away the money they had saved over the years. It wasn't much, just over 50 taels of silver, but the most valuable items were the medicinal wine stored on the floor.
Xiaotian, bring me another gourd.
Inside the room, Xie Xun was using a gourd to pour all the wine from a small jar.
Woof woof.
Outside the door, Xiaotian dashed in with a gourd larger than its own head. Xie Xun took the gourd and poured the remaining wine into it, filling 2 gourds to the brim. The wine in this small jar was his treasure, made with the finest medicinal herbs and the strongest liquor from Xiunan County, aged for a full 20 years. Both in price and potency, it was more than 10 times superior to ordinary medicinal wine specially prepared for his departure from Xiunan County. He decided to leave now, because over the past few years his vital energy could no longer suppress the hidden injuries accumulated from years of practicing the iron shirt technique. Over 5 years his appearance had aged from a man in his 30s to one in his 40s, the rate of aging increasing each year. Xie Xun couldn't predict his own death, so he planned to leave early to avoid being discovered during reincarnation.
Let's go, xianxia.
Before closing the door, Xie Xun looked at the small mound covered in dogtail grass. The wind swept through the yard, and the dogtail grass swayed gently, as if bidding them farewell.
Uncle Xie, are you really leaving?
Outside the door, Zhang Lu looked at the key in his hand and asked reluctantly. This key belonged to the house. Since Xie Xun didn't know when he would return, he decided to give the house to little Lu.
Little Lu, you don't know this, but your Uncle Xie still has a dream, to roam the world with a sword.
In the past, I didn't dare to leave, because my martial arts were weak and the outside world was dangerous. Now that I'm old, if I don't go out and see this beautiful world, I'll never have the chance again. Xie Xun patted little Liu's shoulder and spoke earnestly.
Then Uncle Xie, take care.
Zhang Lu knew that once Xie Xun made up his mind, he rarely changed it, so he didn't try to persuade him further.
I'm off, little Lu. Take good care of the house. I might come back.
Xie Xun smiled, turned around, and left with a carefree stride.
Woof woof.
Xiaotian barked twice, then immediately followed Xie Xun, rubbing its head against his palm.
Take care, Uncle Xie.
Take care, Xiaotian.
Zhang Lu called out loudly. But Xie Xun didn't look back. He simply raised his hand and waved it above his head before disappearing into the crowd.
At the west of the city, in the backyard of Quanan Medical Hall.
Leaving.
Lu Fu looked at Xie Xun and Xiaotian and asked.
I'm about to leave. These are my notes on martial arts and circulating qi. You must take them.
Xie Xun took a handwritten manual from his luggage and placed it in front of Lu Fu.
How can I accept this?
Lu Fu instinctively tried to refuse.
Listen to me. You may be a physician, but you can't be defenseless. What if you encounter a troublesome patient on a house call? I won't be here to help you after I'm gone. Even if you stop making house calls, what about your son? He'll have to go out, won't he? Take these notes and practice what's inside. You won't be as formidable as me, but at least you'll gain some strength. Even if you can't defeat someone, you'll be faster when you run.
Xie Xun advised earnestly.
Woof.
Xiaotian chimed in from the side.
All right, I'll accept it.
Lu Fu picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and fed it to Xiaotian, then patted the dog's head and smiled as he put away the entire manual.
That's right. I'm off now.
Xie Xun patted Lu Fu's shoulder with satisfaction, flicked his sleeve, and stood up to leave Quanan Medical Hall. But no sooner had they left than Lu Fu followed, standing at the entrance and calling out,
Brother Sun, no need to see me off.
Xie Xun waved his hand without looking back, quickening his pace slightly.
See you off my foot. Give me back my whole plate of osmanthus cake.
Lu Fu stomped in frustration. He had barely eaten any of the osmanthus cake on his table before Xie Xun had swiped it all.
Damn you, stingy. Run!
Xie Xun quickly shielded the osmanthus cake in his arms and bolted.
Woof woof.
Xie Xun's tail immediately tucked between its legs as it hurriedly chased after him. Master, wait for me. Heh. Watching the figures of the man and dog disappear, Lu Fu couldn't help but laugh. He looked in the direction they had gone and spoke softly.
Brother Sun Xiaotian, take care on your journey.
At the west of the city, the Jushin Pavilion. This was the most famous restaurant in the West, renowned far and wide for its chef's skill producing exceptionally delicious dishes. Many martial artists liked to host friends and family here. It was a place that brought great face. Despite its many merits, the only drawback was its exorbitant prices. Xie Xun had never dared to dine here before, as his purse was rather light. But now that he was about to leave, splurging a little before departing wasn't too much to ask.
Come on, Xianxia. Let's have a good meal before hitting the road.
Xie Xun patted his money pouch with the look of someone marching to their doom, as if he were heading to the execution ground after the meal.
Welcome, sir.
The waiter at the entrance greeted the man and dog warmly. Inside, the first floor was packed, but the second floor seemed to have some space. So he led Xianxia up to the second floor. But as soon as he reached the second floor, he spotted a familiar figure by the window. A Taoist priest with a familiar fortune-telling banner beside him inscribed with the alto-familiar words 3 refusals.
Damn, Xie, look at that.
Xie Xun quickly patted the dog's head and pointed at the banner.
Woof.
Xiaotian blinked, wondering if it was seeing things. Just as both were uncertain, the Taoist priest turned around, smiling at them. Xie Xun now carried a pack on his back and 2 large gourds at his waist. Though his face looked over 40, traces of his younger self remained. Coupled with the nearly unchanged big black dog at his feet, the priest recognized them instantly. So he spoke first.
Little brother, dog brother, it's been a while. How have you been?
At those words they both confirmed it. This was indeed the Taoist priest from years ago.
Master, it really is you.
Xie Xun and Xiaotian quickly stepped forward, pulled out a bench, and sat down, their faces full of surprise.
Woof.
Xiaotian also stood on the bench, resting its head on the table with a canine grin. To be honest, it wasn't that they hadn't recognized him earlier, they just didn't dare to. Because the Taoist priest before them looked exactly the same as he had over 30 years ago.
Master, you are truly a divine being. 36 years have passed, yet your appearance remains unchanged.
Xie Xun couldn't help but remark as he gazed at the other.
It's merely the art of preserving youth. I had thought you would have ventured into the martial world by now, young friend. To encounter you here is indeed a fateful coincidence. I never expected to meet you here either, Master. I was planning to enjoy a good meal today, and then leave the city to behold the magnificent rivers and mountains of this world.
Xie Xun chuckled. After calling the waiter over to order several signature dishes, he turned his gaze to Xiaotian.
By the way, Master, you once told me to rename him. Now he's called Xiaotian. What do you think of this name? Xiaotian. That is indeed a fine name. And he possesses inner strength, which explains how he can suppress such heavy resentment and baleful aura.
The master nodded, a look of understanding dawning on his face.
Resentment and baleful aura.
This time it was Xie Xun's turn to be bewildered.
Young friend, has your residence been plagued by frequent rat infestations over the years?
The master inquired, as if perceiving something.
No rat infestations, but we have spent these years.
Xie Xun recounted his years of guarding a warehouse and exterminating rats.
Earlier I noticed that Brother Xiaotian bore a heavy resentment and baleful aura, vaguely taking the form of a rat. Hence I made this conjecture, and it appears to be true.
The master finally explained his earlier question.
Is Xiaotian all right?
Xie Xun nervously pulled Xiaotian close, pried open his mouth, and lifted his tail for a thorough examination.
Brother Xiaotian possesses an extraordinary destiny. He is a black dog that wards off evil and suppresses malevolence, and he also has inner strength. Such resentment and baleful aura are naturally harmless.
The master's words immediately dispelled Xie Xun's worries. But the next moment, it was Xie Xun's turn to worry.
However, young friend, your destiny is exceptionally intertwined with Brother Xie Xun's. You bear the brunt of the resentment and baleful aura.
Upon hearing this, Xiaotian instantly grew tense, nudging Xie Xun anxiously, as he inspected his physical condition with concern.
What? Am I going to be fine?
Xie Xun's eyes lit up, his tone brimming with surprise. The master was utterly baffled. How could he show no fear, and even seem delighted? In all his years of divination, everyone who learned they were plagued by resentment and baleful aura was either extremely anxious, disbelieving, or utterly fearless. But a reaction like Xie Xun's was a first.
Ahem, Master, are we going to be all right?
Realizing he had slipped up, Xie Xun quickly embraced Xiaotian, putting on a feigned expression of fear and anxiety as he asked again. However, his act was rather unconvincing.
Young friend, with your decades of pure yang virginity and a destiny even I cannot fathom, you are naturally safe as well.
The master stroked his beard and shook his head. Your acting is truly terrible. Oh, upon hearing this, Xie Xun couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment.
Food is here.
The waiter's voice rang out from a distance, and several dishes were placed on the table.
Sir, your braised lamb kung pao chicken plum blossom tripe, and 2 jugs of fine Dao Waxiang wine are all here.
After announcing the dishes, the waiter hurried away as quickly as he had come.
Master, please try the delicacies of this Xie Inn. They are renowned far and wide.
Xie Xun poured a glass of wine for the master, and then took the first bite of a piece of chicken.
Truly delightful. This flavor is indeed a culinary masterpiece.
Xie Xun's eyes brightened as he praised.
Woof woof.
Xie Xun's drool was practically dripping as he eagerly tugged at Xie Xun's clothes.
Here, this is for you.
Xie Xun quickly fetched another bowl, filled it to the brim, and placed it before Xiao Tian. Watching the man and dog devour the feast with gusto, the master was at a loss for words, simply attributing it to their carefree nature. He then picked up his chopsticks and joined in. After several rounds of wine and ample dishes, the master was full, but the man and dog, being voracious eaters, were only a third full. Xie Xun went downstairs to buy over a dozen steamed buns, using them to soak up the sauce from the dishes, finding it uniquely flavorful.
By the way, master, what exactly is this resentment and baleful aura you mentioned?
After finally eating until he was 70% full, Xie Xun curiously inquired about the resentment and baleful aura. Xiao Tian also rested his dog head on the table, staring at the master with curiosity.
Resentment and baleful aura are essentially resentment and malevolence. Heaven gives birth to all things and the earth nurtures them. Whenever a living being kills another, it becomes tainted with baleful aura. When this act goes against the will of heaven, besides baleful aura, resentment also attaches itself.
The master explained simply.
The will of heaven. What kind of act aligns with the will of heaven? Let me use the example of cats and mice. Cats are the natural predators of mice. Cats live by eating mice. This is the way of survival ordained by heaven, and thus it is the will of heaven. Therefore, no matter how many mice a cat kills, it only carries baleful aura, never resentment.
Hearing this explanation, the man and dog exchanged glances, understanding dawning upon them.
But dogs do not live by eating mice, so when Brother Xiao Tian kills many mice, he naturally becomes tainted with resentment. This is the root of the saying, a dog catching mice is meddling in others' affairs. Since it is meddling, it naturally does not align with the will of heaven.
The master elaborated.
Then according to you, master, do the martial artists who kill bandits and mountain outlaws also meddle going against the will of heaven?
Xie Xun was puzzled by what he heard.
Although this act does not align with the will of heaven, it does not violate it. If bandits and outlaws have killed countless innocents, they are already tainted with resentment, which goes against the will of heaven. When martial heroes strike down such bandits, they act on behalf of heaven. Not only do they avoid resentment and baleful aura, but they also accumulate merits. I see.
Xie Xun and Xiao Tian exchanged another glance, understanding once more. But the next moment another question arose in his mind.
Master, I have one more question. The generals and soldiers who fight for their country on the battlefield don't seem to fit the explanation above. You raise a good point, young friend. But such matters depend on perspective,
the master said, stroking his beard.
Perspective. Indeed. When fighting for the nation, the resentment from killing is borne by the dynasty's fortune. If it is an unjust war, the resentment is naturally borne by the unjust side. When the resentment becomes too vast for the dynasty's fortune to suppress, the dynasty will fall into turmoil or even collapse.
Xie Xun slapped his thigh in sudden realization.
I understand now, master. A mighty state, though vast, will perish if it loves war, though the world is at peace, forgetting war brings peril. A mighty state, though vast, will perish if it loves war, though the world is at peace, forgetting war brings peril.
The master recited the phrase repeatedly, his eyes growing brighter.
My sect advocates following the will of heaven, acting in human affairs, protecting the rivers and mountains, and safeguarding the people. Young friend, your insight aligns perfectly with our Tiani sect. Why not come with Brother Xiao Tian to the mountains and cultivate? Our sect's techniques, though not the pinnacle of the world, are sufficient to prolong life, granting an additional 70 years without issue. What do you say?
The master asked, looking at them expectantly.
What? An extra 70 years of life?
Xie Xun was instantly shaken.
Master, I'm in a hurry to die, so I can reincarnate, yet you want me to live another 70 years. That's longer than my current lifespan. To be frank with you, young friend, I am Du Ling of the Tiani Temple, known by the Taoist name of Tian Xuanzi.
Du Ling, thinking Xie Sun doubted his credibility, took the initiative to reveal his identity.
Holy crap! Tianyi Temple. Du Ling.
Xie Xun shot to his feet, his face a mask of sheer astonishment. He knew the Taoist before him was a heavyweight, but he never imagined his background was this formidable. The Tianyi Temple was the foremost Taoist temple in the Kang dynasty, and also its state religion. The current abbot of Tianyi Temple was not only recognized as the foremost martial artist in the land, but also served as the imperial preceptor. It was said that he had lived for over 170 years, like an immortal on earth, an existence gazed upon with reverence by countless people. Du Ling was also a very renowned figure within Tianyi Temple, for he was the chief senior disciple, and the current imperial preceptor was his martial uncle. If anyone else were faced with an olive branch extended by the chief senior disciple of Tianyi Temple, they would likely be eager to accept it immediately for fear he might change his mind. But Xie Xun possessed a system. With every life cycle, he could obtain a mark of reincarnation. He was genuinely afraid of living too long. Yet he did not refuse outright, but fell into deep thought. He himself did not wish to live long, but Xiao Tian could not do the same. The dog was already 58 years old, and another 20 or so years it too would die of old age.
Taoist master, could you perhaps take only Xiao Tian and teach it the Taoist arts?
Xie Xun considered for a moment, then asked tentatively.
Woof!
Xiao Tian abruptly lifted his head to look at Xie Xun, instantly grasping his master's intention.
Whimper.
He fiercely hugged Xie Xun, whimpering incessantly, adamant that he would never be separated from his master.
Xiao Tian, stop messing around.
Xie Xun pushed Xiao Tian away, trying to persuade him. Du Ling watched the man and his dog, then sighed and spoke.
It seems this is the will of heaven. It appears that Tianyi Temple has no karmic connection with you, young friend and brother Xiao Tian.
Xie Xun, who was in the middle of arguing with Xiao Tian, was momentarily stunned. What does the Taoist master mean by this? Is he not taking us in anymore?
This cultivation method I obtained while traveling 7 years ago. Though it cannot compare to the inherited techniques of Tianyi Temple mastering, it can still extend one's lifespan. Please accept it, young friend.
Du Ling produced a worn-looking manual and handed it to Xie Xun.
The Art of Converging Spirit and Heaven.
Xie Xun took the manual and looked at its title.
This technique can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, emphasizing the comprehension of the Tao and nature.
Du Ling explained and took out 2 green circular jade pendants from his person, engraved with an idol holding a long sword and trampling a demon.
Before I depart, I gift you 2 with these pendants. They can slowly absorb the grudges and baleful aura from the wearer. Simply place them under the scorching midday sun every 7 days to recharge.
After handing them the pendants, Du Ling rose, picked up his fortune-telling banner beside him, and slowly descended the stairs.
Thank you, Taoist master.
Xie Xun stood up and bowed deeply to him. Xiao Tian imitated the gesture, standing on his hind legs and bowing with his paws crossed.
No need for such formalities, young friend. Just settle the bill for my meal and wine.
Du Ling did not pause, his steps vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving only his words echoing in Xie Xun's ears. Xie Xun glanced back at the half-plate of peanuts and a pot of wine on the table, not taking it to heart.
Waiter, the bill.
After sitting back down and finishing all the leftovers, he called over the nearby waiter.
Coming.
The waiter arrived at the table, calculated the cost in his mind, and then reported.
That will be 12 taels of silver and 323 coppers in total. Seeing that you have a kind face, sir, you'll make it 12 taels and 300 coppers. What? 3 bottles of wine, 3 dishes, and a plate of peanuts cost me 12 taels. Are you running a robbery at the Jushian Inn?
Xie Xun shot up, his voice rising an octave. The surrounding diners all overheard the outrageous price, and began pointing fingers at the waiter.
Sir, you may not know, but the Taoist master ordered our inn's famous 1,000 Red Caverns wine. That single pot costs 11 taels. The rice flour fragrance is 500 coppers, the Kung Pao chicken.
And finally the peanuts cost 3 coppers.
The waiter looked aggrieved, quickly listing the prices of all the dishes on the table. Xie Xun felt his mind go blank, and his vision seemed to darken.
He staggered and slumped back onto the bench. Turning his head to look at the 1,000 Red Caverns pot on the corner of the table, he stretched out a trembling hand, took it, and tilted it over his cup. Drip, a single drop of wine fell into the cup, not even filling it halfway, barely a third full. He picked up the cup and downed it in one gulp. The aroma of the wine entered his throat, yet it tasted so bitter. Xie Xun let out a soft laugh, his smile more bitter than a cry. For that one small sip 11 taels. Before long Xie Xun walked out of the Jushian, and like a walking corpse, the light of life having faded from his eyes. He had few hobbies. His greatest joy was roaming the martial world with a sword, but unfortunately, his skills were not yet up to par, so he could not be reckless. His only remaining hobby was saving up a bit of money. But that one pot of wine from the Taoist master had single-handedly wiped out over 20% of his years of savings. Glancing at the stone lion by the gate, Xie Xun silently crouched beside it, quietly grieving for his coin purse for a few seconds. After a while, having recovered, Xie Xun silently put on the jade pendant given by Tian Xuanzi, then stood up and walked into the distance.
Shout Tian, next time we eat out we must ask the price first.
Halfway there he lowered his head and said seriously to Xiao Tian.
Woof.
Xiao Tian nodded emphatically. His master was right.
And also from now on never casually treat others to a meal. Woof. Even if we do treat someone we must ask the price beforehand to decide whether to treat them or not. Woof. Oh, and from now on we also need to.
Man and dog gradually walked away, disappearing from the view of the many onlooking diners upstairs. Near the west gate of the city, there was a large courtyard with over a dozen horse-drawn carts loaded with goods parked at the entrance. A large banner was planted on the middle cart bearing the word Xianxia Escort Agency. Dozens of armed men stood around the carts. These were the escort masters of the Xianxia Escort Agency. Their agency had recently taken on a job to escort these goods north to Red River City. Xie Xun's purpose in coming here was naturally to hitch a ride with the escort convoy. After all, the martial world was perilous, and traveling in a group was far safer than journeying alone.
Brother Xie, you finally arrived. Any later, and our convoy would be setting off.
The leader of the escort team was a veteran escort master from Xuanan County, who had never had an accident in all the escorts he had led in his life. The goods under his protection were never lost. Well, except for his wife. He also had a not-so-imposing but fairly well-known nickname, Five Rings Blade. Xie Xun had informed the escort agency several days ago, and even paid half the deposit in advance to hitch a ride with their convoy.
Thank you, Brother Zhang, and all you brothers for waiting for me. These buns are for you. Eat them while they're hot.
Xie Xun handed over the buns head just bought from a roadside stall, knowing that the journey would be long and that maintaining good relations was essential.
You're too kind, Brother Xie. Come on, everyone, have a bun first. Fill your bellies so we've got the strength for the road.
Zhang Daoan took the buns and distributed them among his escort brothers.
Thank you, Uncle Xie.
Each escort received a meat bun, their faces breaking into friendly smiles. In the northern region of Yongning Prefecture, across a desolate wilderness, a dozen wagons laden with goods pressed forward under the guard of several dozen escorts. One of the wagons bore a banner emblazoned with the word Xianxia Escort Agency. This was the convoy Xie Xun had joined. It had been over a month since they left Xuanan County. During that time, they had passed through 3 modest towns, delivering some goods to their owners and taking on new cargo for the next destination. This mode of operation differed from Xie Xun's understanding of escort work. He had assumed they would deliver a single shipment straight to its destination without detours. But reality was different. With dozens of men on the road, food and drink alone cost a fortune. A single job often yielded little profit, and sometimes even incurred losses due to unforeseen events. Thus, every escort agency maintained one or more fixed routes along which they would carry goods for multiple merchants. Since it was along the way, the agency charged less than a dedicated trip. Merchants were happy to pay less, and the agency was happy to collect multiple fees. During these days, they had encountered galloping martial artists on the road, and had also faced 1 or 2 bands of bandits and mountain thieves. But those bandits were few in number. After leaving a few corpses behind, they fled in panic. For the latter half of the month, no further incidents occurred. Though the escorts' faces showed boredom, they all wished this monotony would last until they safely delivered their cargo.
Hey, Uncle Xie, we heard you've been practicing martial arts for decades. What level have you reached?
The escorts of Xianxia Agency were familiar with this stretch of road, knowing it held no great dangers, so they were relaxed and even in the mood for idle chat.
I'm just muddling through on my own without a master. My skills are truly lacking. Now I'm old. If I could be considered second-rate a few years ago, I've probably slipped back to third-rate by now.
Xie Xun shook his head, his tone sincere.
Haha, if that's the case, then if we run into bandits on the road, Uncle Xie, you'll have to hide behind us so we can protect you.
The escorts around him burst into laughter, clearly believing him. Most of them were at the second-rate level, so naturally they would protect the weakest old man in the group. The classification of martial artists in this jianghu was somewhat vague. Generally speaking, third-rate referred to those who had practiced fist and foot techniques, but lacked inner energy. Second-rate meant those with inner energy, but less than 10 years of training with limited power. First-rate required mastery of a specific martial art such as sword or blade techniques along with substantial inner energy and a reputation in their region. Five Rings Blade belonged to this category. Zhang Daoan often boasted that if he weren't over 60 and past his prime, he might have touched the threshold of a grandmaster. But the others just listened. After all, anyone could brag. At the grandmaster level, leaping over roofs and walls, traveling 1,000 li a day, and single-handedly slaughtering 100 bandits were merely the entry requirements. Some recognized grandmasters had famous deeds recorded in the Pavilion of Heroes, such as charging alone into an army to slay a general and seize his banner, or cleaving a river with a single sword strike. In short, the gap between a grandmaster and those below was as vast as that between a cat and a tiger. One was fierce and cute, making people exclaim, "Mommy, I'm gonna die." The other was so ferocious it made people shout, "Mommy, I'm gonna die."
Then this old man thanks you young brothers in advance,
Xie Xun said with a full smile.
Woof woof,
Xianxia chimed in beside him. These escorts were all good people. But aside from Xie Xun, no one understood him. They just thought he was joining in the excitement.
The end ahead is close. Wolves often roam here at night. Speed up, everyone. We need to reach the inn before dark.
At the front of the convoy, Five Rings Blade raised his broadsword and shouted to all with his inner energy.
Got it, Captain. Let's pick up the pace.
The escorts responded in unison.
Uncle Xie, you'd better get on the cart. We're going to speed up.
The escort nearest to Xie Xun urged him.
All right.
Xie Xun nodded, shifted Xie Xun's rump aside, and sat down. Seeing this, the others urged their horses forward, heading toward the inn. Twilight deepened, blurring the distant wilderness. Occasional wolf howls echoed from afar. The horses grew slightly restless, but fortunately the lights of the inn were not far off. Finally they reached the inn just before complete darkness fell. The inn's waiter spotted their convoy from afar and moved the barricades blocking the entrance. Though called an inn, it looked more like a small village. The surrounding wooden wall stood twice a man's height, densely studded with arm-thick spikes. The gate was similarly spiked, and a ring of barricades encircled the outside, likely to fend off wolf packs. As he passed through the gate, Xie Xun noticed the soil around the entrance was darker and deeper than the earth on the road. After all, a dozen wagons had entered, Xie Xun dismounted and surveyed the inn. Inside the wooden walls, a vegetable patch had been cultivated, and chickens and ducks were penned in a distant enclosure, a self-sufficient haven in the wilderness. Watchtowers stood at each corner, each with a bell and a guard holding a spear.
Five Rings Blade Xuanxing Agency finally made it. We thought you wouldn't arrive today.
An old man with graying hair approached, his face wreathed in smiles.
Ha ha ha, old white hair, you're still alive, huh?
Five Rings Blade Zhang Daoan greeted him with a hearty laugh.
But you're over 60 and still out on escort duty. I'm only in my 50s, I'll definitely outlive you.
Old White Hair replied with a look of disgust.
Enough talk. My goods didn't get lost or damaged on the road, right? Don't worry with me, Five Rings Blade, handling things, you can rest easy. They're all in good shape.
Zhang Daoan clapped Old White Hair on the shoulder and then shouted to the others.
Pull out the 4th and 5th wagons. Time to deliver.
The escorts hauled out the wagons, which were loaded with charcoal, rice oil, salt, herbs, and other goods scarce in the wilderness. Old White Hair called over a dozen men who grunted as they carried everything into the inn. Then he welcomed the escorts inside, ordering the waiter to prepare fine wine and meat to entertain them. In the inn's main hall, besides their group of several dozen, there were 7 or 8 other people eating and chatting. Xie Xun noticed that most of these individuals had calloused hands, likely seasoned martial artists, who wielded blades and swords year-round.
Old Whitey, business is booming.
Five Rings Blade surveyed the hall, then said with a smile.
Barely scraping by.
Old Whitey waved his hand.
Ahaha, the chicken soup is here.
Before long, the waiter brought out a large pot of chicken soup from the kitchen. The famished crowd descended like wolves, grabbing their bowls and chopsticks to lunge forward. In the chaos, the huge pot of soup was quickly drained to the bottom. Clutching the 2 large bowls of chicken, he had snatched Xie Xun and hurriedly slipped away with Xie Xun, planning to return after eating to avoid others snatching a share.
I heard the southern frontier is in turmoil again, something about remnants of the elephant armor sect from over 5 years ago. Elephant armor sect remnants. You mean their supreme elder Xie Xun who? Hasn't he been dead for nearly 5 years?
As Xie Xun and Xiaoyan feasted on the chicken, the conversation at the neighboring table caught his attention.
The southern frontier, that's Master Iron's homeland.
The term Southern Barbarian, commonly used in the martial world, was just an abbreviation. The full name was Southern Frontier Barbarian Tribes. As for the elephant armor sect mentioned, it made Xie Xun think of the manual Master Iron had left him. That manual was merely a handwritten copy, though the cover lacked a title. It mentioned a sect called the Elephant Armor Sect. That meant the Elephant Armor Sect was likely Master Iron's sect. Thus Xie Xun channeled his inner energy to his ears, and began eavesdropping on the 3 at the neighboring table.
I've heard about this too. They say the Elephant Armor Sect's forbidden inheritance ground has been found, and now everyone in the southern frontier is scrambling for martial arts manuals there. No surprise there. The Elephant Armor Sect was once the uncrowned king of the entire southern frontier, with countless divine techniques that tempt many. Didn't the southern barbarian royal family intervene? Their king was personally installed by a Shan, who back then wasn't he? That's unclear. The southern frontier is too far from Yongning Prefecture, making news hard to come by. Brotherly, if you want the details, you'd have to go to Jinan Prefecture, which borders the southern frontier. What a pity. Though I'm curious about the southern frontier, our sect is heading north in 2 months, so I can't make it to Jinan Prefecture.
The man called Brotherly took a sip of wine and shook his head in disappointment. Seeing them fall silent, as if unwilling to discuss the southern frontier further, Xie Xun grew anxious. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought news of Master Iron, but it was as if the man had vanished into thin air with no word reaching Xuanan County. Now that he finally had a lead that might involve Master Iron, how could he let it slip? However, approaching them bluntly might cause misunderstandings. He had to handle the social niceties properly. So he bought 2 jars of fine wine from the shopkeeper and struck up a conversation. Seeing his kindly face and the endearing big black dog by his side, the 3 didn't take him for a villain. With the Xuanxing escort agency backing him, after 2 bowls of wine, they let down their guard around Xie Xun.
I overheard you gallant heroes discussing the upheaval in the southern frontier. This old man has no other hobby, but enjoys hearing tales of the martial world. Might I ask about these elephant armor sect remnants?
Xie Xun's face was full of curiosity, seemingly genuine.
Old sir, you may not know, but the elephant armor sect's remnant is their supreme elder Xie Xun, whose strength is unfathomable. Over 40 years ago, the southern barbarians attacked our great Kong. They were defeated by the twin blades of the Tao, who slew their Gu king and crushed their spirit. Our great Kong seized the advantage, counterattacked deep into the southern frontier, and the elephant armor sect was forced into battle. That year the elephant armor sect suffered heavy losses, its talents withered, and even their supreme elder Xie Xun, who vanished without a trace.
The speaker sighed. Though the Kong dynasty had won the campaign, many renowned heroes had fallen, stirring sorrow in their hearts.
Indeed. At the time, the martial world believed a Shan, who had perished on the battlefield. After all, no matter how strong his elephant armor golden body art was, it couldn't withstand the full might of our nation's heroes. But who would have thought that a Shan who presumed dead for decades would reappear in the martial world over 5 years ago, charging alone into the royal clan ruling the southern frontier?
Hearing this, Xie Xun and Xiaoyan both straightened up, tension evident on their faces.
No one knows what demonic art Xie Xun who cultivated, but his power surged immensely. Yet he lost his sanity, muttering about stances good and evil, and being unable to distinguish between them. In that battle, all the masters of the southern frontier royal clan fell. Blood flowed like rivers, and even the southern barbarian king couldn't escape Xie Xun's clutches.
At the mention of stances and good and evil, Xie Xun was certain. The elephant armor sect's supreme elder Xie Xun, who was almost definitely Master Iron.
Later, with the southern frontier tribes leaderless, and on the verge of civil war over the throne, Xie Xun, who regained his sanity, and propped up another tribe as king. What a shame! If the southern frontier had descended into chaos back then, our great Kong would have had a chance to unify it. But that opportunity was squandered by that remnant.
The man slammed the table in regret.
After that Xie Xun who vanished again. Only this year, when the elephant armor sect's forbidden ground was discovered, did people find that he had been dead for years.
Rumors in the martial world said the forbidden ground held a divine art that had boosted Xie Xun's power, so Xie Xun had no heart to listen further. He didn't know what burden Master Iron carried, but it seemed he had made his choice. Taking the wine outside, he faced south and poured the liquor onto the ground.
Master Iron, there's no pear blossom brew here, but this wine isn't bad. May you rest well. Woof.
Xianxia mimicked him, tilting its head to spill the leftover chicken soup from its bowl onto the ground, then set the bowl down and howled at the night sky.
All right, let's go, Xianxia. Time to eat.
Done with this, Xie Xun patted Xie Xun's head, and the man and dog turned back into the hall.
Hey, you ate too fast. You didn't leave any for this old man.
Seconds later, Xie Xun's roar erupted from the inn.
Uncle Xie, that's not fair. You told us to take the greens first, but you took the whole plate.
Immediately, the escort's protests followed. In an instant, the inn burst into lively chaos. As night deepened, a bright moon hung high over the wilderness, casting a glimmer of light in the darkness. Xie Xun, Xiao and most of the escort guards had already fallen asleep, leaving 6 guards keeping watch by the convoy, waiting for the others to take their shift. From time to time, distant howls of wolves echoed across the plains, jolting the drowsy guards wide awake with each howl. Yet after confirming there was no danger, they would soon drift back into their sleepy stupor. Inside the inn room, Xie Xun lay asleep on the bed, holding Xiao in his arms. He dreamed of a warehouse as vast as the Peace Trading Company's granary, but instead of grain, it was filled to the brim with gold and silver, his very own secret treasury. Suddenly, a strange, eerie sound echoed from within the treasury. In the next instant, all the gold and silver sprouted black fur, transforming into bloodthirsty, savage giant wolves. Bang!
Damn it! My money! My money!
Xie Xun jolted awake, looking around frantically before realizing it was just a dream.
Woof!
Xiao, who had been thrown to the floor, looked up with a bewildered expression, whimpering softly. He couldn't understand why his master had cast him aside.
Sorry, Xiao, just had a nightmare.
Before Xie Xun could finish his sentence, he heard strange noises coming from outside. He turned sharply to look at Xiao, who immediately stood up, his gaze fixed outward. Ever since Xiao had learned to harness inner energy, his already keen senses had become even more acute. Man and dog exchanged a glance. Then, they reached for their luggage, pulling out a black night suit and a wide black cloth hat, one he had bought on the road, large enough to cover his entire forehead. Paired with a black face mask, only his eyes remained visible. After changing, they quietly crept downstairs, following the direction of the sound. The noise grew clearer. It came from the vegetable patch, like something digging in the earth.
Tilling the ground.
The thought flickered through Xie Xun's mind, but he dismissed it immediately. Who would be out here tilling the soil in the dead of night? Man and dog stealthily crept to the edge of the vegetable patch, but saw no one. Yet the sound of digging was unmistakable, echoing in their ears. Perhaps their arrival had disturbed the digger, for the sound abruptly ceased. Xie Xun and Xiao exchanged a look, about to retreat, when the digging resumed. This time, the rhythm was noticeably faster, as if one digger had tired and been replaced by another.
Could it be rats digging a burrow?
Xie Xun wondered. After listening a while longer, he confirmed the sound was indeed coming from underground. At that moment, the soil in one area began to tremble, and in the blink of an eye, the vegetables above vanished.
Holy crap! What's going on? Can a rat dig a hole this big?
As Xie Xun stood in shock, a pair of gleaming green orbs emerged from the ground. Under the moonlight, they saw that the orbs were eyes, and the thing rising from the earth was a wolf's head. 6 eyes met in the night, and an awkward silence fell. The wolf, caught off guard by being discovered the moment it surfaced, was momentarily at a loss. In the next instant, a ferocious gleam flashed in its eyes, and it instinctively lunged at the human before it. But the human seemed to move so fast, its pounce didn't close the distance at all. Then the wolf realized the human hadn't moved at all. Its body was still stuck in the hole, unable to budge an inch. A sorrowful howl caught in its throat, but when it opened its mouth, a clump of dirt filled it completely. Then a searing pain exploded in its skull. Its vision darkened, and it seemed to see the spirit of the former wolf king it had slain beckoning it from beyond.
Why does that wolf sound like it's got phlegm stuck in its throat?
One guard mumbled drowsily by the convoy.
Damn, scared me half to death. Thought it was something serious, just a wolf.
Xie Xun, having landed a heavy punch on the wolf's head, didn't stop there. He grabbed its neck and twisted sharply, snapping it with a clean crack. Crack. The wolf died instantly.
Something's off. How does a wolf learn to dig its way in? That's way too clever.
Staring at the wolf half buried in the earth, Xie Xun fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the dead wolf's body began to move again.
What the hell? A zombie.
Xie Xun clutched Xiao and leaped back a dozen paces, eyeing the seemingly reanimated corpse warily. But soon, he noticed something wrong. The sound of digging was coming from beneath the carcass. There might be another wolf underneath. Woof. Xiao whimpered softly, looking up at Xie Xun. Now what?
Alright, Xiao, you back off first. I'll go change clothes. Count to 10 in your head, then start barking loudly.
Xie Xun glanced at his night suit. When they first came down, he had suspected someone in the inn was planning a foul play, hence the disguise. Xiao nodded quickly and retreated beyond the vegetable patch. Xie Xun activated the swallow step technique, rushing back to his room at top speed, stripping off the night suit and stowing it away.
Woof woof woof.
Meanwhile, Xiao erupted in loud barks by the vegetable patch.
What's that noise?
The guards by the convoy snapped awake, instinctively searching for the source.
Xiao.
Before they could figure out what was happening, Xie Xun's urgent roar came from the inn. His yell roused most of the guests inside. Soon a large crowd gathered in the vegetable patch. Torchlight illuminated the scene, revealing Xie Xun clutching his black dog tightly, while beside him on the ground lay a wolf's head still trembling.
It's a wolf!
Old Whitebeard stepped out from the crowd, instantly grasping the situation. He had been battling wits with the wolves of these plains for decades, and knew them all too well.
What's going on, Old Whitebeard?
Five-ring blade Zhang stepped forward, his heavy blade resting on his shoulder.
Those beasts outside couldn't get over my wooden fence, so they learned to dig a tunnel in. Lucky for us, the hole was too small, and one got stuck, otherwise would be in real trouble.
The thought of his and being swarmed by a pack of wolves without anyone knowing sent a chill down Old Whitebeard's spine. The others, grasping the gravity of the situation, cast grateful looks at Xie Xun and Xiao.
The wolf's body is still twitching. There might be another one down there,
Xie Xun warned.
Brother Xie is right,
Old Whitebeard agreed. They fetched long spears used for hunting wolves. One man grabbed the wolf's head and yanked it out with all his might, while another thrust his spear deep into the hole the moment the carcass was free.
Howl!
A pained shriek echoed from the tunnel, followed by the acrid stench of blood spreading through the air. They dragged another wolf carcass out, and after a while of guarding they found no other wolves appeared in the cave. Then the old man instructed someone to bring some firewood, which he ignited before deliberately dousing it with water and stuffing it into the cave entrance. Thick smoke billowed up, and soon someone used a fan to blow all the smoke back into the cave. Awoo! Before long a sharp wolf howl suddenly echoed from outside the wooden wall.
Shopkeeper, smoke is rising from the ground.
Then a guard on the watchtower shouted loudly towards the kitchen. Sure enough, the crowd exchanged glances and hurriedly climbed up the watchtower. Looking out, they saw thick white smoke rising from a hillside not far away, and a cluster of green eyes was constantly moving on the slope.
Give me the torch.
The five-ring blade took the torch from a nearby person, and gathering his inner strength threw it forcefully. The torch streaked across the night sky before landing perfectly on the hillside. Illuminated by the firelight, they finally saw that at least 7 or 8 wolves were lurking and prowling on the slope. Awoo! Suddenly a larger wolf, with a tuft of white fur on its forehead, stepped down from the hillside, its green eyes filled with ferocity and cunning. The surrounding wolves instinctively gathered around this wolf, making it clear that this wolf was the king of the pack. Knowing that wolves harbor deep grudges, Xie Xun quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, hiding himself. The fierce gaze of the Wolf King turned towards the crowd, and then it raised its paw, kicking up dust to extinguish the torch. With the fire extinguished, only the green eyes remained in the darkness. However, after a while the wolf pack gradually retreated, but the people on the watchtower did not dare to act lightly.
These beasts have become increasingly cunning since the Wolf King appeared.
The old man gritted his teeth, his expression becoming very serious.
Have they never dug tunnels before?
Xie Xun asked from the side.
They have tried digging before, but it was always on flat ground, and before they could dig deep we discovered them. I didn't expect this time they would go to such lengths, hiding behind the hillside where we couldn't see to dig.
The old man explained through clenched teeth. That night the inn's people were destined to be sleepless. Everyone voluntarily patrolled by the wooden wall, worried that there were still wolf dens that had not been discovered. The next morning everyone had panda eyes, looking somewhat fatigued. Xie Xun, Xiao Tian, and Zhang Daliang, being not too weak in inner strength, were relatively okay. Missing a night or two of sleep was not a big deal.
Be careful, these goods are quite valuable.
Before dawn the old man directed his subordinates to load boxes of goods onto the previously empty cart.
What are these?
Xie Xun approached the escort cart curiously, asking.
Oh, these are wolf skins, wolf fangs, wolf bone ornaments, and so on. The Northern Xi Kingdom loves these things, and we can sell them for quite a bit.
A small worker responded. Xie Xun nodded. It seemed that the inn was established in the wilderness with business for passing heroes as a side job, while hunting the wolves in the wild was the main business.
Uncle Xie, you didn't sleep all night yet you still look so spirited.
A guard walked over, yawning, filled with confusion.
I'm old, I've slept less, and gotten used to it. I see, no wonder the escort leader looks so spirited too,
the guard said, taking it for granted. Soon the goods were loaded, and the convoy set off from the inn again. As they passed the hillside seen last night, Xie Xun glanced back to see the old man organizing people to fill the holes.
Brothers, let's work hard today, and quicken our pace to reach the next stop as early as possible. Wolves are the most vengeful creatures. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of being attacked by the pack.
At the front of the convoy, the five-ring blade gathered his inner strength and shouted back to everyone.
Understood, escort leader.
The crowd responded. Although they were somewhat fatigued from the night's ordeal, they quickened their pace for safety. Even the time that should have been used to stop for a meal was cut short, changing to eating while walking. The desolate earth gradually fell behind them, and they were far away from the inn. After half a day without any danger, the crowd couldn't help but relax a little. However, just as everyone thought the crisis had passed, dozens of wolf howls suddenly echoed from afar. The crowd instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and found dozens of dark shadows quickly approaching them across the wilderness. The expressions of everyone changed in an instant, and they looked panicked at the central figure, the five-ring blade.
Damn, these beasts are too vengeful.
Zhang Daliang's expression turned serious. They still had cargo, and running was certainly not an option against the wolf pack. He made a quick decision to have all the escort carts form a circle. All the escorts stood on the carts, waiting from a high vantage point for the arrival of the wolf pack. Xie Xun wanted to help, but he was pushed into the circle by the escorts.
We young folks are still here. How can we let Uncle Xie and old man take risks?
They said. However, the cold sweat on their foreheads and their trembling hands indicated that they were also quite afraid.
Xiao Tian, if a fight breaks out later, help out if you can, but remember to protect yourself, understand?
Xie Xun crouched down and patted Xiao Tian's head, looking into its eyes as he spoke.
Woof.
Xiao Tian nodded seriously, knowing what to do. Very good. Xie Xun then felt relieved, took out a black mask and a black cloth hat to wear, leaving only his eyes exposed, and then drew the iron master that had been on his back. As the cold light flashed from the blade, it seemed that even the winds over the wilderness grew sharper. Before long, the wolf pack arrived, surrounding them. A massive wolf, larger than the others and resembling a tiger, was slowly stepping forward from the back of the pack. It had a conspicuous tuft of white fur on its forehead, its gaze fierce and cunning, unmistakably the wolf king seen last night. It scanned the crowd, finally fixing its gaze on Zhang Daliang. It remembered this face. The person who threw the torch at them last night was him.
Is this wolf not some kind of spirit?
This thought flashed through everyone's mind, and their already uneasy hearts tightened further. The Wolf King stood silently there while its pack of wolves bared their teeth and growled, steadily advancing towards the convoy. The horses pulling the carts also grew anxious, wanting to flee in fear. But now they were surrounded with no path to escape. Suddenly the Wolf King howled at the sky, and the pack of wolves surged forward, as if fueled by a stimulant, rushing towards the crowd.
Beasts die.
Zhang Daliang's eyes widened in fury, as he shouted, his voice like thunder, causing the wolf pack to halt in their tracks. As the saying goes, to catch the thief first catch the king. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he charged out of the wolf pack, wielding his five-ring blade towards the Wolf King. A glint of mockery flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, and it lunged forward towards him.
Kill!
The others were equally unwilling to show weakness, roaring loudly as they swung their blades at the nearby wolves. Roars and howls erupted in unison, a battle between men and wolves on the verge of breaking out.
The ferocious wolves lunged at the escort guards, their sharp fangs and claws exerting immense pressure on the group. Their movements were incredibly agile. With a twist of the head and a flick of the waist, they could evade the swinging broadswords of the guards. Xie Xun was not idle either. This was no time to hold back. He drew his sword and employed lightfoot techniques to strike swiftly, appearing like a phantom beside a wolf that had slipped into the carriage circle to avoid a blade. The wolf reacted swiftly, snapping its jaws at Xie Xun beside it. Yet the human before it suddenly vanished, leaving the wolf biting at empty air. Before it could comprehend, its body felt weightless, losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. After rolling several times, it seemed to glimpse its own rear facing itself. Huh? Its rear. As the saying goes, a wolf has a bronze head and iron brain, but a tofu-like waist. Xie Xun's strike cleaved it in two. This blow was none other than the slay the foe technique from the array-breaking sword art. Seek the enemy's weakness, then sever it with a single stroke. Iron Master pointed his sword at the ground, blood dripping from the tip, yet the blade remained pristine, unstained by any trace of gore. However, the guards did not witness this scene, as they were occupied with fending off the wolves attacking them. A third-rate martial artist among them was the first to show a flaw, and a wolf seized his trousers, dragging him to the ground.
Dania!
A nearby guard's eyes blazed with fury, but he could not break away to rescue him. Two nearby wolves, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, pounced on the fallen Dania, their foul-reeking maws engulfing his world.
I wonder how Uncle Xie is doing. He's so old. Don't let him end up like me, devoured by these wolves so easily.
Dania instinctively looked toward the circle of escort carriages, but he did not see the familiar figure, only a pool of blood spreading on the ground.
I'm sorry, Uncle Xie, we failed to protect.
As he closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly realized it had grown bright. No, it wasn't the sky brightening. It was a long sword that had pierced through the chests of the two wolves, flinging them away and pinning them to the ground. The wolves howled in agony, blood gushing from their mouths, soon to become little pets for the king of hell's online shopping. A blood-stained aged hand reached out, and Dania instinctively grasped it. The hand possessed immense strength. He felt as if he were flying, and in an instant, he was back on the escort carriage.
Little brother Dania, stand firm this time.
By the time he came to his senses, only Uncle Xie's voice lingered in his ears, but his figure was nowhere to be seen.
Dania, what are you spacing out for?
Another wolf lunged at Dania, and a nearby guard swiftly swung his blade, forcing the wolf back, then roared at him. Yet at that moment, another wolf charged from behind the guard.
Brother, watch out.
Dania quickly warned, raising his sword to strike at the wolf. But it was too late.
Woof!
A clear bark suddenly rang out, and a black shadow slammed into the massive wolf, sending both tumbling away.
Shout, Xian!
Dania and Brother Bai shouted in unison, their voices filled with concern. Xianxia, infused with inner strength, rolled only 2.5 times before rising, then charged at the still-rolling wolf, sinking his teeth into its neck. A crisp crack echoed, and the wolf's body convulsed a few times before going still. Behind him, another wolf, enraged by its companion's death, rushed at Xianxia. Xianxia glanced back, unhurriedly raised his tail, and channeled his inner strength into it, sweeping it across the wolf's face. Sword technique: survival. Seize the moment, prioritize survival over slaying the enemy. With a dull thud, the wolf was sent flying, a few broken teeth scattering in the air. As it landed and struggled to rise, a broadsword descended, granting it a separate head. The elegance of that tail strike left the few guards who witnessed it dumbfounded. Having traveled together all this way, they had never known that this gentle, friendly black dog possessed such formidable combat prowess.
Woof!
Xiaotian let out a fierce bark, ignoring the stares, and then lunged at another wolf nearby. On the other side, Xie Xun had slain 2 more wolves in his swift advance, his clothes soaked in blood, making him appear utterly terrifying. The surrounding wolves couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. At the sight of him, whenever he approached, they would flee in advance. Xie Xun looked back and saw that with the wolf pack's numbers dwindling, the guards could now handle the remaining wolves. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Daolong and the Wolf King, locked in a distant duel, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged over. Zhang Daolong was not faring well. His saber technique relied on brute force and heavy strikes, ill-suited for dealing with agile foes like wolves. Moreover, age had caught up with him. Though his inner strength preserved his power, his reaction speed could no longer match that of his youth. His body bore several vicious bloody gashes, the wounds staining his clothes crimson, all inflicted by the Wolf King's sharp claws. In contrast, the Wolf King only showed a few patches of shorn fur, suffering no other injuries. Huff! Huff! Zhang Daolong stood still, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the Wolf King, wary of the next attack. The Wolf King paced slowly around Zhang Daolong, its gaze filled with mockery. Suddenly its muscles tensed, and it assumed a pouncing stance. Zhang Daolong's eyes sharpened, and he swung his five-ring broadsword heavily downward, anticipating the wolf's attack trajectory. Yet in the next instant, the Wolf King dodged the blade with a powerful leap, then rushed to his side, opening its massive maw to bite his neck. I'm done for. That beast tricked me. Whoosh. Just as Zhang Daolong thought he was about to meet his end, a fierce sound of wind came from behind him. He glanced sideways and saw a massive wolf's head flying toward him, its unblinking eyes meeting his bloodshot gaze. With a dull thud, the Wolf King was sent flying, tumbling several times before scrambling to its feet. It looked up and saw a black-faced figure dripping with blood charging from afar, a gleaming long sword in hand. Then it instinctively glanced toward the convoy, noticing that 7 or 8 wolf carcasses lay scattered on the ground. How? A hint of gravity flickered in the Wolf King's eyes. It let out a long howl, and then fled without a moment's hesitation. How? The surviving wolves responded in kind, swiftly breaking away from the guards and following the Wolf King's retreat. Before leaving, the Wolf King turned back to glare at Xie Xun, its eyes blazing with fury. Kid, he'll remember your. The Wolf King tried to memorize Xie Xun's face, but with the black cloth hat and mask, only his eyes were visible. It tried to recall his build, but aside from being a bit taller, he was no different from any ordinary person, utterly indistinct. It even attempted to catch his scent, but his clothes soaked in wolf blood had the smell of gore masking everything else. The Wolf King was instantly baffled. How could it remember anything when there wasn't a single distinguishing feature? Left with no choice, it shifted its gaze back to Zhang Daolong. Old man, this Wolf King will remember you. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Daolong shuddered inexplicably, feeling as though some unclean thing had set its sights on him. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Xie Xun sprinted over from a distant, sword in hand, his gaze following the fleeing Wolf King before he asked with concern. Am fine, just some superficial wounds. But you, Brother Xie? Zhang Daolong waved his hand dismissively, withdrawing his gaze from the Wolf King and turning his head to look at Xie Xun. Then he saw Xie Xun, his entire face shrouded tightly with only his eyes exposed, and his mind went blank for a fleeting moment. What's with the get-up? I heard wolves hold grudges like nothing else. Covering up keeps them from remembering me. Brother Xie, aren't you being a bit overly cautious? Zhang Daolong was momentarily speechless. Isn't it what the storytellers always say? The jiang who is perilous, one must tread carefully. Xie Xun, watching the wolf pack retreat into the distance, finally pulled off his mask and cloth cap, revealing his face. The blood on you. It was then that Zhang Daolong noticed the large crimson stain on Xie Xun's clothes, with blood still dripping from the hem. Just wolf blood, not mine. After explaining, Xie Xun helped Zhang Daolong toward the nearby wagon convoy. Seeing their return, the other escorts hurried over. Most of them were unharmed, only a few, either lacking in skill or set upon by multiple wolves, had sustained injuries, though none were life-threatening. Fortunately, on such journeys, wound-healing salves were a staple, and all injuries were promptly treated. Xie Xun changed out of his blood-soaked garments and into a clean set of clothes on the spot. There were no young ladies around, so he felt no embarrassment. Whoa, huge! Truly massive! The most impressive I've ever seen! The escorts exclaimed in admiration, their faces etched with respect. Xiaoqian carried a wolf carcass larger than itself on its back, striding toward the group as if on a leisurely stroll. The escorts were astonished. They had never seen a dog with such strength. Hearing their praise, Xiaoqian wagged its tail joyfully. Uncle Xie, you've been fooling us all along. Exactly claiming to be third-rate when you're this powerful. The escorts grumbled softly as they processed the wolf carcass. Their reproachful expressions resembled those of a spurned lover. I am just old. I relied on a burst of inner strength. Normally I am indeed third-rate. Xie Xun explained. Yet clearly no one believed him, their faces a unanimous "I don't buy it." But since he was reluctant to discuss his abilities further, they didn't press. After stripping the wolf carcass of valuable fur and teeth, they discarded the rest. Curious about the taste of wolf meat, Xie Xun kept one leg. The group didn't linger long. They loaded the injured onto the wagons and quickened their pace toward the next stop. The wolf pack did not return, and they reached the next village safely. The villagers, clearly familiar with the Xianxia escort agency, quickly cleared out rooms and prepared meals. Xie Xun borrowed a villager's kitchen to roast the wolf leg. The aroma spread, drawing the hungry gazes of the village children. Xie Xun didn't hold back. He shared some meat with them, and Xiaoqian, enticed, also got a piece. Before taking a bite, everyone's faces glowed with eager anticipation. But the next moment, their expressions twisted in agony as they struggled to tear at the meat. After a while, the children ran off, panting and crying in frustration. Simply put, the wolf meat was too tough. It not only hurt their teeth, but also had a peculiar taste when roasted.
Ha ha ha! Ouch, that hurts!
The others burst into laughter, several of them splitting their freshly bandaged wounds. Now Xie Xun understood why the others had discarded the remaining meat. It was simply unpalatable. The next morning the escort set out again. Over the following 2 months, they encountered no major incidents, only a few bandits and outlaws. Small, weak groups of bandits were dealt with swiftly. Larger, organized ones were paid a toll to pass safely. After all, these tolls would be added to the consignees' freight charges, so they wouldn't lose much. As deep autumn set and the cold wind rose, roadside grass, withered leaves fell, and a thin layer of frost appeared each morning. Finally, they reached the last leg of their journey, the city of Honghe, located in southern Lingyan Prefecture north of Yongning Prefecture. Honghe city, flanked by the Shuling Mountains to the north and the Honghe River to the west, which runs from north to south through the range, was a large city with a moat far surpassing Shuanan County in size and population. Outside Honghe city a cold wind howled, but inside the air buzzed with the clanging of hammers. As he neared the city, Xie Xun caught a faint smell of rust in the air and frowned slightly. He rubbed his nose, then looked at his clean fingers, puzzled. He hadn't had a nosebleed, so why did he smell rust?
Don't bother, Uncle Xie. Your nose isn't bleeding. That's just how Honghe City is,
said Danui, an escort nearby, smiling.
How so?
Xie Xun asked curiously.
The Shuling Mountains north of here are called Blood Ridge, because they really do bleed,
Danui said mysteriously.
Bleed? Is there treasure in the mountains?
Xie Xun's first thought was of a treasure, recalling a golden chunk of meat he had once fished from a river.
Treasure. It's something of a treasure.
Through Danui's explanation, Xie Xun learned that the bleeding of the Shuling Mountains was actually rust-red iron oxide, not real blood. The entire mountain range was a massive limonite deposit. During summer storms, the rust from the mountains washed into the Honghe River, turning it blood-red and giving the river its name. Thanks to the limonite deposit, Honghe City was lined with blacksmith forges, at least 3 on every street, making it a renowned weapon-forging city in the Kong dynasty. Besides Honghe City, it was also known as the City of Arms.
I see.
Xie Xun finally understood. He had only heard that Honghe City was rich in iron ore and weapons, but he hadn't realized it was backed by a massive limonite mine. No wonder he could smell rust even before entering the city. What they were escorting this time was nothing ordinary, but a special metal produced in Yongning Prefecture. When this metal was added to iron in a certain proportion and forged into weapons, it could greatly enhance their sharpness and toughness, making it highly sought after by martial artists. However, the government strictly controlled such weapons, and ordinary martial artists without official connections could hardly obtain them. Thus, although Red River City was not small in scale, the number of martial artists passing through was not particularly large. Most were disciples of reputable sects, who upon first entering the martial world brought their sect credentials to purchase fine weapons here, the better to navigate the perils of the Jianghu. Xie Xun had chosen to come here in hopes of learning the art of blacksmithing, so that if his iron blade ever rusted or chipped, he could maintain and repair it himself. After entering the city, Xie Xun parted ways with the Xianxia escort agency. They were to deliver goods to a government-designated smithy, while Xie Xun intended to explore the city. Faced with this entirely unfamiliar city, the first thing Xie Xun did was head to the notice board by the city gate to see what bounties were posted. He meticulously memorized every named strength martial realm crime committed and reward amount of the wanted individuals.
Huh? Now if I encounter anyone on this bounty list, I won't let the reward slip away again.
Xie Xun smirked, recalling the 30 taels that had been snatched away from him outside Xiahe village. He was determined not to let that happen again. After copying down all the information, Xie Xun finally began to wander the city. After walking through several streets, he
he found that the situation was just as Daniel had described. There were indeed countless smithies in the city, and the clanging of hammers on iron never ceased. At first both he and Xiaotian were full of curiosity, taking in the new surroundings, looking here and there. When they saw a smith quenching metal, Xiaotian even leaned in for a peek. A sizzling hiss. Steam burst forth, startling Xiaotian, who leaped backward and quickly hid behind Xie Xun.
Ha ha!
Xie Xun laughed heartily at Xie Xun's cowardice.
Woof!
Xiaotian gazed at him with a look of grievance, lowering his head, as if hurt.
All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go get some good food.
Xie Xun patted the dog's head. At the mention of food, Xiaotian lifted his head to look at him.
Woof! Really, if I'm lying, I'm a dog. Woof! Choose whatever you want to eat. Lead the way.
Xie Xun rubbed his nose. Previously he had relied on the aroma of food to find street stalls, but now his nostrils were filled with the smell of rust, and he couldn't tell which stall had good food.
Woof!
Xie Xun's mouth curled into a happy grin, his nose twitched, and then he dashed forward.
Tofu hot and sweet tofu.
In the distance, a woman around 30 years old was tending a tofu stall, calling out her wares. Suddenly a large black dog's head emerged from beneath the stall, grinning, with its tongue out, looking up at her happily. The big black dog raised a paw, gestured at a piece of tofu, and looked at her with eager anticipation.
Oh, whose dog are you? Do you want some tofu?
The woman showed no fear of the dog, gazing at it, with surprise, even reaching out to pet it. But a large hand landed on the dog's head faster than hers.
Xiaotian, have you changed your ways? You don't want meat but tofu instead.
The woman looked up to see an elderly man with graying hair, but a spirited demeanor. 2 large gourds hung at his waist, and a sword was strapped to his back. He seemed no ordinary person. Xiaotian quickly came down and rubbed against Xie Xun's side.
All right, I'll buy it for you.
Patting the dog's head, he turned to the woman.
Boss lady, how much is your tofu?
Xie Xun asked, cautiously, wary of being overcharged.
2 coppers a bowl. All right, give us 4 bowls first. We'll order more if needed. Coming right up.
Man and dog sat down at a nearby table, and Xie Xun handed Xiaotian one of the flatbreads he had just bought. Soon the tofu arrived. Each had 2 bowls, which they ate with the flatbread.
Boss lady, your tofu is really good, full of bean flavor.
After 2 bites of tofu, Xie Xun's eyes lit up, and he gave the tofu lady a thumbs up.
Thank you, sir. If you like it, please come again.
The woman smiled radiantly, her joy evident.
Bean lady, the usual.
Soon 2 middle-aged men approached from afar, sat at the table next to Xie Xun, and called out to the woman. Both men were dark-skinned and rough-skinned, lean, but with pronounced muscles, likely manual laborers.
Coming right up, Brother Zhang Brotherly. Please have a seat.
The woman responded promptly and began to work.
Oldly, the Kuan district mine to the north is hiring again. They say the pay is high. Are you going? Old John, do you have a death wish? You know what that mine is like. Dozens of miners have died already. Even with sky-high pay, I'm not going to risk my life.
Oldly waved his hands, frantically, his face full of worry and fear.
Ah, true enough. When will that damn tiger be caught? The Kuan district is off limits, and the other districts are either too far or full.
Sigh. Old John kept sighing. After finishing their tofu, the 2 left together. After they left, Xie Xun ate 6 more bowls of tofu. When paying, he asked curiously,
Boss lady, what were those 2 brothers talking about? A tiger in the Kuan district mine. Sir, you must be from out of town,
the woman said with a smile.
Yes, from the south.
Xie Xun nodded.
That explains it. Our mining area is divided into 8 districts named after the 8 trigrams. The tiger in the Kuan district is common knowledge here. About 2 months ago, a massive striped tiger appeared in the Blood Ridge Mountains, broke into the Kuan district mine, killed 3 or 4 people, and then vanished. The tiger's appearance enraged the authorities, who sent men to search the mountains and find it. But the Blood Ridge Mountains are too vast. Not only did they fail to catch the tiger, but it continued its rampage, devouring over a dozen more people. It's said that even several soldiers armed with crossbows have disappeared, likely fallen to the tiger.
The woman shook her head and sighed.
I see. Thank you for telling me, boss lady.
Xie Xun nodded and left 2 extra coppers on her stall. He had originally planned, when his time was near, to find a cave in the mountains to wait for reincarnation before returning to the city. Now that seemed impossible.
Sir, you gave me 2. The woman counting the coins suddenly noticed the 2 extra coppers. She quickly looked up searching for Xie Xun. But by then Xie Xun and Xiaotian had already disappeared from that street. After more than half a month, the Xuanxing escort agency received another escort mission heading south. They led a caravan laden with goods to the city gates.
"We're off, Uncle Xie,"
Xiaotian.
Though the escorts felt a pang of reluctance, all good things must come to an end.
"Goodbye, brother Xie."
Zhang Dalong the Five-Ring Blade stepped forward and patted Xie Xun on the shoulder before leading the caravan away.
"Safe travels, everyone."
Xie Xun and Xiaotian stood outside the city gates watching them depart. Once they had faded into the distance, Xie Xun patted the dog's head and turned back into the city with Xiaotian. They arrived at a small alley in the north of the city where most of the residents were mine workers. Though the environment was poor, there were no blacksmiths nearby. It was all for the sake of peace and quiet. Xie Xun pushed open a wooden door revealing a tiny yard with only a single room. This was the house Xie Xun had bought for 5 taels of silver. Though small, it was enough for him and Xiaotian.
"Come on, Xiaotian. Let's continue studying this internal art today."
Woof! Woof! After eating and drinking their fill, Xie Xun pulled a secret manual from a hidden compartment under the bed and beckoned to Xiaotian. Xie Xun's tail wagged incessantly as he burrowed into Xie Xun's arms, poking his big doggy head out to stare at the book in his hands. The manual was an internal art, the very
Wei Ling Qian Kuan Ju,
given to them by the celestial diviner. Back when they were on the road, Xie Xun had already done some research on this internal art. According to the manual, mastering it to a minor degree could extend one's lifespan by a single epoch. A single epoch was 12 years. And if one achieved mastery, it could even extend life by a full cycle of 60 years. However, these were insights summarized by past cultivators. There was no record of how much longer a dog might live after learning this art. Moreover, a dog's meridians were different from a human's. In fact, he had no idea what a dog's meridians even looked like. Teaching Xiaotian this internal art would be a long and arduous journey. Fortunately, Xiaotian already possessed the
Guiyuanju
internal art. By tracing the flow of its inner energy, they could gradually deduce the layout of its meridians. Though the task was monumental, and the path ahead uncertain, Xie Xun never considered giving up. The road to immortality was long, and without Xiaotian by his side, he felt he would surely go mad. Time passed swiftly. The moat beneath the city walls had turned red 3 times, and the rice fields beyond had been harvested thrice. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. The man-eating tiger in the Kun district mine to the north had not appeared for 2 years. The townspeople speculated that the beast had moved on to another location. In the Jin district mine of the Blood Ridge mountain range, a long-abandoned cave welcomed rare visitors. One was an old man with snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The other was a large black dog with glossy fur carrying a hefty bundle on its back. This pair was none other than Xie Xun and Xiaotian. They ventured deep into the cave and sat down on a pile of dry straw they had prepared earlier. 3 years had passed, and due to the internal injuries he had sustained, Xie Xun's aging had accelerated dramatically. Though he was only 58, he now appeared as old as a man of 70. Xie Xun sensed that his end was near, within a month at most. So he came to this cave he had scouted earlier. The cave was vast and deep, and its location was extremely secluded, making it very safe. Inside, he had already stored enough water and food to last 2 months, sufficient to see him through the cycle of reincarnation. Xiaotian shook off the bundle and picked it up, placing it in Xie Xun's arms. He slowly and steadily took out several books, the fruits of Xie Xun's labor over the past 3 years. Where there was a will, there was a way. For 3 years, he had tirelessly explored Xie Xun's meridians and finally produced a complete meridian map, a version exclusive to Xiaotian. In addition to the meridian map, there were also notes on feasible directions for adapting them.
Wei Ling Qian Kuan Ju.
Based on his research, he took out a candle, lit it, and fixed it to the ground. Then he pulled Xiaotian close and continued studying the adaptation of the
Wei Ling Qian Kuan Ju.
In the days that followed, they remained in the cave studying the internal art. Xiaotian would occasionally patrol the area to ensure their safety. 12 days passed in this manner. One ordinary afternoon, the man and his dog were napping together. Suddenly, a warm and gentle golden light emanated from Xie Xun's body, and his form began to rapidly shrink. Xiaotian, sensing the anomaly, jolted awake and witnessed Xie Xun growing younger, then even younger still, becoming a youth once more. The dazzling golden light filled his vision. Xie Xun's mouth hung open, his tongue lolling out, as he hopped around joyfully, his face brimming with anticipation. Before long the golden light slowly faded. The aged Xie Xun had returned to the appearance of an 18-year-old. Ah! Xie Xun yawned and stretched. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaotian bounding over with unbridled delight, licking his face all over, a thorough saliva facial. Xie Xun held the big black dog's head at bay, barely interrupting the saliva bath.
Ay, what's wrong, Xiao Tian? He wiped the saliva from his face, looking confused. But as he spoke, he froze in shock.
He heard his own voice. It had become young. He reached up and touched his face. The wrinkles were gone. He looked at his hands. The skin was still smooth and firm.
Damn, I slept so soundly I died without even knowing it.
For others, sleeping to death was just a saying, but for him, it had become a literal reality. Beyond that, he noticed his strength had increased considerably, and his sight and hearing were far sharper than before. It dawned on him, this transformation must be the work of the previous cycle's imprint.
So what's the imprint for this cycle?
Xie Xun realized he had reincarnated and couldn't help but look forward to this life's passive ability. Reincarnation successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reincarnation imprint, Epiphany. In the martial world, if you haven't had a sudden epiphany or two about your martial arts, you can hardly call yourself a hero. With this reincarnation imprint, the host may in each future reincarnation choose any martial art to achieve a single epiphany. After a moment, the system's voice echoed in Xie Xun's mind. As the voice faded, he felt something materialize within him, like a thin membrane, as if it were wrapping something up. Though he couldn't see it, his intuition told him that if he could pierce the membrane, he would instantly elevate his comprehension and achieve an epiphany on a chosen subject.
An epiphany? What should I use it on?
Xie Xun stroked his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly he noticed Xiaotian wagging its tail joyfully beside him, then turned his gaze to the meridian chart lying on the ground not far away.
I've got it. First, he'll gain enlightenment on the Huiling Qianxia art and adapt it into a cultivation method for Xiaotian.
Xie Xun's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh, then quickly picked up the two books. Gazing at the meridian chart and the inner cultivation manual before him, he turned to Xiaotian and said with a grave expression,
Xiaotian, if I start acting strangely later, whatever you do, don't disturb me. This is a matter of life and death. Woof!
Xiaotian nodded solemnly before lying quietly on the ground. Xie Xun then took a deep breath, and with a thought, he pierced the membrane of enlightenment within him. In an instant, Xie Xun felt his mind become crystal clear. Many things he had previously found incomprehensible now made perfect sense. Countless brilliant ideas surged into his mind, colliding with one another and sparking inspiration after inspiration. He looked at the meridian chart he had drawn, the Huiling Qianxia art, and his previous adaptation approach, only to realize that his earlier ideas were utter garbage. The adaptation approach was riddled with errors. If he had followed his original plan, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 decades to succeed.
No. Change it. Change it now. This is wrong. It should be like this, yes, exactly like this.
Xie Xun's eyes grew increasingly fervent, his expression becoming more and more manic, which frightened Xiaotian watching beside him. If not for his master's prior warning, he would have suspected that his master was possessed, and would have doused him with black dog urine to exorcise the evil spirits. Xie Xun wanted to pick up a brush to write down all his ideas, but realized there was no time to grind ink. So he grabbed the Iron Master lying beside him, using the sword as a pen to quickly inscribe his adaptation ideas on the stone walls of the mine. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks blossomed on the stone wall, their momentary glow flickering across Xie Xun's face. At that moment, his expression was utterly focused, the Iron Master in his hand transforming into a blur of afterimages, as if countless swords were carving into the stone wall simultaneously. The Iron Master was razor-sharp, capable of cutting through metal as if it were mud. The stone wall before him was like tofu, offering no resistance to the sword's edge. A large amount of gravel and stone powder fell from the wall, scattered by the wind of the swinging sword. Before long, most of the mine was blanketed in dust. Xiaotian emerged from the mine covered in dust, unable to suppress a few sneezes. With a shake of its body, a cascade of dust fell from its fur to the ground. Whimper. Sparks continued to flash within the dust, and Xiaotian paced anxiously outside the mine, afraid that Xie Xun might suffocate inside.
Woof!
Gazing at the encroaching dust, Xiao Tian's eyes grew resolute. With a low growl, it charged back inside. The air stirred by its dash churned the dust, gradually swallowing Xiao Tian's figure. Not long after, the dust finally stopped spreading, and the flickering sparks within ceased as well.
Hee hee, finally, cough cough cough.
A eerie laugh echoed from the mine, followed by violent coughing.
Damn, did a sandstorm hit? Xiao Tian, run.
Amidst the swirling dust, a figure rushed out, clutching something in its arms.
Cough cough cough.
Xie Xun coughed violently, gray-black smoke spewing from his mouth, his face and body covered in dust.
Xiao Tian, why didn't you run? Are you stupid?
He looked down at what he was holding, then his eyes widened. It was a piece of clothing, not Xiao Tian.
Oh no, I grabbed the wrong thing. Xiao Tian.
Xie Xun shouted into the mine, then charged back in without hesitation.
Xiao Tian. Woof woof woof.
Xie Xun's voice echoed through the mine, soon followed by several vigorous barks. A dozen seconds later, a man and a dog burst out of the dust, collapsing onto the ground.
Woof woof woof.
Xiao Tian pounced joyfully, licking Xie Xun all over. But the next moment, its face twisted in disgust as it turned and spat out a mouthful of dust. Black, his master's face was covered in ash.
Ha ha!
Xie Xun couldn't help but laugh at its spitting. Xiao Tian shot him a silent look, then gave a vigorous shake, enveloping Xie Xun in a cloud of dust.
Cough cough tui tui.
Xie Xun's laughter died instantly as he got a mouthful of ash.
Xiao Tian.
He turned, enunciating each syllable with a growl.
Whimper, woof.
Xiao Tian's eyes went wide, and with its tail between its legs, it bolted.
You little rascal, stop right there.
Xie Xun immediately gave chase. One man and one dog, you flee, I pursue. But how could Xiao Tian, untrained in lightness skills, outrun Xie Xun?
Crow takes flight. Whimper whimper.
In the end, Xiao Tian was pinned beneath Xie Xun, thoroughly defeated. They lay casually on the ground, Xiao Tian resting its head on Xie Xun's chest, panting heavily.
Get up, you big black dog. You've turned into a big gray dog.
Xie Xun tapped its head.
Whimper.
Xiao Tian started to play stubborn, refusing to move.
Oh, come on. Back to the mine to sweep the dust, then give you a bath.
Whimper.
I'll scrub you. Woof.
Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. Soon after, the man and dog returned to the mine, where the dust had largely settled. Xie Xun broke off 2 branches to use as brooms, sweeping the dust out of the mine, while Xiao Tian helped by carrying a branch in its mouth. That night, after a busy afternoon, Xie Xun and Xiao Tian finally rested. They sat by a fire, roasting 2 big fish they had caught during their bath. Beside them, another fire held an iron pot filled with sliced mushrooms floating in water. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so Xie Xun took out his brush, ink, and paper. With Xiao Tian grinding the ink, he took up the brush and recorded the adapted cultivation method he had inscribed on the stone wall during his enlightenment. After transcribing everything, he used his sword to erase the content from the wall. If it had been any other technique, he might have left it as an opportunity for future seekers. But this technique was created specifically for Xiao Tian. It wasn't meant for humans. Practicing it could lead to disaster, so it was better not to leave it behind. Looking at the transcribed technique in his hand, Xie Xun's face broke into an uncontrollable smile. He tapped Xiao Tian's head with the brush handle.
Now you can live a lot longer, little rascal. Woof.
Xiao Tian's face was filled with joy, its tail wagging incessantly. It could stay with its master for a long time.
Come on, let's study this. Later I'll use my inner energy to guide you through the circulation route.
Mid-sentence, Xie Xun stopped.
What's that smell? Woof. Damn, the fish is burning.
At Xiao Tian's warning, Xie Xun rushed over and picked up the fish from the fire to inspect it. Lost in transcribing the stone wall technique, one side of the fish was burnt, while the other was still half raw.
Forget it, let's roast the fish first. We'll talk after we've eaten.
He put away the handwritten manual, took out some seasonings, and focused on roasting the fish. Xiao Tian went over to the pot, picked up the wooden ladle in its mouth, and stirred the mushrooms inside.
Ah, truly fragrant.
After eating and drinking their fill, Xie Xun and Xiao Tian lay on the hay, leisurely picking their teeth with straw.
Seriously, that mushroom soup was incredibly fresh. I've never tasted such savory mushrooms before. Truly wild.
Xie Xun reminisced about the soup's flavor, patted Xie Xun's belly, and spoke with a look of ecstasy.
Woof.
Xiao Tian chimed in from his side, having even licked the entire pot clean while drinking the soup.
Alright, we've eaten and drunk our fill, time to get down to business.
Xie Xun sat up from the haystack and picked up the adapted cultivation manual lying beside him.
Since it's an adapted manual, calling it the Spirit Convergence Art doesn't seem right anymore. How about giving it a new name?
Gazing at the manual in his hands, he rubbed the dog's head and mused aloud.
Woof!
Upon hearing about naming, Xianxia silently scooted his rear away from Xie Xun's hand. Feeling the dog's head under his palm, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him.
An immortal strokes my crown, bestowing long life upon the bound-haired one. Got it. Why not name this new manual the Longevity Art?
Xie Xun slapped his thigh with force but missed and hit the ground instead. The sharp wind from his palm stirred up the hay, covering them both. Xiaotian looked at him darkly. If he hadn't moved his rear, it would have been his thigh that got slapped. Xie Xun glanced over awkwardly, their eyes meeting, and the mind fell silent for a moment.
Well then, let's study the manual first.
Xie Xun chuckled sheepishly, then spread the manual flat on the ground in order, trying to pretend he was busy. Whimper. Xiaotian grunted twice, then stood up and joined him in studying the manual. Xie Xun extended his finger, reading the manual's contents aloud to Xiaotian word by word. Although Xiaotian was smarter than an average dog and had learned many characters from Xie Xun, he still easily confused polyphonic and complex characters. However, as he read on, Xie Xun gradually came to a halt. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, hardly daring to believe what he saw before him.
Damn, no way. Has my enlightenment effect not worn off yet?
Xie Xun said, utterly bewildered, as he watched the characters on the manual come to life one by one, then merge into tiny figures that automatically demonstrated the manual's contents. Turning to look at the stone walls covered in inscriptions, golden figures were also practicing the techniques there.
Hey, old man, what are you looking at?
Just as he was dumbfounded, a big black dog's head leaned in, opening its mouth to speak human words.
Damn. You.
Xie Xun shot up, feeling as if his brain had short-circuited. Xiaotian could actually talk. No, they hadn't even started practicing the manual. How had he suddenly become sentient?
What, old man? Seeing a dog talk and still not realizing you've been poisoned?
Xiaotian sauntered over to him, looked up, his gaze akin to caring for a fool.
Poisoned?
Xie Xun snapped to attention, quickly comprehending, and turned to look at the giant iron turtle lying motionless on the ground.
Poisoned by eating mushrooms. That's not right. The more vibrant the mushroom, the more toxic. I recall picking only ordinary-looking ones.
Xie Xun felt something was off. But the next second, the iron turtle on the ground turned its head to glance at him, blowing a tiny mushroom figure out of its nostril.
Damn. I definitely didn't cook the mushrooms thoroughly.
He slapped his thigh hard, wincing in pain, and spoke with a look of deep regret. He stood motionless, not daring to make a rash move. The mine shaft around him seemed normal, but Xie Xun couldn't be sure if what he saw was all an illusion.
If I really am poisoned by mushrooms, then Xiaotian speaking just now must be my subconscious warning me. That means whatever Xiaotian says next should be trustworthy. I have an idea.
Xie Xun's eyes lit up as if he saw hope.
Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof.
On the other side, Xie Xun's eyes were wide open, completely frozen in place. For in his eyes, Xie Xun had transformed into an immortal radiating golden light, with a meditating black dog suspended behind his head, his face exuding supreme majesty. That black dog's mouth opened and closed, uttering a language Xiaotian couldn't understand. Though he didn't understand, it seemed incredibly impressive. Xiaotian didn't comprehend poisoning or hallucinations, he only knew that what he saw must be real. So when the scene before him exceeded his understanding, his brain simply crashed. In the pitch-black mountain forest, firelight flickered as two similar-looking men walked one after the other. The man in front was about 20, his clothes filthy and hair disheveled. The one behind appeared around 30, his attire relatively clean. They carried hunting bows on their backs and short knives at their waists, moving through the forest as if on flat ground. Both were mountain hunters, and they were brothers.
Second brother, why did you drag me out in the middle of the night when you should be sleeping?
The hunter at the back raised a torch, frowning as he asked the one ahead. But the second brother didn't reply, he only quickened his pace, continuing forward with his head down.
Do you know how worried your wife was during the days you were missing? You come home and don't even go see her, just drag me up the mountain. What's so urgent?
Watching the second brother fade into the distance, the elder hunter could only speed up to keep pace, pressing for answers. The second brother remained silent, walking on.
Fine, if you want talk him going back.
The hunter stopped abruptly and turned around, clearly angered by his brother's attitude.
Brother, don't you trust me?
The man ahead finally halted, speaking with his head lowered.
Then tell me, what exactly are we doing in the dead of night?
The elder hunter stepped forward to confront him.
Remember the 2 days I was missing?
The second brother looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice mysteriously.
Stop with the useless talk.
The elder hunter slapped the back of the second brother's head, nearly sending him stumbling to the ground.
Well, not only have you learned to hide, but you've also learned to put on a show,
the elder hunter said with exasperation. That slap hadn't felt like it connected at all. This kid was putting on quite a convincing act.
Brother, listen to me. Those 2 days I fell into a pit. Guess what I saw inside? Spit it out.
The hunter leader raised his hand again, feigning a strike.
Gold. The ground was covered in gold.
The second hunter shouted, his expression brimming with excitement.
You mean you discovered a gold mine?
The hunter leader's eyes widened instantly, an involuntary gulp sliding down his throat as his heart pounded wildly, his hands trembling uncontrollably.
That's why I'm telling you to come with me now. Let's claim the gold mine for ourselves. Wealth and glory are right within our grasp.
The second hunter licked his lips, greed flickering in his eyes.
Oh, little brother. Ever since our parents passed, I've raised you alone. It seems all my care hasn't been in vain.
The hunter leader's eyes also gleamed with avarice.
So are we going back now?
The younger brother asked, a faint ambiguous smile curling on his lips.
No, we're not going back. Lead the way quickly before someone else discovers that mine.
The elder brother urged impatiently. His mind completely intoxicated by the splendor that gold represented, failed to notice the odd expression on his brother's face.
Follow me, big brother,
the younger brother intoned softly, continuing to lead the way ahead. The two trekked deeper into the mountains until they soon stood above a pitch-black deep pit. The elder brother shone his torch downward, but the pit was so deep he couldn't discern what lay within. He produced a rope, tying one end to a sturdy tree nearby. Then the brothers gripped the rope and slowly descended into the cavern. The cave was damp, the air thick with the stench of rot and mold mingled with an eerie, repulsive odor. Yet, blinded by the lure of gold, the elder brother paid it no heed, demanding urgently,
"Where's the gold? It's up ahead. It'll take you there."
The younger brother led the way with his head bowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Crack. Suddenly a crisp sound echoed through the cave. The elder brother felt he had stepped on something. Curiosity piqued, he lowered his torch to look. What he saw was a bleached white hand, bone riddled with cracks, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Startled, he stumbled back 2 paces. Crack! He felt something else crush beneath his foot. He lowered the torch again to reveal a bloodied and mangled hand still clutching a hunting bow. For some reason, that bow seemed hauntingly familiar. Instinctively, he raised the torch higher, following the arm's direction. Then a face, terribly familiar, appeared before him.
"Big brother, what are you looking at?"
The younger brother's voice sounded in his ear. The elder brother turned his head stiffly. The face beside him was an exact mirror of the one he had just seen.
Roar.
The next moment, a thunderous tiger's roar shook the cave.
"I'm telling you the truth, brother-in-law. That abandoned mine is really haunted."
At the earthquake-stricken mine, a middle-aged man, his clothes notably cleaner than those of the surrounding workers, spoke fearfully to the constable before him. The middle-aged man was named Pang Lin, the foreman of the Quake Zone mine, leader of the miners. The constable was Bai Shui, the chief constable of Red River City.
"Brother-in-law, this is no joking matter. Are you sure you're not deceiving me?"
Bai Shui frowned, skeptical of his brother-in-law's words.
"It's true. Last night many of my miners heard it. Strange sounds coming from that abandoned mine, alternating between crying and laughing. It was bone-chilling."
Brother-in-law Pang Lin was pale, terror writ large on his face. He didn't seem to be lying.
"If this is true, then the recent disappearances over the past month might be connected to that mine."
Bai Shui fell into deep thought, recalling the recent missing persons cases. The missing individuals had all heard some kind of noise late at night, gone out to investigate, and never returned. The number of missing had now exceeded 50. The prefect was at his wits' end over the matter, and had ordered them to solve the case as quickly as possible. The chief constable was furious, and the pressure on the constables beneath him was immense.
"Listen, brother-in-law, wait here. I'll go back and gather a few more men, then we'll investigate that mine together."
Bai Shui decided it was safer to return for reinforcements.
"All right, brother-in-law, you must come quickly. It's almost dark." Brother-in-law Pang Lin grasped his hand urgently. Don't worry, I'll be back within an hour. Bai Shui made a solemn promise, then rose and left the Quake Zone mine. The golden crow vanished and the jade rabbit ascended the mountain. Wind stilled, yet clamor arose. In the gloomy forest, two women, simply dressed yet with comely features and willowy figures, their hair coiled in buns, walked along a mountain path. As their delicate embroidered shoes fell upon the ground, a wildcat lurking nearby bristled and vanished in a flash. Sister-in-law, I smell the scent of a man. Sharp-nosed sister-in-law. I smell it too. Such vigorous blood energy, he must be a robust fellow. But what if his blood energy is too strong? We won't be able to get close. Don't worry, little sister. We are shielded by our master's baleful aura. As long as we don't run into those martial heroes, we'll be fine. Then I am at ease. The silken seductive voices faded into the mountain forest, and the two women dissolved like wisps of smoke into the darkness. In a distant abandoned mine, faint torchlight flickered, as if someone was resting within. At the mine's entrance, a wisp of black smoke materialized into two alluring women. My sister-in-law and I came to the mountains to pay respects at our late husband's graves, but lost our way. Night has fallen, and the mountains harbor many dangers. Seeing the torchlight, we took the liberty of approaching. Please forgive our intrusion. The two women carried small baskets on their arms. The elder sister-in-law called out into the cave, her voice ripe with seduction. The mountain nights are cold. Kind soul within, please take pity and shelter us two sisters-in-law. The younger sister-in-law called out, her voice delicate and tender enough to disarm most people's caution. Yet there was no response from within the cave, as if it were too deep for those inside to hear the voices outside. The two women exchanged a glance, a shadow of gloom flickering in their eyes, before being concealed. We intrude upon your peace, they murmured softly, then stepped into the mine. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, Xie Xun clutched the iron shovel tightly, crouching beside Xie Xun, staring in shock and uncertainty toward the mine entrance. Damn it, is the poison acting up again? I think I heard a voice, a woman's voice. Xie Xun covered his face, his eyes filled with helplessness. Woof! Xiaotian barked softly, having heard the sound as well. Xie Xun patted the dog's head. Woof! Xie Xun's eyes widened. How could it take the blame for this? 3 days had passed since they accidentally ate the poisonous mushrooms. During this time, Xie Xun had tried using his inner energy to detoxify both himself and Xiaotian. However, the Guiyuan art was merely a basic internal technique, and its inner energy lacked distinctive properties. Though detoxification had some effect, it was far from satisfactory. Although the hallucinations had decreased, and occasionally returned to normal for short periods, most of the time, they were still trapped in a toxic haze. Xiaotian fared slightly better, mainly because when they fought over the mushroom soup, it couldn't snatch it from him, and thus consumed less. They were currently in a brief moment of clarity, but the woman's voice just now made him wonder if the poison was flaring up again. Ah, young man, we greet you. The two sisters-in-law arrived unimpeded at the depths of the mine. Upon seeing the man and dog, they smiled and bowed. What vigorous blood and chi! The master would love such a sturdy man. Both man and dog stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing them, as if trying to see through their very beings. The sisters-in-law sneered inwardly, instinctively thrusting out their chests. No man was immune to beauty. It's confirmed, no doubt about it. This is an abandoned mine. How could a woman possibly be here? It must be an illusion. After observing closely, Xie Xun averted his gaze from the women's ample bosoms and turned to Xiaotian, speaking with certainty. Woof! Xiaotian nodded sagely. The master's reasoning was sound. Over these days, their hallucinations had occasionally synchronized, like playing a coup game, so nothing surprised them anymore. Hearing this, the sisters-in-law were taken aback, exchanging glances. Trouble, this one had a brain. Young man, we too came to the mountain to pay respects at a grave. In my view, the odds of it being a ghost are higher than a woman. Sure enough, it's our problem. Woof! Yet Xie Xun completely ignored them, continuing to munch on the heated flatbread, taking bites in turn. The sisters-in-law clenched their fists, their expressions turning icy cold, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Can't you just let someone finish speaking? If you weren't so full of vitality, and that big black dog wasn't impossible to possess, I wouldn't be wasting my breath. They ground their teeth in fury, screaming internally. Yet in the next moment, they regained composure once again, wearing pitifully charming expressions. Young man, we are not ghosts, we are human. They stepped forward hastily, explaining. All right, right.
Xie Xun replied while chewing his flatbread. Their fists clenched, hard. Though he seemed to agree, why did they want so badly to punch him?
My sister-in-law and I came to the mountain to honor our deceased husbands. We lost our way and saw the firelight. Please take us in.
The younger sister-in-law suppressed her rage, speaking in a soft, tender voice. They seemed to touch upon their sorrow, collapsing to the ground in each other's arms, tears streaming down their cheeks. A truly pitiable sight. Casually, the sisters-in-law synchronized a movement, letting their robes slip to reveal a generous expanse of snowy skin.
Have my imagination's pretty vivid. It's even making up stories now.
Xie Xun chuckled, then looked up at them, pointing to the brightly lit ground behind them. Calmly, he said to Xiaotian,
Pity they have no shadows. Definitely not human.
Mere illusions trying to fool me.
Woof.
Xiaotian nodded, fully agreeing with its master. The two women glanced behind them, startled. Damn, they'd forgotten about the shadows.
Young man, you must have seen wrong. We do have shadows. The firelight flickers, it's easy to misjudge.
They covered their mouths, laughing as two long shadows now stretched behind them.
Enough, I've seen through you long ago. You're not human. We've grown used to it these days. You can't fool me.
Xie Xun smirked, flashing a confident smile that said had seen it all.
You've seen through us.
The sisters-in-law exchanged glances, their smiles vanishing instantly.
Forget it, I'm tired. Keep performing. At least it's a nice view.
Xie Xun waved a hand dismissively.
You're mocking us.
They finally erupted, a dense aura of malice surging from their bodies. Bloody, torn scratches appeared on their bodies out of nowhere, and a foul stench spread instantly. They had revealed their true deathly form.
Whoa, Xiaotian, did you crap in the cave again? It stinks.
Xie Xun's face twisted as he covered his nose.
Woof, woof, woof.
Xiaotian quickly defended itself. It never relieved itself indoors, always going to the cave entrance.
You crapped at the entrance. No wonder the smell took so long to reach us.
Xie Xun exclaimed in shock.
Will you stop ignoring us?
The sisters-in-law roared, lunging at Xie Xun.
Oh crap.
With a dull thud, Xie Xun was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall.
Ah!
The sisters-in-law inexplicably also screamed and flew backward. Whimper. Xiaotian rushed over, nudging him up with its head, eyes filled with concern.
I'm fine, Xiaotian. This isn't an illusion.
Xie Xun rubbed his chest. The impact was no joke, like being rammed by a wild boar. Luckily, his primary training was in body-hardening arts, so the collision left him mostly unharmed, only stirring his qi and blood slightly.
Woof!
Xiaotian turned to look at the women scrambling up from the ground, their bodies emitting green smoke accompanied by a faint sizzling like roasting meat. If it wasn't an illusion, what were they?
That force must be two young wild boars. We just mistook them for humans.
Xie Xun declared with certainty, assuming the five directions fist stance.
Woof!
Xie Xun's eyes lit up. So that was it. So that stench must have been the boars farting.
You dare call us pigs?
The sisters-in-law enraged, their eyes turning bloodshot, charged again.
Wild boars shouldn't be that tall. Xiaotian, remember to bite below the waist.
Xie Xun quickly instructed.
Woof!
Xiaotian nodded swiftly. It understood.
You damned lecher, where are you touching? Little thing, you think you can run. You want escape, hee. Whoa. Impossible, what is that thing? After days of eating nothing but vegetables today, I can finally have some meat, hee. No help, don't come any closer.
Under the bright moon and sparse stars outside the pitch-black abandoned mine, Constable Baishui led over a dozen subordinates, accompanied by his brother-in-law Pang Lin, and several miners from the earthquake-stricken mining area. They did not rashly enter the cave. Just as they were about to discuss tactics, they heard a woman's cries for help, and a man's lecherous laughter emanating from within the mine. The woman's voice was filled with terror, as if she were about to fall victim to a heinous act.
Damn it, how dare a vile lecher harm an innocent woman? Die!
Burning with righteous indignation, Baishui drew the broadsword from his waist and charged into the mine.
Constable!
Seeing this, the constables under his command abandoned any thought of tactics and swarmed in after him. But the next moment, a black shadow flew out from the mine, crashing heavily into the crowd. Ouch! Caught off guard, they were sent tumbling, collapsing in a heap.
Damn it, what did that wild boar eat to be so strong?
Xie Xun, who had activated his iron shirt technique in advance, rose from the ground, clutching his chest, then looked in confusion at the stones scattered all around.
Strange, where did all these big rocks at the entrance come from? Oh dang, are you alright?
A frantic shout from Xie Xun came from deep within the cave.
I'm fine.
No longer dwelling on the stone, Xie Xun swiftly employed his lightness skill and dashed into the cave.
Run, sir!
The constables scrambled to their feet, pulling Baishui Panglin and the miners as they hastily retreated from the mine.
Not only do you commit heinous acts in broad daylight, but you also dare to attack a constable.
Baishui brandished his broadsword, hacking furiously at the trees beside him as he roared in rage.
It's not broad daylight, sir, it's the dead of night.
A constable stammered.
Are you still nitpicking at a time like this? Have you gone mad from reading old M.O.?
Another constable scolded.
No, did any of you see clearly what hit us?
Old M.O. asked, his face full of fear. The group exchanged glances. The event had happened so suddenly that none of them had seen what had struck them.
In the dead of night, something suddenly appears in an abandoned mine, knocks us all down, and then vanishes without a trace. If that's not a ghost, what is it? Old M.O., don't scare us.
At his words, the faces of the group turned pale.
Nonsense, all nonsense. The master does not speak of strange forces and spirits. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. If there were, I'd cut them down with one swing of my blade.
Baishui, still fuming, barked at the group. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly the trees beside them began to sway eerily. Though there was no wind in the mountains, the swaying grew increasingly intense. Nor could it be an animal passing by, for beside them was a sheer cliff. Cold sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads as they stared fixedly at the trees, their Adam's apples bobbing uncontrollably. The next moment a rough hand emerged from the tree, appearing clearly before their eyes.
A ghost! A ghost!
A piercing scream rang out, and the timid mine foreman Panglin fainted from fright.
Who is it?
Baishui's eyes widened, the fury in his heart doused like a bucket of cold water, leaving him trembling with cold.
Amitabha, fear not benefactors.
The tree branches were then pushed aside, and a monk in a yellow robe, a string of prayer beads around his neck with delicate features, and about 20 years of age, stepped before the group.
Ah, it's just the master, you scared us to death.
The group seemed to recognize the monk, their tense hearts finally relaxing as they let out a long sigh of relief.
Master, you arrived just in time. Inside this cave.
Baishui quickly spoke, briefly recounting what had just happened to them.
Thank you for informing me, benefactor. I am already aware.
The monk raised his hand to quiet the group, then walked to the mine entrance, crouched down, and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground.
Such heavy, baleful energy.
Dropping the soil, the monk resolutely walked into the cave. Seeing this, the group, though still fearful, followed him.
Finally caught you, hee.
Inside the mine, the two women were piled on top of each other like a sandwich, with Xie Xun sitting astride them, like a rider, his face beaming with the joy of a successful hunt.
Letcher, let us go! Let us go!
They struggled and roared, but to no avail. They felt as if a mountain were pressing down on them. No matter how they struggled, they could not budge him an inch.
This wild boar is really strong, it should taste good, but where the hell is its neck?
Xie Xun, however, paid them no heed. With his iron tool in one hand, he used the other to feel around, trying to locate the boar's neck by touch. Xie Xun circled around as well, biting here and kicking there, trying to help find the neck.
Bastard little beast, Letcher, take your filthy hands off me. I'll kill you. My master will kill you.
The two women roared, their eyes blazing with boundless murderous intent. Suddenly they looked toward the cave entrance as if they had noticed something.
No. Don't. Help. Is anyone there to save us?
In an instant, the bloody scratches on their bodies vanished, transforming them from hideously terrifying figures into pitiable, innocent women. Even their voices became harmless, filled with panic and helplessness.
It changed again.
Xie Xun exclaimed in surprise, but his hands never stopped. Soon the sound of dense footsteps echoed from within the mine. Over a dozen constables in red uniforms rushed in, with a bald figure among them.
Halt! You bold Letcher, release those two women at once!
With a clang, Baishui drew his broadsword and roared at Xie Xun. The moment he entered, he saw the villain sitting atop two frail women, groping them all over.
Holy crap, so many spicy strips! Are these hallucinations getting this intense now?
Hearing the noise, Xie Xun turned around and was momentarily stunned by the sight of one red glowing figure after another. Then his gaze fell on the yellow mango among the many spicy strips. Inexplicably, that mango gave him the feeling of a blazing furnace.
Sir, please save us, save us!
The two women reached out to the group as if seeing a glimmer of hope, their eyes filled with panic and terror. Especially with their disheveled clothing and exposed skin, it was truly a sight that stirred one's sense of justice.
You villain, prepare to die.
The constables felt a surge of hot blood, of boundless courage welling up within them, as they drew their blades and charged at Xie Xun.
Amitabha!
A Buddhist chant exploded in their ears, and the constable's eyes instantly cleared their charging steps, halting abruptly.
Benefactors, please hold your hands.
The monk stepped out from among them, positioning himself in front of the constables.
Master, why do you obstruct us?
And confused by the monk's intervention in their rescue attempt, the constables were filled with bewilderment. And what they did not know was that the two figures the monk perceived bore no resemblance to those seen by the others. To his eyes, they were no ordinary women, but vengeful specters slain by tiger claws and shrouded in chilling malevolence. And
forgive this humble servant, madams.
Without explanation, the monk simply gazed upon the two sisters-in-law lying on the ground, clasped his hands in apology, then sat cross-legged before them and began chanting sutras.
All Buddhas of the 10 directions rely upon this sacred heart mantra to liberate sentient beings from suffering across the 10 directions, be it the torments of hell-hungry ghosts or beasts, the afflictions of blindness, deafness, muteness, or paralysis, the anguish of forced separation, unattainable desire, or the raging fires of the 5 aggregates, and all manner of calamities great and small. Disasters wrought by thieves, war, tyrants, imprisonment, wind, fire, or flood, famine, thirst, and destitution, all dissolve instantly upon invocation.
And the resonant chant of the sutra reverberated through the mine shaft, and a gentle golden radiance gradually emanated from the monk's body. The onlookers felt a soothing warmth enveloping them, calming, serene, profoundly comforting. And then a piercing guttural shriek jolted everyone into alarm. Before their eyes, thick black smoke billowed ceaselessly from the two women pinned beneath. Yet under the golden light's pressure, the smoke swiftly dissipated, and grotesque wounds emerged upon their flesh. They writhed in agony, wailing in despair, their delicate features twisted beyond recognition. Panic had vanished from their eyes, replaced entirely by murderous intent. As their thrashing intensified, Xie Xun, seated atop them, began to falter, barely containing their violent surge.
Hold firm, elder. I'm coming!
Baying fiercely, Xiao Tian lunged forward, and threw his weight onto them as well. And with his aid, their fury was finally subdued once more.
Ghosts! They're the ghosts!
And the constables cried out in terror, hearts leaping back into frantic tension. And they stumbled backward several paces, trembling hands gripping their broadswords, faces pale with dread. Now they understood why the master had barred their way. He had been saving their lives.
Monk! Black dog! Lecherous scoundrel! We'll kill you, kill you!
And the sisters-in-law roared in furious rage. Thud. Thud. In mid-sentence, Xie Xun surged his blood key, his fists swelling with power, as he struck both skulls in rapid succession, silencing them instantly.
Too loud!
And he muttered irritably, then glanced at the mango spirit before him, astonished to find it was in fact a booming amplifier. Witnessing Xie Xun subdue the female specters with just 2 blows, the constables stared wide-eyed in awe. And thankfully they'd hesitated. Such a master capable of quelling vengeful spirits was far beyond their reach. The monk lifted his gaze slightly towards Xie Xun's now normal fists, a flicker of quiet astonishment in his eyes. In such prodigious blood key, no wonder he could suppress 2 specters wreathed in killing aura. When the sutra concluded, the 2 women had reverted to their mortal forms, their eyes cleansed of ferocity and malice. Yet now they pressed their foreheads hard against the ground, too mortified to lift their faces, ashamed perhaps by what they recalled. In seeing them restored, the onlookers exhaled in collective relief and instinctively gathered behind the monk.
The killing aura afflicting these 2 ladies has been dispelled. This honored patron may now release them.
And the monk rose, palms joined in reverence, addressing Xie Xun.
Why is this mango spirit moving again? Has it also burrowed into the cave like a wild boar? Did I stumble into a boar's den today?
And Xie Xun remained seated, murmuring uneasily to himself.
Elder, something feels off about them,
Xiao Tian remarked, lifting his head.
What manner of being is this mango spirit?
One constable asked from behind.
Unclear, but it seems the mango spirit addresses the master. Could it be that the mango spirit bears a striking resemblance to the master? That must be it.
Voices overlapped as speculation erupted. And the monk himself wore an expression of pure bewilderment, Had he truly been mistaken for this mango spirit? No, wait. And mango spirit. Wild boar entering the cave. And the monk turned slowly toward the constables behind him, and comprehension dawned. N.
Honored patron, do we to your eyes appear anything but human?
He ventured the question carefully. N.
So, are you and those chilly spirits behind you truly human?
At those words Xie Xun's eyes lit up, and he asked cautiously.
Chilly spirits.
The constables exchanged glances, then looked down at their own crimson uniforms, and suddenly realized yes, they did resemble chili peppers.
Ah, I see. You've fallen under an illusion. Allow this humble servant to assist.
And the monk finally understood. With a subtle hand seal, a radiant golden swastika symbol shimmered into existence upon his palm. With a graceful motion, he launched 2 such symbols into the air. They streaked forward and imprinted themselves upon Xie Xun's and Xiaotian's foreheads in an instant. Xie Xun reflexively raised his hands to shield his face, but failed to block them. Yet he felt no strange sensation, only an involuntary shiver. The moment he lowered his hands, clarity struck. The mango spirit he'd seen was in truth a fair-skinned, clear-eyed monk, lips rosy, teeth bright, features serene and refined. And those walking chilly strips, merely constables clad in scarlet robes. N.
If they're all human, then what am I sitting on?
He slowly looked downward, and saw the 2 women still pinned beneath him, utterly human, utterly mortified. N.
Damn!
Xie Xun snatched Xiaotian up and sprang aside in one fluid motion. His toes dug furiously into the earth, humiliation burning hot in his chest. And no wonder the texture had felt so strangely wrong. He bowed his head, absently ruffling Xiaotian's fur with intense, almost scholarly focus. N.
Oh, what remarkably dog-like fur!
N.
Ah, what astonishingly dog-like legs!
Xiaotian, equally mortified by their blunder, buried his muzzle deep into Xie Xun's chest, presenting only his tail and hindquarters to the world. N.
Amitabha. Please remain here, honored patrons. Do not depart. This humble servant must speak privately with these 2 ladies.
And the monk bowed deeply, palms pressed together. He then guided the sisters-in-law toward the mine entrance, and as he passed by Shui, his lips moved silently, transmitting voice via internal energy.
Venerable, by it appears the young gentleman knows nothing of ghosts or spirits. Kindly keep this matter confidential.
And Bai Shui turned, met the monk's gaze, and solemnly nodded, eyes brimming with profound admiration. Truly a master. Concerned that knowledge of ghosts might frighten others, he chose silence instead. What a compassionate soul.
Great master, please understand we 2 sisters-in-law did not mean to harm anyone just now.
After leaving the mine shaft, the 2 women thudded to their knees before the monk, their faces brimming with remorse.
This humble monk knows well that your past actions were not of your own will.
The monk pressed his palms together.
Master, do you believe us?
The 2 women lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with surprise.
Those enslaved by a tiger act against their will. You 2 were merely under the tiger demon's control. It is not your fault. But please tell me the whole truth of this matter.
The monk nodded. He had seen at first glance that they were tiger-enslaved spirits, for ordinary ghosts would not carry such heavy malevolent energy.
We are the wives of mountain hunters. It all began.
The 2 women spoke with sorrow, taking turns to explain the sequence of events. They were the wives of 2 hunter brothers. However, the younger brother had gone missing 5 days ago while hunting in the mountains. The elder brother searched for 2 days without success. But 3 days ago, the missing younger brother returned home, and without a word took the elder brother away. The brothers did not return until noon the next day. Worried for their husbands, the 2 women went to the county office to report the case. That night, however, the brothers returned stealthily under the cover of darkness, claiming they had found treasure in the mountains, and asking the women to bring tools and follow them. Trusting their husbands, the 2 women followed the brothers up the mountain. But instead of treasure, the brothers led them to a cave where a massive tiger sprang out. The 2 women met their deaths in the tiger's jaws, and their souls were devoured and refined into tiger-enslaved spirits.
Amitabha.
The monk sighed softly and chanted a Buddhist prayer.
Master, you are a true master with real power. We beg you to subdue the tiger demon in the mountain. We beg you.
The 2 women knelt and kowtowed repeatedly to the monk. The thought of their husbands still enslaved by the tiger demon wrenched their hearts.
Subduing demons and vanquishing evil is the purpose of my journey down the mountain. Please enter my prayer beads temporarily and guide my way.
The monk took off his prayer beads and held them out. The two women exchanged a glance, then without hesitation they placed their hands on the beads and transformed into wisps of white smoke that vanished into them. The monk picked up the now slightly heavier prayer beads, his eyes filled with compassion, and turned to walk deeper into the abandoned mine. Inside, Bai Shui was trying to coax information from Xie Xun, asking where he was from. Xie Xun had fabricated an identity claiming to be the grandson of Xie Tian from the northern part of the city. He said he had been traveling the martial world for years, and had recently heard that his grandfather was in trouble, so he had returned from afar. However, on the way he had eaten poisonous mushrooms by mistake which caused hallucinations, and he somehow ended up in this mine. Bai Shui was half convinced, and even inquired about Xie Tian's condition, but Xie Xun remained unflustered. For the grandfather he spoke of, Xie Tian, was actually his own alias from his time in the northern part of the city. I am my own grandfather, who knows my own situation better than I do. To ensure a smooth return after his reincarnation, he had often told his neighbors that he had a grandson traveling the martial world. Moreover, having just witnessed Xie Xun suppress the two female spirits, Bai Shui dared not press too hard, fearing that the man might lose patience and pin him down for a beating as well.
Captain, the master is back.
A constable spotted the returning monk and alerted Bai Shui. Bai Shui quickly stood up, abandoning Xie Xun, and walked toward the monk.
How did it go, master? What about those two just now?
He looked behind the monk, saw no sign of the two women, and lowered his voice to ask.
I have learned the truth. It is a tiger demon causing trouble in the mountains. As for the two women, they have their own place to go.
The monk replied truthfully.
A tiger demon. Can you handle it, master? This tiger demon is not weak. My skills are limited, and I will need the assistance of the county office.
The monk did not overestimate his abilities, and directly stated that he needed help.
In that case, I will immediately send someone back to the county office to report to the chief constable.
Bai Shui nodded solemnly, also refraining from overconfidence. A few years ago, the county office had sent dozens of men all armed with crossbows into the mountains to kill a tiger. The result was over a dozen casualties, and the vicious tiger had escaped. Bai Shui had not participated in that battle, and he had wondered what kind of tiger could be so formidable. Now that he knew it was a tiger demon, everything made sense. Bai Shui turned to dispatch someone, but the monk reached out and stopped him.
It is late tonight, and traveling in the mountains could be dangerous. It would be better to wait until tomorrow. But master, if it truly is a tiger demon, every night we delay could mean another victim.
Bai Shui grew anxious. Though not particularly brave, as a captain, he bore the responsibility of his position. He could not knowingly leave people in danger without acting.
You have a compassionate heart, benefactor. But if someone returns to the city to report and encounters the tiger demon on the way, what then?
The monk asked.
Well, master, your skills are formidable. Could you go back yourself? But if I leave to report to the city, the tiger demon might come here. Then all of you would become its victims, and that would be my fault.
Though the monk admired Bai Shui's character, he also had to consider everyone's safety, and could not leave alone.
I was too hasty. Master, your foresight is better.
Bai Shui sighed, then nodded, no longer insisting on sending someone back that night. The two returned to the campfire from a distance, and the monk sat down before Xie Xun, looking at him with a compassionate expression.
This humble monk's Dharma name is Guangxiu. How do you feel, benefactor? Thank you, Master Guangxiu, for helping us break free from the hallucinations. But I do not know how long the clarity will last.
Xie Xun looked up at Guangxiu and did not hide his condition.
May I ask what caused your hallucinations, benefactor? Master, this brother ate some poisonous mushrooms in the mountains, which caused the hallucinations.
Bai Shui said softly from the side.
I see. This humble monk has some knowledge of medicine. If you do not mind, may I take your pulse? Please do, master.
Xie Xun extended his hand. After a long while, Guangxiu stopped and frowned slightly.
How is it, master?
Xie Xun asked quickly.
The toxins are somewhat mixed. It seems you have been poisoned by more than one substance.
Guangxiu said truthfully.
Then, is there still hope for me?
Xie Xun covered his face and asked. He did not want to hallucinate again and mistake someone for a wild boar to ride. Fortunately, they were deep in the mountains. If he had done that to a respectable woman in the city, he would surely be locked up in the county jail, by the honorable magistrate.
I have a bottle of detoxification pills with me. They can neutralize most common mild toxins. Why not try one benefactor?
Guangxiu took a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and poured out 2 small black pills, handing them to him.
Thank you, master.
Xie Xun was overjoyed and quickly took the pills, giving one each to himself and Xiaotian.
Use your inner energy to help dissolve the medicine. It will work faster,
Guangxiu reminded him. Xie Xun nodded, then placed his hand on Xie Xun's back, guiding him to regulate their breathing together. The firelight in the mine gradually died out, and the night passed quietly without any incident. Xie Xun carried a large bundle on his back, and Xiaotian also bore a smaller bundle, following the constables as they headed toward Red River City. Perhaps it was due to Monk Guangxia's antidote pills, but from the mine until their return to the city, he experienced no further hallucinations.
The antidote cannot completely purge the toxins from your body, benefactor. Please visit a medical clinic as soon as possible.
After entering the city, Monk Guangxiu reminded Xie Xun.
I understand. Thank you for the warning, master.
Xie Xun nodded solemnly, then watched as the group departed in a grand procession. Parting ways with the constables, the man and his dog rushed back to the small house in the northern part of the city, grabbed their silver, and dashed to the medical clinic.
My savings were already running low, and now this medical expense will drain them even more.
Feeling the weight of his dwindling money pouch, Xie Xun couldn't help but feel a pang of distress.
Xiaotian, from now on we must be extremely careful about what we eat. Never touch anything unfamiliar.
He then lowered his head and spoke solemnly to Xiaotian.
Woof! Woof!
Xiaotian nodded emphatically, vowing never to eat strange mushrooms again. Soon the duo arrived at the nearest medical clinic. The clinic was modest, with only 3 attending physicians, far inferior to the Quanan Medical Clinic in Xuanan County. Fortunately, these doctors were all well-renowned and undoubtedly qualified in their craft.
Oh dear, what's wrong, old Jean? My chronic back pain is acting up again. And you? Alas, same here. Not just my back, but now my legs acting up too.
At that moment, a long line of sick miners had already formed outside the clinic. Most knew each other, and their conversations revolved around the same ailments: back pain, leg pain, hand pain, all accumulated from years of grueling labor. Xie Xun and Xiaotian stood at the end of the line, silently observing the miners and noting their chronic conditions.
It seems Lu Fu once gave me a prescription for a medicinal wine to treat bruises and sprains. It worked quite well.
As he looked at the people before him, a plan for future income began to take shape in his mind.
Next,
after waiting in line for most of the day, it was finally their turn. Xie Xun extended his wrist, and the elderly physician stroked his beard while carefully diagnosing him. Xie Xun described the features of the mushrooms he had eaten, helping the doctor determine the appropriate prescription.
Follow this prescription to get your medicine. Next.
The old physician nodded, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to Xie Xun, ready to call the next patient.
Wait, doctor. My dog also ate some of those poisonous mushrooms. Could you?
Xie Xun quickly interjected, lifting Xiaotian up. The doctor paused, taken aback. In his decades of practice, this was the first time someone had asked him to treat a dog. Having never treated a dog before, he had no effective solution. He merely gave Xie Xun some common detoxifying herbs to take home.
Quick, go see. The authorities have posted a new notice.
On the road, clutching his medicine pouch and a handful of herbs, Xie Xun heard someone shout near the city gate.
What's going on? They say the mountain tiger has reappeared. Those who went missing before were all snatched away by the tiger in the dead of night. Such a thing actually happened.
Citizens swarmed around the notice board to read the announcement. At the city gate, 4 young men and women dressed in martial attire with delicate features and swords at their waists entered. They appeared to be disciples from some sect newly descended to roam the martial world.
Senior brother, is the tiger a real tiger?
Among the 4, a younger female disciple asked curiously.
Indeed.
The eldest senior brother nodded in response.
Then let's go take a look.
The junior sister suggested.
Master instructed us to retrieve our swords in the city first. Let's not stir up trouble.
The senior brother frowned.
Oh, it's fine. Just a quick look. Come on.
She tugged at her senior brother's arm, pulling him toward the notice board. The other 2 exchanged glances, shook their heads with smiles, and followed.
A tiger. Xiaotian, let's check it out.
Curious Xie Xun decided to join the crowd. In the cave earlier, the constables had seemed afraid of him. Though they shared the mine for a night, they barely exchanged a word. Thus Xie Xun knew nothing about the tiger. The man and his dog squeezed in, and Xie Xun scooped Xiaotian up, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Seeing the growing crowd, including a curious young man carrying a dog, the constable guarding the notice board cleared his throat and addressed the assembly.
Now a ferocious tiger has reappeared in the blood-rich mountains. Over the years, hundreds have fallen victim to its jaws. Its crimes are too numerous to recount.
He launched into a lengthy denunciation, igniting fury in the hearts of the listeners, who yearned to skin and disembowel the beast.
Today the prefect has personally issued this proclamation, inviting heroes and gallants from across the land to join forces and ascend the mountain to slay the tiger, restoring peace to Red River City.
The constable's throat went dry as he finally finished reciting the lengthy message dictated by his superiors.
This is true. My cousin was a hunter in the mountains. He married a wife just 2 years ago, only to meet his end in the tiger's jaws.
A man stepped forward from the crowd, tearfully recounting the tiger's atrocities.
Such a beast deserves death. Death.
The crowd roared in agreement, and the 4 disciples among them were equally incensed.
Senior brother, let's help too,
the junior sister said excitedly to her senior brother.
Junior sister, master said we should.
The senior brother's brow furrowed deeper as he tried to persuade her, but was cut off.
Senior brother, can you stop always quoting master? Master also taught us that martial arts are meant to uphold justice and save the people from suffering. Now that the people of Red River City are in peril, how can we refuse to help? Yes, senior brother. If we turn a blind eye today, how could we call ourselves chivalrous?
Another junior brother chimed in, though the last one remained silent, his eyes brimmed with anticipation.
Very well. But first we retrieve our swords, then we visit the prefect's office.
Faced with the expectant gazes of his juniors, the senior brother sighed and relented.
Great. Senior brother is the best.
After the crowd dispersed, Xie Xun also left with Xiaotian. He had no intention of participating in the plan to ascend the mountain and slay the vicious tiger. Although he had trained in martial arts for decades, his natural talent was mediocre, and the techniques he had learned were all of ordinary quality. Apart from the pitfall sword art, a sword technique with extremely high potential, but an abysmally low floor, and the brutal elephant golden armor art, a heritage martial art from the elephant armor sect given by Master Iron, none of his other skills were worth mentioning. For such dangerous endeavors, it was best to hold off until he was strong enough. Only after accumulating enough reincarnation marks and becoming sufficiently powerful would he venture out to uphold justice. By then he'll clear every bounty board in every city. Xie Xun clenched his fist, his gaze growing resolute. Returning home, Xie Xun began brewing an antidote. He also washed the medicinal herbs for Xiaotian and stuffed them into its mouth. Whimper Xiaotian chewed the bitter herbs, its face twisting into a mask of agony as it looked to Xie Xun for help. These herbs taste awful. The doctor said these herbs expel toxins. After eating them, you won't see little men anymore, Xie Xun said softly, patting the dog's head. Whimper Xiaotian lowered its head in disappointment, resigned to its fate. All right, once the poison is gone, I'll buy you roast chicken, Xie Xun comforted. Xie Xun's eyes lit up, and it quickly lifted its head. Woof woof. Fine too it is. With Xie Xun's promise, Xiaotian cheered up. Ugh, this tastes terrible. After a while, Xie Xun grimaced as he downed his own antidote, finding it even more vile than the medicine Dr. and had prescribed last time. And he had to endure this foul brew for 3 consecutive days. Circulating his inner energy to dissolve the medicinal power, Xie Xun then pulled out the longevity scripture he had copied by hand in the mine. He bound the pages into a booklet with thread and wrote longevity scripture in large characters on the cover. Xiaotian, come here, I have something good to show you. Woof. Hearing this, Xiaotian rushed in from outside, nimbly burrowing into Xie Xun's arms, revealing a large black dog head. Come, let me see. It stuck out its tongue, gazing at the manual tailor-made for itself, wagging its tail with such joy that it created a whooshing sound. Sit down and focus on feeling the flow of inner energy through your body. Xie Xun patted the big black dog head in his arms. Woof. Xiaotian quickly crouched, looking up at him expectantly. Xie Xun reached out, taking the dog's paw, and began guiding Xie Xun's inner energy with his own. The energy within Xiaotian originated from Xie Xun's residual energy, and since they shared the same origin, the guidance was effortless.
Before long he had led the energy through 3 full cycles of the longevity scripture circulation route within Xie Xun's body. Have you memorized the circulation route? Xie Xun wiped the fine sweat from his brow, then looked into Xie Xun's eyes, and asked. Woof woof. Xiaotian nodded emphatically. It had actually memorized it after the 2nd cycle. Good. You must practice this technique diligently. The Taoist celestial calculator said you could live to 80. You're 61 now with only 19 years left. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Xie Xun patted the dog's head, speaking earnestly. Although the longevity scripture was his creation derived from the spiritual convergence art, he truly had no idea how much it would extend Xie Xun's lifespan. His epiphany had been too brief for such calculations. The only certainty was that the lifespan increase would be no less than that of the original technique. Woof. Having learned the new technique, Xiaotian happily trotted to the bedside, crouched, like a stone lion, closed its eyes, and began internal cultivation. Xie Xun watched nervously for a while, ensuring the energy route was correct, then relaxed. He then retrieved the heritage manual from Master Iron, the Elephant Armor Sex Brutal Elephant Golden Armor Art. Alongside the manual, he took out 2 annotated copies. These were his translations, as Master Iron was from the southern frontier, and the names for acupoints and meridians in the manual differed from the standard. Over the years, Xie Xun had refrained from practicing this technique precisely because he needed to identify the locations of these acupoints and meridians. Fortunately, after all this time, he had resolved most of the issues in the manual, and could finally begin training. The chapter on devouring metal and iron is the foundation, and must be cultivated first. The Brutal Elephant Golden Armor Art consisted of 5 chapters devouring metal and iron, aimed at strengthening digestion to better absorb blood energy and medicinal power. At its peak, one could devour metal, iron, centipedes, scorpions, and other poisons with ease. The devouring metal and iron chapter was the foundation of the entire technique. Mastering it would greatly accelerate the cultivation of subsequent chapters. The chapter on carrying mountains, like a brutal elephant, focused on refining blood and chi, significantly enhancing explosive power and endurance. At its peak, one could easily split mountains and shatter rocks. This chapter shared many similarities with the Iron Shirt technique and could be seen as its advanced version. Although Xie Xun had not perfected the Iron Shirt to the stage of seamless integration and sealing chi in blood, the foundation he had would still greatly speed up progress in this chapter. The chapter on 5 elephants descending, aimed at cultivating the internal organs, pushing human limits to extreme heights. At its peak, one would be immune to all poisons with chi and blood flowing endlessly, never facing exhaustion. Moreover, mastering this chapter would greatly enhance the speed of internal cultivation, benefiting almost all techniques. Even this single chapter, if released into the martial world, would be a formidable skill capable of inciting a storm of bloodshed. The chapter on Elephant Armor Golden Body focused on enhancing resilience and defense. At its peak, when activated, the body would shimmer with golden scales, rendering it impervious to blades and spears. This chapter shared common ground with other external cultivation techniques, most notably the Golden Bell Cover, a Kai-based external art. However, the former prioritized the physical body with inner energy as support to manifest the golden body, while the latter emphasized inner energy with the body as aid. Their approaches differed. The chapter on Divine Elephant Calming the Mind, aimed at forging willpower, greatly enhancing mental fortitude. At its peak, the heart would be as steadfast as iron, unshakable by external forces. The final chapter, Divine Elephant Calming the Mind, was the only one Xie Xun could not comprehend. Unlike the others, it lacked clear cultivation methods, consisting instead of a lengthy incantation he couldn't understand, one that defied even translation. Xie Xun speculated that mastering this last chapter might require a journey to the southern frontier. However, its cultivation was largely independent of the first 4 chapters. Not practicing it wouldn't hinder progress on the others. And once the first 4 chapters were perfected, one would rank among the elite, even within the ranks of great martial heroes. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, Xie Xun and Xiaotian were eating when a sudden knock came at the door. Who's there? Xie Xun frowned slightly, for he had heard no approaching footsteps, yet someone had knocked on his door. Though he could not gauge the newcomer's martial prowess, their lightness skill was certainly formidable. Amitabha Benefactor Xie, this humble monk Guangxiu has come to call. The voice of monk Guangxiu came from outside. How does he know where I live? Then he recalled the officer named Baishui, who had inquired about him earlier. It seems this monk shares a close connection with the government office. Xie Xun quickly opened the door to find only Guangxiu standing outside. So it is the master. My apologies for the wait. This monk presumes upon your hospitality uninvited. I hope you will not take offense. Your presence truly graces my humble abode. Please come in. Xie Xun smiled and ushered him inside. Guangxiu glanced around the courtyard, then entered the room, and saw the simple meal on the table. He suddenly realized it might be improper to have come empty-handed. Master, have you eaten lunch? If not, I'll fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks. Noticing Guangxiu's gaze, Xie Xun spoke. He had a favorable impression of this monk. Not only was the man highly skilled in martial arts, having suppressed his poison, but he had also given him an antidote pill, surely a good person. Thank you for your kindness, benefactor, but this monk has already dined. Guangxiu declined the offer, and sat down on a chair. May I ask what urgent matter brings you here today, master? Xie Xun asked while eating. This monk has indeed come to request a favor. Guangxiu nodded, speaking without pretense. I have an important matter, and wish to borrow the jade pendant you carry, benefactor. He pointed to the jade pendant that had always hung at Xie Xun's waist. It was the same pendant that the fortune-teller xianxia had given him before leaving Xuanan County to dispel malevolent energy. At these words, Xie Xun stopped eating. He slowly set down his chopsticks and asked curiously, Master, with your outstanding martial arts and affiliation with a renowned sect, why would you covet my humble ordinary pendant? Amitabha. If this monk is not mistaken, this pendant is an artifact of the Tianyi sect, the foremost sect of our dynasty, and is far from ordinary. Seeing its spiritual essence, it must have been inscribed by a direct disciple of the Tianyi sect with boundless wonders. Since you recognize it, Master, you must also know its purpose. Amitabha. This string of prayer beads in my hand is a token of the White Dragon Temple, and also possesses the power to suppress malevolent energy. Though inferior to your pendant, if you do not disdain it, you may use it as a temporary substitute. Guangxiu took off his prayer beads and placed them before Xie Xun. They landed on the table with a dull thud sounding quite weighty. Moreover, the beads were a deep brown-black etched with golden patterns of incomprehensible Sanskrit, appearing to be genuine. Xie Xun knew of the White Dragon Temple. It was not a monastery within the Kang dynasty, but a sect from the northern Qi dynasty. Buddhism flourished in Qi, and though the White Dragon Temple was not the most elite Buddhist power, it was still a reputable and prestigious sect. Furthermore, the White Dragon Temple was renowned for keeping its word, unlike those deceptive false monks. May I ask what urgent matter requires you to borrow this pendant, master? Xie Xun did not reach out to take the beads, but inquired about the purpose. To slay the mountain tiger demon. As a monk, Guangxiu could not lie, so he spoke the truth. Tiger demon? The ferocious tiger in the mountains mentioned on the city gate notice this morning. Xie Xun suddenly recalled the words of the officer beside the notice. Indeed? Guangxiu nodded. Can animals cultivate and become spirits? Xie Xun thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked curiously. Naturally. The black dog beside you, benefactor, possesses considerable true essence. It has long become a spirit. Guangxiu pointed at Xiaoyan. How did you discern that it possesses inner force? True essence. Xie Xun frowned slightly, recalling that the monk had never touched Xiaoyan. How could he tell? The Buddhist heavenly eye can observe the flow of energy through the meridians. A single glance reveals all. Guangxiu answered honestly. Xie Xun stared into Guangxiu's eyes, then fell silent. What sinister martial arts existed in this martial world? Even the heavenly eye capable of seeing inner energy flow had appeared. A monk does not lie. Master, do you know of any good method to avoid being seen through by the heavenly eye? Benefactor, with your vigorous blood and qi, you must practice external martial arts, correct? Guangxiu asked. Yes. Xie Xun nodded. Then, when you conceal your own blood and qi and achieve mastery in external arts, the heavenly eye will naturally fail to see through you. A monk does not lie. A monk does not lie. Very well, I trust in your character, master. I shall lend you this pendant. Xie Xun nodded, unfastened the jade pendant from his waist, and exchanged it for the White Dragon Temple's token prayer beads. As the beads touched his hand, a wave of warmth emanated from them, and Xie Xun felt his blood and qi stir with vitality. His eyes lit up. This unexpected effect of the beads was a pleasant surprise. Thank you, benefactor. Once the tiger demon is eliminated, this monk will return your pendant immediately. Guangxiu accepted the pendant, bowed to him, and promised. Then I wish you a swift victory, master. I appreciate your kind words.
With the pendant in hand, Guangxiu did not linger, and soon departed. After watching him leave, Xie Xun turned back into the room to finish his meal. After eating, he still had to go to the market to buy grain and prepare for his future money-making endeavors. As for apprenticing and blacksmithing, that would require money first, so earning money was the priority. The government acted swiftly. That very afternoon, when Xie Xun went out to buy grain, he heard that the tiger hunting team had already set out. It was said the team consisted of at least 50 people, including over 20 crossbows and a dozen armed martial artists. As they left the city, many townsfolk saw them off, eagerly anticipating the slaying of the vicious mountain tiger. Xie Xun silently wished them success. After hauling the grain home, he transcribed the prescription Lu Fu had given him. He took the prescription to the medical hall to procure some herbs, and also bought several jars of wine. These were not for drinking but for steeping medicinal wine for injuries. His money-making plan was simple: treat the miners in the northern part of the city with medicinal wine. Although others in the city also sold medicinal wine for bruises, they sold it in whole jars. He, on the other hand, would personally apply the medicine and supplement it with internal energy. I refuse to believe that with my internal energy enhancing the effects of the same medicinal wine, I cannot make a profit. Looking at the wine jars and herbs arranged in the room, Xie Xun couldn't help but smirk. The thought of making money hand over fist in the future made him burst into laughter. Shutian, lying nearby, lifted his head, long accustomed to this sound, and closed his eyes again to continue cultivating the longevity art. For 3 consecutive days, aside from occasionally sparing time to cultivate the devouring metal and iron chapter and inspect Xie Xun's internal skill progress, Xie Xun spent all his remaining time busily making money. During these 3 days, no news came from the tiger-catching team dispatched by Red River City. Yet the townsfolk were not disheartened. Instead, they were filled with confidence in the team led by Guangxiu. In recent days, the authorities had been widely publicizing the deeds of Guangxiu, the disciple of White Dragon Temple. They hailed him as the foremost figure of White Dragon Temple's current generation, the sole inheritor among the new wave to comprehend the heavenly one of Buddhism's 6 supernatural powers. At merely 25, his strength had already brushed the threshold of a grand chivalrous master. Moreover, upon leaving the temple, Master Guangxiu single-handedly wiped out a band of mountain bandits who had tyrannized the hills for over a decade. He also encountered a notorious wandering demon killer, pursued him from the northern Qi kingdom into the Kong dynasty, and finally captured him alive in Lingyun Prefecture. After crippling his martial arts, he handed him over to the local authorities. These combined feats portrayed Guangxiu as a monk of exceptional talent, formidable strength, and compassionate heart. Thus, the city's populace had unwavering faith that he would eliminate the ferocious tiger in the mountains. The 3 days of silence could only mean the tiger was too cunning and treacherous. Absolutely not that the team had encountered any mishap. Xie Xun and Xiaoyan fully concurred. They silently rolled their Buddhist prayer beads in hand, then searched the streets for a suitable location to rent a shop. 2 days later, he finally struck a deal with the owner of a fabric shop in the north of the city, leasing a storefront from him. Not far from the fabric shop was a blacksmith's forge where the smelting of iron frequently sent black smoke drifting over, staining much of the fabric. Thus the fabric shop could no longer sustain itself, allowing Xie Xun to snatch it at a bargain. After a slight renovation inside, he crafted a signboard himself and placed it at the shop's entrance. It read, specializing in all kinds of bruises and injuries, 20 coppers per treatment. Below the price, another line stated exclusive price for minors. In addition, he posted a couplet at the door penned by his own hand. The upper line reads, skillful hands massage tendons and meridians, invigorate blood and dissolve stasis to relieve pain. The lower line read, dedicated healing restores health and vigor, eliminating all bruises and injuries. The horizontal scroll proclaimed immediate cure. At noon that day, Xie Xun changed into new clothes, and with Shutian set off a string of firecrackers in front of the newly opened shop. The crackling explosions drew many nearby townsfolk, who gathered around curious to see what was happening. Firecrackers fell, sparks bloomed, and thunderous sounds echoed, with genuine smiles on the faces of the man and his dog. Though strangers, the harmless appearance of this 18-year-old youth instantly won their favor. Soon the bustling street quieted, and everyone waited curiously for him to speak.
Dear fellow townsfolk, I am Xie Xun. Years ago, I entered the martial world in a fit of pique with my elders. Though I have not made a name for myself, I have learned a medical skill specializing in bruises and injuries. A few months ago, I dreamt that my grandfather Xie Xun was ill, so I rushed from the south. But I was too late. When I returned home, he had already passed away."
As he spoke, Xie Xun's eyes reddened and his face was filled with grief. Seeing this, Xiao quickly tucked in his tongue, lowered his head, and began to sob along with him.
"Alas, boss, please accept my condolences. Life and death are decreed by heaven. Young brother, please take heart."
The surrounding onlookers, infected by the sorrowful atmosphere, sighed and offered their consolations.
"Thank you all. Thank you all."
Xie Xun lifted his head, wiped the corner of his eyes with his sleeve, and continued with slightly reddened eyes.
In his lifetime, grandfather was also a miner and deeply understood their hardships. On his deathbed, he left a will in my dream, hoping that when I made my way in the world, I would not forget the miner brothers of Red River City. Therefore, Xie Xun opened this massage clinic today to treat all kinds of bruises and injuries for the miners, fulfilling my grandfather's final wish. Xie Xun hereby promise that any miner who enters the clinic for treatment will be charged only 20 coppers regardless of the medication used."
Xie Xun shouted loudly, even using his inner energy to ensure his voice reached every ear.
20 coppers. Great. Boss Xie is generous. Young hero Xie.
Hearing the price of only 20 coppers, the surrounding townsfolk grew excited, clapping and praising continuously. After all, as miners who toiled at heavy labor year-round, various bodily injuries were inevitable. If they didn't visit a clinic, the pain, when it flared up, was unbearable. But if they went to a clinic, it would cost at least 100 coppers. Now, hearing that a single treatment was only 20 coppers, how could they not be thrilled? How could they not be overjoyed?
Everyone, Xie Xun's new shop opens today for a lucky start. The first 10 patients to come for treatment will be treated free of charge.
Seeing the excited expressions on the crowd's faces, Xie Xun shouted again.
Boss Xie is generous. He'll go first.
Immediately someone shouted, red-faced, eager to rush forward.
"Let me go first. You step aside, I was here first."
Everyone scrambled for who would pass up a bargain. Xie Xun was overjoyed at the crowd's excitement, barely suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. If the occasion allowed, he would have burst out laughing.
"Ouch! Stop pushing, stop pushing!"
Suddenly a cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. A middle-aged man with graying temples and a dark complexion was knocked to the ground by the jostling throng.
"Oh no, something's wrong!"
Startled, Xie Xun dashed into the crowd, using brute force to part the people.
"Uncle, are you all right?"
He swiftly reached the man and lifted him from the ground.
"I'm fine. Fine."
The man muttered, still dazed. Fortunately, Xie Xun acted in time, and he wasn't trampled. The bystanders who had just been pushed aside now looked at Xie Xun with a changed expression. They had initially thought the young man's claim of wandering the martial world was merely a pretense, but the tremendous force he had just displayed made them believe it by 70 or 80%.
"It's good that you're fine. From your appearance, uncle, you must be a miner, right?"
Xie Xun asked.
Yes, yes."
The man nodded quickly.
"Since my new shop is opening, how about you be my first patient?" "Really?" "Of course."
Xie Xun smiled and led the man into the shop, then picked out a few others from the crowd, who were clearly miners, to be the first 10 customers. He had them remove their shirts, then took out the bruise-relieving medicinal wine he had bought from the city's pharmacy that morning.
"Uncle, where on your body do you often feel sore?"
Xie Xun opened the medicinal wine and asked.
"My lower back, shoulders, and back."
The man listed the aching areas on his body.
"All right, got it."
Xie Xun nodded, applied some medicinal wine to the sore spots, and then pressed his hands on top, as if massaging, but in reality, he used his inner energy to infuse the medicine's potency into the body.
"Ouch, ouch, it hurts."
At first the man winced and cried out in pain. But soon his furrowed brow relaxed, and his face showed utter disbelief.
"Hey, it doesn't hurt much anymore, and it feels warm."
Not long after, the first miner who received the medicinal liquor massage rose to his feet, and after donning his clothes stood still. He twisted his waist, rotated his hips, and shrugged his shoulders, feeling far more agile than before. Though it still ached, when he moved it was vastly improved compared to earlier.
"Hey, this is truly miraculous. I've never felt so comfortable all over."
The middle-aged man's face was brimming with surprise. He turned to look at Xie Xun, who was now massaging another person, his heart filled with gratitude. He had heard many tales of chivalrous heroes, but this man before him, healing the sick and injured without charging a single coin, was a true hero.
By the way, uncle, your condition has been building up for too long. I suggest you come back every 3 days. After another 4 or 5 sessions, it should be manageable.
As he began the next massage, Xie Xun suddenly recalled this and turned to speak to him.
I'll follow your advice.
The middle-aged man nodded hastily, his eyes brimming with trust and gratitude.
How do you feel, uncle?
The miner stepped out of the shop, and the townsfolk gathered at the entrance crowded around, asking with curiosity.
Hey, I'm not exaggerating. This boss Xie is truly...
The man launched into an effusive praise of Xie Xun, using every complimentary word he knew, and still feeling it wasn't enough. Even Xie Xun inside the shop found it hard to listen any longer. This man was far too generous with his praise. How could such a thing be discussed at the shop's doorstep? It should be shouted at the top of one's lungs in the middle of the street. Soon the second and third patients emerged from the shop, one after another, each feeling remarkably light and free. The aches in their lower backs and shoulders, which had plagued them for years, vanished with that single massage. As they stepped out, the townsfolk surrounded them, and they showered Xie Xun with praise, their thumbs raised high and never lowered. Now the townsfolk outside could no longer contain themselves, all eager to spend money on a massage to relieve their chronic pains. But there were simply too many people. They surged forward in a swarm, quickly blocking the shop's entrance. Fortunately, Xie Xun had anticipated this situation and shouted,
"Shout, Yan! Woof!"
A vigorous bark rang out. Then everyone saw a large black dog climb to a high spot with a sign hanging around its neck.
"Treating only sprains and injuries. For other ailments, please go to a clinic. Please line up in order. Those who cut in line will not be treated."
A literate townsman read the contents of the sign aloud. Recalling how effortlessly Xie Xun had charged through the crowd earlier, everyone voluntarily formed a queue. In no time, a line of several dozen people stretched out from the shop entrance. Some latecomers on the street, seeing the long line, couldn't help but ask about the reason.
"You don't know? Just now,"
a townsman explained. Hearing that a retired young hero had opened a clinic where a consultation cost only 20 coins, they too joined the queue.
"Doctor, I've been having stomach pains lately."
After treating over 30 people, Xie Xun was approached by a middle-aged woman carrying a bamboo basket.
"Madam, I only treat sprains and injuries. For your stomach pain, please go to another clinic."
Xie Xun sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This was already the third person coming for a different ailment. He had forgotten that literacy rates were low in ancient times, and few could read the sign he had written.
"Ah."
The woman grimaced, muttering under her breath, and after some hesitation she rose and left. Xie Xun had no choice but to step out of the shop and shout to the queue that he only treated sprains and injuries, not other illnesses. Subsequently, quite a few people left the line, grumbling and cursing as they departed. For the rest of the afternoon, Xie Xun didn't pause for a moment, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he possessed over 30 years of internal energy, even he couldn't withstand such a relentless ordeal. So he quickly wrote another sign setting the closing time at dusk. Xiaotian was also busy collecting money from every patient who came and maintaining order outside the shop. Though they both felt a bit tired as time wore on, the thought of those gleaming copper coins filled their hearts with passion and motivation, as if all fatigue had dissipated like smoke. Finally, as dusk arrived, the once bustling shop entrance fell quiet. Locking the door behind him, Xie Xun tucked a heavy wooden box into his bosom and glanced around furtively. Certain that no one had noticed the box in his arms, he led Xiaotian toward their home in the northern part of the city. Their pace quickened, and soon they darted into a narrow alley, vanishing in an instant. Bang! The room's door was firmly shut, plunging them into dimness. Then an oil lamp was lit inside, its flame illuminating the faces of Xie Xun and Xiaotian. They exchanged a glance, their earlier caution gone, and the corners of their mouths curled up.
"Come on, Xiaotian, guess how much money is in here."
Xie Xun placed the wooden box on the table and looked at Xiaotian mysteriously.
"Woof woof."
Xiaotian shook his head, then stood on his hind legs, leaning on the table, his eyes full of anticipation fixed on the money box. Though it was he who had collected the money, exactly how much had they earned? Even he didn't know.
"Here we go, Xiaotian, the mystery is about to be revealed."
Xie Xun patted the dog's head, then reached for the lid of the wooden box. Man and dog both held their breath, their hearts beating faster than they cared to admit, the atmosphere tense.
"Open!"
The lid was lifted, revealing the box brimming with copper coins glittering with a prosperous gleam in the lamplight. Both man and dog gaped, momentarily dazzled by the radiant glow of wealth.
"Woo-woo, So much money, hee hee.
When they came to their senses, they looked at each other, their faces breaking into knowing smiles.
Woof woof woof.
Xianxia nudged Xie Xun eagerly. This was their first earnings in Red River City. They should count how much it was.
All right, I'll count right away.
Xie Xun rubbed his hands together and began tallying the coins. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. 10 coins, 20 coins. 100 coins.
We treated 42 people, earning a total of 640 coins.
Soon the last coin was taken out of the box, and the count was complete.
Woof woof woof.
Hearing the amount, Xiao Yan stuck out his tongue and laughed joyfully.
Woo!
But the next moment his laughter ceased. 42 people, shouldn't it be over 800 coins?
Woof!
Xie Xun's eyes flew wide open, his heart sinking. Oh no, I've undercharged.
Don't worry, the money hasn't decreased.
Xie Xun let out a soft laugh beside him, then patted the dog's head soothingly.
Woof!
Xiao Tian abruptly lifted his head. The money really hadn't decreased.
Have you forgotten? I said the first 10 customers at the new store would be treated for free. Woof!
Xie Xun's eyes lit up. That's right, he had almost forgotten that. As long as the money hadn't decreased, all was well. Upon realizing that he hadn't made a mistake and lost money, Xiao Yan happily wagged his tail again. But as he wagged his tail, gradually slowed to a stop, a nagging sense of something amiss stirring in his mind. A jar of bruise healing medicinal wine cost 700 won. How could they still be losing money after a whole day?
Woof woof.
He then raised his head and barked at Xie Xun with a puzzled expression.
Don't just look at today's earnings of over 600 won, which is less than the cost of the medicinal wine. But accounts aren't calculated that way.
Xie Xun shook his head helplessly, then explained in detail.
You see, although we haven't recouped the cost today, there's still some wine left in that jar. Enough to treat 7 or 8 more people.
1 jar of wine can treat about 50 people, which means 1,000 won. Calculated this way, after using 1 jar will net 300 won. Hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly understood.
Also, we only operated for half a day today. If we ran it for a full day, it would definitely get more than 50 people, at least 4 or 500 won a day with no problem. After deducting the rent, we can earn 8 or 9 taels of silver a month.
Xie Xun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. 8 or 9 taels of silver. That would buy so many roast chickens and ducks they could eat until they were stuffed. At the thought, drool uncontrollably flowed from his mouth.
And there's more. Woof!
More.
Don't forget, we're buying the medicinal wine now. But in a year, when our own brewed wine is ready and the medicinal wine we prepared can be used, the cost per jar can be reduced by another 1 or 200 won.
The man and the dog exchanged glances, their mouths gradually curling into grins, as they couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee hee. The more they calculated, the more promising life seemed filling them with boundless passion. Over the following days, Xie Xun and Xiao Tian earned money at the shop during the day, feasted heartily at home at night, and cultivated the Guyuan art while replenishing their expended inner strength. Before opening the shop each morning, they also spared some time to practice other martial arts, living a life of utmost fulfillment.
The tiger-slaying heroes have returned. The tiger-slaying heroes have returned.
In the afternoon, 4 days later, a commoner ran from the city gate holding a brass gong, striking it repeatedly and announcing the joyous news at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing this, the commoners outside the shop abandoned their eagerness for treatment and rushed toward the city gate.
The master has returned.
Xie Xun, who was about to call in the next patient, abruptly stood up and took out the Buddhist prayer beads that Guangxiu had entrusted to him before leaving. In truth, he was intensely curious about what the tiger that had become a spirit looked like. So he quickly packed up and closed the shop early.
Come on, Xiaoqian, let's go see the excitement. Woof!
Xie Xun called out to Xiaoqian, and the man and his dog followed the crowd of commoners heading toward the city gate in the north. The city gate was already packed solid. The tiger hunting team was nowhere to be seen, only a dense sea of dark heads. But before long, a commotion began at the front of the crowd.
They're coming! They're coming!
Everyone shouted. Xie Xun with Xiao Tian in tow squeezed to the front and craned his neck toward the gate. A troop of several dozen people was approaching from afar. With solemn expressions, they wore rattan armor, carried broadswords at their waists, and bore crossbows on their backs, the elite among the city's garrison soldiers. Yet the specially crafted rattan armor, ordinarily resistant to blades, was covered in claw marks, the broadswords were caked with dried blood, and the crossbows had snapped strings, a testament to the ferocity of the battle.
At the forefront of this group, over a dozen men jointly carried a massive stretcher. On that stretcher lay a striped giant tiger over 3 meters long, its mountainous form exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression to the commoners seeing it for the first time. An ordinary tiger would be at most just over 2 meters long, but the size of this tiger clearly indicated its extraordinary power. However, the giant tiger's appearance was pitifully wretched. Its fur was stained with blood, and its body was covered in countless wounds, slashes, sword stabs, and spear holes, each gash horrifically gruesome. Its blood had not yet clotted. Droplets of tiger blood could still be seen dripping from the stretcher. Yet this was not the most shocking sight. Those far away might not see clearly, but Xie Xun saw it all with perfect clarity. The most stunning detail was a string of blood-stained prayer beads embedded in the giant tiger's forehead. This string of beads had blasted through the thick fur, revealing the white skull beneath. The prayer beads were driven deep into the tiger's skull, with fine cracks covering the entire bone, apparently the decisive blow that had slain the tiger demon. Though the giant tiger was dead, its eyes remained wide open, their ferocity undiminished, as if it might suddenly spring up and devour people. The surrounding commoners turned pale with terror, their joy vanishing, leaving only fear in their hearts. Though the fierce tiger was dead, its majesty lingered. Even in death, the tiger demon's oppressive aura was far greater than that of the wolf king Xie Xun had encountered on the wasteland. The commoners, who had been cheering for the tiger-slaying heroes moments before, were now too frightened to utter a single word. They had thought the hunt was for an ordinary tiger, never imagining it would be such a colossal beast. As the stretcher bearing the giant tiger drew near, the commoners instinctively stepped back, fearing the tiger might not be fully dead. The soldiers carrying the tiger's corpse passed through the path. The crowd had cleared, their faces expressionless. As they passed Xie Xun, he caught a powerful smell of blood emanating from the soldier's leather armor. He also noticed that the returning troop numbered only these dozen or so men, with no one following behind the stretcher. And of the martial artists who had joined the hunt, including Master Guangxiu, not a single one was in sight. Perhaps the others had been escorted back to the city first due to severe injuries, which was why they weren't seen. Or perhaps they had already perished beneath the tiger's claws. Was this tiger demon really that terrifying? Even Master Guangxiu. Xie Xun's pupils contracted as he tightened his grip on the prayer beads in his hand, his breathing growing heavy. This world, it seemed, was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Perhaps only the acknowledged great heroes had the power to subdue and slay such a fearsome tiger demon. After watching the procession leave, the surrounding commoners gradually dispersed, and Xie Xun also left with Xiaoyan. He did not return to open the shop, but went home instead. But no sooner had the door closed than several footsteps sounded from outside. These steps were light, yet betrayed an unmistakable disorder, not like ordinary commoners, but more like martial artists moving after sustaining injuries. A few seconds later, footsteps halted outside the door. This should be the place Captain Bai mentioned. I wonder if Xie Xun is at home. Hopefully, we won't have come all this way for nothing. A young girl's voice sounded from outside, sounding somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Thump, thump, thump. After the girl's voice faded, the door was knocked upon. I am Changyu of the Heavenly Sword Sect. May I ask if Brother Xie Xun is at home? A man's voice came from the doorway. Heavenly Sword Sect. The name of this sect seemed vaguely familiar to Xie Xun. He seemed to recall hearing the storyteller at the heroic tower mention that the Heavenly Sword Sect was once a first-rate sect in the Kong dynasty, but somehow had fallen to second-rate. What business do you have with me? Xie Xun asked from behind the door, his hand already quietly gripping Iron Master, his sword ready to be drawn at any moment. We were entrusted by Master Guangxiu to find Brother Xie and return something to you. Guangxiu. Creak. Before long the door swung open, revealing a youth of about 18 and a large black dog before the 4 visitors. It's them. Xie Xun recognized the 4 people outside, the very ones who had seemed like sect disciples standing before the notice board a few days ago. However, unlike their earlier high spirits, their faces were now pale and haggard. Do you know Master Guangxiu? Xie Xun deliberately held the prayer beads left by Guangxiu in his hand as he asked. We 4 siblings followed Master Guangxiu up the mountain to slay the tiger demon. We shared life and death trials with him as close friends. The eldest among them, Changyu, who was also the senior brother of the group, spoke. Please come in. After inviting them inside, the senior brother glanced around and then said. Master Guangxiu mentioned that he had borrowed an item from Brother Xie to slay the tiger demon. Now that the tiger demon is vanquished, it is time to return this item to its rightful owner. As he finished speaking, Chang Yu looked at his junior sister. Understanding her senior brother's intent, she took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. The box was opened, revealing the very jade pendant that Guangxiu had borrowed from him. This jade pendant is indeed mine. Xie Xun picked up the pendant, examined it, and confirmed it was his. He then handed the prayer beads left by Guangxiu to the senior brother. These prayer beads were the token Guangxiu left when he borrowed the pendant. Now, they should be returned to the master. Brother Xie, you should keep these prayer beads. Master Guangxiu can no longer receive them. Chang Yu looked at the prayer bead side and spoke. What happened to the master? Xie Xun's hand hovered over the table, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Master Guangxiu has passed into nirvana. The four of them lowered their heads, their faces filled with sorrow. Though they had only known Guangxiu for a few days, he had repeatedly risked his own safety to save their lives. In their eyes, Master Guangxiu was already a venerable martial arts elder. Master Guangxiu's martial arts were so formidable, how could this happen? Though he had already suspected as much, Xie Xun still found it hard to believe. That tiger demon was ferocious and cunning by nature, and it had devoured no fewer than 100 people. Chang Yu sighed and began recounting their encounter on the mountain. It turned out that after they ascended, Master Guangxiu used some unknown method to stealthily lead them to the cave where the tiger demon lurked. Outside the cave, they set an inescapable snare, preparing every conceivable trap of hidden weapons and ambushes. Moreover, the jade pendant and prayer beads were used to suppress the demonic minions that aided the tiger. Then they used fire to force the tiger demon out, but they never expected its power to be even more terrifying than anticipated. The tiger demon abandoned its minions, and despite being wounded, fought its way out fiercely. Fearing that the tiger demon, if it escaped, would secretly retaliate against the people of Red River City, Master Guangxiu led those with lighter injuries, who could still fight, tracking the blood trail left by the demon to pursue and slay it. But the tiger demon was cunning. It deliberately lured them into a deadly trap in the mountains. A cornered beast fights with the greatest ferocity. Even though the tiger demon was mortally wounded under their combined assault, it still launched a desperate counterattack in its dying moments, trying to drag everyone down with it. It was Master Guangxiu who with a suicidal strike shattered the tiger demon's skull, but he himself perished from exhaustion, leaving only the wish to return the jade pendant. The severely wounded and the fallen were carried back to Red River City overnight by the survivors. As for the dozen or so who later carried the tiger demon's corpse, they were sent by the prefect to clean up the battlefield after their return, and had not actually taken part in the battle against the demon. As for Chang Yu and his 3 siblings, it was only today, after their injuries had improved, that they came to find Xie Xun to return the jade pendant, fulfilling Master Guangxiu's last wish. After the story was told, everyone remained silent for a long time. Xiaotian sensed Xie Xun's low spirits and came over to nuzzle him, offering comfort. Did Master Guangxiu say anything else before he passed? Xie Xun composed himself and asked. The master said that the jade pendant contains the tiger demon's baleful aura, and it should not be worn until it is dispelled. The pendant and his prayer beads must be placed together under the noon sun for 14 consecutive days to fully dispel the baleful aura. Chang Yu recalled and then said, Oh, the master also said that if Brother Xie ever has the chance to go to Jinxi Prefecture in the state of Qi, please bury his prayer beads under the big tree at the entrance of a village called Shido, outside the town of Shibian. The younger sister added, I understand. Thank you all for informing me. Xie Xun nodded and cupped his hands in gratitude to the group. Since we have conveyed Master Guangxiu's last wish, we shall take our leave now. Chang Yu and the others rose and walked toward the door. After seeing them off, Xie Xun closed the door and returned to the room, gazing at the jade pendant and prayer beads in his hands. Another great hero has fallen. He looked at Xiaotian, patted its head, and murmured. Judging by Guangxiu's deeds, his martial arts had probably not yet reached the level of a great hero. Nevertheless, his act of willingly sacrificing himself to slay the tiger demon for the sake of the city's people truly earned him the title of great hero in Xie Xun's heart. Whimper Xiaotian's eyes also grew sorrowful. Its master had said that great heroes were almost always good people. Just like Uncle Lu Gua, the old village chief boss, Zhou Kai, Brother Zhang, and Lu Fu, they were all good people too. It didn't want the good people it loved to die. Don't be sad. Master Guangxiu died to rid Red River City of a menace, and he died for us common folks. So we must live happily to honor his spirit in heaven, right? Xie Xun patted the dog's head and smiled reassuringly. Woof. Xiao Tian looked up at him, and after a few seconds a smile slowly spread across its face. The master was right. The tiger demon's corpse was suspended outside the prefectural yamen, its colossal frame leaving an indelible impression of awe upon the citizens of Honghe City. Simultaneously the prefect himself announced the passing of Master Guangxiu, the very monk who had eradicated this scourge. The people of Honghe City mourned deeply. Such a noble martial hero had fallen beneath the claws of that vile beast. That ferocious tiger truly deserved death. After 7 days of public exposure, monks from the Bailong Temple arrived to retrieve Master Guangxiu's remains. The prefect personally escorted Master Guangxiu's casket beyond the city gates, and on that very day, he decreed the establishment of the Tiger Slaying Festival. Each year on this day, the citywide curfew would be lifted, and the government would distribute tiger bone wine free of charge in solemn remembrance of Master Guangxiu, who sacrificed his life to slay the beast. This gesture earned thunderous acclaim from Honghe City's populace, who bestowed upon the prefect the honored title of upright and benevolent lord. Elated by this epithet, whose mere utterance signaled imminent promotion, the prefect could scarcely contain his joy. Prominent families across the city contributed generously in response to the prefect's call, funding the construction of a temple dedicated to subduing tigers, Fuhu Temple. Even the sculptors commissioned to carve the statue were the most renowned masters in the surrounding region. Citizens cheered and spontaneously organized labor crews to assist with the temple's construction. With such a major project underway, Xie Xun's massage clinic experienced unprecedented prosperity. Queues stretched endlessly each day. It was overwhelming, utterly overwhelming. With the sheer volume of patients, Xie Xun was compelled to institute a registration system. Each visitor received a numbered token and waited in strict numerical order. Once issued a token, patrons no longer feared missing their turn if they stepped away, free to attend to other matters. Consequently, the line before the clinic shortened considerably, and Xie Xun earned yet another wave of heartfelt praise from the townsfolk. Owing to his surging business, the apothecary supplying Xie Xun with medicinal liniment seized the opportunity to collude with others and raise prices, seeking further profit at his expense. Local apothecaries, having lost considerable trade to Xie Xun, readily joined the price-fixing scheme without hesitation. Xie Xun did not confront the apothecary owner directly. Instead, during every massage session, he casually lamented, almost as if to himself, "Alas, the price of medicinal wine climbs ever higher. I can barely break even. It's untenable. The wine has surged again. Soon I won't afford even the rent. At this rate, perhaps I'd fare better closing shop and heading to the mines." Within half a month, nearly every miner in the region had learned of the unscrupulous merchant's price gouging. Enraged miners promptly besieged the apothecary. Its owner was beaten so severely his face swelled into a grotesque mask. Given the provocation, local authorities turned a blind eye. The disfigured proprietor found no recourse in petitioning officials, and all apothecary owners across the city hastily restored the medicinal wine to its original price. Time passed swiftly. The main hall of Fuhu Temple was completed just before the inaugural Tiger Slaying Festival, providing citizens a sacred space for incense offerings and earnest prayers. The Bailong Temple returned Master Guangxiu's cremated ashes and Sarira relics, enshrining them within the hollow core of his statue inside the temple, there to be venerated by devotees. At noon on that day, the government fulfilled its pledge, distributing tiger bone wine freely before Fuhu Temple. Even the prefect appeared in person, raising a cup alongside the jubilant crowd. The people roared in unison, "Upright and benevolent Lord." Over the year, local opera troupes hastily composed a new play. The reincarnated Arhat subdues demons and slaughters the tiger, which drew thunderous applause from enthralled audiences. Gradually, Master Guangxiu acquired a new honorific title, Fuhu Luohan, the tiger-subduing Arhat. Sun and moon revolved, leaves fell without warning. Spring faded, autumn returned. 12 years had elapsed since Master Guangxiu and the tiger demon perished together in mutual annihilation. In those 12 years, Honghe City underwent little transformation. The former prefect ascended to provincial governor, while Bai Shui, the erstwhile chief constable, assumed the post of chief marshal of the prefectural guard. Fuhu Temple, erected beyond the city walls, expanded steadily, growing from a single main hall to include 2 flanking chapels housing statues of Buddhist Dharma protecting Vajra guardians. Over these years, Xie Xun's massage clinic gained renown far and wide. His name transcended Honghe City. Even residents of neighboring towns knew of the retired martial hero dwelling there, who for merely 20 would channel his inner force to heal bruises and sprains. Of course, this modest fee applied exclusively to minors, others paid a premium. Yet drawn by his chivalrous spirit, occasional martial artists sought him out, not only for contusions and hidden injuries, but also for deeper internal ailments. Xie Xun never refused them, primarily because their payments were extraordinarily generous. During treatments, these wandering heroes recounted tales of their pasts, introducing Xie Xun to countless fresh stories from the Jianghu, enriching his days with unexpected color and intrigue. Seeing Xie Xun's clinic flourish, several imitators opened similar establishments the following year. Though they hired numerous apprentices from traditional clinics, whose techniques surpassed Xie Xun's in technical precision, he relied not on technique alone, but on the cultivation and precise application of inner force techniques served only as auxiliary support. Within 3 years, nearly all competing clinics collapsed, leaving only Xie Xun's and 2 others operated by established medical clans. Though his patient load diminished, Xie Xun bore no resentment. Most of those diverted were individuals who previously couldn't secure appointments with him. While he cherished wealth, he would never detain patients against their will. Delaying treatment could cost lives. Moreover, with fewer clients, he finally found time to visit the nearby blacksmith's forge and learn rudimentary weapon maintenance. Over 12 years, Xie Xun accumulated profound experience, dramatically refining his mastery over inner force. He could now direct it with surgical precision to any point within a patient's body, conserving energy with remarkable efficiency. Thanks to this exquisite control, he achieved full mastery of the swallowing gold and devouring iron chapter of the Manxiang Jin Jiagong, a section once deemed nearly impossible, requiring the delicate unblocking of countless fragile abdominal meridians. Moreover, building upon his foundation in Tai Buzhen, he attained minor attainment in the remaining 3 chapters: Manxiang bearing mountains, Wuxiang manifesting the world, and xianxia Jingxin. The inner force coalescing within his dantian grew increasingly dense year after year, accelerating his progress in the Guiyuan Ju far beyond what solitary practice alone could yield. His lightness skill, however, lagged due to insufficient time and opportunity. Likewise, the Xianxia Jinjua remained unchanged from 12 years prior, lacking real-world application. Xie Xun estimated his current strength placed him among the elite of the Jianghu, yet still short of true great hero status. Xiao Tian had attained minor mastery of the Changsheng Ju 3 years earlier. Now 73 years old, he showed not a trace of age or decline. This brought Xie Xun immense relief, proof that his self-realized Changsheng Ju held genuine efficacy. Indeed, after attaining minor mastery, Xiao Tian's temperament gradually brightened, growing more spirited and youthful, as though time itself had reversed its course. On this day, Xie Xun carried a basket in his hand, a string of Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist, and led Xiao Tian to the tiger-subduing temple outside the city. Though the tiger-slaying festival was still 10 days away, the temple was already thronged with worshippers, its incense burning vigorously.
Master Xie is here.
Seeing Xie Xun and Xiao Tian approach, the crowd greeted him with smiles. The reputation and goodwill he had built over 12 years of dedicated service earned him deep respect among the city's common folk. Xie Xun nodded in return to everyone, maintaining his approachable demeanor without a hint of arrogance.
Everyone please make way. Master Xie is here. Master Xie is here. How could we let you stand at the back? Take my spot. Come to me, Master Xie. My spot is closer. Come here, Master Xie.
Someone shouted, and the crowd turned to look eagerly, offering their places to him. Unable to refuse such warmth, Xie Xun accepted their kindness. Thus he was moved from the back of the line to the very front by the people. At the center of the main hall stood a tall stone statue, Guangxiu holding a large prayer bead, riding a massive crouching tiger, his compassionate gaze looking out from the hall in the posture of subduing the beast.
Master, it's the 12th year. I've come to see you again,
Xie Xun said softly, as he placed the offerings before the statue.
Woof! Woof!
Xiao Tian also greeted the statue, then set down the apple it had carried in its mouth. Today they came not only to commemorate Master Guangxiu, but also to seek his blessings for a safe journey.
In previous years, border conflicts between Kong and Qi were constant. As a subject of Kong, it was too dangerous for me to travel to northern Qi, so I couldn't return your prayer beads. I hope you understand, Master. Now that relations between Kong and Qi have improved and my strength has reached the first-rate level, traveling to northern Qi won't invite hostility. It's relatively safe. Today I've come to tell you this. I pray your spirit in heaven blesses me with a safe journey. Xie Xun pressed his palms together, holding Master Guangxia's prayer beads between them. Master Guangxiu had died for the entire Red River City. For a good man like him, Xie Xun was willing to fulfill his last wish as long as the danger wasn't too great. Woof! Woof! Xiaotian stood on its hind legs, pressed its paws together, and bowed to the statue.
We're about to set off. Please, Master, protect my master and me on a safe journey.
Having stated his purpose and request, Xie Xun left with Xiaotian. He went to his massage shop in the city and hung a wooden sign he had prepared earlier on the door. Soon after Xie Xun left, a crowd gathered in front of the shop, whispering and asking what the sign said.
Gone to fulfill an old friend's last wish. Expected back after the new year.
Finally, a passing physician read the words on the sign.
Ah!
Hearing that Xie Xun would be away for most of the year, the people slapped their thighs in regret. If only they had come to take a number earlier. At the West City Gate, Xie Xun wore a short, tight-fitting outfit, a bamboo hat on his head, a travel pack on his back, and a long sword at his waist. With his resolute features and excellent appearance, he looked like a martial arts hero stepping out from a wuxia film. However, Xiaotian, lolling its tongue and wagging its tail while playfully begging at a fruit stall, somewhat ruined his aura.
Let's go, Xiaotian. The boat is about to leave.
Xie Xun walked over helplessly, bought a few fruits, and stuffed them into Xiaotian's mouth, which finally made the dog follow obediently. Although the Red River outside Red River City flowed from north to south, the southern winds prevailed this season. Traveling upstream by water was faster than walking. The man and his dog arrived at the ferry, paid the fare, and boarded the sailboat. Xie Xun found a clean spot on the deck, sat down, and pulled a sheepskin map from his pack. It was a map of the Kong dynasty marking the major rivers along the northern route. Xie Xun had thoroughly prepared for this northern journey. He knew exactly which roads were safe official highways, and which were frequented by bandits. The planned route might not be the fastest, but it was the safest. However, the map only covered Kong. He had never been able to find a map of northern Qi over the years. The ship suddenly shuddered as the heavy anchor was raised, and the massive sail slowly ascended. The strong southern wind struck the sail, propelling the entire vessel northward. The Turel mountain range, so named because it divided the Kong and Qi dynasties, served as the border between the two countries. On the northern and southern sides of the range lay Kang's Jinyuan Pass and Qi's Tianyuan Pass, respectively. As key border areas, these two military strongholds each garrisoned no fewer than 100,000 troops, constantly watching each other. Behind Jinyuan Pass lay Linyuan City, home to branches of various major sects from the Kong dynasty, and the most well-informed border town. At noon in Linyuan City, Shifangyan.
Hey, tell me what's gotten into the grassland Huns this time. They've already lost so many, yet they still attack Qi like they're not afraid to die. Who knows? They say a mutiny happened at the Han royal court in the northern desert 2 years ago. Maybe it's related to the new Han king. I've also heard that the Han king founded some wolf god sect and calls himself the wolf god. They say those in the wolf god sect practice a demonic art that makes them impervious to blades and arrows and feel no pain. Not only that, but they're bloodthirsty monsters who eat humans, especially fond of children and women. So they don't eat old people and men. Think about it. Women and children have tender meat, old men and men are tough.
The inn buzzed with noise. The ground floor was packed with martial artists wielding swords, eating meat, drinking wine, and discussing national affairs. On the second floor, disciples from various sects moved about dressed in uniform, each accompanied by an elder. Though sects often had grudges in Linyuan City, they shared the common duty of defending the border, so they didn't come to blows. At that moment, a swordsman wearing a bamboo, had a short tunic, and a long sword at his waist stepped into the inn, followed by a glossy black dog. The patrons glanced at the newcomer, then returned to their own conversations. The man went to an empty table in the corner, took off his hat, revealing a face in his 20s. It was Xie Xun and Xiaotian, who had traveled from the south. The journey from Red River City to Linyuan City involved long stretches of waterway, and they had arrived in just 2 months.
What can I get for you, young hero?
The waiter hurried over, quickly wiped the table clean, and greeted with a warm smile.
5 caddies of lamb, a jug of wolf's blood wine, and a dozen flatbreads.
Xie Xun glanced at the clearly priced menu hanging on a pillar, then ordered.
Right away, young hero. Please wait a moment.
The waiter called out and left. After the waiter left, Xie Xun pricked up his ears and continued listening to the idle chatter of the surrounding warriors.
It is said that several major cities along the border of northern Qi have already been breached with hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians slaughtered, many of whom became fodder for that wolf god cult. Such a demonic cult. Does the northern Qi kingdom's martial sects not intervene? How could they not? Haven't you noticed that recently all the sect compounds in this city have closed their doors to visitors and are largely empty inside? What do you mean? It is said that the 3 abbots of Vajra Temple, Demon Subduing Temple, and White Dragon Temple have personally stepped forward, inviting experts from all major sects to head north to the grasslands and directly annihilate the wolf god cult's headquarters. If you ask me, there's no need to bother with that wolf god cult. Right now, all of northern Qi's troops have been deployed to the north, leaving the southern defenses weak. We should seize this opportunity to dispatch a great army and directly take the Heavenly Abyss Pass. It's only because the current emperor is merciful otherwise. Ah, speak cautiously. Sir, your dishes are here. Please enjoy your meal.
The waiter was swift, bringing wine, meat, and baked flatbreads to the table. Xie Xun picked up a flatbread, fashioned a makeshift lamb burger, and then stuffed it into Xiao Tian's mouth. The wolf god cult. Chewing on the meat, Xie Xun took a gulp of the wolf blood wine, silently murmuring the name. After a while, having eaten and drunk their fill, they left the Shifang Inn. Xie Xun found another more affordable inn, planning to stay temporarily in Linchuan City for half a month to gather information about northern Qi. This was to avoid stumbling around like a headless fly once he left the Kong dynasty. Over the course of half a month, Xie Xun indeed managed to collect quite a bit of news from within northern Qi. The good news was that due to the military setbacks in the north of Qi, they had invited many martial artists from the Kong dynasty to assist. Now there were quite a few people from Kong and Qi, so he wouldn't stand out too much. But the bad news was that many commoners in Qi, hearing of the war's losses, were fleeing southward to escape the conflict. With the influx of refugees, bandits and outlaws had become rampant, making the roads far less safe. However, these were not the most crucial matters. What was most important was that he had acquired a crude map of northern Qi from a merchant who had come from there. With a map, things became much easier. Though it was rudimentary, it at least allowed him to plan a simple route, no longer venturing forth in complete ignorance. After planning his route, Xie Xun prepared a large supply of dry rations, and also bought some sleeping powders, laxatives, and antidote pills. Better safe than sorry. Then with Xiao Tian, he continued his northward journey. Moo! Amidst the rural fields, the mournful cry of an old ox echoed. In a ditch, a large yellow ox lay on its back legs in the air, continuously bellowing in distress. The ox struggled incessantly, but with no foothold, it simply could not turn over.
Oh dear, what are we to do?
Beside the ditch, an elderly couple, their hair completely white, watched their ox with anxious eyes. Already advanced in years, they lacked the strength to help their ox turn over, and could only fret helplessly on the sidelines. Suddenly from afar, 2 figures approached, one large, one small. It was a martial artist wearing a bamboo hat, a sword at his waist, accompanied by a large black dog. Yet the couple felt no relief. Instead, their faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. They abandoned their ox and hastily retreated far away, praying only that the person would leave quickly. But fate did not comply. The man and his dog stopped beside their ox, then looked up at them. The newcomers were none other than Xie Xun and Xiao Tian. They had grown accustomed to such reactions from the peasant couple. Throughout their journey, they had noticed that many people in northern Qi bore a look of fear whenever they saw martial artists like themselves. Xie Xun wanted to ask the reason, but all the northern Qi folk were tight-lipped, too afraid to explain why.
How did this ox get stuck here? Never mind, let's lend a hand.
Looking at the ox lying on its back and mooing piteously, Xie Xun and Xiao Tian approached its side. Moo! Seeing strangers approach, the yellow ox cried out even more mournfully, causing the distant couple to grow even more tense. What were they going to do to the ox? They weren't going to kill and eat it, were they? Woof! Woof! Xiao Tian went up to the ox's head, barked twice, then raised a paw to pat its forehead, as if to comfort it.
Ha!
Xie Xun then grabbed the ox by its horns and supported its back. With a light shout, he directly lifted the large yellow ox from the ditch and set it down on the flat ground beside it. The distant couple was utterly stunned. They had never seen anyone so strong. Was he even human? The yellow ox got up from the ground, quite intelligently bowed its head to Xie Xun, and then trotted off towards its owners. Seeing their ox return safely, the couple realized they had encountered a good person, and the fear in their eyes began to subside.
Elder, is this the way to Jinqi Prefecture?
Xie Xun called out to the distant pair from the road.
Yes. Yes. Go straight ahead, cross 2 more mountains, and you'll reach Xinxi Prefecture. Thank you kindly, elder.
Xie Xun cupped his hands in gratitude and continued forward.
Woof. Woof.
Xiaotian also nodded towards them, before quickly following.
Old man, that person seems to be a good man.
Looking at their ox now covered in mud from its back, the old woman whispered.
It's getting late now, and it's not safe for them to go into the mountains like this. Perhaps we should.
The old man looked at his wife. The old woman understood her husband's meaning and nodded.
Hero, please wait. Hero, please wait.
Before he had gone far, Xie Xun heard shouts from behind. He stopped and turned to see the elderly couple along with their yellow ox hurrying towards him. The two came up to Xie Xun, and without a word simply stared intently into his eyes.
Is there something else, elder?
Xie Xun touched his own eyes, puzzled.
It's getting dark, hero. It's not safe for you to enter the mountains at night. Why not stay the night at my humble home and set off again tomorrow morning?
The old man, as if having confirmed something, breathed a sigh of relief and spoke cautiously.
You're not afraid I might be a bad person. You helped this old man save his ox. That makes you a good man for sure.
The couple's faces broke into simple, honest smiles.
In that case, I gratefully accept your kind offer, elder.
Xie Xun cupped his hands towards them. Having expected to feed the mosquitoes in the mountains tonight, he was naturally very willing to have a roof over his head. Before long, Xie Xun followed the pair and arrived at a small nearby village. Scanning the area, he saw only about a dozen households with a population of less than 100. But it made sense, he supposed. This was a small patch of flat land in the mountains capable of growing only limited crops, so the village population was naturally small. When the villagers saw strangers approaching, the able-bodied young men grabbed their sickles and hoes, eyeing the two with wary vigilance. Fortunately, with the help of the elderly couple's explanations, the villagers finally lowered their guard against them. After hearing about Xie Xun's feat of lifting an ox with his bare hands, the villagers were utterly astounded. That night the village became lively, as a bonfire was lit in the center, and the entire community gathered together, young and old. Following a feast of fine wine and good food, some of the village's young men, skeptical that anyone could possess such immense strength, were urged by the crowd to challenge Xie Xun. Thus the bulliest youth stepped forward.
Hero Xie, my name is Qing. I wish to compete with.
Qing stammered as if too embarrassed to speak.
Hero. My uncle wants to arm wrestle you.
A delicate little girl ran out from the crowd, her voice milky and sweet, as she addressed Xie Xun, sneakily petting Xiaotian beside him.
Xiaoju you.
Qing's face flushed crimson as he glared at his little niece. Xiaoju looked back at her uncle, her face beaming with a radiant smile.
Uncle, don't thank me. Mom told me to come. Then let's begin.
Xie Xun smiled faintly, patted Xiaoju on the head, and then spoke to Qing.
Yay! Uncle Qing is going to arm wrestle the ox-lifting hero.
Xiaoju shouted joyfully before running back to her mother, sneaking another pet to Xiaotian on the way. The villagers watched with curiosity, even bringing out a table for them. Xie Xun and Qing stood opposite each other, then clasped hands.
Begin!
At the command, Qing exerted force, suddenly veins bulging on his forehead and arms, as he desperately tried to push Xie Xun's hand down. Yet Xie Xun remained utterly relaxed, his arm as immovable as if forged from solid steel.
Go Qing! Go, uncle!
The villagers couldn't help but shout, cheering for Qing.
Woof woof woof!
Xiaotian, seeing the enthusiastic crowd, also joined in with loud barks. Go, master! His piercing voice nearly drowned out the villagers' cheers. Seeing that they as a group could be outdone by a dog, the villagers grew even more spirited and shouted louder.
Ah!
Caught up in the fervor, Qing let out a mighty roar, his face turning beet red, yet he still couldn't budge Xie Xun's arm an inch. After a stalemate, Xie Xun sensed Qing's strength waning and slowly began to press his hand down.
Get up! Get up now! Hold on, Qing!
Seeing Qing on the verge of defeat, the villagers grew even more agitated. Can't hold on. With a dull thud, Qing's hand hit the table, utterly defeated.
Ah!
The villagers wailed in despair. How could he lose? Xie Xun looked at the others, raised his arm, and shouted to the crowd.
Who's next? I am!
The villagers exchanged glances, and then another young man stepped forward.
Ah!
Their hands clenched, and amid a series of roars the young man was defeated.
Who else?
Xie Xun, showing no sign of fatigue, called out again.
Me.
Another villager stepped up. Amid fierce shouts, the third round of arm wrestling ended with Xie Xun's victory once more. The fourth round, the fifth round. All the village's young men took turns challenging Xie Xun one by one, but every single one was defeated. Xiao strutted proudly among the villagers, head held high, as if he were the victor. The villagers looked at Xie Xun, who was neither flushed nor short of breath, their eyes filled with admiration. Truly a hero capable of lifting an ox, his strength was unmatched. The village children gazed at Xie Xun, with longing, dreaming of becoming such a hero themselves.
Hero Xie, from your accent, you're not from around here, are you?
A Qing sat down beside Xie Xun and asked curiously. Although he had lost the arm wrestling match, he now clearly understood that this man was kind-hearted, and no longer harbored any wariness or hostility toward him.
From the south.
Xie Xun leaned against a haystack, gazing at the starry sky above, not turning his head as he spoke.
No wonder I thought your accent sounded different from ours.
A Qing nodded. The south, that must be Nankong. He had always heard that the people of Nankong were vicious, but this hero was approachable and amiable. It seemed things weren't always as they were said.
By the way, on my journey here, everyone I met seemed terrified of martial artists. Why is that?
Xie Xun recalled his experiences along the way, and couldn't help but ask.
Hero, you wouldn't know. This matter dates back to the year before last.
A Qing sighed and began to explain. Ever since the Qi dynasty went to war with the northern Xiongnu, many martial artists wearing bamboo hats had appeared in the country. These individuals were savage by nature, killing at the slightest provocation and committing heinous crimes everywhere. Yet they were all martial arts masters. Even some eminent Buddhist disciples had fallen to their hands. Most of Qi's top experts were stationed at the border, leaving the authorities powerless against them. As a result, whenever commoners saw someone in a bamboo hat, they instinctively feared them and fled if they could.
I see. Do these people have any distinguishing features?
Xie Xun nodded in understanding and then asked.
According to the officials, those people have blackened veins on their bodies and very sparse eyebrows. Their eyes are also different from ours, red during the day and glowing green at night. Their teeth are few but sharp, like those of wild beasts.
A Qing said thoughtfully.
I understand.
Xie Xun nodded. So that's why the old man had stared at his eyes, to check if they were red. But sparse eyebrows, blackened meridians, few teeth, and red eyes, didn't that resemble the signs of cannibalism described in ancient texts? If it involved cannibalism, could it be related to the wolf god cult of the northern Xiongnu? Xie Xun's thoughts churned. As he turned over, he saw Xiao rolling around with some children in the distance, and couldn't help but smile.
Why am I overthinking this? I'm not a northern Qi native.
Xie Xun muttered, then picked up his sword found in open space outside the village, and began his nightly martial arts practice. Xiao in the village heard the familiar sound, and quickly ran over to Xie Xun. Listening to the whistling of the sword during practice, it skillfully began cultivating the Longevity Sutra. Curious villagers gathered around, watching the sword blur into streaks of afterimages, their hearts filled with awe. Truly a hero practicing martial arts without fear of being seen. What they didn't know was that this seemingly impressive sword technique was actually available in the market and was nothing special. It appeared formidable simply because Xie Xun possessed immense strength, and coupled with the considerable weight of his iron sword, each swing exuded a powerful sense of force. Early the next morning, the villagers gathered at the entrance of the village to bid Xie Xun farewell.
Great hero Litzable, here are 2 eggs for you and Big Black Dog to eat on the road.
Xiao broke free from a Qing's grasp, ran to Xie Xun's side, and held up 2 steaming eggs, speaking in a childish voice.
All right.
Xie Xun initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the sincere gaze, he chose to accept them.
Great hero Litzable, will you and brother Xiao come back?
Xiao gently grabbed Xie tail, looking up with hopeful eyes.
I will.
Xie Xun reached out and patted Xiao's little head before replying. Xie Xun bid farewell to the enthusiastic villagers, and the reluctant Xiao then continued on his journey with Xiao.
Xiao will wait for great hero Litzable and brother Xiao to return.
The call came from behind him, but Xie Xun did not look back, merely raising a hand to wave. To avoid causing further panic among the common folk on the road, Xie Xun took off the bamboo hat from his head. At noon he found a large rock in the mountains to sit on, and pulled 2 still warm eggs from his bosom.
Come Xiaotian, time to eat. He crushed the eggshells, took out a flatbread to wrap them in, and tossed it to Xiaotian. Xiaotian leaped up, caught the egg-filled flatbread, and devoured it along with the shell fragments. Xie Xun did the same, eating the flatbread, eggs, and shells all together. Although the texture was far from pleasant, the eggshells provided calcium, which was beneficial for his external martial arts training. Over the years, he had also taught Xiaotian to circulate blood and energy while practicing external techniques, so the dog needed the extra calcium too. After eating their fill, Xie Xun took out a small wooden plank on which the villagers had drawn a simple map of the mountain route. Confirming he hadn't strayed from the path, the man and his dog set off once more. Meanwhile, not far behind Xie stood a gerfalcon perched atop a large tree, tilted its head, its eyes reflecting the figures of the man and his dog. Once they had moved on, the gerfalcon soared into the air, flew over their heads, and sped into the distance. Xie Xun's practice of the swallow-chasing art made him exceptionally swift for travel, while Xiaotian, bolstered by internal energy, possessed endurance far beyond that of an ordinary dog. In a single day, they crossed 2 large mountains. Following the villagers' map, Xie Xun traced a stream at the mountain's base, until he finally arrived at a village by dusk. Strange, something feels off about this village. Though the sun had set, and the world was shrouded in twilight, the village before him was unerringly silent. Xie Xun pulled out the wooden plank, and held a torch close to inspect it. At the end of the route, a square was drawn with the character for village written inside. The route is correct. Could something have happened to the village? Confirming he hadn't taken a wrong turn, Xie Xun furrowed his brow. But recalling that the villagers had said they hadn't left their home in nearly a year, he realized they likely knew nothing of this village's current state. On high alert, Xie Xun led Xiaotian into the village. As they walked, they saw overgrown weeds everywhere, though the surrounding houses appeared intact and undamaged. It seemed the village hadn't been abandoned for long, perhaps only half a year or so. Suddenly Xiaotian stepped on something, yelped, and leaped back to Xie Xun's side. Xie Xun held his torch closer, and saw a headless skeleton lying on the ground. The bones bore numerous clear slash marks, and the cervical vertebrae were clearly severed, as if the victim had been hacked to death with a blade before having their head chopped off. Xiaotian looked up at Xie Xun as if to ask, "Are we still spending the night here? This place is desolate and remote, and this village is our only option. We have no choice." Xie Xun patted the dog's head and pressed on. Along the way, they discovered more skeletons hidden in the thick weeds, all bearing unmistakable slash marks from blades. They also noticed that the doors, windows, pillars, and walls of the nearby houses were scarred with sword cuts. The ground bedding and clothing were stained with dried, moldy blood, a sight that was truly horrifying. Clearly the village had been abandoned after a massacre. Xie Xun sighed. In such turbulent times, life was hard for the common people. After thoroughly searching the entire village, they confirmed there were no living people or wild beasts. It was perfectly safe. They then came to a temple in the center of the village, which housed a statue of a guardian Vajra holding a Vajra club, its eyes wide with fury and an imposing expression. The people of northern Qi were largely Buddhist, so it was not unusual to find temples in villages. However, the Vajra's face was splattered with bloodstains, which looked terrifying in the dim firelight. Xie Xun was not afraid. With his 3 lifetimes of pure yang virginity, and Xiaotian, the big black dog, by his side, what spirit could possibly get close? They moved the skeletons to a corner, propping them against the wall, then gathered some old wood and lit a fire. Exhausted from a day of travel, they soon fell asleep in the temple after nightfall. As time passed, the fire in the temple gradually dwindled, its glow retreating behind the doorway. A gust of wind blew and causing the flames to flicker, and a shadow seemed to flash past the door. When the flame steadied, the firelight stopped entirely at the threshold, unable to penetrate beyond. It was as if an invisible black curtain had been drawn across the entrance. In his sleep, Xiaotian frowned slightly and lifted a paw to cover his nose. "Who's there?" Suddenly Xie Xun's eyes snapped open, and he called out softly toward the door. The dim firelight spilled through the doorway, but outside there was nothing, empty and still. Xiaotian woke with a start, staring blankly at the door, and then at his master. "Stay put," Xie Xun said over his shoulder, then drew his sword, leaped up, and landed on the roof. Scanning the surroundings, he saw nothing unusual and frowned. "Strange. Am I being too cautious? Did I misperceive it?" He jumped down, picked up a few stones and some wood, and returned to the temple. Xiaotian immediately bounded over, circled Xie Xun twice,
to ensure he was unharmed, and then looked at him curiously.
"It's nothing. I must have imagined it,"
Xie Xun said, patting the dog's head. He tossed the wood onto the fire, and the flames blazed brightly once more. Man and dog lay down to sleep again. The village fell back into silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the fire, and the steady breathing of the man and his dog. Soon after, another shadow approached the temple from outside. It was a coarse cloth robe with hands, feet, and face completely hidden beneath the fabric. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell if anyone was inside. It was as if the robe was walking by itself. The figure moved silently to the temple door, revealing only half of its body at the entrance, as if peering inside. The other party had been peeping for a while, seemingly confirming that no one inside had noticed them, before fully revealing themselves. Yet at that very moment, Xie Xun, who should have been fast asleep, opened his eyes, without warning grabbed a stone beside him, and hurled it with all his might. A fierce whoosh of air sliced through the silence. Before the stone could strike its target, the figure vanished in an instant. With a dull thud, the stone embedded itself into the opposite wall, sending a cascade of rubble crashing down. The man and his dog swiftly rose to their feet, and rushed outside, only to find no trace of anyone as they scanned their surroundings. Everything remained unchanged, except for a coarse cloth robe lying on the ground before the temple gate.
"Don't go near it, it could be dangerous."
Xianxia started to approach the garment, but Xie Xun called him back. He then picked up a stick from the ground, poked at the robe, and flipped it over. The robe appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of clothing with nothing hidden inside. It seemed safe. Xie Xun used the stick to lift the robe and carried it back inside. Sitting by the fire, he activated his cultivation technique, and in the blink of an eye his entire skin took on a pale golden hue. This was the mark of the elephant armor golden body at its initial stage. His skin seemed gilded, greatly enhancing his defense. Then he reached out and grabbed the robe on the ground. The moment his fingers touched the coarse cloth, an abrupt transformation occurred. The garment suddenly seemed to come alive, writhing wildly. The rough sleeves and hem lashed fiercely towards Xie Xun's neck, as if trying to strangle him.
"Woof!"
Xianxia barked and lunged at the robe, biting down hard. The robe went limp, as if struck by an electric shock. Reacting swiftly, Xie Xun seized the sagging fabric, twisted it into a tight coil, then wadded it into a ball, gripping it firmly in his hand. The next second, the robe regained its vitality, and continued to struggle relentlessly. Yet his 5 fingers were like iron clamps, utterly unshakable. It was only then that Xie Xun noticed a constant sizzling sound where his palm met the robe.
"What the hell is this thing?"
Xie Xun stared at the animated robe in his hands, his eyes filled with bewilderment.
"Woof!"
Xianxia, equally curious, leaned in and barked. In an instant the robe fell, still ceasing its struggle. But less than 2 seconds later it began to writhe again.
"This thing seems to be afraid of dog barks."
Xie Xun glanced at Xianxia, then back at the robe, as if a realization dawned.
"Come on, Xianxia, bark a couple more times." "Woof! Woof! Just as I thought."
After another test, Xie Xun confirmed one thing: this eerie robe was terrified of a dog's bark.
"Since it's scared of barking, it must be some unclean thing. Burn it!"
With that thought, Xie Xun tossed the robe into the fire before him. Yet soon, he discovered something peculiar. This robe seemed impervious to fire. Watching the garment remain unchanged and virtually unscathed in the flames, Xie Xun could only silently fish it out. The moment it emerged, the robe tried to flee again, but Xie Xun snatched it back.
"Even fire can't destroy it. Did the robe become a spirit, or is a ghost attached to it?"
Since this world already had tiger demons, the existence of ghosts was perfectly plausible. Ghosts belong to the Yin realm, requiring pure yang objects to be subdued.
"Wait, pure yang. I've got it."
As if sensing its impending fate, the robe in his hand struggled even more violently. Yet all its efforts were in vain. Xie Xun dug a pit in the ground, fetched some wooden sticks, and secured the robe inside.
He shouted on time to let loose.
In the next moment, the sound of rushing water echoed. As the yellow stream fell, thick plumes of smoke rose from the robe, and faint, barely audible wails reverberated through the village. Inside other houses in the village, some garments that had been standing stiffly in place suddenly trembled, hastily retreating to their original positions. Some hung on racks, some lay on the floor, others rested in chests, as ordinary as any piece of clothing, utterly unremarkable. Meanwhile, the robe buried in the pit visibly weakened. Before long it stopped moving.
As expected, a mere minor ghost dares to contend with my 3 lifetimes worth of pure young virgin urine.
Xie Xun's lips curled into a smug grin, his face brimming with triumph. He filled in the pit and went back to sleep. The next morning, Xie Xun and Xiao left the temple, continuing their journey toward the nearest city. After the man and his dog departed, the garments inside the house slowly rose again, standing dazedly in their places. Not long after, a group of disheveled people rushed frantically toward the village from afar. Though the day was heavily overcast, the weather not hot, but even slightly cool, sweat streamed down every face. Upon closer inspection, one could see terror lurking in their eyes. They kept glancing back as if something was chasing them.
"Quick, there's a village ahead. Let's hide in there,"
shouted the one in the lead, his voice tinged with excitement. Hearing this, the others' faces lit up with hope, as if they had glimpsed a chance at survival, and their weary bodies summoned a surge of renewed strength. The group dashed into the village. The 3 fastest kicked open the nearest door, swiftly slipped inside, and slammed it shut. Those behind followed suit, kicking open other doors, and scattering into different houses.
"Finally a chance to rest. I'm exhausted."
The 3 collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath.
"Second brother, did those monsters not catch up?"
The eldest nudged the second and asked.
"Third brother, take a look. I'm out of strength."
Second brother patted third brother, too drained to move after running all night. Third brother had no choice but to drag himself up and peer out the window.
"No, they didn't follow."
Hearing this, the eldest and second breathed a sigh of relief.
"Damn it, second, third, where the hell did those man-eaters come from? Each one's like a monster. Can't even kill them."
The eldest sat up, his voice trembling slightly. The mere thought of those people bursting in and gnawing on people made him shudder uncontrollably.
"No idea. Too bad about that little lady we got yesterday. Barely had our fun, and she's probably in the pot by now."
Second brother sighed, still savoring the memory.
"Damn, those bastards used to call us Great Chief and Second Chief with such loyalty, but when trouble came, they ran faster than anyone."
Third brother grumbled resentfully, then sat up and looked at the other 2.
"Big brother, second brother, we've got less than 20 men left. What do we do? First, let's find some clothes."
The eldest glanced at his bare torso, then stood up and headed inside. Second and third rose to follow. But at that moment, several screams erupted from outside.
"Ah!"
Something was wrong. Second and third exchanged glances, then rushed out the door together. The moment the door opened, they saw the opposite door swing open, as a subordinate dashed out in sheer panic. Yet a garment silently extended from behind the door, its empty sleeve draping over the man's shoulder. The robe seemed to come alive, instantly wrapping itself around the subordinate. The terror on his face vanished in a blink, a faint eerie smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then he turned and retreated into the room behind him. A dull thud echoed as the door slammed shut, plunging the interior into an absolute silence. From the surrounding rooms, after the initial screams, no further sound emerged. Witnessing this chilling scene, Lao Er and Lao Sen felt a bone-deep coldness, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, 2 blood-stained sleeves extended from beside their heads, gently resting on their shoulders. They could feel something slithering across their skin. Looking down, they realized a blood-soaked garment had somehow wrapped itself around them. In an instant, their hair stood on end, faces turning deathly pale, eyes brimming with boundless terror. Their lips parted, but the collar tightened around their necks, stifling any sound, and their bodies became utterly unresponsive. Bang! The next moment, a heavy door slammed shut, and the village fell silent once more. Aside from the scuff marks on the gate, everything was as it had been when Xie Xun and Xiao first left. In Zhongtian County, street vendors hawked their wares: sesame cakes, fragrant sesame cakes, steamed buns, hot fluffy steamed buns. As a chivalrous wanderer accompanied by a large black dog approached the city gate. Woof! Xiao looked up at Xie Xun with a bark, his expression clearly saying, "See, I told you so." Xie Xun's lips twitched at the dog's smug look. "You were right, you're amazing." Hearing his master's praise, Xie Xun's face lit up with joy, his tail wagging furiously. Half a day earlier, having strayed from the official road without any signposts, Xie Xun had nearly taken a wrong turn. It was Xie Xun's keen nose that picked up the scent and led them back to the right path, allowing them to reach this small county. After entering the city, they set aside other matters and headed straight for the notice board, scanning the posted bounties. Most were for local bandits who raided homes and businesses. The most valuable targets were 3 brothers, bandit chiefs notorious for slaughtering villagers and abducting women. The highest reward was for the son of a prominent local merchant who had been murdered. The second highest bounty was for suspected members of the wolf god cult, all sharing distinct traits: sparse eyebrows, blackened meridians, sparse teeth, red eyes, and a penchant for cannibalism. Killing just one of them would fetch at least 10 taels of silver for their head, enough to sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. Truly a handsome sum. After memorizing the notices, Xie Xun went to the local inn, ordering simple dishes and wine along with several caddies of meat. As he ate, several burly men in matching uniforms with broadswords at their waists strode in. They sat at a corner table looking thoroughly displeased. "What's the matter, Chief Escort Wang? Weren't you on an escort mission? How come you're back in less than 3 days?" A dashing young man in a scholar's robe, a fan placed before him, asked, seemingly acquainted with the men. "Ah, don't even mention it. It's bad luck." The escort surnamed Wang waved a hand and sighed. Sensing a juicy story, both Xie Xun and Xianxia slowed their eating. They exchanged a glance, each seeing curiosity in the other's eyes, and pricked up their ears. "Bad luck. Could it be that you encountered that thing?" The young man frowned, making a hesitant guess. "It's precisely because of that thing. We fled back at dawn, too scared to go near that place again. Ah, these times are growing more troubled. Such things haven't appeared in 100 years, so why now?" The young man sighed, shaking his head as he downed his wine in one gulp. "I hear the masters of Fumo Temple are holding a Buddha's robe gathering nearby. I wonder if they'll come here?" A diner chimed in. Buddha's robe gathering. Those 3 words reminded Xie Xun of the black bear spirit who stole the xianxia, and he instinctively glanced at Xianxia. Feeling the gaze on his head, Xianxia looked up bewildered. "What's wrong?" Xie Xun patted the dog's head, then looked away. "Nothing. Hard to say. Our town is small and poor. If the masters come, they'll need provisions and fodder, and the cost will outweigh any donations they receive," Escort Wang said, with a bitter smile, pessimistic about the prospect. "What exactly was that thing?" Curiosity gnawing at him, Xie Xun ordered another jar of wine from the waiter. "Gentlemen, what exactly is this thing you speak of?" He approached the escort's table, filling their bowls with wine, his expression one of genuine curiosity. "Brother, you must not be from Jinshi Prefecture," Escort Wang remarked. "You have a sharp eye, sir." "I won't hide it. I'm from Yanbei Prefecture," Xie Xun replied with a smile. "Ah, so you're from Yanbei. No wonder you haven't heard of the mourner's clothes." A voice came from behind the young man, who knew Escort Wang. "May I ask, sir, what are the mourner's clothes?" Xie Xun brought his wine over, curiosity piqued. "No, sir. My name is Ming Yuan, just an ordinary wanderer." Ming Yuan without ceremony poured himself a bowl of the wine Xie Xun had brought and downed it in one go. "Brother Ming, you're a straightforward man. I Yang Air have been most curious about these mourner's clothes. Please enlighten me." Though Ming Yuan cut a fine figure with his elegant demeanor appearing trustworthy, one had to remain cautious when traveling abroad. Thus Xie Xun gave a false name. The mourner's clothes are garments worn by the dead. If the deceased bore a heavy grudge, and the clothes were not burned in time, the resentment clings to the fabric, attacking any passerby. Once the mourner's clothes touch a living person, they wrap themselves around them, and death is certain. Seeing that Xie Xun seemed no villain, Ming Yuan briefly explained the nature of the mourner's clothes, adding a final warning: "Brother Yang, if you ever encounter them, run as far as you can." Hearing this, Xie Xun recalled the eerie robe he had dealt with the previous night, which bore a striking resemblance to what Ming Yuan described. Xianxia pawed at Xie Xun's trousers, also remembering the garment from the night before. "Even if this funeral garment is tainted with resentment, isn't it still just a piece of clothing? Can't it be burned?" Xie Xun ventured to ask, hoping to clarify whether what he encountered last night was indeed a funeral garment. "Alas, if fire were of any use, I wouldn't have scurried back in disgrace the moment I ran into that accursed thing." The escort surnamed Wang from the next table slammed his fist on the table and sighed. "Could it be that this funeral garment is impervious to both water and fire?" Xie Xun's face was full of astonishment, yet inwardly he was already 70 to 80% certain about his guess regarding the eerie garment from last night. "Brother Yang, it's only natural for you to think that way." Ming Yuan smiled and shook his head slightly before continuing his explanation. "The funeral garment is not entirely immune to fire. It merely requires flames kindled from lychee wood. Any other source of fire is utterly futile." The so-called lychee wood was simply firewood made from lychee trees.
In this town of Jinshi Prefecture we've never even seen lychee bark, let alone lychee wood. Unless a master of external refinement uses their vital energy to forcibly suppress the resentment, only then can one deal with the funeral garment.
The escort surnamed Wang also looked distressed. Their escort agency had neither lychee wood nor an external refinement master. After all, raising an external refinement master was far too costly. Not only did it take a long time to see results, but their appetite was astonishingly large, and they had to eat meat at every meal. How could his small escort agency afford that? On this point Xie Xun could speak with the most authority, as most of the money he had earned over the past 12 years had gone straight into his stomach. Lychee trees mostly grew in the south. If lychee wood were transported from Nankong, and given that it was a one-time use material, the cost would likely be higher than gold. In comparison, training an external refinement master was far more practical and reliable.
So that's how it is.
Listening to the escort surnamed Wang, Xie Xun nodded silently. No wonder the garment had struggled so violently when he grabbed it last night. It must have sensed the danger from his vital energy and fought back to kill him.
By the way, what is the Buddhist robe assembly at the Demon Subduing Temple? Is it an invitation for monks to appreciate cassocks?
Xie Xun remembered the Buddhist robe assembly and asked the group. Xiao also perked up his ears, tilting his head to look over with a curious expression.
Not at all. This Buddhist robe assembly is also related to the funeral garment.
Ming Yuan waved his hand with a light laugh as if he had anticipated the question.
How so?
Xie Xun pressed on.
The Buddhist robe assembly is a ritual to use Buddhist teachings to appease and suppress the funeral garment. Besides suppressing the garment, the assembly also consecrates some Dharma tools and distributes them to the city's residents for free. Although these Dharma tools cannot harm the funeral garment, they can restrict its movements. With a Dharma tool guarding the house, even if one encounters a funeral garment, as long as they don't leave their room, nothing will happen. Unfortunately, a few days ago, the eminent monks from various Buddhist temples rushed north. The Buddhist robe assembly, which used to be held twice a month, has now become once every 2 months.
The escort surnamed Wang interjected.
Damn those xiongnu!
At this the diners and the cursed in unison. Xie Xun observed the reactions of those around him. It seemed the appearance of the funeral garment was indeed tied to the xiongnu. Perhaps, due to the turbulent situation, the curfew in Zhongtian County began earlier than in other cities Xie Xun had passed through on his journey. Before it was fully dark, constables were already on the streets driving the people home. Xie Xun and Xiao also lodged at this inn. As luck would have it, Ming Yuan, who had told him about the funeral garment that afternoon, was staying in the room next door. Inside the room, Xie Xun and Xiao lay on the bed pondering the matter of the funeral garment.
First the man-eating tiger demon, and now this eerie funeral garment. This world is becoming more and more fascinating. I wonder if there are immortals or something. And that Ming Yuan, he doesn't seem like a simple character either.
Xie Xun had carefully observed Ming Yuan. Though he couldn't precisely gauge all of his abilities, judging by his gait, his skill level was at least second-rate in the martial world. However, based on his demeanor and appearance, he was most likely no ordinary man, so Xie Xun decided to regard Ming Yuan as a first-rate expert. In the adjacent room, Ming Yuan toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on the direction of Xie Xun's room.
Young heir, judging by his appearance, his martial arts should be decent, and his vital energy is quite vigorous. I wonder if he practices external refinement, or was born with such strong vital energy.
Vigorous vital energy was a powerful tool for suppressing funeral garments, and was highly sought after in the current situation.
The road ahead is fraught with danger. I wonder where he's headed. I can ask tomorrow. If we're going the same way, traveling together would be safer.
Ming Yuan mused silently, then set down the cup. He then turned over and climbed into bed, sleeping fully clothed.
Brother Yan, good morning. Brother Ming, good morning.
The next morning the two happened to leave their rooms at the same time and exchanged greetings. During breakfast downstairs, Ming Yuan brought his things to Xie Xun's table and asked with a smile.
Brother Yan, you come from Yinbei Prefecture. Where are you headed? Oh, I made an appointment with a master to take care of some business in Jinshi Prefecture.
Xie Xun stuffed a meat bun into Xie Xun's mouth before replying.
Has that business been concluded?
Ming Yuan asked again.
Not yet. And you, Brother Ming, what brings you here?
Xie Xun countered.
As for me, I'm heading north to Shibian County to seek refuge with relatives.
Ming Yuan spoke frankly without concealment.
What a coincidence. Hearing Shibian County, Xie Xun couldn't help but be surprised. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Nothing, I misheard. I'm going to Shibian Town, not Shibian County. What a coincidence. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but Shibian County was called Shibian Town about 10 years ago. A look of delight appeared on Meng Yuan's face. Subsequently, at Meng Yuan's invitation, Xie Xun agreed after a moment's thought. After all, this was his first time in northern Qi, and he was unfamiliar with the area. Having a local as a travel companion would prevent him from taking the wrong path again, as he had yesterday. Without wasting much time, they prepared ample dry rations and water before departing from Zhongtian County and heading north. Along the way, Xie Xun also learned some of Meng Yuan's story. In simple terms, he was a wealthy young master who grew bored and spent a few years roaming the martial world, eventually tiring of that yet unwilling to return home. So he had his family spend money to buy him a county magistrate position in a small town. And this time, he was on his way to assume the post in Shibian County. Xie Xun's heart felt a twinge of envy. So this was the life of the wealthy. They could even buy a magistrate position outright. Truly enviable. The two of them and the dog traveled along the official road all day. After walking for an entire day, they finally arrived at a post station beside the road shortly after nightfall. This post house was established by the Northern Qi government and typically accommodated only members of prestigious sects or officials holding official rank. Ordinarily, someone like Xie Xun, a commoner, would have no entitlement to lodge here, yet fortune favored him, for he traveled alongside a newly appointed county magistrate. Arriving at the gate, Meng Yuan raised his hand and rapped firmly upon the tightly shut doors. Almost immediately, footsteps echoed from within. The group looked up to see a bronze bell hanging behind the door, the source of the crisp ringing chime. Faint Sanskrit inscriptions were barely visible upon its surface, surely a consecrated artifact blessed during the Buddha robe ceremony. Upon Meng Yuan presenting his official token, the post house attendant welcomed them in with remarkable warmth, offering no resistance to Xie Xun or Xiao Tian. Most likely, he mistook them for Meng Yuan's personal attendants. Without prompting, the attendant soon served their meal, though the flavor matched that of any ordinary, and at least it cost them nothing. Just as they dined, the attendant hurried outside and returned moments later, ushering in 3 monks clad in peculiar saffron robes that featured high stiff collars concealing their mouths entirely. Their hoods were oversized, draping low enough to veil their eyes completely. Only their noses and palms remained exposed, nothing else. Upon entering, the 3 monks bowed slightly with hands pressed together in gasso, then followed the attendant silently toward the rear guest chambers, showing no intention to partake in the meal. Are these men truly monks? Xie Xun turned toward Meng Yuan, curiosity flickering in his gaze. Brother Yang is unaware they belong to the Jingyan Temple, practitioners of the silent meditation. To subdue instinctual impulses, novices, who have not yet completed 3 years of training, are required to cover both mouth and eyes, thus avoiding all verbal and visual contact with others. Meng Yuan did not question Xie Xun's bewilderment. After all, Yanbei Prefecture lay on the frontier, where martial cultivation thrived and Buddhist influence remained faint. Many locals knew only that the Jingyan Temple existed, yet understood little of how its monks differed from ordinary monastics. Ah, I see. Xie Xun nodded faintly, inwardly astonished by such an austere path of cultivation. Woof! Xiao Tian lifted his muzzle from his bowl and turned his head toward the courtyard. Forbidden to speak. How utterly grim! Meanwhile, in the courtyard, a patrolling attendant approached the gate and noticed the bell lying fallen upon the ground. Strange, how did this sacred artifact fall to the floor? A flicker of puzzlement crossed his eyes, though he gave it no deeper thought. He simply retrieved the bell and rehung it behind the door before resuming his rounds. Night deepened. A dark cloud drifted slowly across the sky, veiling the moon in somber shadow. Snap! In the post house's main hall, a drowsy attendant jolted awake, bitten by a mosquito, and glanced upward. They promised a shift change at midnight, yet it's nearly the 4th watch and old Wang still hasn't arrived. He pinched a cross-shaped seal onto a fresh mosquito bite, muttering irritably. Could he have overslept? After waiting longer, impatience flared. He resolved to fetch old Wang himself. After all, it was the dead of night. A brief absence would surely go unnoticed by the postmaster. Clutching his wooden staff, he sprinted swiftly toward the guest quarters. From afar, he spotted a dark silhouette standing before a chamber door, as if just emerging from within. Ah, you wretched old Wang! You sleep until the fourth watch, leaving me covered in mosquito bites. Fury surged through the attendant's sturdy frame. He charged forward and seized the figure's shoulder without hesitation. You ought to. Mid-sentence he froze. Something felt profoundly wrong. Why did that shoulder feel unnervingly hollow, as though nothing solid lay beneath? At that very moment the cloud parted, moonlight spilled forth silver and pure, and granted him just enough light to discern what stood before him: a tawny yellow monastic robe, not the coarse uniform of a post-house attendant. A monk's robe. The Jingyan Temple. His pupils contracted violently, cold sweat beaded across his brow. Master, forgive me. Master, forgive me. I mistook you in the darkness. Please, great master, overlook this petty servant's blunder. He dropped to his knees, bowing low, eyes wide with terror. This was no ordinary monk. He was a dignitary of the Jingyan Temple, far beyond the reach of a mere post-house attendant. If the postmaster learned of this, he'd surely flay him alive. Prostrate upon the ground, the attendant dared only gaze at the hem of the robe, too terrified to lift his eyes. Then slowly the robe turned toward him. Beneath it, utter emptiness. No feet. No legs. A dreadful suspicion seized him. Trembling, he raised his head, and met the hollow void within the hood. Corpse robe! Help! His cry died before it left his lips. The robe billowed outward like living shadow and swallowed him whole. In the next breath the voluminous robe collapsed to the floor. The attendant rose, unharmed expression eerily serene, and melted soundlessly into the darkness. Within the dim post-house a lone figure ascended the staircase, so silently that neither creak nor whisper betrayed his passage. Whether the stairs were exquisitely crafted or his lightness unparalleled, none could say. Upstairs Xiao, deep in slumber, abruptly snapped his eyes open and lifted a paw to cover his nose. A foul stench had pierced the air. He rose quietly, sniffed cautiously at Xie Xun, and blinked perplexed. His master had not passed wind whence then this rotting odor. Suddenly Xie Xun sat bolt upright, as if jolted from death itself. Woof! Startled Xiao instinctively tried to bark, but a hand clamped over his muzzle. Shh! Xie Xun pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, then pointed meaningfully toward the door. Shush, shush. Outside darkness reigned, impenetrable and absolute, yet a faint grating friction whispered against door and window, as though something unseen dragged itself across the wood. Though the sound was barely audible, Xie Xun, having undergone 2 lifetimes' worth of rebirth, his physical constitution quadrupled, possessed preternatural hearing sharp enough to dissect every nuance. The sound ceased abruptly, directly before their chamber door. Xie Xun tilted his head toward the adjacent room and caught Ming Yuan's steady rhythmic breathing, calm and untroubled. So, the presence outside was not Ming Yuan. No footfalls. No breath. Not even the most seasoned attendants possess such silence. Who then dares approach? His brow furrowed. Drawing his ever-present iron sword, crafted by Master Tai, he turned to Xiao. No words were needed. The hound read the intent blazing in his master's eyes. Together they crept to either side of the door and crouched in silent ambush, ready to strike at a heartbeat's notice. Moments passed. Then, a slender strip of claw slithered beneath the threshold. It writhed with unnatural life, coiling deftly around the door bolt, and with effortless precision unlatched it. With a creak the door was gently pushed open. Xie Xun, hiding behind it, saw not a leg stepping in, but an empty trouser leg. Death garment. Xie Xun's pupils contracted, the 3 words instantly flashing through his mind. But wasn't there a magical artifact blocking the station's main entrance? How could such a ghastly thing appear here? Xie Xun was utterly perplexed. Yet there was no time for contemplation, as a faint rustle approached from behind. His body instantly turned a pale gold, and without hesitation he swung his sword upward behind him. With a crack the death garment's upper half, which had sneaked through the door crack, was split in 2 along with the door and window behind it. Woof! Xiao beside him also roared, lunging forward to bite down on the death garment's pants. Yet this time, unlike the death garment in the desolate village temple, it did not go limp after being bitten. Instead it retained its mobility, and coiled toward Xiao neck, attempting to strangle him. But a flash of cold light sliced through, severing the trouser leg instantly. Xiao quickly spat out the fabric from his mouth. The trouser leg fell to the ground and vanished into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Xie Xun and Xiao swiftly regrouped. He scraped his iron sword across the metal of the scabbard's mouth.
A spark blossomed carried by his inner energy onto the lamp wick on the table, and the flame instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. They looked outside the door only to see the death garment now cut into 4 parts leaping down from the upper floor. In the blink of an eye it all happened in a flash. Bang!
Brother Yang, what's wrong?
The neighboring door was kicked open. Ming Yuan hurriedly glanced downstairs, but saw nothing in the darkness. Then he turned around and asked Xie Xun in the room.
It's a death garment.
Even before the door was kicked open, Xie Xun had already dispelled his elephant armor golden body. He sheathed his iron sword and briefly recounted what had just happened.
Impossible. This inn is protected by a consecrated artifact. How could a death garment have gotten in?
Ming Yuan upon hearing this was equally incredulous.
Could it be that the artifact only blocks the main door, and the death garment climbed over the wall?
Suddenly Xie Xun's mind raced with a wild guess.
Brother Yang, you may not understand artifacts. Once placed behind a door, the artifact protects everything behind it, blocking both the door and the wall. The only possibility is that someone removed the artifact and let the death garment in.
Ming Yuan's expression turned gravely serious. If his speculation was correct, it meant there was a traitor within the inn.
If it's a traitor, then who could it be?
Xie Xun also grasped the crux of the matter, his face growing somber.
I'm not sure. For now we must first inform the innkeeper and have him gather everyone lest they fall prey to the death garment.
Ming Yuan's eyes flickered as he made the decision. But before they could act, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the inn.
Ah!
Xie Xun and Ming Yuan exchanged a sharp glance, their hearts sinking. Something was wrong. The two of them, along with the dog, rushed downstairs and quickly arrived at the source of the scream. They saw a shriveled corpse lying on the ground, its clothes completely gone. And outside the door behind the corpse, another piece of clothing lay on the floor. With a clang, Xie Xun drew his iron sword and cautiously scanned his surroundings, checking for anyone lurking in the shadows. Ming Yuan stepped forward and turned the corpse over. It was the attendant who had led them in.
A death garment.
Xie Xun had never seen what a victim of a death garment looked like, so he turned to the more experienced Ming Yuan.
Something's off. A death garment only drains a person into a dried corpse, it doesn't strip their clothes.
Ming Yuan shook his head, refuting Xie Xun's guess.
Could it be that after death his clothes also turned into a death garment? Even more impossible. No matter how strong the resentment, after death, it takes at least half a day for it to gather into clothing. Moreover, killed by a death garment, all resentment is already absorbed. By the way, Brother Yang, was the death garment you encountered earlier wearing an attendant's uniform?
Ming Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality and asked urgently. Xie Xun's eyes widened. The fight had been brief, and in the darkness, he hadn't clearly seen the death garment's front. However, when the flame flared up, he caught a glimpse of its back, which indeed looked like an attendant's uniform. If that death garment truly belonged to the man on the ground, then didn't that mean the later scream was deliberately made by someone? As Xie Xun quickly realized this, Xiao beside him twitched his nose a few times, then looked toward a nearby tree, as if sensing something. The next moment, a black shadow shot out from the tree canopy, heading straight for Xiao. Its speed was so great that everyone present was caught off guard. Xiao's fur bristled instantly, and a voice in his heart seemed to cry out urgently, "Danger!"
Xiao!
Seeing the shadow darting toward Xiao, Xie Xun's eyes blazed with fury. Without a second thought, he erupted with decades of accumulated inner energy from his dantian. In an instant, he activated the elephant armor golden body, his whole body turning pale gold, and rushed unhesitatingly in front of Xiao, holding his iron sword horizontally before him. Clang! Like the striking of a hammer on a forge, a crisp sound rang out on the spine of the iron sword, echoing through the courtyard. Clink, clink, clink. A pitch-black dagger fell to the ground with a metallic clatter. On the tree from which the dagger had been thrown, a black shadow was about to flee. Without overthinking, Xie Xun unleashed his power and hurled his iron sword. A cold gleam cut through the darkness, slicing through the tree canopy. Several branches and a black shadow fell crashing heavily to the ground. Turning back to see Xiao unharmed, Xie Xun felt a surge of overwhelming relief. Thank goodness he had grasped the key to the situation. And thank goodness he was close enough to Xiao. Otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Beneath the tree, the black shadow scrambled to its feet, leaping up to grab a branch and flee. But another flash of cold light came, hurtling, blocking the shadow's escape route. It was Ming Yuan's thrown fan.
If the shadow continued to flee, it would surely be struck. Forced to a halt, the black shadow could only dodge swiftly. Though it evaded the blow, it lost its chance to escape. You're asking for death. His relief transformed into boundless rage. Xie Xun roared and charged forward with sheer brute force, the ground instantly caving in beneath him. The tree where the assassin had been was smashed apart. Amidst flying wood chips and leaves, Xie Xun was seen gripping the neck of a one-armed black shadow. The dark figure's clothing seemed to come alive, automatically slipping off and attempting to wrap around Xie Xun. However, the moment the garment of the deceased touched his pale golden skin, it reacted as if a squid had met a sizzling grill. A sudden wisp of green smoke rose from its surface, and the sleeves danced chaotically as it twisted in agony. Xie Xun seized the garment that had failed to attach to him and yanked it fiercely, gripping it tightly. The garment of the deceased instinctively wrapped around his fist, resembling a glove on his hand at first glance. Bang! The two of them crashed heavily to the ground. Xie Xun raised his fist clad in the garment of the deceased and brought it down forcefully towards his opponent's head. Before the person could beg for mercy, their head burst open like a watermelon, with red and white matter splattering in all directions, causing the ground to tremble violently. He then slowly rose, lifted his foot, and stomped down hard on the man's chest, causing the ground to cave in. What were you just saying about your subordinates? Covered in blood, Xie Xun turned around, condensing the bloody garment of the deceased into a ball, his cold gaze filled with killing intent directed at Ming Yuan. Subordinates. Make sure they don't escape. Ming Yuan instinctively took a half step back, feeling terrified by that gaze, which resembled a fierce tiger seeking revenge. In a fraction of a second, he made the clearest choice to follow his heart. In short, to act on instinct. Woof woof woof. Xiao Tian quickly rushed forward, circling around him, fearful that he might be injured. After confirming he was unharmed, Xiao Tian showed no disdain for the blood on Xie Xun, nor did he fear that cold gaze, standing upright and hugging him tightly, his tail wagging non-stop. For just a moment, he really felt like he was going to die. Fortunately, his master stood before him like a great mountain, keeping the danger at bay. "I'm so dirty, and you don't mind." Looking at Xiao Tian before him, Xie Xun's gaze finally softened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The armor of the elephant had faded, leaving only the arm that grasped the garment of the deceased still in a state of golden armor. He reached out to push Xiao Tian away, but was held tightly instead. Xiao Tian looked up at him, clearly unbothered by the dirt. "You don't mind, so why should I mind?" Xie Xun feigned a look of disdain, but a smile appeared on his face as he pushed Xiao Tian's paws away. "Brother Yan, your sword." Meanwhile, Ming Yuan retrieved the iron fan he had just thrown along with the Iron Master. Holding the long sword that gleamed with cold light, he was astonished at how heavy it was. It was his first time wielding such a heavy sword. Its terrifying weight was comparable to that of the heavy sword in his own armory. Recalling the moment when Xie Xun had charged forward and shattered a large tree, Ming Yuan's assessment of Xie Xun's strength increased further. "Thank you, Brother Ming, for your assistance just now." Xie Xun took the Iron Master and bowed slightly to Ming Yuan. If it weren't for him throwing that fan, the opponent might have truly escaped. "It's nothing, let's first see the identity of this assassin." Without a hint of disgust at the bloody mess before him, Ming Yuan squatted down beside the corpse. After a short while, he slowly stood up, appearing to have found the answer in his heart. "What did you find?" "Although we can't see his face, we can be certain that he is from the Wolf God sect. But his body shows no signs of darkened veins." "How can you be sure of his identity, Brother Ming?" "Look at this." Ming Yuan wiped off the blood from the opponent's forearm, revealing a mass of incomprehensible symbols resembling a large tattoo. He then flipped the corpse over, exposing a wolf head tattoo on the back of his shoulder. This wolf head is a mark only members of the Wolf God sect have, but the prayer written on his arm indicates that this person is not a wolf warrior, but rather a priest of the sect. Ming Yuan explained while pointing at the two tattoos. "Wolf warriors. Priests." Xie Xun was puzzled. Those who feed on the living with bodies as hard as iron, who feel no pain and know no fear, are the wolf warriors. And those who master special prayers capable of communicating with the ethereal wolf god to perform strange secret techniques are the priests. So this garment of the deceased was created by this wolf god sect priest. Xie Xun looked at the garment of the deceased he was holding. It was still struggling, yet it remained unable to break free. Garments of the deceased usually form naturally, but the secret techniques of the Wolf God sect are diverse, and could very likely include methods to create such garments. Ming Yuan wiped the blood from his hands, agreeing with Xie Xun's view, leaning more towards the belief that this garment had been created through secret techniques. Xie Xun nodded slightly, realizing that the garment of the deceased that had attacked him in the room was also created through such secret techniques. No wonder it was different from the one he encountered in the desolate village, showing no fear of Xiao Tian's barking or biting. It seems a priest from the Wolf God sect infiltrated the post station without anyone noticing. Others may be in grave danger. Ming Yuan furrowed his brows as he spoke. From the moment we arrived here to the time the assassin was dealt with, no one from the post station has come. The noise we just made was so loud that those people couldn't possibly have missed it. We may already be surrounded. Xie Xun spoke in a hushed voice, once again activating the armor of the elephant, transforming into a pale golden figure. As his words fell, the clothes in front of the door suddenly stood up ominously. In the dim moonlight, they could see that it was the monk's robe worn by the monk from the Silent Words Temple. Woof woof woof. Xiao Tian also suddenly began barking frantically. However, he was not barking at the garment of the deceased, but rather at the eaves of the guest room. Xie Xun and Ming Yuan immediately looked up, only to see 5 figures standing on the eaves, their arrival unnoticed. 3 of the figures emitted a ghostly green light from their eyes, clearly members of the Wolf God sect. The other 2 were headless, unmistakably garments of the deceased. One was the post station uniform he had previously cut into 4 pieces, and the other was somewhat similar to the post station uniform, but more ornate, likely that of the postmaster. Then from the surrounding darkness 2 more robes appeared. They formed a perfect encirclement with the robe in front of the guest room. The 3 figures on the eaves gazed down at the headless corpse on the ground, their faces showing no emotional fluctuations, as if the deceased were someone completely unrelated to them. "You beast, quite clever," one of them said sharply, their ghostly green pupils filled with aggression darting around Xie Xun and Ming Yuan. "Golden Bell Shield. Or is it that class of bald donkey's indestructible body?" The aggressive gaze settled on Xie Xun, and another person slowly asked. However, Xie Xun did not respond, quietly positioning Xiao Tian behind him. "It doesn't matter whatever technique it is, he's just a rogue martial artist." They also noticed the corpse robe clutched tightly in Xie Xun's hand. "No matter how strong the blood and chi, at most it can only suppress 2 or 3 pieces of the Wolf God robe at the same time, making no significant waves. That sword looks quite impressive, it can even cut through the Wolf God robe. I initially intended to collect a few offerings, but I didn't expect to find such a treasure here. Look at the sword in his hand, it should qualify as an offering for the Wolf God. Even if it can't serve as an offering, I believe the Lord Master will be pleased and won't hold us accountable for the death of our ritual master." Their gazes shifted from Xie Xun to the long sword in his hand. The 3 of them spoke in turn, treating the Iron Master as if he were their own possession. The corpse robe itself is already peculiar, its toughness unmatched by ordinary fabric, yet it possesses the softness of cloth and can absorb most of the force. Most weapons cannot easily cut through it, showcasing the extraordinary skills of the Iron Master. "If you have the ability, come and take it." Xie Xun looked at the 3, his voice chillingly cold. "That person's sword is no ordinary item, let the Wolf God robe entangle him, and we 3 will first deal with the one wielding the fan. The dog can be left behind, fresh dog meat is better than dead." The 3 members of the Wolf God sect completely disregarded Xie Xun and began to conspicuously strategize on the eaves. "This is too much." Ming Yuan was also filled with rage, deeply dissatisfied with their arrogant demeanor. "Roar!" Xiao Tian lowered its body, emitting a low, furious growl, its eyes shifting from harmless to fierce. "You? Seek death." Upon hearing their intent to attack Xiao Tian, Xie Xun could no longer suppress the killing intent within. However, he did not let the killing intent cloud his judgment. He stood still, not rushing towards the corpse robe. "Kill!" 3 frenzied roars echoed as the corpse robe and the members of the Wolf God sect leaped down from the eaves, and the 3 monk robes around also launched an attack on Xie Xun. Xie Xun raised his foot, hooking Xiao Tian and gently tossing it out, escaping the attack range of the corpse robe. "Hide and wait for an opportunity." At the moment Xiao Tian landed, it heard Xie Xun's familiar voice. It forcibly restrained the impulse to rush, and using the cover of darkness vanished into the shadows. "Brother Yang." Just as Ming Yuan was about to take action, the 3 members of the Wolf God sect had already ambushed him, their blackened daggers perfectly blending into the night. Clang clang. The iron fan in his hand swiftly blocked 2 daggers, and then Ming Yuan rolled to dodge the 3rd. However, just as he got back on his feet, 3 more daggers attacked him. Damn it!
Ming Yuan cursed inwardly, hurriedly responding to the assault of the three before him. In another location, the sleeves of the monk robes attack Xie Xun from 3 angles, each sleeve's front end curling around a pitch-black dagger, locking down the upper, middle, and lower pathways, leaving him no chance to dodge. The corpse robe that jumped down from the eaves launched its daggers toward his crown. 5 pieces of the corpse robe moved like 5 telepathic assassins, instantly forming a deadly net around him. Faced with a situation that would spell certain death for an ordinary person, Xie Xun felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, as a sword technique he had practiced for decades quietly emerged in his thoughts. In the next moment, a piercing cold light flashed, and the attacking sleeves were severed in an instant. Ha! Watching the falling daggers and fluttering sleeves, Xie Xun exhaled long, his iron master reflecting the cold moonlight. Sword 3, Ambush. When surrounded and attacked the sword that seeks life from death. Though the sleeves were cut, it was not a big deal for the corpse robe, it merely shortened the attack range slightly. They quickly expanded all the fabric connecting, transforming into a large sphere that enveloped Xie Xun. Surrounded tightly on all sides, what could originally be seen clearly by the dim moonlight was now plunged into absolute darkness. Within the sphere, several other sleeves also curled up, with the still falling daggers attacking Xie Xun. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated continuously within the corpse robe sphere. Was it the golden body that blocked the attack? Or was it that extraordinary long sword that deflected the assault? The 3 surrounding Ming Yuan's attackers revealed a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. All these corpse robes were under their control. Now there was not a single ray of light inside. As long as one couldn't see the daggers, they couldn't block all the attacks. Even if one had mastered the golden bell shield or was indestructible, enduring too many attacks would still result in injury. As long as there was even a minuscule wound, the deadly poison smeared on the daggers would be enough to cause that person to die an untimely death. A cruel expression flashed across the faces of the 3, as if they could already foresee Xie Xun dying from poisoning. Damn! Ming Yuan also noticed Xie Xun's situation. He wanted to help, but dealing with the 3 before him was already enough to leave him in disarray, rendering him unable to act. These 3 were all wolf members, who not only felt no pain, but also had extraordinary defenses. If it weren't for Ming Yuan's exceptional background and the superior martial arts he practiced, he would have long since been defeated. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times by now. However, the 3 did not slow their offensive thinking. They had a sure victory over Xie Xun. Instead, their attacks became increasingly fierce. Wolves as creatures offer no mercy to their prey. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, amidst the continuous sound of metal clashing inside the sphere, a distinct sound interrupted. Swish. A point of black light instantly pierced through the corpse robe, shooting towards one of the 3 attacking Ming Yuan. That person also noticed the movement behind him, and was just about to sidestep to evade, but suddenly another shadow rushed out from the darkness beside him. The ever-watchful Xiao Tian unleashed decades of inner strength, transforming into a shadow that dashed to the person's feet, opening its mouth wide and biting down fiercely. However, the wolf members did not take it seriously. A mere beast couldn't possibly break through the protective barrier granted by the wolf god could. Puff. With the support of decades of inner strength, the sharp teeth easily pierced the opponent's skin, and in an instant blood spurted out. Xiao Tian hesitated not at all. After taking a bite, it rapidly released its grip and vanished back into the darkness. The wolf member injured in the leg staggered slightly, but that moment prevented him from avoiding the incoming black light from behind. Zing. The black light pierced into the wolf member's back. Although it did not penetrate deeply, it still caused a superficial wound. And that superficial wound was enough, for the black light was the tip of a poisoned dagger. In the next moment, the wolf member's body went rigid, with spiderweb-like black lines spreading from his back, rapidly covering his entire body, and dark blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. With a loud thud, the wolf member collapsed heavily to the ground, his previously cruel smile now frozen on his face. The smiles of the other 2 wolf members also vanished, while a smirk slowly appeared on Ming Yuan's lips, the killing intent in his eyes piercing into the wolf members' gazes.
Ha now! It's my turn!
Ming Yuan's perilous smile sent a chill through the hearts of the remaining 2 wolf clan members. Though the wolf clan knew no fear, that did not mean they were oblivious to danger. On the contrary, their perception of danger was even keener than that of ordinary people.
After being suppressed for so long, I finally found my chance.
Ming Yuan, with his formidable inner strength, deflected the wolf clan members' daggers, sending them staggering. With pent-up fury, he shifted from defense to offense.
With a clang he unfurled his iron fan, and silver needles hidden within shot forth toward the two. Their pupils constricted, as they swiftly swung their daggers, to knock the needles away. Such fine sharp objects were specially designed to break through protective techniques. Had their attacker been weaker it would have been of no concern, but this man had held off all three of them combined. His strength far surpassed each of them individually. No sooner had the needles been deflected than Meng Yuan pressed forward again. His iron fan now revealed several blade-like protrusions akin to sword tips. Xie Xun from the darkness lunged once more, sinking its teeth into the calf of a wolf clan member Meng Yuan was attacking. It struck and immediately released its grip, vanishing back into the shadows. With his leg hindered, the wolf clan member could not evade in time, and the fan blade grazed his neck. Yet Meng Yuan's face showed no joy, only a slight frown. The iron fan met immense resistance, as if cutting through the toughest cowhide. The other wolf clan member swiftly attacked, forcing Meng Yuan back. The wounded wolf clan member retreated hastily, instinctively touching his neck. His pupils shrank. Though no blood had been drawn, the blade had indeed cut his skin, breaching the protective secret art bestowed by the wolf god. Had the fan blades been poisoned, he would already be dead.
Are all wolf clan members nothing but cowards who retreat?
Meng Yuan sneered at the retreating figure.
You seek death.
The wolf clan member's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he grabbed his dagger and rejoined the fray. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, like cornered wolves fighting for their lives, desperate to kill Meng Yuan as quickly as possible. Yet even when there were three, Meng Yuan had not fallen. Now with only two, the odds were even more in his favor.
I think I see light.
Suddenly Xie Xun's voice emerged from the sphere of death garments. The once impenetrable ball was now covered in numerous sword marks. Meng Yuan and Xie Xun, hiding in the shadows, were overjoyed, while the wolf clan members' expressions grew grim. With one of their three dead, their control over the death garments had waned, allowing Xie Xun to exploit the opportunity and tear several large holes in the fabric. The disruption of the death garments unsettled the two wolf clan members, causing flaws in their coordination.
Brother Yan, let's see who can finish off their enemy first.
Meng Yuan laughed heartily, as his attacks grew even more relentless, completely overwhelming the two wolf clan members.
In that case I win.
The moment the words fell, a flash of cold light, and the sphere burst apart, torn into dozens of smaller pieces of cloth. Under the dim moonlight, Xie Xun squinted as he emerged into the open. Having been in total darkness, he had relied entirely on his extraordinary hearing, using sound to locate his opponents and endure. The sudden light took some getting used to. Though the shredded death garments were not destroyed, the increased number of fragments caused the wolf clan members to lose control over them. Dozens of cloth scraps still converged on Xie Xun, now acting purely on instinct, to kill the nearest living being.
Woof!
A dog's bark from the darkness rang out like thunder, echoing through the courtyard. The suspended fragments of the death garments froze midair, as if lifeless, then fluttered slowly to the ground. Seeing this, Xie Xun quickly spread the death garment he had been clutching, casting it like a net to gather all the falling fragments. He sealed all the openings, turning the garment into a bundle in his hands. Inside, the fragments struggled wildly, breaking free from Xie Xun's howl's interference. But as they were all of the same death garment, they could not tear each other apart.
Trying to escape? No way!
On the other side, Meng Yuan shouted, unleashing his full inner strength as he thrust his iron fan toward the back of the wolf clan member before him. Seeing the blow was imminent, the wolf clan member did not hesitate. He grabbed his companion and shoved him forward, even striking him in the chest. With a wet sound, the blood-stained fan pierced through the man's body, emerging from his chest. Blood gushed forth as the man's vision darkened, then faded entirely.
Damn it! When I report to the Lord, he'll make sure you...
The wolf clan member, who had used his comrade as a shield, fled without looking back, his thoughts venomous. But in the next instant, a glint of cold light appeared before his eyes, and the icy gleam of a sword stung his vision. He reacted swiftly, raising his dagger to protect his neck. With a clang, a spark flared. Xie Xun walked past him, sheathing his sword slowly. With a sharp sound, the dagger snapped in two, and a noble head fell to the ground. A brilliant blossom of blood bloomed under the moonlight, dazzling and magnificent.
Brother Yang, excellent skill.
Meng Yuan pulled his iron fan free, wiped the blood from his face, and praised him breathlessly.
Brother Meng, equally impressive.
Xie Xun, looking at the disheveled Meng Yuan, returned the compliment in the spirit of the martial world.
Woof! Whimper!
From the darkness Xie Xun rushed out, its mouth covered in blood, and circled Xie Xun anxiously. It stood on its hind legs, pawing at Xie Xun's clothes, checking if its master was injured. "Are you hurt?" Seeing the blood around Xie Xun's mouth, Xie Xun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly knelt to examine it. "Woof woof." Xie Xun shook its head. It wasn't injured, the blood was its trophy. "Good, you're fine." Relieved that it was unharmed, Xie Xun let out a sigh. Watching the pair, Ming Yuan felt a twinge of envy. Wasn't he in worse shape? Why was no one checking on him? "When I get to Xibian County, I'm getting myself a spirited dog too," Ming Yuan thought to himself. "Brother Ming, what do we do now?" After calming Xiaotian, Xie Xun approached, clutching the bundled death garment. "We need to keep this cursed thing. It's evidence of the wolf god cult's crimes. There were monks from Jingyan Temple among tonight's dead. This has created a feud between the wolf god cult and the temple. Well, hand over the death garment to Jingyan Temple and report tonight's events to the authorities. The higher-ups will deal with the wolf god cult." After a moment's thought, Ming Yuan laid out his plan. "Very well, let it be done." Xie Xun nodded, affirming his approach before adding, "However, I believe we should burn the corpses of these men on the spot, lest there be some dark art that could revive the dead or compel them to speak, inviting another assassination attempt from the wolf god cult. Brother Yang's thoroughness is unmatched." Ming Yuan nodded in agreement. Then they gathered all the bodies, using the tree shattered in the earlier clash as firewood, and ignited a roaring blaze. The bright flames illuminated the entire post station, casting light upon the bloodstained ground. Xie Xun dug up the soil soaked in blood, casting it into the fire along with his own bloody garments. Ming Yuan also retrieved the pitch-black daggers left by the cultists, and tossed them into the inferno, watching them slowly melt amidst the scorching heat. The wolf god cult possessed bizarre sorcery. Aside from the death shroud needed as evidence, they left nothing else behind. They then searched the entire station, ensuring no trace remained. Ming Yuan found a wooden box from somewhere, and sealed the death shroud inside. Once locked, cut off from the living world's aura, the shroud grew, still ceasing its struggles. At dawn the next day, Xie Xun, Ming Yuan, and Xiao Tian resumed their journey. The station behind them had lost its former vitality, with only a dozen dried corpses arranged in the main hall. The previous night, Ming Yuan had released a carrier pigeon from the station, reporting all that had transpired. To deliver the death shroud to the Temple of Silent Words, the duo and their dog altered their course. They no longer headed north, but instead made for a great city to the east. According to Ming Yuan, within that city stood a temple of the Silent Words order. They traveled without delay, using their lightness skills to press on, and reached Ming Yuan's promised city 2 days later, Jinshi Prefecture. This was the largest city in Jinshi Prefecture, encircled by a man-made moat. Its walls towered far above those of Red River City, their solid girth instilling boundless security in the populace. At the city gate, soldiers bearing long spears stood guard, their hawk-like eyes scrutinizing every passerby, ready to detect any suspicious movement instantly. On the bustling road outside the city, the travel-worn duo and their dog looked up at the plaque above the gate, smiles spreading across their faces. They had been on edge the entire journey, not daring to relax, fearing another encounter with the wolf god cult. But thankfully they had made it safely, and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's go!" Xie Xun and Ming Yuan exchanged a smile, then led Xiao Tian towards the great city. As they passed the guards, Xie Xun could clearly sense their robust vitality. These were undoubtedly elite troops. The soldiers also glanced at them, their eyes sweeping over the wooden box in Xie Xun's hand before moving on. Jingle! Suddenly a bell on a commanding officer's waist rang out clearly. "Halt!" the officer bellowed, and the surrounding soldiers immediately encircled them, their sharp spear tips leveled at the trio. Xie Xun remained calm, as Ming Yuan had already warned him on the road that such recognition was possible. "I am Ming Yuan, the newly appointed magistrate of Xibian County. I have critical intelligence concerning the Temple of Silent Words. I request the general to inform the esteemed monks of the temple." Prepared for this, Ming Yuan immediately presented his official seal. The officer stepped forward, took the token, and examined it. Suddenly his hand trembled, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. "Meng. Ahem, the token is authentic. Please wait a moment, I will report to the prefect immediately." The officer's expression instantly returned to normal. Returning the token to Ming Yuan, he promptly dispatched a soldier into the city. "Please follow me to wait nearby." The officer then ordered his men to disperse, and personally led them to a nearby room.
The room was modest but well-furnished, even equipped with tea exuding a simple elegance. Meng Yuan casually scanned the room, pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. Xie Xun also sat down, examining his teacup without a word.
Brother Yang, are you not curious?
After a moment, Meng Yuan couldn't help but ask, turning his head.
Everyone has their secrets. You have yours, I have mine, and even xianxia has his. Why must I pry?
Xie Xun patted the dog's head, a smile gracing his lips. Xie Xun's eyes widened, and he lowered his head guiltily. Oh no, had his master discovered the bone he secretly buried in the yard? Or had he found out about the lackey's head recruited outside?
After last night's battle, we are sworn brothers who have faced life and death together. What secrets are there between us? It's hardly a secret. My father simply serves as an official at court.
Moved by Xie Xun's words, Meng Yuan revealed his background.
Since Brother Meng is so forthright, I will hide nothing either.
Seeing the other's honesty, Xie Xun straightened up and spoke.
My real name is Xie Xun, not Xianxia. Brother Xie is indeed a man of surprises.
Meng Yuan chuckled in amusement. The officer did not keep them waiting long. Soon a monk of about 30 or 40 with a resolute face and a gourd hanging from his waist hurried over with the messenger soldier.
Gentlemen, this is the abbot of the city's temple of silent words, Elder Wuxing.
They entered the room, and the soldier introduced them.
Greetings, Master Wuxing.
The two quickly rose and bowed respectfully, with xianxia mimicking the gesture beside them. Elder Wuxing returned the greeting with his palms together, then pulled the stopper from the gourd at his waist. With a gentle tap on the gourd, the water inside flew out and formed a line of characters in the air. Wuxing greets the three benefactors. I am bound by a vow of silence, so I cannot speak. Please forgive me. Xie Xun and Meng Yuan exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Controlling water to form words. Such formidable inner energy mastery. Xie Xun's jaw dropped, his face filled with curiosity. Was this bald man as incredible as his master, a reincarnated immortal? The water characters shifted again, forming what crucial intelligence do you have that concerns my temple?
It is this.
Xie Xun produced the wooden box he carried and handed it to Elder Wuxing. The moment the monk took the box, his expression changed drastically. He sensed the incredibly dense, malevolent aura within. A death shroud.
Not only that, but also...
Meng Yuan shook his head deliberately, leaving the sentence unfinished, merely mouthing the character for wolf. Elder Wuxing understood his meaning. He accepted the box, and the water characters in the air changed again. My thanks to the three benefactors. Please accompany this humble monk to the Temple of Silent Words. The water returned to the gourd. Elder Wuxing stepped out of the room, followed by the two men and their dog, as they made their way into the city. Xinxi Prefecture was indeed the foremost city in the entire prefecture. As they walked along the streets, the townsfolk they encountered bore far healthier complexions than those in the outer regions. Moreover, the faint unease that plagued the citizens of other cities was absent from their demeanor. The source of this tranquility lay not only in the towering city walls, but also in the Buddhist temples established within the city by various sects. Before long, following Master Wuxing, they arrived outside an ancient Buddhist temple. The plaque above the temple gate bore three bold cursive characters, Jingyan Temple. The main gate of Jingyan Temple stood wide open, with countless devoted worshippers streaming in and out. The scent of incense permeated the surrounding streets. Master Wuxing led them into the temple. Along the way, the worshippers they encountered merely pressed their palms together in a respectful bow, uttering not a single word. Regardless of gender, age, wealth, or poverty, Master Wuxing returned every bow with equal reverence. Even the birds chirping in the trees received a bow in return. In his eyes, birds and humans were no different, embodying the Buddhist principle of universal equality. Passing through the bustling front courtyard, they arrived at the monks' quarters in the rear of Jingyan Temple. This area was not open to worshippers, so aside from the temple's own monks, no one else was present. Master Wuxing led them to a library housing countless Buddhist scriptures. He reached down and tapped the gourd at his waist, and clear water once again flew forth. Please be seated, three benefactors. With a wave of his hand, 4 prayer cushions flew from a distance and landed steadily behind them, one even placed behind xianxia. Before Master Wuxing, there was also a wooden fish, one more than they had. Thank you, Master. They sat down on the cushions, and even xianxia settled into a crouch, wagging his tail joyfully with a broad grin. Please wait a moment, three benefactors. This humble monk will now perform the rites to liberate the spirits of the deceased.
Master, here is the key, Xie Xun said, reaching into his bosom to retrieve it. However, Master Wuxing simply waved his hand, then lightly tapped the lock on the wooden box with his finger. The iron lock fell to the ground with a clatter. The moment the lock opened, the burial garments within the box sensed the presence of the living and erupted violently. A complete burial garment carrying dozens of fragments surged upward and launched an indiscriminate assault upon them all. Dong! Yet a sudden strike of the wooden fish resonated, and all the burial garments instantly froze midair. Xie Xun followed the sound, and saw Master Wuxing now holding a wooden mallet slowly striking the wooden fish before him. Dong dong dong. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed, and the burial garments in the air slowly descended, arranging themselves in neat rows on the ground. The cloth fragments previously cut by Xie Xun also reassembled on their own, revealing the original form of the burial garments. Gazing upon the alto familiar monk's robe, Master Wuxing slowly closed his eyes, striking the wooden fish unhurriedly. From several burial garments, wisps of black smoke rose, coalescing into ferocious wolves above. They howled in fury, as if about to pounce upon the group. Yet the sound of the wooden fish seemed to possess a purifying power. With each strike, the wolves were driven back several steps, their forms growing increasingly faint. Soon the wolves' form of black smoke dissipated entirely in the air. Several streams of white light, invisible to Xie Xun and his companions, flew out from the last wisp of black smoke and vanished into the wooden fish. Then, as if sensing something, Master Wuxing's hand trembled slightly, and ripples stirred within his heart. The burial garments also fell to the ground, appearing as ordinary clothes once more. This matter is indeed the work of the wolf god cult's secret arts. This humble monk thanks the three benefactors for their great kindness on behalf of those who perished under these arts. The clear water shifted as Master Wuxing bowed deeply. Before their arrival, Jingyan Temple had already lost several traveling monks who had vanished without a trace. The situation in other Buddhist temples was similar to that of Jingyan Temple. They too had monks who had gone missing, primarily disciples of mediocre talent and weak martial skills. Initially, they believed it was due to the turmoil within the country making travel more perilous, a normal occurrence. After all, the major sects were focused on the northern front, and the rear was not given much attention, so only routine investigations were conducted. It was only when their dispatched investigators found no leads regarding the missing disciples that they began to sense something amiss. Even when they later invited Taoist masters to perform divination, they could not locate the missing monks. From that point on, they suspected that all the disappearances were inextricably linked to the wolf god cult. In other words, the wolf god cult, for some unknown purpose, had set its sights on the Buddhist sects. However, they had long been hampered by a lack of useful leads, leading them only to react passively to the wolf god cult. The information brought by Xie Xun and his companions precisely filled the gaps in their intelligence. Master, you flatter us. Please rise. Xie Xun and Ming Yuan quickly reached out to support the master as he attempted to bow in gratitude. Xiao Tian also rushed forward, pressing his head against the master's forehead. Seeing this, Master Wuxing could no longer insist and straightened up again. Jingyan Temple will not rest until this matter with the wolf god cult is settled. Please, three benefactors, stay in our temple for a few days as a token of our gratitude. Xie Xun and Ming Yuan exchanged glances, then looked at Xiao Tian. They had been traveling for days, and were indeed somewhat weary, so this was an opportunity to rest properly. Then we gratefully accept the master's kind offer. Without much hesitation, the two agreed. Subsequently, Master Wuxing instructed the temple monks to escort them to the guest quarters, where hot water and clean clothes had been thoughtfully prepared. While Xie Xun and his companions settled in, Master Wuxing, after arranging temple affairs, took the wooden fish used in the burial garment rites, and set out to visit the other Buddhist temples in the city. Humo Temple, Jingang Temple, Bailong Temple. Master Wuxing visited every major sect of renown within the city. Half a day later, in a secret chamber within the prefectural mansion, the abbots of all the major temples in the city had gathered. Holding a heavy staff and bearing a ritual knife at his waist was Huikong, the abbot of Humo Temple. With a bare torso, skin as translucent and crystalline as glass, was Mingyi, the abbot of Jingang Temple. Clad in a yellow monk's robe with a string of brown-black prayer beads around his neck was Guangxin, the abbot of Bailong Temple. The strength of these three abbots was on par with Wuxing, all being top-tier masters of the martial world. Behind them stood the abbots of other Buddhist sects, each possessing first-class martial prowess. Apart from the abbots, one other person present was not a monk.
Dressed in official robes with eyes cold and unfeeling, he was the prefect of Jinshi Prefecture, known for his impartiality, Dongfang Qiming. Once everyone had arrived, Wuxing retrieved the wooden fish from his monk's robe and placed it on the table. "Please, your honor, open your dharma, eye to discern right from wrong." Huekong, the abbot of Fumo Temple, respectfully addressed Dongfang Qiming. The dharma eye, a type of divine vision, ranks among the three great mystical eyes alongside the Buddhist celestial vision and the Taoist wisdom eye. When the Buddhist celestial vision is cultivated to its pinnacle, one can perceive the principles of the world and discern the essence of heaven and earth. The late Master Guangxiu had mastered this art. Though not fully accomplished, he could still observe the flow of qi within the human body. The Taoist wisdom eye, once cultivated successfully, allows one to recognize the innate talents, wisdom, and nature of countless living beings. This is why Taoist practitioners during their travels often manage to select promising disciples from the vast sea of humanity. The Dharma eye, however, belongs exclusively to the dynasty and is bound to its fate. Only those who serve as officials and are acknowledged by this fate can learn it, enabling them to distinguish truth from falsehood and right from wrong. All who have mastered the Dharma eye are incorruptible officials remembered in history. Before being demoted to prefect, Dongfang Qiming served as the chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review. As one of the 9 ministers, his status was exceedingly high. Unfortunately, his unwavering integrity offended those he should not have crossed.
"Once the Dharma eye is open, today's matter shall be judged by the state. Have you considered this clearly, venerable masters?"
Dongfang Qiming spoke in a calm tone, his cold, merciless gaze sweeping over the crowd. With the Dharma eye activated, the good and evil, right and wrong of all things seen would be judged by the dynasty's fate. At the same time, these events would be recorded by the fate, subject to review by the emperor at any time.
Amitabha.
The abbots recited the Buddha's name in unison, raising no objections. Dongfang Qiming wasted no more words. He took a lifelike biji mask from his bosom and slowly put it on.
"Open!"
With a sharp cry, the mask seemed to come alive, its pale golden eyes snapping open. Golden light gathered behind Dongfang Qiming, coalescing into the phantom of a golden beast. The beast resembled a tiger, but bore dragon horns, the very image of Biji, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. The Biji phantom glared with furious eyes, shooting 2 beams of golden light that illuminated everyone present. Under the Dharma eye, truth, falsehood, right and wrong were instantly clear.
"This humble monk is loyal to the great Qi and is no spy,"
the abbots declared in unison, showing no signs of panic. Dongfang Qiming nodded slightly. They were indeed speaking the truth. Then he turned his gaze to Wuxing.
"Since there are no spies, please begin, master."
Master Wuxing bowed slightly to Dongfang Qiming, then produced a wooden mallet and gently struck a wooden fish. Dong! The crisp sound of the wooden fish rang out, and the world before them suddenly transformed. 4 faces appeared before their eyes. One of them appeared normal, while the remaining 3 had bizarre features. Their eyebrows were sparse, their meridians blackened, and their eyes bloodshot. Though their teeth were hidden, everyone present could tell these were followers of the wolf god cult. Before them lay a mountain stronghold, but aside from the 4 cultists, there were no other living souls within. No sound reached their ears, nor could they alter their line of sight. They were fixed on a single point. The wolf god cult priest employed some secret art, drawing blood from the corpses and gathering it before him, ultimately extracting a drop of pitch-black liquid. They placed the liquid into a slender bamboo tube, tied it to a gerfalcon, and released it. Then the priest beckoned to the onlookers, and the vision plunged into darkness. The world shifted once more, revealing another bloody scene. Not the same stronghold, but an ordinary village. Another gerfalcon was released by the cultists, and the phantom faded into darkness again. Each scene change was a massacre. They also witnessed their own disciples falling at the hands of the wolf god cult. After several such visions, the scene finally became the post station where Xie Xun and Mingyuan were staying. From the removal of the talisman on the door to the shredding of the death garment and its placement in the wooden box, every step was observed by all. However, in what they saw, Mingyuan and Xiaoqian appeared as if shrouded in mist. Neither their features nor their figures were discernible. Xie Xun was entirely invisible, as if he did not belong to this world. Only through the reactions of others could one deduce the presence of an unseen person. The final image froze on Master Wuxing performing the rites for the death garment. The arrangement of the 3 meditation cushions further proved the existence of someone whom even the golden melod dream could not reveal. Dong!
The sound of the wooden fish ceased abruptly. Everyone slowly opened their eyes to see Master Wuxing's face, ashen, and sweat streaming down. He took the gourd at his waist, poured out clear water, dipped a finger, and wrote on the table. All seen in the golden millet dream is true. This humble monk has not falsified a thing. The abbots turned to Dongfang Qiming, who slowly nodded, confirming that Master Wuxing had not deceived them. Several abbots helped Master Wuxing sit cross-legged and assisted him in regulating his breath to restore his depleted qi more quickly. Amitabha, those 3 benefactors are no ordinary individuals. Even the golden millet dream could not fully reveal them, one abbot remarked, recalling the last 2 scenes they had witnessed. No wonder we have performed rites for so many death garments, but only now obtained their memories. It must be that the concealed heavenly fate of those 3 benefactors blocked the cult's secret art from destroying the memory traces. So that's it. When Abbot Guangxin of the White Dragon Temple spoke these words, the others were suddenly enlightened. Dongfang Qiming nodded slightly, though among the 3 messengers, he could clearly see one person. He recognized that person. The item used to conceal his heavenly fate was tied to the fate of the Great Qi dynasty. He was Ming Yuan, the eldest legitimate son of the 3rd son of the Grand Chancellor. No wonder someone had reported that morning that a noble named Ming had arrived. However disdainful of currying favor with the powerful, he had not received him. As for the other 2, even with his dharma eye, he could not see them clearly. What are the identities of the other 2 benefactors? All eyes turned to Wuxing, who was still regulating his breath. Feeling their gazes, he dipped a finger in water and wrote 2 characters on the table: Heaven's will. So that's it. The abbots exchanged glances, understanding the meaning. Truly the Heavens will temple, which acted in accordance with divine will, had reminded them in this manner despite belonging to a different nation. Initially some had doubted whether Wuxing had been deceived, but now there was no need for suspicion. This humble monk thought the wolf god cult's rebellion aimed to shake the people's trust, so I used the Buddhist robe assembly to stabilize it. But now it seems that shaking the people's trust in the Great Qi is secondary. What they are collecting must serve a greater conspiracy. Wukong frowned, deeply murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Fumo Temple upholds a bodhisattva's compassion, and a Vajra's might, its blade mercilessly slaying demons, without ever abstaining from killing. The wolf god cult venerates the ethereal wolf god. Perhaps this matter is connected to him. With the front line locked in stalemate, and the grasslands vast beyond measure, the wolf god cult has always been shrouded in mystery, its headquarters unknown to this day. How can we guard against them? This official will report the matter to the imperial court and simultaneously order all areas of Jinshi Prefecture to shoot down every passing gerfalcon, ensuring that their path for transporting sinister artifacts is severed first. This humble monk must report this to the abbot and request that the monastery's elders descend the mountain to slay these evil spirits. Wukong's tone brimmed with boundless murderous intent. In the fleeting dream of a millet, the hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood had already crossed his bottom line. Amitabha, to kill 1 demon and save 100 lives is a deed of boundless merit. The White Dragon Temple is willing to join Fumo Temple in breaking the precepts to vanquish evil. Guangxin clasped his hands together, his face filled with compassion. Killing to protect lives, severing karma, not taking lives. The Vajra Temple is willing to journey alongside you all. Ming also expressed his stance. They had long focused their efforts on the border conflict. It seemed that now the priority must shift to domestic affairs. Seeing that leaders of the Buddhist order like Fumo Temple and Vajra Temple had made their stance clear, the abbots of other temples also voiced their willingness to break the precepts and eradicate evil. Those 3 benefactors risked their lives to eliminate the demon, bringing us invaluable intelligence. They must not be placed in danger again, said Master Guangxin of the White Dragon Temple. This matter can be attributed to Fumo Temple. If the wolf god cult seeks revenge, let them come. Wukong snorted coldly, his heart devoid of fear. After all, the number of wolf god cult disciples they had slain was already too many to count. 4 more would make little difference. Very well. Everyone present nodded in unison, agreeing to this course of action. In the past, when dealing with the wolf god cult, most of them had focused on suppression and capture, with only Fumo Temple resorting to lethal force. This time, with 4 consecutive deaths among the cult's members, such a ruthless approach was indeed more fitting for Fumo Temple. If this deed were attributed to them, no one would find it surprising, nor would it easily arouse the wolf god cult's suspicion. Upon their return, they would naturally spread the news through various channels. Over the next 2 days, Xie Xun and his companions lodged at Jingxi Temple. Meals were delivered by the monks 3 times a day, leaving them with nothing to worry about, and they could leisurely wander the city. It must be said, though the meals were all vegetarian, they were indeed delicious. Xianxia Temple truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned sect of northern Qi. True to its name, the temple's rear courtyard was remarkably serene. For 2 consecutive days, aside from their own voices, the most frequent sound they heard was the chirping of birds in the trees. The other monks also practiced the vow of silence, rendering them unable to speak. Fortunately, the technique of forming words with water was something nearly all monks had mastered, so communication with them posed no problem. As for communication among the monks of Xianxia Temple, it was quite peculiar. They seemed able to understand each other's thoughts with just a glance without even needing to form words with water. Xie Xun had curiously inquired about this, and the monks did not conceal the reason. It turned out that besides the vow of silence, Xianxia Temple also practiced another secret art known as the Heart-Link Curse. This Heart-Link Curse was derived from the divine eye of the 6 spiritual powers of Buddhism, allowing those who had mastered it to understand each other's thoughts without speaking. Xie Xun found it quite novel, while Mingyuan wore a thoughtful expression. No wonder other Buddhist sects had reports of defectors, yet Xianxia Temple had never produced a single traitor. It seemed that the greatest reliance was this Heart-Link Curse. During their stay, they also sought out Silent Master, hoping to inquire about Xianxia Temple's next moves. However, Silent Master seemed to have departed, and no one knew where he had gone. According to other monks, Silent Master had not disclosed his destination. They speculated that he had likely gone to discuss matters concerning the wolf god cult with other Buddhist sects. On the second day, however, Prefect Donfang Qiming issued a bounty that left everyone baffled: the bird-slaying order. The bounty clearly stated that anyone who hunted a gerfalcon could present its carcass to the authorities in exchange for silver. The reason this bounty was so perplexing was that apart from the Xiongnu Northern Qi also domesticated gerfalcons for messaging. Moreover, within the country, those who used gerfalcons for communication were often high-ranking officials and nobles. The life of a single gerfalcon was worth far more than that of an ordinary commoner. After the bounty was issued, the city's residents buzzed with discussion, none daring to actually lay a hand on the gerfalcons. It was not until the demon-subduing department Vajra Temple and Xianxia Temple stepped forward to endorse the bird-slaying order that fearless martial artists began to take action. Prefect Donfang Qiming also employed the tactic of establishing trust by the city gate, publicly inspecting gerfalcon carcasses at the gate, and settling payments on the spot. Seeing that the bird-slaying order was genuine and effective, many martial artists skilled in archery left the city, launching a grand bird-slaying competition. A dozen swift horses also departed from the prefectural capital, delivering the bird-slaying order to every city in Jinshi Prefecture. Witnessing this, Xie Xun and Mingyuan speculated that the wolf god cult might be using gerfalcons for some nefarious purpose. But now that the scheme had been exposed, such drastic measures were necessary. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xie Xun and his companions, having rested, packed their belongings and prepared to leave. Xie Xun and Xiao Tian were to head to Shito village to fulfill Master Guangxia's dying wish, while Mingyuan was to proceed to Shibian County to assume his post. Just as they stepped out of their guest room, they encountered Silent Master, who had just returned. Compared to a few days ago, Silent Master's complexion was somewhat pale, as if he had sustained some injury. He reached out and tapped the gourd, causing clear water to rise and form words. "I have just returned and heard that the 3 benefactors wish to leave, so I came especially to see you off. Thank you for your trouble, Master." Then they left Jingyan Temple together and headed toward the city gates. Along the way, Silent Master took out 3 Buddha plaques from his bosom. The front of each plaque was carved with a benevolent bodhisattva image, while the back bore the characters Jingyan, resembling some sort of token. "This token is a credential of our Jingyan Temple. Whoever holds it can request the temple to perform one deed that does not violate the law or morality. Moreover, this item has been consecrated. It can obscure a portion of heavenly fate and also resist the harm of the death garment. Wearing it often can also calm the mind and prevent rash actions." Silent Master manipulated water into words to explain the function of the Buddha plaque. "For the 3 of you to risk your lives delivering intelligence about the death garment is a great kindness to our Jingyan Temple. Please accept this token." Then we thank the Master for his kindness. Xie Xun and the others did not decline. They reached out and accepted the Buddha plaque. As the plaque entered their hands, they felt a certain weight. It appeared to be wood on the outside, but its texture was more like metal. Xie Xun hung the Buddha plaque at his waist next to the jade pendant given by Tian Xuanzi. As he walked, they clinked together, producing a tinkling sound. Whimper. Xiao Tian stared at the clinking Buddha plaque and jade pendant at Xie Xun's waist, anxiously circling him and rubbing against his legs. This thing was fun. He wanted to clink too. All right, I'll tie it on for you. Xie Xun crouched down and hung the other Buddha plaque around Xie Xun's neck. Xiao Tian sat on the ground, lifting a paw to fiddle with the Buddha plaque and jade pendant around his neck, his tail wagging incessantly, nearly sweeping the ground clean, his face beaming with joy. He suddenly dashed forward, hopping and skipping all the way, the crisp jingling sound echoing from his neck. Xiao Tian, slow down, wait for us. Watching that cheerful back, Xie Xun smiled gently and followed unhurriedly. Behind him, Ming Yuan turned his head and saw Silent Master also looking benevolent, like an elder watching his own younger generation. Noticing the gaze beside him, Silent Master looked over with slight confusion. Benefactor, do you have doubts in your heart? I'm fine, Master. I just felt a moment of envy. Ming Yuan felt the Buddha plaque in his hand, looking at the man and dog before him, his envy almost tangible. A dog. He must get a dog. Once he took office at Shibian County, he would definitely raise many dogs. Ming Yuan clenched his fists, grinding his teeth at the thought. Ahead, looking at the Buddha plaque and jade pendant clinking at his waist, Xie Xun suddenly had a whimsical thought. If he lived long enough, would his waist one day be covered with trinkets given by old friends? Then others would be laden with riches, while he would be laden with trinkets. Ew. Xie Xun shook his head violently, trying to dispel the image from his mind. That image of being laden with trinkets was far too ostentatious, like a walking wind chime goblin. He couldn't stand it. Soon Silent Master saw them off to the city gate, where a monk from Jing'an Temple was already waiting with 2 horses. Seeing them exit, the monk led the horses over and handed them the reins. Master, isn't this too generous? Ming Yuan couldn't help but say. The 2 horses before them were very tall, with not a single blemish on their coats, their eyes bright and spirited. Clearly no ordinary steeds, at least fine horses. Xie Xun didn't know the horse market, but Ming Yuan did. Horses of this quality would cost at least 60 silver taels at market. His monthly allowance couldn't even buy 2. The situation is turbulent, the Jianghu dangerous. With horses to ride, the 3 benefactors can conserve their strength and better face various dangers. Silent Master, however, cared nothing about the price, as both horses were gifts from horse-trading devotees to Jing'an Temple, costing no money. The cost of keeping them, on the other hand, was considerable. In that case, we thank the Master for his kindness. Upon hearing that it could help conserve strength for danger, Xie Xun accepted immediately. After all, safety first on the road. He would remember the kindness of the horse gift and repay it when the opportunity arose. Seeing Xie Xun accept the horses first, Ming Yuan no longer insisted and also took the reins. They both mounted their horses, and Xie Xun lifted Xiao Tian into his lap to keep him from falling. The horses beneath them were gentle-natured, standing steadily with no intention of throwing them off. We shall take our leave here. They turned back to Silent Master with cupped fists, then grasped the reins tightly. May the 3 benefactors have a smooth journey. Silent Master pressed his palms together and bowed slightly to them. Giddy up. Nay, the horse let out a long whinny and galloped off into the distance with him. Whoa, slow down. Woof, woof, woof. Xie Xun's panicked shouts echoed along the road. This was his first time riding a horse, and he had no experience. And the series of barks was clearly filled with panic as well. Ha ha, brother Xie Xiaotian, you better hold on tight. Don't fall off. Ming Yuan's gloating laughter echoed on the official road. For over half a month, Xie Xun spent his days largely on horseback. Initially flustered and fearful of being thrown off mid-journey, he eventually learned some riding techniques from Ming Yuan, finally able to barely control the steed beneath him. Xiaotian too went from initial panic to standing steadily on the horse's back, occasionally opening its mouth wide to yawn. As a result, its drool was blown onto Xie Xun's face, earning it a few more knocks on the head. Along the way they passed through several cities, and discovered that the Falcon Extermination Order had spread throughout Jinshi Prefecture. Many martial artists were carrying the bodies of gerfalcons to claim their rewards. Some even ambushed others on the official roads leading into the cities, just to snatch the gerfalcon carcasses. Xie Xun and his group, however, did not participate in the order, thus avoiding that calamity. Throughout their journey they encountered only a few reckless bandits, and a couple of wild beasts descending from the mountains. The bandits were easily dealt with, and ultimately returned to nature as fertilizer. The beasts in turn were cooked over a fire. Though the flavor could not match the meticulously prepared dishes in the city, it possessed a rustic charm that lingered delightfully on the palate. The inedible parts likewise were returned to nature as fertilizer. Half a month passed in a flash, and they finally arrived at Xibian County, on the border of Jinshi Prefecture. The county officials seemed to have known of their arrival time in advance. As they rode up to the city gate, the county magistrate's assistant along with his men had already been waiting there for some time. The two dismounted. Meng Yuan produced his token and appointment documents, handing them over for inspection.
Your subordinate Qin Mu, Assistant Magistrate of Xibian County, pays homage to the Honorable County Magistrate.
After confirming the new magistrate's identity, Assistant Magistrate Qin Mu led the other officials in a deep bow.
Assistant Magistrate Qin, please rise.
Meng Yuan quickly stepped forward to help the man up. The assistant magistrate before him was an old man with graying temples, rumored to have served here since the time when this place was still Xibian town. He was the most senior official here without exception.
Honorable sir, having traveled from afar, we have prepared a banquet to welcome and cleanse your weariness. Haha, you are all most thoughtful.
Escorted by the crowd, they entered the city together. Upon entering the city gate, Assistant Magistrate Qin Mu stayed close to Meng Yuan's side, incessantly detailing the conditions of Xibian County, a fawning smile never leaving his face. On both sides of the street, many commoners craned their necks, curiously sizing them up, all eager to see what the new magistrate looked like. However, whenever their eyes fell upon the assistant magistrate beside Meng Yuan, they showed expressions of disgust. Meng Yuan and Xie Xun took note of this reaction. It seemed this assistant magistrate, already past his prime, was not a man of good character. Xibian County was but a small town, even smaller than Zhongqian County, where Xie Xun and Meng Yuan had first met. As they walked along, the commoners on either side of the street were gone, and sallow, their faces etched with apathy, clearly indicating poor living conditions. Passing by some alleys, they could see beggars lying on the ground surrounded by swarms of flies. There seemed to be others in the alley fighting over something. But before they could get a clear look, a large man stepped squarely into the alley's entrance, blocking all view. Meng Yuan averted his gaze, responding to the other official's flattery with a faint smile, while a flicker of anger rose within him. Led by Assistant Magistrate Qin Mu, they soon arrived at the city's sole tavern, the Wine Creek Pavilion.
Assistant Magistrate Qin, you arrived. The banquet you ordered is ready in the private room upstairs.
The owner of the Wine Creek Pavilion personally received them, leading the group to the private room upstairs. Pushing open the door, they saw two rosewood tables set inside, laden with all kinds of delicacies, creatures from the sky, the land, and the water, all present. Jars of wine were piled up in the corner. A rough count put the number at no less than 20. Two officials stepped forward, picked up a jar each, and broke the seals, releasing an aroma of wine that filled the air. Xie Xun, a seasoned drinker, who also brewed his own wine, had encountered many varieties. From this rich bouquet alone, he could tell it was an excellent vintage. The clear liquor was poured into bowls, some spilling onto the ground, as the fragrance of wine permeated the entire room.
Magistrate Ming, having traveled a great distance to assume your post in our Xibian County, the journey must have been arduous. Allow us to toast you.
Assistant Magistrate Qin Mu raised his wine bowl, high, toasting Meng Yuan with a sycophantic expression. Meng Yuan gripped his iron fan tightly. He did not reach for the bowl of wine on the table, but instead gazed silently at everyone present. The others shook their heads, exchanged glances, and their smiles gradually faded. The once jovial atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Xie Xun stepped forward, gently grasping Meng Yuan's iron fan, and transmitted his voice through inner energy.
Brother Ming, do not give in to anger. One must not judge hastily based on appearances alone. A wise sage once said, without investigation one has no right to speak. All matters must be discussed after proper inquiry. Brother Xie speaks the truth.
Meng Yuan suppressed the murderous intent within him, then picked up the bowl of wine from the table, explaining with a smile.
I appreciate your goodwill, gentlemen. However, I never touch alcohol.
Seeing the displeasure in their eyes, Meng Yuan changed his tone.
But on this day of assuming office, my heart is joyful, so I shall make an exception and drink just this one bowl. Excellent. The honorable magistrate has a great capacity for drink.
He downed the wine in one gulp. Only then did the smiles return to the faces of those present, who erupted in praise, and the atmosphere once again became merry. Xie Xun sat by the window, gently pushing it open to look outside.
Upon seeing the new magistrate enter the Wine Creek Pavilion, the commoners on the street shook their heads in disappointment and walked away. Some even spat towards the direction of the Wine Creek Pavilion, their eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Listening to the constant laughter behind him, Xie Xun felt deeply uneasy. The cup of wine was at his lips, yet he could not bring himself to drink it. Woof! Suddenly Xie Xun felt something warm being pressed into his hand. Looking down, he saw it was a chicken leg that Xiaotian had brought him. Xiaotian nuzzled the back of his hand with its nose, as if to say, "If you're unhappy, eating a chicken leg will cheer you up." Gazing into Xie Xun's clear eyes, Xie Xun suddenly laughed. He picked up the chicken leg and took a bite.
"Thanks, Xiaotian. This chicken leg is delicious."
The welcome banquet was one where neither guest nor host found pleasure. The officials who were the hosts, however, were all flushed with drink and greasy-lipped from eating. As night fell, Xie Xun, accompanied by Xiaotian, followed Ming Yuan to the county office. They were arranged to stay in the guest rooms, while Ming Yuan proceeded to the study, surveying his surroundings. Several bookshelves, a full set of tables and chairs, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were all in place. A few unfamiliar scrolls of calligraphy and painting hung on the walls, appearing far from ordinary. On the desk lay some case files left by the previous magistrate, the first matters he should address.
"I'm curious to see what surprises these people have in store for me."
A cold glint flashed in Ming Yuan's eyes as he picked up a file and examined it closely. In the guest room on the other side, Xie Xun was studying a set of prayer beads in his hand, with a map placed beside him. This was a map of Xibian County marking all the villages under its jurisdiction, including Shido Village. Shido Village was not far from the county town, merely half a day's journey. He planned to prepare some offerings in town tomorrow before heading there to fulfill Master Guangxia's last wish. A sudden knock echoed at the guest room door, and a petite silhouette was cast upon it.
"Young master, the hot water ordered by the magistrate is ready."
A young girl's voice came from outside. It was the maid from the county office. Xie Xun put away the prayer beads, rose, and opened the door to find a maid of about 17 or 18 standing there. The maid had a youthful face and clear, bright eyes. Though young, her figure was well proportioned. Seeing someone emerge, she stepped back a few times, somewhat timid. Then she spotted Xiaotian behind Xie Xun and retreated further in fear.
"Don't be afraid, miss. He doesn't bite."
Xie Xun intended to say Xiaotian didn't bite people, but recalling the wolves he had bitten before, he added,
"At least not the good ones."
"So it still bites." The maid's face instantly turned pale, and she stood hesitantly to the side.
"Never mind. Thank you for preparing the hot water, miss. Please lead the way."
Xie Xun smiled gently and nodded to the maid, not putting on airs as a friend of Ming Yuan's. The maid suddenly widened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief. For as long as she could remember, this was the first time someone had thanked her.
"Miss."
Seeing her dazed, as if disconnected, Xie Xun called out again.
"Oh, young master, you may call me Xie. This way, please."
Xie snapped out of it and quickly led the way. In the study, Ming Yuan was frowning deeply. The problems left by the previous magistrate of Xibian County were indeed numerous. Suddenly, as if discovering something, his furrowed brow relaxed. He then turned and closed the study door, placing his own token on the desk.
"Uncling, how long have you been here?"
He pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking to the seemingly empty study. As his words faded, a ripple stirred in the shadow behind the bookshelf, and a figure emerged. It was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in pure black attire, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's.
"Reporting to the young master, it has been 17 days since I arrived in Xibian County."
Uncling knelt on one knee before Ming Yuan, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, like a dead man. He was a shadow guard at the Chancellor's mansion, having watched many of the Ming family's younger generation grow up. This time he was sent by the Chancellor to assist Ming Yuan in covertly managing Xibian County.
"Uncling, please rise. There's no need to bow to me while we're away from home."
Ming Yuan hurriedly helped him up. Looking at the old man before him, Ming Yuan knew that a great many of the problems he faced would soon be resolved.
"How is the investigation into the identities of the county's officials coming along?" "All gathered."
Uncling rose and pulled out a book from his chest, recording the information he had gathered over these days. Ming Yuan took the book and began reading. The more he read, the deeper his frown became, and the more his anger burned within.
"What a fine county magistrate's assistant! What a fine Qin Mu! Why not just rename Xibian County to Qin County? Halfway through, Ming Yuan could no longer contain himself, slamming the book heavily on the desk with a furious roar. Ignorance was bliss upon reading. He was shocked to find that over half of those in high positions in the county office bore the surname Qin. Among the rest, 70 to 80% were related to the Qin family by marriage. No wonder his grandfather had sent him to such a remote place. He had thought it was punishment for running away from home. But now it seemed clearly a test. Ming Yuan rubbed his temples, picked up the book again, and forced himself to continue reading.
Uncle, this handwriting isn't yours. Did Xiaohe come too?
He rested his chin on his hand, reading as he asked.
The master discovered the situation here last year, and Xiaohe was sent then.
Uncle Ing did not conceal the truth and revealed the facts. The Ming family had two secret guard divisions, the Shadow Guard and the Secret Guard. The Shadow Guard was mainly responsible for covert protection and assassination with weaker intelligence gathering capabilities. The Secret Guard specialized in infiltration and was adept at intelligence collection.
Then call her over too. I have some. Never mind, it's late. It'll wait until tomorrow.
Knock, knock, knock. Before he could finish, footsteps sounded outside, followed by a knock on the study door.
Come in,
Ming Yuan said, and Uncle Ing had already vanished. The door opened and a young maid of about 16 walked in. It was Xiaohe, whom Xie Xun had met earlier.